to the Hawks Nest live coverage of the Seattle Seahawks going up against this morning way down in the bayou. We're going down in the bayou down there. Get down in there bayou. Because we're going down there to play them Saints down there in New Orleans. See if our Seahawks can continue to stack up another win on the last win we had. So try to get 2 wins. 2 wins in a row. Maybe let's start a winning streak. How about we call it that? But nonetheless, we've got our work cut out for us today. This is going to be a Saints team that's going to be a little bit desperate. You got to imagine that they're going to come into this game feeling like we've got to get this win, or our playoff hopes and opportunities and chances are really sliding out of our grasp, as they were a team that I think a lot of people didn't think were going to be great or maybe even really good, but at least in that contention for the wild card seed. And they have not quite been able to get there so far to begin things this season, though they haven't had necessarily the easiest of schedule either. And watching them, they are certainly put together well enough to be able to handle business, so to speak, against our Seahawks team today. So it's going to take a great effort by this team today on the road, 10 a.m. We know that Coach Carroll has struggled in getting those kind of, or has not struggled in getting our team up for those kind of games. He certainly has solved at least the long-held issue that we used to have as going back former coaches and teams where you just couldn't wake up at that time. Now, we've got, for us, Sidney Jones is going to be out. Tease Tabor, newly acquired safety there a few weeks ago, back, is also out. Tariq Young, Marquise Goodwin, so 2 year receivers out. Hopefully that means D. Eskridge, who was limping a little bit last week at the end of the game, is good enough to be able to go. And then Justin Coleman also does remain out for your Seahawks, so that does mean that we're going to get Kobe Bryant out there at the slot. For the Saints, Calvin Throckmorton is going to be out, one of their starting linemen. I believe he's their starting center, so they're definitely a little light there, but they still have the strength of their line. Let's just say that. They're not that short-handed. Jameis Winston's also going to be out, so it's Red Rifle time. With the Red Rifle people come. Red Rifle people come. Jarvis Landry is out, surprisingly, in this game. And Michael Thomas. So 2 of the top 3 receivers for the Saints out in this game. And if there was a little bit of, from my standpoint, a lead the Saints were having coming to this game because of the conditions and going on the road and the state of where they are versus where we might be, as far as just that desperate thing can sometimes allow a team to kick it into gear for a given week. But I was worried about the 3 wide receivers that they were going to come at us with, because Olave's having a good rookie year. Landry's been solid. Thomas has shown flashes, at least a little bit, of his former self. But with those 2 guys out in this particular game, this certainly gives your Seahawks a little bit of an inroads at this point. Magic Vlogs, what's up? Carl Nearney, hey man. Rampanzi, yo, go Hawks. Eric, go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, says Bash. Yeah. Megan Gog Rogers in the house. What's up, Megan? We got him here 1 week. 1 week, Megan. 1 week. I'll be watching Red Zone, but hopefully they have a great, clean game. Sounds good, Rampanzi. I hope so too, man. That's all you can ask for. Seahawks 17, Geno. Whoa, he's for the money. He's for the show. While DK rides for Geno. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. I probably butchered a bit Seahawks 17, but this is early for me. I'm a night owl, so I tried to go to bed early last night, and it just wasn't happening. Bash, half the time, I think they're still out here putting hits on people for money. There's nothing clean about the Saints game. I hope they're not doing that anymore. Carl with the $5 donation. Thank you, Carl Nerney. Appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing really well out there. I believe you moved recently. I think so. Hope I would. Colorado. Can't watch in Denver, so lighting it up for everyone. Well, I'm glad. I'll keep you up to speed on what's going on, all the action over here, Carl. That's right. I was like, yeah, he's in Colorado, isn't he? Yep. That sucks, man. At least you get to, watch the tears of the Denver fans as they continue to cry throughout the course of this year, as the true sadness has begun to set in in that fan base. But thank you, Carl, for the $5 donation. And I got you. I got you. Megan Gok Rogers has been celebrating 10 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I really do thank her for that. If you want to be a Ring of Member, Honor member, or just another member, you do get access to my weekly articles. Just had one go out last night for the channel members. So please do sign up if you're interested in that. But thank you, Megan. She says, 1 week to go before B&I will be at Lumen for the Cards game. Let's hope we can get a win this week and it rolls on into next week. Well, I hope so, Megan. I'm really looking forward to that game. I'm prepped. Got the large in jersey pressed. You know what I mean? Got everything in the right state for the game. Now it's just about getting the head right. That's just the next part, Megan. Robbie Red with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robbie Red. Says another good morning for Seahawks football. Let's go. That's right. Good morning football. Nothing like it, is there? Getting up. First thing you watch men collide with each other at high rates of speed, trying to nearly harm each other before the coffee's even kicked in. But I love it. I like these early games, especially knowing too that our team's actually going to be competitive, and it's not like the old school way where your team would go into these 10 a.m. games and you could just see the players on the field. Yeah, so we're playing. Coach, we're playing this early? Like now? Now? Whereas now you see Carroll with this team, usually they're up and ready to roll. They're up and on it. Marcus Burrell, let's go Hawks. Let's go, Marcus. Jack says Artie Burns going to play today. Well, maybe we're going to see him get some run there on the outside. It certainly has not been a high water mark of play set over there, neither between Michael Jackson and Jones. Jackson started out okay through the Denver game, but then definitely started to falter as of recent. And Artie Burns had a good year last year playing on the outside. Kids in play. Let's go, my guys. Let's get it. Let's get it. Megan says, Ken Walker back. All is well in my world. We're going to get some Ken Walker touches today, no doubt. Bash, I believe we can beat the Saints. Who dat, who dat? I say, we going to beat them Saints. I say, we going to beat them Saints. Nolan Arvan says, how we doing, HawksNest family? I think everybody's feeling good today. Fluids, let's go, Geno. Let's go, Fluids. Emmett 21, go Hawks. Zorn 76, the Seahawks can win today, and I originally thought they would be lucky to win 4 all season. Well said, Zorn. It would be a mighty to come out of the gate in this season with all of the turnover, with the dead money they're sitting on, with the new defensive scheme. Geno at quarterback, 3-2 would be. There's nobody out there that you just can convince me that, like, yeah, I saw that. That's what I saw after 5 games. I had that calculated. Zorn says, but long term, I maintain we need a new regime to legitimately rebuild. It's a fair point, Zorn. And let's face it, like, the defense still does remain the big glaring worry here amongst a successful year so far to kick things off, considering what's going down. But that is still a part of this that shouldn't be glossed over by any measure. Check, what's up, man? Check. Carter Metcalf, did they bring up Melton or anyone from the practice squad to add depth to the wide receiver group? I didn't hear about anybody. If somebody else has got a note on that, let me know. But I wasn't seeing anything in my notes on it. I would imagine that they'll just probably give Eskridge more run and maybe go a little lighter with the receivers, which can get worrisome if there's somebody else gets an injury. HP says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, HP. Bash, I feel like D. Eskridge's whole career up to this point has been limping. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Neil Lamont says, good morning from Vancouver, brother. Good morning to you, Neil. I hope you're having a very good morning in Vancouver. We got a beautiful sunshine still out here, like the last remnants of summer still holding out here on the eastern side of the state. It's just nice. It's nice about out here in Spokane. These summers will last a little bit longer. Randall with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the $20 donation. The big fat 20 no. He says, let's effing go. Happy belated birthday, HawksNest. Thank you so much. You wear 28 as well? You wear 28 well. Yeah, 28 years young, you know. It's a little older for 28. I get a little tiny bits of schmattering gray, but for 28. I appreciate that, Randall. 28 in his I was going to say something raw there. It says, great calls yesterday too. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Randall. I had a ball yesterday over on the other channel I've got going, which is of course the Crow's Nest, and we had the Mariners in the playoffs yesterday, coming back from 7 runs down, first one of 3 times in Major League history in the postseason. The team comes down from 7 runs or more. And it was fun calling that game live. And I will be, if you guys are looking for someone to cover the Mariners action and follow along with and whatnot on that, I will be live streaming all of the Mariner playoff games here against Houston this upcoming week over on my Crow's Nest channel. But Randall, thank you for the $20 donation, man. And thank you again for the birthday as well. I appreciate that. I do feel a little older today, though. I do feel a little, just a little stiffer. Roxanne with a $10 donation. Thank you, Roxanne. She says, morning to the Pacific Northwest. Hawks will prevail. Morning in the Big Easy. Ooh, I like how you put that, Roxanne. And thank you for the $10 dono. Very kind of you. Very kind indeed. And we've got the opening kickoff here going back about right at the goal line here. And he's going to bring this out as the Saints returner. They'll start out with the ball. 35, Joey Blunt comes up and makes the play. Gets him for a nice stop. Good tackle. Megan Roger with a $20 donation. Thank you, Megan. You guys are starting us off hot here. Let's go. Says, happy birthday for yesterday to one of my favorite humans in 12s, a man I am honored to call a friend, Brandon. Thank you, Megan. Wow, that is very kind of you. I wish you all the love and happiness for the coming year and many more M's and Hawks wins for you. Well, thank you so much, Megan. I really do appreciate that. And wow, yeah, very kind of you to say. And thank you for the donation as well. Let's go. All right, Kamara with the handoff up the middle here, able to drive his way forward for about 5-6 yards. The Snail's been celebrating 2 months as a Hawks Nest member, says all I want to see is the defense tighten up. They're not overall as bad on down-to-down basis. If they can get rid of the big plays, they'll be average. Well said, man. That's all we need today is just average from the defensive play. Just average. We just need to not be league worst like, and then the offense should be able to do enough. But that's been a mighty big request at this point. 2nd and 4. Dalton under center again. Give a little bit of an outside zone run here to Kamara on the right outside. He, again, driving, pushing the tackles. He's definitely, that rib's feeling okay for Kamara because he's able to get under about 5-6 yards on a first down. Carl, Robbie, Red, Randall McDaniel, Roxanne Roll, Megan Gock, Roger, my lady from down under. Thank you so much for the donations. Really do appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. And I'm going to try to respond as much as I can to the chat. Just as a reminder of those that are new to the channel, we do have a long post game as well. So if there are questions, I'll try to get to those kind of later on. But I'm going to try to do the game action as far as play-by-play here. Dalton drops back to pass, play action. Has Chris Olave out there on a comeback route for about 10, 11 yards. Pretty simple, easy football there. Run it twice, get the defense leaning up, run the play action. You're going to have a guy wide open, especially with the corners running their off bail technique coverage on the outside. 1st and 10. Saints will be up around midfield. Ryan Ball, what's up? What's up? Good to see you. Adam Fears has got Seattle 24-17. I like it, Adam. Pitch play out to the left here to Kamara. Seahawks got this one more ganged up a little bit better there. Brian Monet makes the stop. This is a little bit of where you see what I do like in teams. We saw San Francisco when they came out the gate against us as well. The diversity of the running attack, where you are not just hammering inside. You see them come out the gate, first outside. Then we're going to do an outside zone to the right. Then we're going to come back to a pitch on the left. That's where the defense is going to struggle to get a beat on what you're doing in the run game. 2nd and 6 here. Wow, they gave him 4 for that. It's tough when I'm looking at a 4-yarder and I'm like, all right, defense, good stop there. Play action pass roll out. Dalton out into the flat there, and he's going to run it. Maffei's tracking him down. Dalton dives forward, but he's still just going to be just a little bit short of the first down. That's going to put him about a half yard there. Red Rifle using every bit of that new beard there to give him a little bit of extra juice in the wheels to get himself upfield. Natasha Bullis, go Hawks. Keldon, what's up? Whatever, Hawks, whatever. Good to see you, Keldon. Insert color from Outer 4. Yo, good to see you. I got all my peeps in here. I like it. Lyrical listener, so the Giants are good now? I don't know. Or the Packers offense is really struggling with having no receivers. You can kind of see that one coming. Play clock's winding down here on the Saints. They're going to have to call a timeout. All right, so 11:36 here in the first quarter. Nothing. We got a 3rd and 1. Saints driving here. Drop top submarine. Yo. They brought out the Taysom for 3rd and 1. They brought out the Taysom. Kronos, only better birthday gift than yesterday's win is a Seahawks win today. Exactly. My birthday would come twice a year in that case. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for reminding me. If you do like what you listen to here on the stream, do me just this little favor for me, and I really would appreciate it. Well, please do sub if you're not already subbed, but do get subbed if you're not already subbed, and hit that like button because it does help the channel, helps the channel grow, and I really do appreciate it. We're on the road here to 10,000 subs, and you guys are hitting the like button like crazy, and I really want to thank you guys for that too because you're doing awesome with that. Taysom's going to take this on 3rd and 1. He's going to cut this outside. Seattle's got him hemmed up initially, but then he bounces it back outside. Tariq Woolen able to make the tackle, but you only need about a half a yard there, and that was able to get it done. Seahawks brought a 3-4 defense out there, and Barton and Brooks shot the gaps. Brooks just couldn't. They kind of knew where the play was going by the play call. The defense there both hurt. He had both the linebackers shooting that side. They knew what was going to do. Just Barton and Brooks kind of got into the same space, and they couldn't both get a clear view to the ball carrier there. This is another outside zone run here to Kamara off the right side. He'll get this for a couple yards. Yeah, Kamara's definitely feeling all right. They're not trying to hold him back here at all. Keldon says we can all laugh at the Packers today, no matter what. Like I said, I don't mean any hate towards Packer fans, but they've been so good for so long. I'm kind of okay if they have a couple years where I don't have to hear about the Packers. Go, Pack, go. All right. Taysom Hill back in now at shotgun here. He's going to take this on a quarterback keeper up the middle. Brian Monet comes up and hits him, gives him a little spin, and throws him to the turf. Monet came up out of nowhere there and gave him a nice little lick. So we saw with Trey Lance, you run these quarterback powers up the middle, and the defense is going to be able to have a chance to hit your. Not that they really care probably with Taysom, but defense gets a chance. That wasn't Al Woods, was it? Was that Al Woods? I'm sorry, I gave Brian Monet the credit. That was Al Woods. Damn, my bad, guys. It's early. Give me a sec. I'm catching up. I'm waking up here. But it's still a tremendous play. All right, 3rd and 5. Back in shotguns, Dalton. He's dropping back to pass. Looping defender is almost there. Kobe Bryant in good coverage out there in the slot on the throw and is able to force the incompletion. Kobe arrived right at the right time there on that one. Seahawks did a little bit of stunting on that. Not really a blitz, just a stunt. They've not run a lot of that this year. And the stunter was coming right up through the middle, and he had a clear, easy pathway to the quarterback, maybe testing out a little bit of the center position today with having a backup in there. So a long field goal opportunity here for Will Lutz. 5 of 9 this year. He has not exactly been nails. Of course, he is against us. That kick will go through. So 3-0 Saints. Decent opening drive for them there. And let's see if our Genos can answer back. Nagasa says, I have a bad feeling about Neal at strong safety. Wow. I mean, I might have that same bad feeling as you, if not for the fact that Josh Jones has been the equivalent of that bad feeling. He's kind of been that guy as far as not playing good at all. Mindy V, what's up, Mindy? Says, what do you think? Who do you think will win the Super Bowl this year? It's a good question. It's a good question. I would say that you're probably... I'm thinking, Mindy. It's a good question. I guess I got to probably go. It's the Chiefs. If I wasn't picking the Chiefs, I'd pick Buffalo as the number 2 team. They too seem like the two kind of teams that are going to be the ones to go grab it right now. In the NFC, I don't think the Eagles are going to last, and I don't think that brand of football is going to necessarily be able to play as well when you get to playoff football. So I will lean back and look at the Niners right now and say they'll get there, but then it'll be the Bills or the Chiefs that beat them, Mindy. To my mind, to these eyes. Flag Sabbath with a $10 donation. Thank you, Flag. Very kind of you. Says, happy birthday, B. Go Hawks. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. And it's good to see you in the chat today, Flag. I was like when I got all my peeps in here. Osama Ben Diesel, thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you, Osama. He says, yesterday, never thought I was going to say those words. Thank you, Osama. I hope that didn't just get me flagged. It says yesterday was the 27th anniversary of the double. Wow, was it? On the 7th anniversary of the double, we got that kind of game? I didn't realize that. What are we going to call the double from last night? And did you hear the Mariner fans made the relief pitcher who blew the game delete his Twitter? Oh, well, I would shake a finger at my fellow Mariner fans, but I also understand that, they're feeling themselves for the first time in a while. And there is a lot of, but don't go after the players. You can't go after players like that on Twitter. But that's brutal. That's brutal. That's brutal, Ben Diesel. Oh, I can only imagine what they said in the memes. It's when the internet goes after you, it's a tough. It's hard to withstand it. It's hard to withstand those waves, no doubt. What would I call yesterday? What would I call it? So I'm thinking something comeback kids. You gotta and put in the more of the comeback with that than anything else, where the double was about the moment. The comeback would be Ben Diesel about the whole game. So comeback kids. I know they have the one thing they called like the Toronto snow job, so we'd call it the Toronto comeback job. That sounds wrong. All right, Geno under center here to start things off as the Saints kick the ball back into the end zone to put Seattle here at the 25. Two tight end sets on either side of the formation. Penny in the backfield. The give is to Penny. He's got a little bit of room to work with, fighting hard. Gets himself about 4.5 yards there. Oh my gosh. Saints a little bit feisty today. A little after the whistle action there on Penny. I'm thinking of Ben Diesel. I'll think of a name for it. I will think of a name for it. But I gotta give me some time. The creative gears are just starting to flow here. Bash Gordon is Mafia playing? I believe he is. Yeah. The Toronto turnaround. How about that, Zama? We got to get it phonetic. Two tight ends to the left-hand side of the field. Geno again under center, dropping back to pass. Looking. Nice pass down the field to Noah Fant. Very tight window there with Geno. Wasn't sure if it was just a seam route or a post route, but Geno had to really pepper that ball in there to get it through. This is a good Saints defense. 9th against the passing, 12th overall, 20th against the rush. Seattle sticking with the two tight ends to one side of the field. Geno back under center, 1st and 10 from the 45. Penny with the pitch. Using some patience there. Just not a lot. Nothing really opened up there. Love the use of the pitch play there, though, by the Seattle Seahawks here. Try to get this Saints defense a little bit wider. 2nd and 9. Seahawks offense last week, of course. No puns. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide. He's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Seeing something for the Saints here. Saints not showing anything exotic. Just a 4-man front. Maybe to a run. It is indeed. Delay draw. See, that's a free and easy play for Geno Smith there, where it's he's what he's checking into is the run play. Why? Look at the light box that they're showing over the back shot of this. There's not a lot of guys up there in that box. They can get a hat for a hat. So while it might not be a 15, 20-yard run, that's what we call that's a stealing 5 yards. It's an easy 5 yards to just go take. And again, part of why we've lauded Geno Smith is not just the throwing and those. It's also decision-making in his control at the line of scrimmage. Shotgun now, 3rd and 5. 6:58 to go in the first quarter. Saints up 3-0. Metcalf goes in motion. Geno dropping back, looking, run with that. He's got a man, DK Metcalf down the football field. Metcalf's got it deep, caught it, slides on into the end zone for a touchdown. Geno looked like he was almost nearly past the line of scrimmage as he came up close to it. And DK broke Okay, I got to watch this close because this is what the Saints are going to be looking for. Did he get past the line there? He's out. No, he didn't. It's a clean play. So this is just an extending of the play there by Geno. Looks like he's going to run. Assesses the fact that the linebacker is already at the first down marker and closing on him, which means he's going to get tackled and taken down before he gets to the first down spot. Keeps his eyes upfield and then throws the ball down to DK Metcalf. If you remember the first game of the season here, there was a play where Geno was moving around the pocket, stepped up in the pocket, climbed the ladder, and looked like he was about to start to run, and then last second flicked it over the top to Will Disley. You saw the same exact thing here, where he's about to go through, and then he's making this final last minute assessment where he goes, wait, no. And then he looks right back up, sees DK, just lofts it right over the top. DK breaks off of his initial route, just that he knows how to do those scramble drills from his days with Russell Wilson, and is able to then just, after the catch, use that speed to open it up as the Saints defenders were really scrambling by that point. I think everybody, for whatever reason, had bought into the fact Geno was going to... it would have fooled me. If I was a linebacker or I was a safety, I would have been thinking, oh, he's running. He's going to try to get that first down. Because he only did need, theoretically, about 5 yards or so. Zorn76 with a $10 donation. Thank you, Zorn76. I do really appreciate it. He says, if they ever do another Kurt Warner movie, I nominate you the lead for the role. You're welcome. And happy birthday. I'll take it. Zorn. I'll tell you this. I'd have a lot better throwing motion than the guy that they put in that movie. The second that guy starts throwing the ball, you're like, yeah, no. Nah, that's not the motion. The only problem is, Zorn, is I'm a lefty. So that's where some of the realism. I could duplicate Warner's throwing motion, but I cannot throw right-handed. So that's where it would go. That's where it would go to hell. We might have to get the stunt double at that point. Plus, I'm getting a little bit old to be out there in pads. But I'll take it. Thank you, Zorn76, for the $10 donation. Appreciate you. Mike Morgan, what's up? Joshua, hello. Big Al Woods. Yeah, man, he made a nice play on that last drive. He came up out of the swamps. Just all of a sudden, you just see this large man come up out of the pile of bodies blocking in the line of scrimmage. Snail says Barkley's good. He's definitely to that form that made him that top pick. And a lot of people have consternation in New York about why New York made him that selection where they did that high. And we certainly, I would be in agreement with people that say you just can't take a running back that high. But the man has legitimate difference-making talent when he's healthy, but when he's healthy is a very large question mark at times. JM617, what's up, man? Good to see you. Billy Hodges up for this. Go Seahawks. Big love from the UK. Love your content, sir. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you tuning in from the UK. And someday, Billy, I will be making a pilgrimage out there. So I'm hopefully someday when we get out to Britain there. We got some TheSeahawksNest folks out there. St. Vinyl says, I hate the Saints. Well, you got to love that touchdown. 50-yard touchdown catch for DK Metcalf. Those old scramble drill muscle memory from Russell Wilson days were kicking in for him there. And Geno with a little bit of that. That's why I wanted to point out is it was reminiscent of that Will Disley play. Geno's got this little skill in his bag where he can come up to the line of scrimmage. You're climbing the pocket to get through the traffic of the pass rush. But then you also know that as you're getting close to that line of scrimmage, you're going to get the defense to bite up a little bit on you then. And if they're cheating even a couple steps and on the kickoff, the kick returner fumbles this for a moment, regathers it, does not get then past the 10-yard line. Joey Blunt again. Special teams coverage makes a fantastic tackle down there, but that was just kind of muffed by the Saints returner from the moment. So they go out of splits to start this. DK Metcalf for the touchdown stops. He's on kind of a stop route in the middle of the field. He has quad coverage on him. I'm going to get that cut up later. That's called the quad coverage. Then just realizes Geno's running and then restarts. Keeps himself moving. Heady play by DK Metcalf as well in that play. 1st and 10, 6:36 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-3 on the New Orleans Saints. Red Rifle comes back down under center. Nice long in-cutting route there to Chris Olave. It'll be a gain of about 16 there. Easy money there. And it looks like they've got Jackson out there right now to me. So that's attacking Jackson. You can see in the technique on Michael there, he's just trying to play the technique of the scheme, which is that cover 3 to drop into the bail. And so it gets challenging on those in-cutting routes because you've got to recognize them almost a step quicker because you're going to be a couple steps behind the receiver just by the natural way you run through the zone. Here's a give into, a give into Kamara up the middle, and Al Woods again just moving massive human beings to go make the play. Al Woods operating from the zero technique on this play, sheds the blocker, and then chases down Kamara. I mean, it's 4 steps, but in what world should he be able to ever catch up to Kamara? Great play by Al Woods, who has been fantastic this year and fantastic to start this game out. 5:26 to go. Dalton in shotgun, 2nd and 10. 3 wide for the Saints. Seahawks showing a blitz. They're bringing a blitz. They hit Dalton. Nice. All right. Seahawks bring a blitz with Jordan Brooks up the middle. He fights through his block and is able to lay a nice little hit on Dalton. Dalton grimacing a little bit after that throw. Oh, yeah. Brooks fertilized him a little bit. Brooks made him a little bit of a part of the turf. Definitely a little bit of an awkward fall there by Dalton, too. He leaned a little bit too much into the beard on a fall. 3rd down and 10, Dalton in shotgun. Seahawks playing off coverage, showing something. Oh, shit. Looks like we jumped offsides. Looks like we might have jumped offsides. Serio, but not serious. Thank you for subscribing. And indeed, we did jump offsides on that play. Gosh, you got him in a 3rd and long, man. Looked like that was Taylor over there. Yeah, he just completely jumped. Seattle had Taylor and Uchenna on one side on that play, running a little of a Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill game there from the defensive line. But call back 3rd and 5. It's a little bit more in Dalton's wheelhouse. Catch will be made, but it's far short of the sticks. Ryan Neal coming up from the safety position to make a good tackle in open space there. The receiver initially on the catch, just a short little catch, looked like he had some space to work with, but Neal came flying up there to make the tackle and only allow about a yard on that gain. Good job by Darrell Taylor. Again, the Seahawks ran a little bit of a stunt up there on the front, and Taylor was able to work his way through on that stunt to create the pressure and force Dalton to throw that to a different read than probably where he wanted to go. 4th and 4. Seahawks are showing a punt block here. And they get the Seahawks are running some games on this punt block where they managed to cause one of the gunners to false start. Seahawks have been very aggressive this year in punting situations as far as going for the blocks is concerned. I wonder if Carroll looks at it from a situation of, since it's been so removed and reduced to be able to get those great punt returns, and especially considering his punt returner situation, why not just go all out for it on a punt block almost every time at that point? What's to lose sort of situation. And they pull out of it on this one now. This will be fair caught by Tyler Lockett at the 26-yard line. And the Seahawks offense, which again now for a whole game and another possession, have yet to punt. And another marvelous drive there, as we've said it many times over here for Geno Smith here this year. Just another really good drive. Did Locke fumble? No, Locke didn't fumble. Locke's good. Half Daddy says, I don't like Lockett returning punts. DJ should do it. I think the reason they have him back there, Half Daddy, is because of his sure-handedness. I don't think it's because he's I don't think it's because he's necessarily going to be back there to be dynamic like he once was in that way. But I think that they just don't trust the other guys they had. We had Freddie Swain doing it last year when Dallas was on the roster. And I think that that's what Carroll's most worried about, is it being dropped, you being in conditions where you're outside and it's winter and you got the wind blowing and the guy just isn't comfortable doing that where Lockett is. I've just maintained, Half Daddy, if you have him do it, just don't have him return anything. Just tell him, hey, I'm gonna have you just fair catch this on every punt, okay, Tyler? Every single one. Snail says the broadcast crew loves Al Woods too, apparently. Well, they should. He was a top 10 defensive tackle in the sport last year, if not higher in that ranking, and he has been great for us again this year. He's 35 years old, so you're not going to be able to play him 70-80% of the snaps. But on those 35-40% of the snaps you get out of him, he's been great. Roland Connor says Thursday game was worst I've ever seen. No exaggeration. It was certainly a poor brand of football. It was a poor example of football. For me, it was a lovely game to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I savored it like a good steak dinner with those homemade mashed potatoes. I think about those picks and just the acknowledgement, understanding what it's like. Yeah, okay, the instincts were right here on this one with this too, a little bit when it comes to Wilson. We weren't just dreaming this up. What we saw is what was. What we saw is what was. Zorn says, B tryout for the Mariners like that Disney movie a while back. Hey, I got a good left-handed swing. I can play first base. I can stretch. Even now at this age, I had a good stretch. The wheels? Not so much. Geno back under center here with the play action pass here on first down. Ooh. Ball looked like it was nearly picked there. Tight coverage. It wasn't a bad throw, just tight coverage. Yeah, that's a little bit behind him there on Fant. The throw was to go Noah Fant on a comeback route there, and Geno was a little late with it coming back on his body there to putting it back towards the defender. 2nd and 10. Showing that two-man backfield. Penny with the give. He's got some space to work. He's up there to the 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. Down the sideline like lightning. Rashad Penny there on the give. Seahawks running the 2 tight end backfield with Rashaad Penny. So basically a 3-man backfield. They pull both of the tight end. They get both the 10s. Wow, what an interesting little wrinkle there with the tight ends going right up into basically A gaps to take down the linebackers at second level guys. And then Penny just hits the juice. He gets it into 6th gear, and the corner didn't think he had that gear. 1st and 10 from the Saints' 42-yard line. Geno under center. Here's the give to Kenneth Walker with his first carry of the game. Kenneth leaps a man, jumps forward for a gain of about 2 or 3. 2nd down, 3:13 to go. Seahawks up 7-3 here in the first quarter. Eskridge out there laying a block. Not bad by Eskridge. Kind of borderline holding almost. But good job by I've been wanting to see more pitch plays and try to, and look, what you just got is a big play there to Rashaad Penny was you working the outside. That's an outside play there. And they went back to it here with Walker. Love to see this from the Seahawks offense. And the Saints are doing a fairly good job of flowing with it, but still like to see it nonetheless. Geno coming up the line of scrimmage, getting the 3-man backfield, changes the play, 3 seconds left on the clock. Gets it called. Saints bring in a blitz. He's going to let it go. And there are penalty flags all over the place. This might be pass interference on DK Metcalf. His hands did get a little bit extended there as that ball was coming in. He was trying to make a back shoulder catch. Like Geno throwing that up to him, at least giving him a try to test him there. And DK is going to go, me? Yeah. You got your hands extended there. They're going to call that. Oh, but we also got holding on the defense. So those penalties are going to offset, which will allow this down to be replayed once again over. We got an interesting battle out there with Lattimore and DK. As last time they played each other, DK sunned him a little bit. Yeah, DK definitely. That's going to be called. 2nd and 7. It gives in to Kenneth Walker. And you got to feel a little bit bad for this kid so far out the gate with him, where he's not got the yards yet that Rashaad Penny has, but he's also not getting really any of the holes to run through right now when he's been given the carries here early on this season more often than not. 3rd down and 5 as Walker is only able to get a couple of yards. Seahawks are going to keep both Walker and Penny in the game here on a 3rd and 5. Wonder if Carroll looks at this a little bit as where he is on the field of a bit of a 2-down situation here for Shane Waldron. 2:01 to go on the clock. Kenneth Walker goes in motion. Comes back across the formation pre-snap. It's a read option to Geno Smith. They did this in the Niner game and it goes nowhere. I don't like that call at all. Stop with the Geno Smith read option, please. Please, no more of that. That's not going to accomplish anything. It was a well-diagrammed play here. Kind of the Saints had that thing stemmed up no matter which way it went. If they went to Penny, they had a defender forward. If it went back to Walker on the fly sweep, they had a guy on the outside for that. And Cam Jordan was there and ready for a 56-yard attempt here for Jason Myers. No easy. Up and, he got it through. What a kick by Jason. He had to put all the leg into that one to get it through, and that was a well-kicked ball. That wasn't like lucky it slid through and it was flying over to one side. He had that one right down in through the middle. But you saw this in the Niner game where the Seahawks tried a read option play with DK Metcalf as a lead blocker for Geno Smith, and the play didn't go anywhere. So, he's not got quite the legs to run that read option stuff. We saw even with Russell, part of the reason that he stopped running it right around 18, 19 was because of the fact he didn't have the legs at that time. You need a guy who's in more of that 4-5 realm of things to really be able to challenge that edge. But Saints also played it great too. Everybody was in the right position, very disciplined on that play, which is what you want from your defense when you got so much eye candy moving all over the place. Megan Agak Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, in your opinion, who won the Russ trade and why? At this stage, I say us. I'm planning on doing a video about this week, Megan. So I'm going to be covering exactly more into detail as to why I the outlook of that trade and what we're due to be able to get in the future is it puts the Seahawks as not only winning the trade, but maybe making this one of those rarefied trades. And look, we've ourselves has landed in this area. If we're not a top 5, we're at least a top 10 all-time bad trade with that Adams trade and how that's going to settle out and what we gave up. But the Wilson deal may even look more like a bigger swindle finesse job when we look at it in retrospect. And the big part of this is this year and what those picks are going to bear out to be. You already got the 10th overall selection from them last year. And in my opinion, right now, when I look at their future, their schedule, when I look at their injury situation, which continues to mount and isn't going to get any better, Garrett Bowles isn't coming back. Ronald Darby isn't coming back. Javonte Williams isn't coming back. That's sort of just the tip of the spear there as far as their issues as far as injuries go. And then now we're getting reports that Russell's got a partially torn lat. He's had a shoulder. Looked like he got concussed in the game. Looks like he's still back in that sort of like shell of himself. I don't know. Maybe that Cardinal game from a couple years ago truly, Megan, broke him. But he doesn't seem to be the same player. And if they end up coming out in this year, Megan, which is the big part of this, of ending the season out at being 5 wins, 4 wins, and you're getting that in the first round, and you're also getting that high second rounder as well, then the trade is historically bad for Denver at that point. Outside of Russell within the next couple of years turning it around and going to get a Super Bowl. That would change it, Megan. If they could find a way to do that, then that definitely does offset it, and they would say, okay, well, that's the price of doing business. Worth it. And that'd be fair for them. Maybe a win. That'd be a win-win more than anything else, I guess, at that point. William Leonard has been a member for 7 months. Thank you, William, for being a member that long of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Says, Russell completely wasted Pete Carroll's prime. That was one of the funniest tweets I saw since Thursday. Happy birthday, go Hawks. I saw that one too. I was laughing at it as well. It certainly said joking, but it was funny nonetheless. All right, a short kickoff here. We've got a fumble on the kickoff. Fumble! It's a pile of bodies. Everybody's pulling and yanking and tearing and ripping and grabbing groins and punching guys in places we can't talk about. Saints are flagging they got the ball. Saints are saying they got it. Taysom Hill bringing this one up. And he starts stumbling already there. Problems were happening right at that moment. And then DJ Dallas causes the fumble. Dallas has a ball land right there in front of him. Somehow does not come away with that. Ooh. Nice play, though. Special teams showing up here. Special teams showing up. 10-3, 106 to go here. Dalton under center. Hand off into Ingram. He's going to gain in about 5 yards, 6 yards. Bash says, no, Brando, you don't have to throw it right-handed. To be Kurt Warner, it's movie magic. They'll just flip the screen to make it look like you're throwing it right-handed. There you go, man. I can pull that off. I got good mechanics. I got a good lefty Steve Young-like delivery. It's quick, it's snappy. Reasonable arm strength. 2nd and 6 here. Dalton again back under center. Saints showing a heavy formation. The give is into Ingram. They're going to try to hit the middle up with this. Seattle's got it hemmed on up. Uchenna Nwosu there to get that clean and lean. This will bring up 3rd and 5, and it will probably be the last play of the first quarter here. A very fun first quarter here for your Seahawks. 2 drives, 2 scores. Defense looking, dare I say, just maybe, I shouldn't say it. It's too early for that. They're looking good. They're looking all right. They're good. Seahawks 17 says DK, Hollis, Cooper, Metcalf. Roland Connor says Andy Dalton's like an old Sam Darnold. Oh, Lordy. The Snail with the $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says Richard Sherman won the Russ trade. Oh, you guys know Richard was waiting to strike. You know, he was waiting in the shadows to strike, and he's been sitting on that moment that he got to have after the Broncos game for many a year. Many a year. He definitely had that one chambered for quite a bit of time, I would say. That little rant that he went on at the end of that game. I do wonder if someday, we heard the rumors that that maybe that play had been audible back in the Super Bowl days. With the way that these players react to this, and so long after the fact, nobody's saying it. I feel like somebody would have by this point, but I do wonder. And yeah, Richard Sherman definitely won the Russ trade. He gets to come out of that. I'm sure he likes it too, because he's got to start covering the NFL now. And if Russ is out there being great, and he's got to talk about how awesome Russ is on national TV, I don't know how long Richard could keep that up. That would be, he might be done after a year of that. I'd be like, no, I'm going to wait till he retires. Thank you, though, Snail. I appreciate it. Jacob Kessinger has been a member for 11 months. Says defense is playing more 3-4 this game. To my eyes, yep. I'm not seeing as many of those 4-man fronts that drove me so crazy, which is a big step in the right direction for this defense. Whether you have the perfect personnel for a 3-4 or not, that 4-man front's not going to get it done, in my opinion. It's not going to happen. Christian Smith, defense holding up so far. They are, Christian. They're doing okay. They're doing good. I like what I'm seeing. We're getting some pressure. They started out running the ball really, really good. They're getting a little bit better in that respect, so they're starting to stiffen up there. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's And Christian, on the other side of it, good offensively. Moving the ball. Geno's looking good. Teams playing well there. Run the ball a little bit, throwing the ball a little bit. Bit of both. Billy Hodges says the Shermanator should suit up against Brady in Germany. I mean, Michael, I think he'd be better than Michael Jackson at this point, but maybe not. Maybe he's truly just done. I will tell you this, if our corner position were to get light, you know that you now probably do have Sherman in reserves to where Seahawks would make that call if they had to. All right, 3rd down and 5 from, oh my God. Dalton got another offsides here, it looks like, on the Hawks. Another jump. His hard count must be so tight right now, because that's 2 that he's gotten, and that's Uchenna and Nwosu who got it. He got Darrell Taylor last time, so we'll still be 3rd and short, and Uchenna says, damn. Seahawks edge guys trying to get that little extra jump on that snap. It's hard to do on the road. And Dalton's kind of feeling him do it, so he's definitely calling those hard counts to counter what Seattle's trying to do and getting that jump. Somebody's probably been in Dalton's ear saying, hey, they're trying to really, hard count them. I didn't know Dalton had that in his bag. This will be a 1st down on that penalty. On a 3rd down. 41-yard line here. The New Orleans Saints. Dalton back under center. Play action pass. He's looking deep. Comes back short underneath. It's Alvin Kamara for about a gain of 6-7 yards. Cody Barton in coverage. 4:48 to go on the clock. Double team Woods there, and then Barton just a little bit late in getting over. He started moving to the other side and didn't pick up Kamara coming out, but late. Kamara's got them bling up in them teeth. Very diamondy, very sparkly. 2nd and 2, Seahawks showing a double A gap blitz with the linebackers. Dalton's recognizes it, changes the play. 4 seconds on the play clock. Oh, Dalton just got hammered. Dalton just got completely waylaid on a blindside hit. Odd of him with that. He seemed to recognize the blitz, and he's kind of walking back over there like, yeah, that hurt. That kind of hurt. The double A gap blitz comes. Seahawks showing a stacked house, and he still tries to go for more of the deep route there, and they're going to bring Taysom out for the 3rd and short. Taysom in shotgun. Gives it to Kamara. Kamara's got the edge, and he's going to get the first here. Not by much. Jordan Brooks able to track him down, showing off some of that rangy sideline-to-sideline speed. But Kamara, nonetheless, on a pitch, on a little read option there, you've got to honor Taysom Hill, so you can't just load up on Kamara there on 3rd and short. Seahawks using some pressure also in this game, which is good to see with that 3-4 defense. Actually bringing some blitz looks, and it's catching Dalton off guard. It's helping them out defensively. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Oh, Seahawks couldn't quite get... Seahawks had a pass rusher getting back in there. Vi Jones had a chance. He was there. Dalton able to just sort of elude him by stepping up in the pocket there and then found the man back over the middle for a first down. Vi did a good job getting through the traffic, just couldn't flatten off his route to the quarterback there. All right. We got Taysom Hill in shotgun on 1st and 10 now. He's going to take this up the middle, and he's got some room to work with here. Taysom blasts his way up for 15 yards. Big, wide hole there on that play for the Saints. Let me see what happened here. So here's your employment of the 4-man front. That's more of a wide 9 there, not that 4-man front I usually moan about. That's more of a wide 9 front. But an odd front to call if you got Taysom Hill in there, because he's very likely to run the quarterback power, which is going to slay a wide 9. Seahawks back in a 3-4 now here on a 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line, and the Saints are driving. Give is here to Kamara. He's got some room to work. Still on his feet, still fighting up in traffic. Upended finally by Nwosu, but not before he gains about 8 yards. Washington Visquest. Let me get this. Sorry. 11:52 to go here, 2nd and 2. Megan with a $5 donation says, love Sherm. So good to see him and Pete Carroll laughing and hugging again. Makes my little 12's heart happy. Me too. It's as it should be with that. I don't want animosity between those guys, not with what they were able to accomplish. 2nd and 2. Dalton under center. Give is back to Kamara. Not a lot of room, but it doesn't take a lot to get the first down when you only need 2 yards. That will be a first. Poonen was trying to drive up that gap there, just couldn't get to him. Understandable there, just couldn't reach him. 65 rushing yards for the Saints here. Early on, they're having some success now with that. Kamara, 8 carries, 34 yards. 1st and goal, Taysom Hill's going to get the give in shotgun. He's got some room to work, and he's got a touchdown. Power run right up the middle with Taysom Hill. You know it's coming. Just couldn't stop it. Taysom gets the touchdown, and the Saints tie up this game. Watch Fish Quest with a $5 donation. Says, since you can't take donos on the Crow's Nest yet, go Mariners. Thank you, Fish Quest. Says, and thank you for all your streams. Hey, it's my pleasure, man. And I'm having so much of a good time getting to watch my Mariners in the playoffs and then getting to experience it with you guys too, doing the streams. It's been a lot of fun doing the Mariners stuff this off season a little bit and into this year. And it's gonna be lit this week. These playoffs are gonna be lit with this baseball team. You're gonna have this city, I think, their imagination captured at least that period. Did Tariq almost get himself another one? Tariq's almost going to block these just about every time. He just missed blocking that extra point. Yeah, Puna had his chance at Taysom. Taysom able to get right around Puna Ford there, who had him in open space. He's a tough man to tackle, but they had their shots at him nonetheless. Thank you, Fish Quest, for that. And thank you again, Megan, for your $5 dono as well. Christian Smith, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, love your content. Thank you so much. Says, the B&B show was one of the highlights of my week. Keep it up. Wow, very kind of you to say. And I'm having a great time with Brendan doing the B&B as well. I'm really glad we dialed it up a little bit this year with the 2 shows a week, and I think he's having a good time with it too as well. So it's been real fun. I gotta say thanks to him because he was a trooper last week because we're doing these multiple ones and he doesn't do normally the 3-hour streams like I'll go long, and he hung in there last week as we were doing the Bronco game and then needing to do the doing the Bronco game and then we were needing to do the Saints coverage as well, and he hung in with me on it all the way through. So props to him for doing that, and yeah, we're going to definitely stay with it in the future. I promise, Christian, no doubt about it. Thank you, Megan, for taking out the Orn. The Orn's already there. It's 11 in the morning. That's way too early for Orn. Way too early for Orn. Wolverine says Barton, all you hear when everybody sucks. Yeah, there was multiple people on that drive that were sucking, not just Barton, that's for sure. Kelton says Taysom has a lot to prove. He's going to be fighting hard. Well, and if you're going to be a one-trick pony, you better do that one trick really well. Tom Cox says Seattle's led them score. This is aggravating to watch. Michael Bell says, I think a turnstile could play linebacker better than Barton. Wolverine says, Siri, here comes the bull crap with the D. Well, they definitely didn't present as much challenge on that. That Uchenna offsides definitely hurts a bit too as well. You go, come on, Uchenna. You got them 3rd and 5 in their territory. Let's get the ball back to the offense. They're kind of rolling a little bit. And then a couple offsides. Taylor earlier as well. Just you got to don't help them in that way. So nothing fancy with the Saints on that. They pulled back a guard across the formation to the power side of the play. That's one thing I guess they did. But Seattle just had nobody there. They're going to have to kind of get some adjustments going for these quarterback sneaks at this point with Taysom Hill. He's giving them a problem here with it. Thank you for all the donations today, folks. Very kind of you. All right, DJ Dallas is going to let this kick go through the back of the end zone. And that will be that. Why doesn't Puna look that good this year? He got paid, says Half Daddy. I think it's just this isn't the right scheme for him and what he does. You saw him on one snap there on that drive, trying to do the shooting the gap play, and he just overran the gap and went right past the ball carrier. Being Taysom Hill. And then you had him there in open space. I think it's just not as well suited as the four-man front star foreman, specifically the one tech. Geno and shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the short side of the field. Geno comes back to Disley. Disley gives a little baby stiff arm and managed to get himself about 6 yards. Nice play by Diz. Good job, Uncle Will. Nice little design play here by Waldron. You get those 3 receivers to first run through the zone there to clear some space out for Disley and then come back underneath into it. 2nd and 4. Geno Smith picks something up and changes it a line of scrimmage here. It's a give up to Penny. Gain for a couple. Again, Geno changing into the run play there smartly. Feeling a blitz to coming from one side of the formation. Runs the blitz over to the backside of it. It's not a big gain. But again, the smart call by Geno Smith there, because that's a big gain potential, as the defense is going to be a little weak to that other side as they're trying to overpress to your side, especially if you had a pass play called there. This will bring up 3rd and short. 9:50 to go here in the second quarter. Score tied 10-10. Penny with 5 carries, 44 yards to begin things off. Geno 3 of 4, 71 yards. Geno back in shotgun here. Saints showing a blitz look again. They drop out of it. Geno looking. He's under pressure, and he's going to be sacked. Cam Jordan did a little bit of schooling on the young boy. Abraham Lucas gives up his first sack of the year here to Cam Jordan, who just bullied the kid. That's the one place with Abraham Lucas, really not a boy. He got him with technique on that. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. That's just, he got his hands knocked down off of him quickly. Got Lucas into a struggle mode, and then Lucas just couldn't course correct. Good play by Jordan. That's a vet with vet moves, and he remains still a very solid player in this league. So Seahawks will punt the ball for the first time in 6 quarters here. Punt returner's got a little bit of room to work here. Seahawks close down that space. Nice job there by Nick Bellore. Comes up and makes the tackle. So let's go. Here we go. Yeah, Barton's not the only problem on this defense. This defense has got a wide range of problems. You can make the argument maybe he's one of the worst problems on defense, but he's not the main problem there. You still have to give Lucas a lot of credit here. This is his 5th game, first sack he's given up in his career. He had yet to even give up a pressure before that sack. So I probably jinxed him when I tweeted that this week. That was probably my bad. That's on me. Chris Smith Jordan is a technician. He is. He's a guy who's, and like you'd expect with a veteran pass rusher, his ability to use his hands, and he's got big long arms, so he can really, when he puts those dogs to work, it makes it hard on you. And he can always kind of go back to power too, because he's a little bit of a bigger defensive end. So it makes you a little bit as a tackle have to guess between preparing for the power or being able to get ready to karate fight. It's tough. It's 2 different styles. Tuck says just run the Tariq Woolen interception play. Can we hit that button? I'd like to hit that button. What's that cheat code? Is it left, back, front, select, start? Or is it down, up, left, right, start? Half Teddy says Geno blew the game versus New Orleans on the last final drive. Definitely struggled at the end on it. And was just all right throughout the course of the game. Been better today. So Wolverine says that was definitely on Geno, but hey, that happens sometimes. Agreed. That's going to happen when you got a guy who's going to operate from the pocket and has operated successfully from the pocket. He's going to try to stay in there as much as he could. There wasn't a clear pathway for him to climb up. So you could say he should have gotten rid of the ball or found something. It's a little bit of a coverage sack, but maybe there wasn't somebody open, and sometimes those things are going to happen. Sometimes the pressure will get to you. You got a good player like Cam Jordan, he's going to get the best of you. Like we saw with Charles Cross, with a guy like Bosa, is going to get you eventually. Now Cam's not as good as Bosa. Bosa's having a defensive player of the year type season, but point still stands. Good players are going to make plays. All right. Dalton comes back up to the line of scrimmage. Another heavy formation here with 2 tight ends. Play action pass. We've got a flag. Al Woods comes up and makes the sack. Throws Dalton down to the ground. His head bounces off the turf. But let's see what the flag is about here. Did somebody line up in the neutral zone? Nope. We got 2 men moving at the snap, it looks like. And Al Wood's going to get the sack. There we go. Big Al getting back there, making some work happen. Al, the standout defensive player in this game, no doubt. No doubt about it. He is killing it. 2nd and 16. Dalton's taken some pretty good hits here through this first half. He has not gotten through this free and clean. Seahawks showing a blitz. They're going to drop out of it. Good job by the linebackers there. Let's give Barton and Brooks some props on that play. They're up in the A gap to start this play, showing blitz look. They recognize Dalton calls an audible. They drop out of the blitz look to their natural linebacker positions and start pre-snap flowing to the direction of the run play. Very well done. 7:53 to go here in the second quarter. 3rd and 14. Let's see if Seahawks dial up some pressure here or if they just sit in zone. Looks like they're just going to bring a 4-man front. Nope. Late blitz coming. Oh my goodness. What a wild play. Sorry, a lot going on that play. Kobe Bryant did a phenomenal job of not showing his blitz. Waits till post snap and then flying up the football field. Dalton, as he's done today, has a nice little subtle move he can do where he steps up into the pocket as the guys are kind of arriving. Barton just Brian got lost a little bit there as he blitzed for the moment. Came back, hit Dalton. Dalton found a tight end on his back, literally lying on his back, hands behind his head. He's like, I'm over here, QB. You just throw to me when you're ready, man. It's like he's like on a beach, toes in the sand. Dalton throws it to the guy on the ground. He catches it, starts trying to kind of roll his way to the first down marker. Not happening. Seahawks defenders close in and make the tackle. But good job by the defense to hold up there. Let's give them some props on that series. Very well done from a variety of different levels. From Al Wood's sack, Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton's rallying to the ball there. And then how about Clint Hurt dialing up a little bit of a pressure look there on 3rd down, not just letting Dalton sit back there and pick them apart, which is something that we've seen our defense have done to us very often, not just this year, but over the course of the last couple of years. I'm going to get a little more coffee, folks. Bear with me. This is awesome. Good little game, man. Every game this year for the Seahawks, it's just, it's not, and this isn't to throw blame at just specifically Russ, but it's just, these have been entertaining games. All of them have been entertaining games. All of them have been games like a little bit, this is why you watch football a little bit. Back and forthness to them, both sides of the ball at times. Not everybody's looking great. Not everybody's rebuild year. You didn't expect everybody to look great. But encouraging. Encouraging is the word that I would use. Brian says some good-looking blitzes already today. Very well said, Brian, and absolutely there are. The frequency of use, variety, they're not just trying to run some same 5-man blitz that they've run in the past where, okay, we'll bring one linebacker. But instead, you're actually getting multiple guys, the delayed nature of that blitz with Kobe. Very, very good to see. Oh, here comes the Orn. Here comes the Orn. The Orange open for business. Keyword when Dalton's out there says poop dog is blitz, blitz, blitz. Undoubtedly, man. It seems to be having a good effect. And he's not picking it up either. He's not seeing them coming. He's not recognizing them. He's getting surprised a little late by the blitzes. Batch says, hey, Brando, whenever you get up from your chair, you should play some elevator music. That would be awesome. Play Welcome to the Jungle. You need some music on this show, bro. Haha. I should do some more music. I'll try to track something down. YouTube's got a lot of free non-copywritten stuff. Geno and shotgun to start things off from the pistol formation. The give is going to be in here to Penny. He doesn't have a lot of room to work with here. Takes his time to kind of lean back around both sides, looking, picks his way for maybe about a yard there. There was nothing there. Penetration in the backfield. Pretty heavy front by the Saints, too, that you're going to try to run into on that play. Chase with the $2 donation. Thank you, Chase. I like that you got that trademark. How do I get on the game? Let's go Seahawks. How do I get on the game? Let's go Seahawks. How do you watch the game, you mean? I'm on Fubo right now. So if you're local and you got Fubo, you can watch it from that. Give is up to Penny again here on second down. Again, early traffic, runs into a guy, spins out of it, falls forward. It's going to be a gain of about 3 or 4 yards there. We'll bring up a third and makeable. Let's go Seahawks, though, Chase. Thank you for the $2 donation. I'm not totally sure. Oh, yes. So, yeah, I'm on Fubo right now. And then I obviously have a subscription to them. I don't know of a free way to watch it, though. So that would be the way. You could maybe do if this is on ABC or something like that, go to if it's Paramount Plus or, you can do a free 30-day thing. If you're doing Fox, you can kind of go in there and do their little tryout. So all of them have a kind of little tryout, one of those places. Geno and shotgun, 3rd and 6. Looking again under pressure. Hits Noah Fant on a crossing route there, but he's quickly tackled on the play by the Saints defender. Just nobody open, and Geno had to get rid of the ball as, again, there was some heavy-duty pressure coming from his side. Looks like on that play it was more coming from, I think, Cross's side there a little bit. 4th down and 4. Like to see the Seahawks giving Abraham Lucas a little bit of help there on that play, too, with Cameron Jordan, though. It may have held them back from getting more guys up the football field and as far as pass catchers go. 4:40 to go in the second quarter, 10-10 tie. Looks like we got a false start here by the Seahawks. Chase, thank you, man. Anytime. I don't know how you get a false start on a punt play. We got Dixon hard counting. Is that what that is? All right, that'll make this more of a 4th and 9. Saints are showing a punt block kind of look to this. Kind of a weird look the Saints are showing. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? What? So Michael Dixon got the punt and then just started running to the right a couple steps for some reason. I guess this was going to be a fake. Oh, my goodness. What in the hell? Oh, man, special teams this year has been bad on this stuff. That's special teams. That's like the 4th play of this young season where they have just totally... I don't know what we were doing there. I don't... You're going to run Dixon. You just had a... You got 4th and 9 in your own territory and you're going to run a fake punt? What was that? What is that call? That play made my head hurt. When you're a team like we are, you can't do stupid stuff to hurt yourself. And the coaching staff, all right, so you just don't trust your team today? You're going to do a fake punt on a 4th and 9 deep in your own territory, and the fake is going to be your punter's going to go run 10 yards for it? Are you absolutely out of your head? Yeah, that's the dumbest call of the season, worst call of the season, dumbest call of the season right there. That was absolutely ridiculous. And the Saints had it seen. Where's the guy calling it off there who can see that the Saints are dropping off? They had it read out. Taysom Hill with the carry now from like the 10-yard line after that play, and he's going to get a touchdown. Well done, coaching staff. Well done. Lord, have mercy. Seahawks ran one of the oddest fake punts I've ever seen in my life. Michael Dixon caught it and sort of then seemed like he was trying to go between two different decisions about whether he wanted to punt it or actually run it. And he never got to the point of actually ever making a choice before he was tackled. This is going to be a tight game. This is going to be a close game probably throughout the course of this. That's going to be the type of decision that can cost your team. And I guess that just comes down to you don't trust your defense. This is where maybe it comes down to you just feel like your defense is not good enough and you have no trust in them. And so the only way to do it at that point is to try to manufacture something to get the game won. That's the only reason you do that. If you're going to do a fake punt, you do it up around the 50 or you do it in the other opponent's runs. And if you're going to do it as well on a punter taking it, you have him have to only get 4 or 5 yards. You don't ask him to go get 10 yards. He's a punter. You guys have seen, we remember John Ryan running up the middle of the field on a fake punt. Like, that's not them. Yeah, Nikki, I don't know if he will explain that. I'm sure he'll be like, "Oh, just got confused. We should have done that better. We just got things got what's get confused? If you've got a fake punt called and then you got the false start, which probably it was already called the previous play, and that's probably why you already had the false start on the previous play. I'm going to reckon to guess is that the guys got really hyped and they're like, "Oh, we're going to do a fake punt. We're going to do a fake punt." And then they're like, and they jump off sides really quick, right? So automatically there you go. Okay. We're not 5 yards out anymore. Now we're 10 yards back. Let's change the play. Let's kill it. And then the Saints give you another opportunity to do that by showing you, did you notice the Saints on the punt return there that they didn't have all the guys up around the line of scrimmage and they were dropping like basically giving themselves 4 linebackers in space behind the line of scrimmage? They did that because they read the fake punt. They did that because they saw what would happen, because they saw what was going on the previous play, because you didn't obviously change out of it from the previous play. Horrible, horrible call. Mods were getting spammed. Thank you. Sector 7's been a member of the Hawks Nest for 13 months. Thank you, Sector 7. So Seahawks playing like classic Mariners. Well said. Brio says they telegraphed it on the offside. They did. I like, what do you do? There's nobody on the sideline that goes, "Coach, hold on, coach. No, we can't call it again. They saw it. They saw us run it. They know we're going to try to run it here." And Barton and Brooks got completely confused pre-snap on that Taysom Hill touchdown run. They're showing an overhead shot of it right now. Both guys got pulled to the left. The play's being run, or pulled to their left. The play's being run to the right. Just tricked. Those linebackers with their instincts, I pointed to both of them, and it's if you got one guy, it's tough enough. When you got both of them that are struggling instinctually to find the spot and where to go and what's the read pre-snap, that's where a lot of these issues start to come out of this defense. Again, it's not everything, but it is a part of it there. You're relying those linebackers on a quarterback power. I need my linebackers to come up and make a play. We're going to have a hat for a hat with the quarterback power, right? Because the running back does turn into a bit of a blocker. So you need the linebackers to really come up at that point and go. 1st and 10, Geno in pistol formation, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Ooh, quick throw. Blitz was coming. Geno caught off guard by the blitz, throws a little bit wide of Noah Fant. 2nd and 10. Well drawn up blitz there by the New Orleans Saints. Total yards this quarter, the Saints have 78. The Seahawks have -3. The offense has come to a grinding halt here. .331 to go in the second quarter. Second down and 10. Geno in shotgun. Nice throw there into Will Dissly for a gain of about 15 yards. Good job by Will there. Nice throw by Geno Smith. Will just going up the field, running a little in-cutting route. Open space in the zone coverage, and Saints are definitely, pressure's getting there. You can start to feel a little bit of that pass rush is definitely starting to warm up. Get a little bit hot under the collar. Two tight ends here again. Play action. Geno on the outside here, looking, throwing deep. He's got Noah Fant deep down the field for a first down in a big play. 20 yards up down the field. Beautiful throw there by Geno Smith. He's play action rolling to his left, which is, of course, the side the quarterback does not like to roll to that side. That's the hard side of the field to roll to. He's got a Saints defender pursuing him. Just flicks the ball right over the top of the arm of the defensive back. That is the throw of the game for Geno Smith right there. First down and 10 from the Saints' 28-yard line. Geno going empty, 2:25 to go. Geno looking, scramble. Geno basically just throws it away into the turf there. Good play by Geno. Turf it and come back and live another day there. .216 to go in the second quarter. The Seahawks do have all 3 of their timeouts. The Saints are sitting on 2 of theirs. Stream's starting to get a little wonky for some reason here. Come on, hang in there. My stream just went up here, so come on. Oh, your stream messed up too? Okay, so all of our streams have basically just gotten cut. So let's see if I can do a little play-by-play. So I guess we're at the 2-minute warning. I don't know what just happened. My stream just completely biffed it. Let's see here. So Geno Smith scrambled for 15 yards, for 13 yards there on that last play, it looks like. My stream is just toasted up here. Yeah, it's froze on Geno on my screen too. So if your stream just froze on Geno, that's I don't know what just happened to their stream. Just came back on commercial. There we go. Now the commercial's freezing. Come on. There we go. Okay. So we had the 2-minute warning. So missed a play there. The stream just froze up for everybody. But Geno scrambled, it looks like, there for 13 yards. That'll get him a first down here. Good to see. You'd like to be able to wind this clock all the way down to no time remaining here before the end of the half. Steal a possession because the Seahawks do get the ball then back after the half. Blue and green, we clean here in Boise, laughing out loud. Of course you guys get the clean stream in Boise. Because your waters are so pure. Jack Shaw, that throw on the run by Geno was big time. That was big time. That is an incredibly hard throw to make. Quarterbacks want to be moving to the right-handed quarterbacks. So you want to be moving to your right if you're going to have to be forced to throw on the move because you've got natural then momentum to get the throw and actually put something on it. But when you're rolling to your left, you got to almost rely on the snap of your wrist. As you saw there with Geno, they did a really good job of showing the overhead shot there with it, where you have to snap the wrist off there to really get the velocity on it because you're not going to get it from your lower body or through you're not going to get the torque in your rotation on the throw. Just because you're going back across the way your body's naturally moving when you're going to the left. Fantastic throw there. Yeah, the game's back. It's at a commercial right now, so for me at least, it might be up current with you guys, but it's just yeah. It's rolling along here. Saints have some fans in oh, those guys in the Pope outfits are absolutely hilarious. 1st and 10. Geno, fake pitch toss. That play just went nowhere there. Cam Jordan just blew that whole play up from start to finish. Saints cleaned up this aspect of it. I watched the Viking game last week, and they were having a lot of problems with routes out into the flat, and they're doing a lot better job of it covering it up today, or the Saints. They've cleaned that up a bit. The Vikings were just killing them on bootlegs to the outside, and having a guy come back across and be wide open. They've done very well to close that part of things down here today. Geno back under center here, 2nd and 10. Kenneth Walker in the backfield, pitches to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of space to work with again there for Ken. He's able to get about a gain of 2 or 3 yards. This will bring up 3rd and long. Seattle calling. Why is Seattle calling a timeout? We got an injury? Odd time to call a timeout. I guess they just want to get in the right play, maybe. Snail with the $2 donation. I appreciate it, Snail. Thank you so much. Why didn't the clock stop after Geno ran? Why didn't the clock stop after Geno run? Snail, I had my stream was frozen. So I literally couldn't see what was happening for about 3 minutes there during that. I didn't get to see that play because it froze up. So I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. If it's before the 2-minute warning, and even if Geno runs out of bounds, the play clock will be restarted. Will start once they get the ball set. It'll be stopped initially, but then the ball, if that's what happened. 1:50 to go, 3rd and 8. Saints up 17-10 here in the second quarter. Geno back in shotgun. Got DK uncovered on this play. Oh, God, he had Geno, and he threw a great pass in there. He's got to really put some mustard on it. DK had to dive for it. DK had to really lay out to go get that ball, but it's probably a catchable pass here for DK Metcalf. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to really even lay out. It's just a little bit where he's falling forward. It's definitely catching it out away from his body. DK's got to make that catch. He knows. Great throw by Geno. Well-designed play there by Shane Waldron to have DK operating out of the slot so he gets a free release there up the field. And he was right there. I mean, they had the play. They had it set up. And DK is just, he's kicking himself. He knows. Seahawks are able to get the field goal, so it'll be 13-17 here. But certainly you had a little bit of a missed opportunity there in that moment as Geno put that ball right on the spot. Once again, let's not hear any shade in this game tossed to Geno Smith. I mean, just another half of just very good well-played football from Geno Smith. Raj Ho says that pass was smoked. You got to throw it in with that kind of velocity there. You do. And you can see DK saying, that's my bad. It ain't Geno, it's him. And Geno coming over, tapping him on the shoulder. That's what a good leader does. Says, I know, we got you on the next one. But DK would tell you 10 times out of 10, he's got to make that catch. And Geno's got to throw with that kind of speed because you're down in around the red zone. That's where defenses are going to compact. And those wide passing windows are not going to be as big. So Geno definitely made the right pass there. Billy Hodges, poor glug pray. Don Modest says the timeout was by the Saints. Okay, my bad. Thank you for letting me know on that. All right, well, let's see what the defense can do here. 17 points given up in this first half by the defense. Another showing where we're shaking our head here a little bit. And Saints going to come out here with 3 wide. Dalton in shotgun. Simple, easy pass out to Alvin Kamara for 10, 11 yards. Nobody's out there in coverage at all. Just throw it right out there into the flat. That's the kind of route that I worried about all day here with Andy Dalton today. That was the one that I just went, this is going to be a pass where if Dalton wants to go to it all day long, it's going to be there with our defense. Your guys just, the defensive scheme and the linebackers of play just aren't there to be able to cover that route. As simple and silly as that sounds, you just don't have the ability to take that away from them. And I'm surprised they've only gone to it 2 times here with Kamara. Here is going to be a little bit of a draw up the middle and another free, easy 12, 13 yards for the New Orleans Saints. Defense just continues to just open up the doors. Both the doors. Got those French doors swinging wide on open here. 1:19 to go. Dalton back in shotgun. Seattle's going to try to bring a blitz. It gets picked up by the Saints. Hits, looks like Chris Olave on another in-cutting route. Hit about 3 of those this half. Another 11, 12 yards. First down. 1:03 to go here. Dalton back in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Again, no real pressure there. Nice play by Mike Jackson in coverage on Olave. Knocks the ball free there. Looked like they were going to maybe have another completion. Instead, he was able to come up. This will bring up 3rd and 1 with 55 seconds to go. Come on, Hawks. I load this damn box up here. They're going to... Dalton gets the quarterback sneak for a first down. Oh boy. 38 seconds to go here in the first half. Dalton back to throw. Looks like we have a timeout called by the Seahawks. John Lee says no pass rush like usual. Well, no pass rush like usual, and they don't seem to want to do any more blitzing. They've had some success in this half when they've gone to the blitz, but they've stopped dialing into it here this drive. If you're going to get gashed, that's what I say. It's like you're worried about giving up points. You're worried about your defense getting hit by big plays. But if you're getting gashed, you're getting gashed. If the offenses are walking their way up the football field on you week after week, wouldn't you rather go down swinging rather than let's just stay in these soft zones and just hope and pray it gets better? Hope and pray backup quarterbacks don't slice us apart like a Ginsu chef. If that's a thing, that's a real thing. First down and 10. 35 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks bringing a blitz. There's a hold there, not called. Where's the hold? Give me the hold. The guy got dragged down at the offensive line there. Thank you. Jeez, I didn't see that flag for a very long time pop up on the screen. That was an obvious hold. Watch this replay, folks, and you'll see as the guy is on, I think it's on a chinna. They're calling legal hands to the face. But it was really a guy got tackled there at the line. Watch who gets tackled. I even think the Achuna one was my problem here. The issue is right there on Puna. Or no, not Puna. It's Shelby. Sorry, Shelby Harris gets dragged down there. 30 seconds to go. 1st and 20 for the Saints. They are now at the 50-yard line. Up 17-13. Dalton drops back to throw. Got some time. Kamara, a lot of space to work with in the open field. We got a fumble! Picked back up there by Tariq Woolen. And he takes it up about another 5-10 yards. Seahawks got some life. Somebody comes up and makes a play. Well done. Kamara running in the open field. A lot of space to work with there. I didn't see who came up and flashed. Was that Kobe Bryant again? Kobe Bryant again make that play? It looks like Kobe comes in and sort of puts his hat on the ball. Neil was there helping out as well, but puts his hat on the ball. 1st and 10. Seahawks have 2 timeouts. There are 20 seconds to go. They are on the 47-yard line of the New Orleans Saints. So you've got about... You could do 2 chunk plays up the field here, get into field goal range and call it a day. It's probably what you're looking to do. Also low-key here, a call to look for is maybe a little bit of that delay. Does he got him an empty? I like to give a little bit of that delay sometimes here with to the running back in these moments. You're looking for like 20 yards here to get yourself up in good stiff field goal range here if you're the Seahawks. 20 seconds to go. People are getting all kind of figured out on the football field. Looks like the officials are kind of getting things figured here. Geno in shotgun. Saints bringing a 4-man front. Geno recognizes it, takes his time with it. Nice throw there by Geno to Tyler Lockett. Quick timeout. First catch of the game here for Tyler. Geno, nice little throw there. Took mere 6 seconds off the clock. Get you that chunk play I was just talking about. There's 12 yards. You are technically now in field goal range. But certainly now just get yourself another 10 yards here. Make it easy for your field goal kicker and call it a day. You could theoretically take one shot into the end zone here if you wanted to, too. If you like a one-on-one matchup on the outside, I don't think the Saints are going to give you that opportunity. So this is one of those situations where as an offense, you go, take what you're going to give me here, which is you'll drop the 2 high safeties. You'll drop the safeties in off coverage, probably play them deep. So let me just take the underneath stuff here, get my 7-8 yards, get our field goal, and get into halftime. Saints are going to show a blitz here, though. Interesting call here by the blitz. They might drop out of it, but they're showing a very heavy blitz here. Look, and they're bringing it. They're bringing it. He's going to go into a running play here to DJ Dallas. Dallas able to get up to about the 36-yard line. Seahawks are going to have to call a timeout here. And that will stop it at 12 seconds. Don't hate the call there, but Geno. I like this countering if I can attack the blitz and he's got a counter to that in the run. We saw last week with them with a similar look on a casino blitz with Detroit, and Rashad Penny hit it up the gut wide open. So I'm liking the change of calls at times here by Geno Smith in this game. Now Seattle's going to have a 2nd and 6 here. This is where you want to just get a little simple out route that you can run, trying to just pick up a free and easy 7-8 more yards if you can go get it. You do not want to complete the ball inbounds, as of course you have no more timeouts and you're not going to have the time to get up and probably clock it. 2nd and 6. Seahawks have a single high look here. He's going to go for it up over the top. He's got Tyler Lockett. Touchdown, baby. Go! Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Show him what's up, Geno Smith. Show him what time it is. Show him what time it is. They want to play with a single high safety? You don't want to play it safe? You going to give me a single high safety with Tyler? Tyler going to run an out and up route? Beats it clean. Geno steps up into the pocket, gives him time to get up the football field. Woo! How about that, Geno Smith? How about that, Geno Smith? Mr. Myers, we'll wait for you here until we need you for the extra point. We got this handled on this one. Then he misses it. I shouldn't have talked about Jason. Damn it, Jason! I don't care. 19-17, let's go. What a throw. What a moment there to make that. And Geno knows in the back of his mind here because he's got a 3-man front the Saints are showing. I guess they weren't showing single high. They were just leaning that back end safety over to DK's side. And boy, the coach is going to be on that guy's butt. He's going to be on that safety's butt about getting caught outside, losing his leverage and giving up the leverage to the inside. But Tyler is a good route runner out there, and he can angularly move his body over to one side and get you starting to caution that way and then pull you back. It's the same route he ran last year, if you guys remember the Colts game where it was a big play. And in that, they did it with a single high safety, and just the safety got caught in a bind there with Tyler. That was a little bit of a similar. The corner just decided he had safety help with Tyler over the top, and he kind of put his safety out on a bit of in a bit of a pickle. That was important. Ronaldo Lino says Russ is punching air right now. You know he is. You know he is. Well, another wonderful half played by your Seattle Seahawks offense. I can't believe I keep saying this over and over again this year, but I'm saying it over and over again. 19-17 here. Saints will probably just take a knee. How about the defense coming up with the play when you needed them to, too? I've been banging on them. Let's give them a little bit of props here. Coming up and making a play there. Kobe Bryant, 2 straight weeks with a fumble caused. Win that turnover battle. And yeah, the Saints are going to go ahead and down this. We're going to go ahead and down this. So, woo! All right. That definitely puts a smile on my face. All right. 19-17 Seahawks in New Orleans. Finishing off that half right, stealing a possession here from the Saints team. And how about one Mr. Geno Smith? 8 of 13, 166 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 12.8 yards per carry, 145 rating. Yeah, it's not too bad. That'll probably get it done. Probably get it done there. Seattle's running the ball relatively good as well. 14 carries in the first half, so they're maintaining a little more balance than we've seen in recent times here. So 14 carries, 63 yards. Rashad Penny leading the way, and that's with a -8 by Michael Dixon, by the way. So you've got Penny with 7 carries, 48 yards. Kenneth Walker, 3 carries, 7 yards. Geno with 2 for 12. And DJ Dallas, 1 for 4. Seahawks defensively are led by Cody Barton with 6 tackles here. Al Woods with the only lone sack. They do have 4 quarterback hits also supplied, so a little bit more blitzing as we're seeing in this game too. On the Saints side of things, 9 of 13, 89 yards for Andy Dalton, so he's been efficient, though he is doing the Dalton-y thing, which is that I'm not going to push the ball up the field. I'll just dink and dunk you, and that is evidenced by the fact he's averaging 6.8 yards per attempt as opposed to Geno with nearly 13 yards per attempt. The Saints are running the ball pretty well. Between Kamara and Taysom Hill, they have done the job there. 21 carries, 103 yards, 4.9 yard per carry average rush. So the Seahawks defense is still struggling a little bit in that realm of things. But big turnover caused by them, which got us back a little bit more into that half. It's good to see. Really good to see. And I'm going to be right back here, folks. So bear with me as I get a little more coffee. Oh, what a nice half of football that was it not? What a nice half of football. And yeah, the defense struggles, but I don't care. The offense is just, wow. Wow. Again, I'm enjoying, win, lose, or draw, I'm enjoying these games. They're just fun to watch. There's a little less of a feeling like I'm in a dentist chair having 2 root canals performed at once. It's a little bit more of like, no, you're free and good. Just keep on flossing. Okay. All right. Barry Satoro has been a member for 15 long months of the channel. Barry, you might be my longest member on the channel in that respect. Thank you so much. It says, looking like we have some ball hawks again. Indeed we do. Indeed we do. If you are a little bit of the soft bend, but don't break defense, if you are the type of defense that's going to allow for yards to be given up, then you've got to be able to counter that by then getting those turnovers, a bit of those game-changing plays. And able to do that with that Kobe Bryant fumble there. That's a big swing of points potentially there in that stop because Kimura's run down the field there. They're going to be looking at another first down there very soon. They're going to be driving down the field. They've still got those timeouts. So to swing that back in your favor, get that back to your guys, and then to get a touchdown out of it on the other side of things was a phenomenal kind of turn of events there for the Seahawks team in this game. But that's where that can have that impact. If you can just do those things, if you can just implement it in that way, where at least your defense is doing something, hang your hat on something. Can't stop the run, can't stop the pass. Well, okay, at least we get turnovers, or at least we can cause pressures. And they did both of those two things in the first half. Good on them to at least dial up a lot more pressures. I still wouldn't mind seeing it even a little more so, but at least they're trying to dial it up more than we've seen over the course of the first couple of games where it's been very, very absent. Barry Soy Toro with a $5 donation as well. Thank you, Barry. Says, who wants to let Russ cook when you can eat at Geno's? Eat at Geno's sounds better than let Russ cook as far as just if I'm thinking, what do you want to eat tonight, honey? What are our options? We could go to let Russ cook, or we can eat at Geno's. I don't know. Let Russ cook sounds kind of aggressive. Yeah. And eat at Geno's sounds kind of like I'm going to get some smoked barbecue, some slow pulled pork. I'm going to get some it's going to be real just savory. I don't know why. Just eat at Geno's just gives that to my mind. All right, hon. Well, eat at Geno's it is. Thank you, Barry, though, for the donation. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation says, Russ is a bad restaurant that is working off good Yelp reviews from 5 years ago. Geno is like a dive bar that has amazing food only the locals know about. Oh, totally. It's got those like the old show Cheers vibes, you know? You walk in, everyone knows your name. One of those kind of settings. Yeah. Well said, Cheese Taco. Thank you for the donation, and well said. Russ is a bad restaurant working off good Yelp reviews from 5 years ago. Why are there no reviews on this thing? I'm worried. Why have they been able to, how they cleared out these reviews? And he somehow has some internal relationship with Yelp that allows him to get his bad reviews pulled down. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, seeing DK celebrate along the sideline when Lockett caught that touchdown was awesome. It was awesome. And DK shows you he's growing and growing as a player, a person, leader, potentially down the road. I banged for very much on the drum saying, sign DK, sign DK, sign him right now. And that's what they did. Get him signed, get him locked up. This guy's going to be a key part, not just of this year, but into the future. Still a very young player in this league. And he is going to be part of this future that has us, getting back to hopefully riding high and be a very much an elemental part of that team in that respect. And it is wonderful to see DK. Just mentioned the touchdown catch. Had a good play, though, in that half as well. So DK hasn't necessarily been just completely quiet in this game. He may only have one catch for 50 yards. That's a big one catch for 50 yards. And certainly you can see the Saints are giving him a lot of respect, where at one point in time in this game, you saw them putting quad coverage on DK on the route where he got open, by the way. They put four guys covering him, and he still ended up getting open somehow, some way. So a great job by DK in that respect of things. And let's see if he can pop off a little bit here. But yeah, he's rooting for Tyler. He's rooting for Tyler. Samuel Fisher, thank you for subscribing. Samuel Fisher, you're a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate you. Larry Dunchick, thank you for subscribing as well. You are also a gentleman and a scholar, and I salute you, sir. Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. Multiple donos today, buddy. Appreciate you. If Geno plays like this second half against a real D, the meme is real. Early season MVP contender. Definitely locking up comeback player of the year. Certainly is going to lock that up. I mean, that's no doubt at this point if he stays on this track. MVP is going to be a tough one for him to get to, just because there is those classic names that are there, those guys that people know about, your Josh Allen types, your Patrick Mahomes. But it's going to be pretty hard to deny him in contention for it when he's putting these kind of showings out like he is today. It's going to be very hard to deny it, man. And yeah, the meme is real. The meme is real. Geno is legitimately now, we're going to be going through 5 games of this. If he's going to play like this through 5 games, and again, we got to acknowledge a part of what's been a little bit of a misstep for the Hawks offense in a few of these games has been the second half. So let's monitor what he's able to do if he can continue to go here, keep this rolling. But nonetheless, the first half was awesome. Awesome. So Megan Gockroger with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I really do appreciate it. Says, hope we'll be eating at Geno's next week, B. I think we will be. It'll be a big meal, Megan. It'll be one of those 4-course meals, end to end. Yeah, Cody Barton's definitely, Theron says, Cody Barton is to be one of the worst starting inside linebackers in the NFL. I posted the video to my channel this last week, and it might have seemed like a quasi-joke in how I put it, but really I'm not. And that is that I don't have a ton of faith at this point with KJ Wright, as old as he is, that he would be a great player for us like he once was, or a very good player for us like he once was. But is he really worse than what you get out of Cody Barton? Again, understanding a lot of the problems with Cody and Jordan Brooks come from a place of a lack of being able to recognize and diagnose what's happening on the football field. Do any of us think that KJ Wright's going to have a problem with diagnosing what's going on the football field? That he's going to get fooled? That's the one thing that I think I can at least trust him. Maybe that will make him a little bit of a step faster, as opposed to making the guy who's naturally a step faster in Cody Barton become a step slower by those slow read and react skills. Dave B says, Geno's still putting up better numbers than Russ? Yeah. By a not just a little bit better, by a pretty insane margin. Orange in the house. Orange in the house. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says, Pacino and Walken first half analysis. I'll give you a little Walken and Pacino here. Well, I always like to start with Walken. So, Christopher, what do you think, Christopher Walken, about this first half? I'll tell you, Hawk fans, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Quarterback, 1 point thrown away, not liked, hated New York. That's how we are in New York. Comes to you, Seattle, you turn him to gold. He's the goose with golden eggs. I don't know how you're doing it. It's amazing, but nonetheless, awesome to see. You should be so happy, Hawk fans. Ow, Pacino, what do you think? Oh, this half has been a godsend in every way. Make no mistake about it today. Now, this was awesome to watch. This Seahawks offense is the best thing I've seen since Scarface. No doubt. And you might get to him. You might score points on this defense today. But you are not, I tell you, you are not going to not turn over the ball as they caused in that half. Hooah! Thank you, Robert. Mega Gok Roger with a $2 donation says, give me some Howard Cosell, B. I'll give you a little Howard here. I can only tell you, folks, you cannot quite fully understand the smell until you are down here in the bayou and you have that swampy gas flowing into the nostrils deep into the back of the cerebellum. But nonetheless, folks, beyond the smell down here in the South, there's something else smelling good, and that's going to be what Geno's got cooking. Indeed, there is a new chef in the Seattle kitchen, and he is only making gourmet meals. One can only wonder what the NFL was thinking, keeping this man in the back of the warehouse for so many years, like that Indiana Jones golden, whatever the hell it was. In the first movie. Let's take that Geno out of the box and let him cook in this second half. I am bedazzled by this play and can only wonder the exceptionalism we will see into the future of this season. Thank you, Megan. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation says, rookie cornerbacks creating turnovers on the regular. How about that, Daniel? Very well spotted by you. Thank you for the donation. But let's take a little bit of stock here. We've got two interceptions from one Tariq Woolen. But Kobe Bryant, not to be outdone, operating from the slot, operating from out of position. There's 2 turnovers caused himself now. Not interceptions, but 2 forced fumbles, which can be nearly just as important. DJ Dallas will take this opening kickoff back, fighting his way up the field to get about to the 23-yard line here. Geno Smith will come out the field here and see if he can keep it rolling, keep the Geno train going. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Speaking of announcers, got to love their analysis of Cross. He's got that reach. He's a left tackle. Is that what they said, Mumbles? He's got that reach. He's a left tackle. He doesn't even have like that long. He's got good arms, but they're not insanely long. 1st and 10, Geno in shotgun. Quick throw back across. Uh-oh. Looks like DK Metcalf made the catch and then fumbled. Rashad Penny's pointing that it was down, but indeed this is going to be the Saints' ball. Boy, oh boy. Geno had to throw it a little bit behind him to keep it away from the defender and keep the hit. DK on, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's probably going to be a fumble. He kind of gets held up a little bit. Took him a long time to get down to the ground there. Yeah, DK's having a bit of a tough game here. Chukala 99, thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. You're very kind, and thank you for all the new subscribers. We're on the way to try to get 10,000 here, so if you can't get subscribed, I would appreciate it. This does look like to me a legit fumble. Mumbles with a $2 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. It says, yes, legit first. I can't even see the damn ball. Maybe not. I don't. It's a hard play to call in this one. I don't know if it's going to be elbow down. Elbow looks kind of down. It does. A little bit. Mumbles with $2 donation says, yes, legit. First 2 things they said about him. Boy, if that's not just a lazy assessment, huh, Mumbles? He's got the size and the length. Huh? Yeah, I mean, those are important things for alignment, but, it's like Cross. He's athletic. He can move. He mirrors well. Good hands. Size and length. So they're going to continue to review this. DK lucky. Very lucky if this is overturned, because that play looked in live. It looked bad, where he was just getting kind of held up as he was coming down because the Saints defender got underneath him after the catch, and then the other guy was able to come up. He's got to realize, DK does, that after he makes the catch, the word's out on the street that he's going to keep that ball out in one arm, and he's got to learn to start getting a couple of 2 hands on it as he goes down to the ground, because they're going to keep doing that type of stuff. He's had a couple of fumbles in his career. Thank you for the donation, Mumbles. Appreciate you. He's down, says King Blue. Bruce, he does fumble a lot. 2 arms, man, Half Daddy. 2 arms. 2 arms. Good job by Geno on that play, recognizing DK as he went uncovered there off the snap. And just like we saw before, you're going to give DK a free release and utilize him out of the slot like that. Give him those throws. Hit him all day on those kind of routes. The Saints are going to open that up for you. I know, Kitty. I know. They are taking a good amount of time here with this commercial break to kind of figure it out. I wonder if New York's letting them know. I think there's enough to overturn this. I don't see the ball clearly coming out. It looks like the ball clearly comes out, but only after the elbow's down. And I love DK too of Wolverines, but man is right. You got to clean this up, dude. You can't fumble here. He's already got the drop thing people bump him on. You can't have this too. And I don't have as much of an issue with the drops because I don't think it's as bad as it gets overstated on. But the fumble thing is legit here. He had one this year where he's just trying to keep fighting. This wasn't a keep fighting one, but just got to protect that ball a little bit more. They're saying it's going to be an incomplete. It stands. It's such a crappy angle they have to show on this. They're showing us this back angle where you can't really see. I mean, the elbow looks down. We got screwed. Well, you can't put it in the officials' hands on this. I don't like having officials turn stuff over either, but you can't fumble it in the first place. Yeah, that's the thing with that with DK. Just you can't fumble it, dude. You got to hold on to the ball there. You're going to be taking a hard hit. You got to anticipate the hard hit, go to the ground, keep both your hands on it. So, field stands. Wow, what a big play. What a huge play. Just as you kind of get the momentum going back, you lose it on that. DK, man, what's up today, buddy? Definitely struggling a little bit here, bud. Dropping the back in the end zone now to fumble. 50-yard play is great, but come on. Yeah, he might have been down, and it's like I don't like, but I'm not going to get too much in consternation over it. Is like DK put them in the position to allow them to call that over. It's like, dude, control the game. Control that kind of situation there. Don't. It's something that's so controllable for the player there. There's no extra yards to get. You made the catch. Put the second hand over the ball, and it's a lesson he's not learned yet. So it falls on DK on this. I'm not going blame officials on this one. I'm not. It's a tight call. It's going to be close to overturn it. Remember, it's got to be incontestable to be able to overturn a call. And I don't like it, but I more don't like DK allowing the fumble to happen there sillily like he did. Get your hands on the ball. So first, I got a couple runs here to Alvin Kamara here. He's able to get down to a 3rd and 1 on those 2 runs. Basically both outside zone. Nicky J says supposed to hold that ball like it's your baby, but DK doesn't. No, he's got like a loaf of bread. And that linebacker is coming in there to attack that because that's the scouting report on DK. If you're rallying to the ball, go for the ball because people are ripping it out right and left throughout his career at times. And he's got it. It's been a multiple year problem. Sometimes it's an over effort thing. Taysom Hill on 3rd down and 1. Easy money for the Saints. Right over the top, the Seahawks defense. Bad turnover there with DK. God, that was bad. Between special teams and stuff, it's just like, God, we just could clean some things up. We shoot ourselves in the foot at times. That's just rule number 1. Protect the ball, bro. That's right. It's all about the ball. 1st and 10. Dalton looking, comes back to a second read. Great play by Ryan Neal in coverage on the tight end. Knocks the ball free there, did Ryan. Looked like it was going to be completed into Troutman, and he was able to get his arm in there and rip that ball out, it looked like. Seattle run a little bit more of some stunt stuff. Yep, just a great play there by Ryan Neal to get his hand in there. Nice job. Geno Smith causing some of the pressure. Well thrown ball by Dalton, but a better play made by Ryan Neal. 2nd down and 10. 12:48 to go in the 3rd quarter. Saints at the 18-yard line of Seattle. Pitch play out here to Kamara wide. Seahawks are looking for a hold there. Ochuna as he's got his hands way up in the air there as he felt he was held. Seattle did a good job of stringing that play out, maintaining their gap discipline. And we'll go for maybe about a yard. Probably should have been a hold call on Uchenna there, but no call. Third down and 9. 12:19 to go on the clock. We got Dalton in shotgun. 3 wide. Kamara does left. Seahawks showing a blitz. Seahawks are going to bring the blitz, it looks like. Dalton recognizes it. Goes out to his hot route, throws it up over the top. And that's going to be incomplete, much like we just saw with Ryan Neal. Ooh, Chris Olave looks like he's a little bit slow to figure out what's going on there. He looks concussed. The ball looked complete initially. Kobe Bryant was able to get his arm in there and rip it out late, just like we saw from Ryan Neal on the prior play. You've got to complete the act of the catch here. He gets 2 hands down. The ball's ripped free. They're calling that a touchdown. Are we going to get this overturned? Are we going to get 2 screw called? Are we getting 2 screw called in the 3rd quarter? He does get the 2 feet down. I thought he's got to complete the catch all the way down to the ground there, but they could be calling that. I don't know what they're going to call that if they don't. I mean, Chris Peck says, Pacino sounds like Bernie Sanders. It's a work in progress, Chris. It's a work in progress. So he's got the 2 feet. They might, and there's a 3rd foot, and then he's pulled down. They may call this a touchdown. Don't know. They blew the DK call. Yeah. Seattle's going to get 2 back-to-back borderline calls going against him here. Chris Olave is out after that catch. He's trying to signal touchdown. Yeah, Olave got rocked. He went dead, man. I don't think you want to be clapping hands here until you're sure that they don't review this, because I'd be over there very nervous if I was Kobe. That's 2 feet down, 1 extra. This is probably getting overturned. Does he have to complete the catch to the ground is the question by Raj. The one problem I would have with that is he gets 2 feet, then he goes to 1 foot, and then he's drugged down to the ground. So it's not he's naturally going to the ground by through the act of making the catch, which would require him to then complete the catch at that point. I believe what they would say is that he made the catch, he had possession, he had a touchdown, and then the defender pulled him down and knocked the ball free after the 3 feet. And I have like no doubt the refs are going to overturn this call at this point. If the DK one went against us, I'm going to make if I had a Vegas bet right now, I'd put a lot of money on the fact they're going to call this a TD. David M says it's not a TD in the days of completing the process, but since they've changed the rule, it's now a touchdown. Yeah, I think it's going to be, I think it'll be moved around to a catch. I don't necessarily want to see that happen, but I do think that they're going to probably reverse it. Kobe had an arm in the whole time, but he had possession in there with that arm. And Kobe's presence of his arm doesn't negate potential possession by the receiver. So receiver makes the catch 2 feet. And if the receiver was just taken down off the first 2 feet and then pulled to the ground, maybe, but then he's got the 2 feet, he goes to another foot, and then Kobe finally pulls him down to the ground. It's that extra step that he takes with the ball in his hand at that point that the official will, I think, probably say is going to be a catch. I hear you, Kitty. I hear you. Drew B says, yeah, it's going to be a touchdown. Turnovers are costly little bastards. That's why you just can't turn over the ball. You can't hurt yourself. As a receiver like DK, like you get your opportunities, man. You're not going to get a lot of opportunities in the course of this offense. It's going to be balanced. You make your catches, get down. Get the arms on the ball, get down, get clear. Half Daddy says Saints are getting some home cooking. They are getting a little bit of help here. A little bit of help. Theron says he dropped the ball after he was unconscious. Exactly. It's David says, as a fan of football, I know that's probably a touchdown, but it destroys me that we got boned on the two of the same type of calls. It is. It hurts. It does, David. They're borderline calls. The DK one was a borderline call. Could have gone kind of either way. And, it hurts. It hurts, but I don't know. I'm at a point now with like officials and calls on this. I just sort of am almost about ready to make my peace with the fact that like we're not ever getting calls. Like that just isn't a part of Seahawks football. We got to have to overcome that every game, no matter what. So it's like it's almost at a point for me where I'm like, New York isn't going to have our back. Officials aren't going to have our back. Like we have to be a little bit better than everybody else because they're going to be helping them just a little bit. Maybe not full stop, but just a little bit. Geno says this game is BS. I'm sorry, bro. It's all good. You'll bring us back, Geno. Joshua says, fair enough, that's a touchdown, but Metcalf fumble. I think that they went with the call on the field. And was it incontrovertible to overturn the DK play? I don't know that it was. I don't necessarily agree with the call on it because it did look like his elbow was down to me, but I also didn't get a clear camera angle on it. They may have a different angle they were able to see where it was a little more clear on when the ball was coming out. Come on, DK. Bailey Odekirk, what kind of cat do I have? She's just an orange tabby. She's not any breed or anything. Daniel Bailey says Wentz is being dragged to the ground, a football move. I think it's the extra step he took, Daniel, that they would consider the football move. So he got the 2 feet down, and then there's the one extra foot he gets down, and then he's pulled down to the ground. And they're going to show it here again. So you got 1, 2, 2 feet, 1 foot, then dragged to the ground. Actually gets even a third foot in the ground there before he's dragged to the ground. And then, yeah, I think it's a TD there, man. I don't like it as much as you guys. I don't, but I do think that that's by the letter of the law. It sucks. Those are 2 calls, two, reviewed plays back to back, but I have a hard time saying that absolutely was just clear and concise that should have been an incompletion. 12:03 on the clock. Seahawks down 24-19 in this game now. Geno will come back out onto the football field. Simple 1970, I guarantee there'll be an iffy holding call on the Hawks that will negate a big play. I like that you're calling that in advance, 1970. Let's keep that in the front of our heads here as we go forward on this, if that is the case and does happen. Mr. Carroll says the defender has his hand on the ball the whole time. Well, that's then becomes simultaneous catch. If that is, does he have possession or does he just have his hand touching the ball? It's not catch if he just has his hand touching the ball. And if he's touching the ball and his hand's in there the whole time and you're going to say that that's simultaneous catch, well, it still doesn't negate the fact that it's, that it is a catch. Penny's hurt. Uh-oh. Second and 1. 11:40 to go here on the clock. Pitch play out to Penny. Drug down hard on the ground. Penny hurt. Ankle. Holding on the Saints on that play. So it'll be 5 yards and a first down. Let's hope Rashad Penny's okay. Rashad grabbing at his ankle on the ground right now on that pitch play. And he's going to pull himself off the turf here as he can't even stand up. He's grabbing at the back of his ankle a little bit too. Oh, yeah. It's one of those ones the defender just pulls down and falls on the ankle a little bit. Just gets rolled up. Still on the ground here. He's going to pull himself back just a little bit. God, I don't like this, him pulling himself back. That's brutal looking. (24-19), 11:26 to go here. Things are turning a little dark for your Seahawks. Start the second half off just a bit. Good vibes are waning a little here. 11:22 to go. 1st and 10. Geno in pistol formation. To get this here play action pass. Lattimore, good coverage on DK, knocks it away there, 2nd down. It's a nice play by Lattimore. What happened to Penny? Somebody rolled up on his ankle. Potentially high ankle sprain by the looks of it. Saints showing a blitz here, 2nd and 10. Geno going deep. Tyler Lockett got yanked on there, but I guess they're going to say it's not catchable. Is the only reason you wouldn't be calling a pass interference there? Tyler letting the official know. It looked like he got yanked back on that one a little bit as the ball went down the football field on the deep route. Of course, no PAI. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of, the officials are starting to get in my craw now. Said I was going to make my peace with it a second ago, but now it's starting to piss me off. That was a yank up the football field. Tom says, okay, I'll be back in a while. Pretty frustrated. I understand, Tom. 3rd down and 10. Geno and shotgun here. False start. Yeah, things just kind of starting to slide here for the team a bit. You just feel the energy just shift with that fumble. That's where the fumble and momentum in football works so much. That's why it's so important not to fumble. Because then you have momentum, you have things rolling, and then you just bring everything to a stop on that at that point. And that will be a false start there by Lucas. Yeah, unraveling is right. I mean, just it's that one. Football is a sport of momentum. It's more than any sport, a sport of energy and how the energy is flowing back and forth and which team's got the juice. And that play, they're just you go from the lead to down by points down there. Boy, horrible position that puts you in here. 3rd and 15. Geno is going to try to scramble, get only a couple yards, and then brought down to the ground on the blitz there by the safety. 4th down. Yeah, he did have Noah Fant open there in the flat. Just probably pretty deep in his progression read at that point because it's a flat route on 4th and 14, so you're just not going to get to that read by your early on through your progression. 10-16, Dixon hopefully with a punt here, not a quasi-fake. We do have a flag on the play. Whew. Rough. Rough. 1970 says all we need now is the Saints to get bailed out on 3rd and 15 or longer, and I'll win my ref bingo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Maxwell says these refs have been bribed. Hoop Dog says D must stop this momentum change. We do need the D to make a play here. The D today is done. One fumble caused. It's kind of what the D's really done here. Maybe a stop or two, and certainly they've been put on short fields at times too, which I can't knock them fully for. The weird punt, fake punt, the DK fumbling where he did has put this team on some short fields at times. But nonetheless, it'd be great if they could maybe pick up the offense here a little bit. Marker says the refs are on that smoke, that good smoke. SC Wolverines know Penny didn't walk off. He dragged himself across the sideline there. So it looks, I've yet to see him stand up. I'm guessing at the very, very minimum, he's probably out for the entire game. Chris says, I don't blame the refs today, actually. I don't either, Chris. I'm they're annoying a little bit, but they're not to blame for where we're at. I mean, DK's fumble and Dixon's fake punt are really the two key points of this game here that I look at and I go, okay, that's where that's something you could control and you biffed it. And Rashad Penny is being walked, is gingerly walking up the sideline. He's done. He's going over to the cart. That ankle's toast. Probably broken ankle is in play on that one. If not, it's a high ankle sprain, and he'll be out most of the year with it at that point. It's a long season on it. Long season. I was asked yesterday, or not yesterday, but a couple days ago about the potential of signing Rashaad Penny on some maybe lower end deal, but a multi-year deal. And that was one of the things I said I had my concerns with, and I wanted to wait a little longer to make that assessment. Can he stay healthy for a full year? Is he able to keep it together like that? Because if not, you just can't take the risk with the money like we had done with Carson. 2nd and 6 here after a 4-yard run. Taysom Hill's going to take this on another quarterback keeper here. Get himself what looks like another first down. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Very kind of you. Says, regardless, teams got to be able to overcome the bad calls. Refs will be bad in every game regardless of the outcome. Very well said, and very much do I agree with you on that. So I wouldn't push back against that at all. And this hasn't been a game that you can blame on the refs here. We're not gonna be doing that here today. I mean, unless this goes really sideways with it. But it's those main two plays, and it's obviously the defense continuing with the struggles a little bit beyond that. First down give here to Ingram, able to bounce this outside, get himself about a yard. Big Country says, nope, not going to pay him now. No, I'm not either. That was the big part of it. It's like, I love his talent. I love what he can be when he's able to really inject and go, but he's just not able to stay healthy enough. Joshua says, Burks casually getting stiff arm. And right now the Saints are light on receivers. Let's also acknowledge this. You have Michael Thomas and no Jarvis Landry coming into this game. Olave is no doubt going to be out now with a concussion. This does lighten down that receiving core and make the Saints team much more likely to try to lean into that running game, especially with the lead here. Brooks out in coverage, makes a nice little hit there on Kamara. This will bring up 3rd down and short. If I'm Clint Hurd here, I'm looking all that much more to press that box. I don't have anybody who should really be able to beat me up over the top with that receiving core of the Saints. Press the box, crowd the line, take away the running game, turn them into a one-dimensional team here. 7:56 to go. 24-19, New Orleans Saints. 3rd down. Dalton in shotgun. No Taysom time here on 3rd and 4. Seattle is showing a little bit of a blitz look here. Ryan Neal, Jordan Brooks up at the line. Kobe Bryant right around that edge as well. They're coming. They're coming. Incomplete pass. Ball bounces out of the hands of the receiver. It was a little bit of a tough catch. Dalton having to throw that ball a little bit early because of Kobe Bryant's not Kobe Bryant, but somebody was blitzing on that play. Bryant's in coverage there. Just a little bit outside the grasp of Smith. He almost was able to bring that ball in. But I like Clint Hurt bringing the pressure look there. I really do. You've had your most success with Dalton today when you brought the pressure looks. That's what's given him the hardest time. Stay in that lane. This ball's going to be punted back. Tyler's going to be just blown up. Finally, we get a flag on it. Took him a half hour to, Tyler just got hit by the defender for no good reason. Okay. He wasn't even trying to catch the ball. Just hit him. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, giving them too many short fields. We are. Yeah, that's why I do come back to those 2 plays. Those are your 2 big plays in this game. The Dixon decision and that DK. Yeah, the DK situation even almost more so for the momentum change of it there. No flags, says David? They didn't do it. They picked the flag up? Oh. Okay. All right. Like I said, I'm all right. I'm not going to bring up the officials and let them be, whatever. Because it would have been on the Saints and the Vegas won't allow it. I guess not. Yeah, it's Ken Walker time now. Let's see what they can pull off here. Penny getting hurt shouldn't shock anyone, says Jeffrey. Nope, not shocked. You're hopeful. Not shocked. No fair catch signal. Well, they don't get to blast him just because he doesn't have a fair catch signal that he's given, do they? You just get to light the guy up? Russell says, I don't blame the refs, but this is a joke they are today. Kind of what I'd say with it. Yeah. Bit of a joke. I mean, he just got smacked in the... Okay. Or R says, hey, Brandon, you forgot about the PI for hold on Lockett. No, I said it. You had that play too. I don't put it as the play that changed this game. I think on that play, I'm not certain that the ball was catchable. That's why I'm not banging as much on that particular play, because it was thrown a little bit over the head. So that the official might have made that determination in the moment. Still pretty egregious. Carter says, defense seems like they're playing better. I don't hold too much against them having a short field when one was a bad play call, and the other was a dumb fumble. Agreed. Again, as we come back to, rarely do you go to 2 plays in a football game and say it's a lot of the game has been determined by these 2 plays, but that is indeed the case here in this game. Those 2 plays really do loom large. And when you are a team like Seattle with not a lot of room for error, you start giving the other team room for error. It's going to make it hard for you to win football games. Dennis says, no, you can't blast a guy before he catches the ball without a fair catch signal. These refs. Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, that's a straightforward call there. I'm not blaming this game on the officials. That's a strange call. Check says it would have been catchable if he wasn't held. I'm with it. 7:19 to go. Geno and company back out onto the football field from the 20-yard line here in their own possession, own side of the field. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker, as has been the case when he's gotten the ball a couple times today, just not a lot of room to operate with there. Able to get maybe a yard and about a half. Geno dropping back to throw. It's Will Disley in the hands, and Will drops it. Just the energy and flow of the Seahawks team, offensively speaking, with that DK fumble has just been completely up overturned a bit. You can just feel the offense a little bit right now. Just that took a lot of the wind out of the sails. Disley trying to run there with the ball a little bit before he actually had it. Man, that cat's hairy. Geno back in shotgun, 3rd down and 9. Like he caused a false start, didn't get called. This will be short of the 1st down. Cat, can you get any hairier? All right, so another punt. Offense brought back to a stop. Eesh. Face mask uncalled is what's being said in the chat there. Was there a face mask on DJ Dallas? Jesus. How many calls are going to go uncalled here? All right. Good long punt here by Dixon. Out kicks his coverage a little bit there on that play. Returner's able to get it up the field for some good yardage. Jack says, when can you rip someone's head? I don't know. We're obviously not getting any calls from the officials today. That's pretty clear right now at this point. I'm not blaming the officials, but we're not getting a single call. Like, they're not going to give us anything here. Unless it's just so egregious they have to call it. Tackled his head. They're not showing a replay of it, so it's hard to see. I'd have to see what happened exactly there. 1st down and 10 for the New Orleans Saints. Out comes the bearded red one, Andy Dalton. Don Modest says, I think Russ and Sierra gave a blank check to the refs. Maybe so. And do we have an injury here on the field right now? Must be. Half Daddy Penny Hart hamstring, Penny ankle, and Gabe Jackson is out. Wow. Oh, we're losing some guys here. Hoop Dog says low point of the game. It can only get better. Hey, we got a lot of time left to work here. So things not over yet. Half Daddy says K9 doesn't look good. He's definitely not doing a lot so far for the second round pick that he was. That's for sure. He's definitely not supplying a lot of ability here that, I mean, when Penny's been getting the ball this year, he's been way more productive than Walker, and Walker's gone beyond here just a couple of carries at this point, just a handful of carries. Spammer alert. Yeah, they are so committed to this. Like, they are so committed to this stuff with the spamming of that things, and YouTube just doesn't do anything about it. All right, Seahawks defense, what we got? It was the Saints player was walking off the field there. That's why he had a little bit of a delay. First down and 10 for Dalton. Down his top three wide receivers, up 24-19 here against the Seahawks. Give is into Kamara. Kamara walled off and shut down on that run. Give a gain of about a half a yard. Well, they might give him a yard on that one. Mr. Isaacs says, honestly, Geno's playing well. His teammates are letting him down. Yeah, Geno's playing fantastic in this game. There is no shade that can be tossed to Geno Smith in this game at all. That will be an offsides here on the New Orleans Saints. So we'll take it back to 2nd and 14 here. Andrus Pete with the flag. 5:17 to go in the third quarter. Saints up 24-19. 2nd and 14 on this play. Saints deep in their own possession here, in their own side of the field. Saints deep in their own possession. They are deep in their own possession. 2nd and 14. Dalton drops back to throw. Looking. Tariq Woolen with the interception. Let's go, Tariq Woolen. A star is born. Tariq Woolen, again, jumping in front of the receiver. We've seen him do it 3 times this year already. These are 3 legit interceptions. Drops off and bail. Oh, wow. Wow. That's just instinctual stuff there. That isn't even him utilizing some upper level skill of speed and quickness there. He just does a great job. This is going to be a play we're going to talk a lot about. Just does a great job about dropping back off in that bail technique, recognizing that it's going to be that in-cutting route the Saints have run a variety of times today. We know Dalton wants to go to that route as much as he can. Tariq picks it up and gets his 3rd interception of the season. 3rd interception in 3 games. 3 straight games with a pick. Geno back out. Let's see if this can give this offense a little bit of a shot in the arm. Quickly, DK Metcalf with the catch, drug down after about a 15-yard gain. Here we go. Little bit of momentum back now. Let's go. Geno coming up, running a little up tempo. Love it. Let's get some life going here. 1st down and 10. Metcalf now 3 catches, 71 yards in the game. Geno back in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Pressure coming. Throws it a little bit high and wide of D. Eskridge. 2nd down. I think Geno was looking for one of his receivers to make an adjustment on that route where the receiver ran the original route instead of breaking it off for the blitz. 2nd down and 10. Geno's going to continue to run a little bit of up-tempo here. They like the formation that they're getting from the New Orleans Saints on this. Saints running a 4-man front. And that play was just dead on arrival. Geno grabbing Phil Haynes and being like, what are you doing? All right, 2nd and 15. That was on Blythe. Blythe snapped the ball on Geno as Geno was still setting things up. Blythe just got a little bit jumpy there. I don't know if that's maybe a little bit of the noise there in the stadium at that point. Kind of, you just can't quite hear clearly what Geno's saying. 2nd and 15. Seahawks getting their looks right here. Nice throw out to DK Metcalf. That will get a lot of that penalty yardage back and then some, making this a 3rd and makeable. About 3rd and 8 or so. A little out route there to DK Metcalf. 4:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. Saints up 24-19. This will bring 3rd and 8 up. Geno back in shotgun. We've got a blitz look here by the Saints. Geno gets the call out. Seattle seems to have recognized it. Saints are coming. It's a 5-man pressure look. Geno's got some time here. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. DK Metcalf wide open up the football field, but there is a flag on the play for a touchdown. Let's see what the call is on the football field, though. It's on the Seattle Seahawks. Well, Charles Cross called for the hold here. Oh, wow. So for those saying it's not refs at all, that we should not say anything about the refs, at what point, just for those people telling me that we don't get a complaint on the refs, how many calls do I have to wait? Is it 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? Should I wait 14 calls? 3rd and 18. Now back in shotgun here. Geno is looking and looking and looking and looking and looking, and there's just nowhere to go. That's the thing about these officials when the flags happen, where it's always at a point where we have a big play. It's like the Denver game, you saw this. San Francisco game, you saw this. Now we're seeing this again in this game, where right when you get a big play, a game-changing play, here comes the happy official flag. 6 bad calls is right. How many do I get to I finally go, okay, this is dumb? Why can't they just let them play? Why don't you just let the players play the game? Why does it got to be the officials? You guys have so much control. Is this Vegas? Is that why you got to have this much control? I don't get it. It ruins the game. It ruins the game when you have the officials doing this. It's so obvious to people too. You guys aren't even doing it subtly. You aren't even doing it with any kind of finesse. And I don't buy referees are just going to be bad on a given day, all one direction. All the bad calls go in one direction. How? How, Sway? How? Doesn't the universe even out at some point? And I'm, again, not a guy looking to go at the refs here. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to blame the refs, I'm not going to blame. But now they've pushed it too far. Now they've gone too far. Another flag. I'm sure they'll give him a 15-yard gain somehow. Our guy probably talked to somebody and we got a 15-yard call or something. Another flag on us. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why even play the rest of the game? Officials just tell them, hey, Seahawks, why don't you just walk off? We're giving it to them. Andrew Lara, what's going on with Seattle? We're playing against the Saints, and then we got all 4 or 5 officials as well. Yep, I called it. Hands in the face, 15 yards. I didn't even see the play. I knew what they're going to call. How did I know that? How did I know how many yards it was going to be for in that punt return? How did I know? How'd I know? Am I a psychic? Am I a flag psychic? Mumbles with a $2 donation said, pick. Well, at least Tariq's playing well, man. Goodness. Drew B, thank you for the $10 super chat as well. Thank you, Mumbles. You guys are awesome. I'll try to get over this here in a second, but that just pissed me off. Just want to watch football played. I don't want officials like, ugh. Let them play. Yeah, he says, bro, this is going to be so satisfying we win despite the refs trying to F us. I hope so. Because right now they got us bent over the table like this is Pulp Fiction and we're Ving Rhames. And the Gimp's over there in the corner. Blitz here on 2nd and 9. Saints got it. They've got it hit. Kamara with the screenplay, and he's going to have a tremendous amount of room to work with here. This is big time trouble. He might bring this all the way back. Kamara way up the football field, all the way to the 25-yard line. Chris, that was no hold by cross. I agree, man. I'm trying to like. Oh. You know, when people say NFL's rigged, it's like these kind of games. This is why people say this type of stuff. It's because it's stuff like this where it's like, it's so overt and obvious that you go, okay. They're not going to call any calls on us. Where's the holding calls asked in the chat? We're not getting any calls. So again, I'm like, am I a flag psychic? How can I so well know that this is going to be the case as we go through the rest of this game? Because I can obviously see they're not giving us a single call. I've watched our defensive linemen get held right and left. They call a ticky-tack play here, ticky-tack play there. Calls get reversed over here. Oh no, that's like, come on. 2nd and 10 here. No yards there for Ingram on 1st down here. Saints are in field goal range. 49 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter from the 22-yard line. Taysom Hill dropping back to throw. Wide open, touchdown. I'm looking for words right now, and I'm not trying to have it be led with refs here, but defense just had a piss poor drive, but you got hit on you brought a blitz, and you get hit with a blitz on a screenplay. That's a good call on the offensive coordinator. But this is wow. Just wow. D-Man W says it's petty to blame the game on the refs. So D-Man, is there any spot that I'm allowed to, this is my question I posed to the chat, is there any place that I do get to start saying, okay, this is getting ridiculous? And how many calls is that? Give me an exact number, D-Man. I'm caught up on the chat. I can see your response. What's the exact number I get to wait? Or is there no number? Do they get to go 20 calls against us in a game? 30 calls against us in a game? 40 calls against us? Is there any spotted point that you can look at a ref and say, okay, you're having too much an effect on the game here and not letting the players play? I would reckon to say that there is, but I'm going to look for your answer here, D-Man. What we got on it? Let me see what you got to say on it. Or do I just have to excuse the refs' poor calls every time and then just look over the fact those poor calls all seem to favor into one direction? What a coincidence. I'll be back. right, here we go. Let's go, Hawks. Let's try to find a dial-in spot here. Let's see if we can get this back in. Tough, tough, tough. Tough as she goes. Tough as she goes. All right, Geno Smith coming up here under center here with a heavy formation. See what he can do here. Gives to Kenneth Walker. Walker, not a lot of room there for him. Gets a couple of yards. And that will be that. There we go. This will bring up 2nd and 8. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I do appreciate it. It says, I can accept the 2 replays. I can accept the 2 replays going against us. The GD holding penalty on cross is BS. How you make that call in that play? Still lots of game left. Still lots of game left indeed, Randall, and thank you for the $5 donation. No doubt about it. But that's also a little bit of my on that problem point. Don't forget as well, we had the Lockett penalty down the field that didn't get called on the PI there. That's a 40-yard call that doesn't go uncalled there either. Well, thank you for responding to me, D-Man. I do appreciate you responding to my question. He says, unless the team is playing flawlessly, you can't play the refs. You can't blame the refs. I have to play a perfect game to not be able to say the refs had an effect on the game that was undue. Can you understand, D-Man, how that sounds a little bit ridiculous? Flawless is pretty close to playing basically perfectly, and I disagree. I think that the game of football is one where if the refs want to have an effect on the game and turn things in a way, they can do so. I'm not saying that's 100% of what's happening here, but I'm saying the effect, whether it's purposeful or not, their effect on this game has slid this game back to the Saints. No doubt about it. It's been the difference more than the poor plays of DK Metcalf's fumble or a bad punt. It's been too many. It reaches a point for me where I'll give you some slack, D-Man. I'll say, okay, here's 5, 6. I'll give you 7 calls over the course of the game. But when I get through 3 whole quarters in totality, and it's been nothing but shifted the way of to one team time and time again, when I'm watching defensive linemen come off the ball and our guys are being draped around the neck and you're looking at them raising their hands going, why is that not a holding call? Well, I'm going to start mentioning it. And let me also maybe provide you a little bit of a backup on stat on this, why I'm having an issue with this. Let me bring you guys up a little bit of a deal here that hopefully can maybe provide a little bit of why this is frustration for me, because this is not just something that's begun in this game. This is not a one game off with the Saints. Let me do this. Do. So, let's take a look at this stat, shall we? Let's take a look at this little stat. If I can bring it up. We'll bring it up here next. We'll bring it up on the next thing here so you guys can see. All right, Geno back in shotgun here. Quick flick out to Disley for a gain. No, we have another flag. Sorry. I forgot we got to get a flag on us there. I guess that will be on us. That's a false start on us, I suppose. Second and 12. I'm trying, folks. Just give me patience here. I'm working my way through this here a little bit. Oh, woosah. Woosah. 15 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Geno Smith back in shotgun here. That is 9 penalties for 60 yards on your Seahawks. Saints showing their 4-man front. Geno drops back to pass. He's going to let this go deep. D. Eskridge ripped down to the ground. Let's see if that gets a call. There we go. Lattimore has the gall to actually act like that wasn't a PI. Well, okay. Yay! We got a call. We got a call. I'll take it. I don't know how they wouldn't have called that with him being pulled absolutely to the ground there. That was Eskridge. I mean, he's yanking him, and Lattimore's been handsy all day long. So a big play here. That'll bring him up to the football field quite a significant bit here up to the 50-yard line. Geno up under center. He's got his three-man backfield working here now. Saints showing a little bit of a heavy box. Geno recognizes it. I'm guessing audibles here to a pass based on the box. Drops back to throw. Comes back on an out route to to Tyler Lockett. He manages to crawl forward and get a first down there. Ghostface Gangster, thank you for subscribing, Ghostface. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. Randall with $2 donation says, if I have to see that frog-faced ref one more time. That's serious, Randall. Seriously. 1st and 10, Geno back under center. 2 tight ends. Again, he's making a change at the line of scrimmage. A little bit more, it looks like, of a bit of a, is this a stack box I'm seeing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've got a little bit of a stack box here. Play action. He's out of it. Going deep. Looking deep. He's got Tyler. Tyler with a catch. Touchdown. Touchdown. Hold on. Let me make sure no flag. Full flag. Touchdown. Okay, there we go. Geno with a beautiful throw over the top. And then again, Geno Smith with the change. The change of the play at the line of scrimmage is the key here. Very much the key here on this play. Where he recognizes the Saints are bringing more of a stack box on first down. They're playing it like a run play. Tyler gets deep over the top. Boy, the safety got fooled there. There's 3 Saints defenders all around him. And I wonder if Lattimore doesn't fall down on that play because he was covering DK and came off of it, but he sort of just started to fall down and he's hurt. Seahawks are going to go for a 2-point conversion, but a fantastic throw there by Geno Smith. Ballsy throw at that too. Geno rolling out and looking. And that ball's knocked away, so that 2-point conversion will not stand. But Seattle able to answer back very quickly here with a lot of time left on the clock. Jeffrey Thistle, let me see if did DK have this in his hands? No, this was knocked away all the way there. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation says, almost a perfect weekend for Seattle sports. I don't care about college sports. Me neither, Jeffrey. Thank you for the $5 dono. Says, oh well, can't beat the Saints and the refs. Can't beat them both, man. As Mike Holmgren once said, I knew we had to play the guys in yellow and black. I didn't know we were going to have to play the other guys in yellow and black on the field at the same time. That's a 2005 quote. Thank you for the donation. Scarecrow Bar, 66 with a $2 donation, says, thank you, Scarecrow. Says, God bless the refs. Looking out for our draft picks. They're just trying to make sure we're better positioned this offseason. That's all they're doing. That's all they're asking for. Just trying to help us out. They're just trying to help us, really. It's really them being giving. We're thinking they're taking when they're just trying to give. They're trying to open their hearts to us. Hearts and minds. Clear hearts, open eyes. Open eyes, clear hearts. Clear hearts, open something. .coms, thank you for subscribing. .com. Megan Gok Roger with a $20 donation. Thank you, Megan, again, so much for the donos. Says, I cannot wait for next week. The Cards are going against a full house at Lumen Field of very pissy 12s who will be in full voice. I am about to put my hand through the glass and throw my laptop out the 3rd floor window. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. Me too. You throw your laptop, I'll throw mine. Bet? Let's do it. Let's do it. I was getting angry there. Lockett touchdown helps, but it took me a second there. Took me a second. I got to let that wash over me a little bit here, you know? Just let me let it wash. Let me let it wash here. I'll get through it. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says, remember when the season wasn't supposed to raise your blood pressure? Yeah, me neither. Probably the last super chat of the day. Well, Mumbles, thank you for all the super chats today. Very kind of you for donating as you are to the channel. I appreciate all of you for doing that. You guys are, as I like to say, I've got more bang for buck with the support that I get on my channel for how many subscribers I have. You guys are amazing in that respect of things. I know I get pissy with these refs, but I would never get pissy with you guys because you are awesome, and thank you for that support. And yeah, the blood pressure is raising a little bit today, Mumbles. I've been pretty Buddhist monk-like throughout the course of this season, but this one's starting to make my ears go a little bit red. It was a little bit there. I've got myself back. I'm back. We're stable. We're on stable ground now. Okay, we're cool. I'm through it. I got it through my system. Took me a minute. Dear Lord, did it take me a minute? But okay. Thank you for the donation. Drew B, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you, Drew B. And here's a kickoff to Taysom Hill. Take it up to about the 23-yard line. And if you are a member of the channel, Drew B, do be on the lookout in your community post. Main kind of benefit I got for the members of the channel is I do weekly articles over there. So just wrote one last night on Russell Wilson and the Broncos situation over there. So please do pop on over there and take a look at that article when you get a chance. But thank you for becoming a member. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation says, "We fighting. Let's go Hawks." Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Jacob. And there's no doubt about it, the team is showing some resiliency here. The defense hasn't just completely shown its belly. It was a bad last drive that hasn't been great. They've been put on some short fields here. But let's see what they can do. You're in this game in the fourth quarter. You're within one score in the fourth quarter on the road, 10 a.m. game. You're in the position here. Handoff is up the middle to Kimura. He's going to gain about 8 yards there for a first down. Not first down, sorry. He's going to get about 8 yards on first down. I missaid that. Excuse me. And Jacob Bumbles, Megan, thank you for all the donations on the channel today. Jeffrey Thistle, Scarecrow, Randall McDaniel, Drew B, Jacob Kessinger. You guys are awesome. Guys and girls are awesome. 13:31 to go here in the fourth quarter. Dalton under center, another give here into Kimura. As we said here, and that's a first down run. They're about a 4-yard run that will get them a first down. You know the Saints team is going to want to run the ball here. They're down 3 wide receivers at this point. Down a lot of different playmakers. They don't have a lot to lean back on. They're going to try to go back to that running game. That's where I say try to force them into more of a pass-centric state here. I know that goes against a little bit of, doesn't go against. Seattle wants to stop the run, but they want to stop it with their base personnel down there. Not really bring up the extra guys up to stop it. First down and 10. Seahawks coming out with a little bit of the 3-4 look here. Swing route out to Kimura. Brooks has got him in space. Completely whiffs on the tackle in space and allows Kimura to get upfield for a 5-6 yard gain. It's where you want your middle linebacker to make that play. You got it if it's a corner out there with Kimura. You understand if maybe it's a defensive lineman out there with Kimura. That's Brooks one-on-one. Can't even get his arms on him. Can't even get his arms on him. Second down and 3. Seahawks continue to show off a little bit of the 3-4 look here. A lot of guys down by the line of scrimmage. Again, the give is in to Ingram here. Seahawks are on it this time. Nice job by the whole defense. Monet forward, and then Brooks to come and clean it up. Very well done on their part. Third down. 12 minutes to go here. 3rd and 3. Interesting. They don't put Kimura on the field here or even Taysom Hill. They've had so much luck with both those two guys. Let's see what the Saints do. This is kind of an interesting call on their part. 3rd down and 3. It will be Dalton here in shotgun. Seattle showing a 4-man look. With the pressure base, they're bringing a late blitz. They bring the blitz over. It looks like it is going to be a catch for a first down. Woolen was right there with them. Just knocks his hand out of the way there. Good release there by the Saints receiver there to just use his hands there to get clear of Woolen back to the inside. Good, well-run route. 11:07 to go. 31-25. First down. Taysom Hill and quarterback. Saints running some razzle-dazzle here. Saints, Taysom up the middle. Not a lot of way to go there. Jordan Brooks makes a nice tackle there. Good job by Jordan Brooks. Brian Monet also did a good job of corralling Taysom Hill there. Hill's been a bit of a problem today and how the Saints have utilized him. Has a touchdown pass, couple touchdown runs. Definitely been an issue for our Hawks. 31-25, 10:28 to go, 2nd and 9. Hill with 52 yards running, 22 yards passing, 3 total touchdowns. Saints going empty here. Completed pass down the middle. Looks like it might have been dropped. Wide open, and Dalton has got his hands on his head because he has a free one there. Seattle put their safety in a pickle, Ryan Neal there. I hate this when they do this, where you have your safety then in charge of dealing with the slot receiver, but he's got to be in his off strong safety position pre-snap, which puts him in that position then to not be able to come up and really make a play on that receiver. You're giving the receiver a free release and 10 yards of free open space before you're going to try to pick him up in coverage. It's very much a challenge, especially for a strong safety type that's going to usually kind of naturally struggle in coverage anyway. It is a drop, though, so that will bring up 3rd and 9 now on this play. Dalton dropping back to throw. He's got a man out open in the flat. Good job by Ryan Neal of covering up on Troutman there and getting the tackle on 3rd down that we have a flag. Holding on the Seahawks. Holding on the Seahawks on a key 3rd down spot. Sometimes the timing of things, so I guess he does have his hands on him a little long. I'll go ahead and say that that's a legitimate call. Woolen got a little bit handsy there on that play. The initial chuck at the line of scrimmage is clean, but then when he keeps up with it with the contact, that's going to be called. I'll go with it. I'll go with calling that a call. Yeah, I mean the initial hit, but he stays on top of him in the route, and as he's staying on top of him with that, it's a little bit. I mean, it's on the line, but I mean it's not a completely no call like that. That wasn't like the cross hold where it's like what did you? Huh? The timing of it's definitely sus too. 2nd down and 6 on a 4-yard run. Play action pass. Dalton looking to the flat. Big hit there by Jordan Brooks after a 3-yard gain. Nice job by Jordan rallying up there in coverage. This will bring us to another 3rd down. 9 minutes to go. Clock continues to roll in this 4th quarter. A little behind. Don Mata with a $5 donation says, this team could be 12-5 with an average defense and average refs. Very well said, Don. Thank you for the donation, but absolutely well said. Those 2 factors are definitely going to cost you a couple of games. 3rd down and 3, Dalton under center. They're going to try to run for this. Good job by the Seahawks defense. Geno Smith up in there to stop Ingram. And that will bring them down to 4th down. Do the Saints try a very, very long field goal? This would be like a 60-yarder here. Or do they even try to maybe go for it? Looks like they may try to go for it here. You're in that in-between place as far as an offense goes, as far as to punt or go for a kick. And it does look like the Saints are going to go for it here. 8:07 to go, 4th and 3. Here we go. Game on the line. Saints are trying to get out and get themselves set. 4th and 3. Dalton, some pre-snap motion. Looks like we got movement. False start on the Saints. 4th down. We got a goal. We got a goal. Let's see who that was on. We got away with one. All right, we got a call back. Diego Kusaka, thanks for the content. Thank you, Diego. Appreciate you. Saints did that well. That's a huge break in our favor at that point. Huge break in the favor. So this will be a punt now. Tyler Lockett stepping up forward. Ball's going to bounce and go out of bounds about the 23-yard line. So Seahawks not backed up too far here in their own territory. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Seahawks down 25-31 here in the fourth quarter. Barry Sotoro says, I'm sick of Barton. Thank you for the $5 donation, Barry Sotoro. Thank you for the double dono, actually. I appreciate it. He says, I'm sick of the Brooks and Barton. Brooks may be just a smidge better than Barton, but neither of those guys have been standout positions and how they're playing it so far this year. And Brooks has got better as this game's gone along. He started out really rough in this game. Barton's been kind of rough throughout with it, but you do not feel good about the linebacker position at this point, moving not only into the future part of the season, but beyond. It's definitely a little bit of a sketchy spot. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I'm getting a bad headache, so need to step away for a bit, B. We'll be back after some meds. Well, sounds good, Megan. Get yourself the meds, a little bit of a glass of water, chill, come on back. You know I'll be here. King Bomber says, Mafe jumped, but he didn't cross the line. He didn't cross the line, but usually the way the penalty will be called is if the player initiates making the player jump off sides. If it's a defender who's jumped off sides that's then caused the false start, even if he doesn't contact with him at that point, the flag would then be called on Mafe. Mason says, can't wait for the Saints fans to blame the refs in this one. I hope so. I mean, the refs gave him one back there. That would have been an easy one to give him a first down call because Mafe did jump fast. And it's not a matter of if he crossed the line or not. It's the thing about the crossing the line and touching the player is that's to stop the play so that the play is called dead. But if the defensive player initiates the false start, if he's the first to move and jump, he can't sit there, and otherwise you'd have defensive linemen fake jumping and never jumping off sides every play, right? Because they'd be able to catch the lineman from time to time by doing that. So it's when if they move and they start it, then it's technically would be on the defense there. Update the score. I'm sorry, man. My bad. Alrighty, there we go. Thank you for letting me know on that. BZ says refs might let them play now that it's a fourth and not worried about ratings. There we go. Chris, we were spoiled on linebacker play for a long time. This is what an average generic linebacker room looks like. Well said, man. Well said. Thank you, Maxwell, for reminding me of that. If you like what you're listening to, I know I can be a little moody sucker at times, but if you do like what you're listening to here, please do hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out, helps me grow and whatnot, and I really do appreciate it. Geno in pistol formation to start things off. 3 wide receivers. Oh, Walker's going to go over to his side now here. 3 wide receivers, the far side of the field. Play action. Going back over to that side. They got DK Metcalf there for about a gain of 8. That'll bring second down. Second and 1. Sorry, that's gain of 9. Geno back under center, and he's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. You've got 9 defenders up around the line of scrimmage. I've been guessing on this pretty good today where he's gone in these situations to the pass. Looks like he'll go to the run here. Walker's got some room to work, and he's on the open field, and he might be gone. Walker's loose 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Walker's going to walk it on in for a touchdown. Seahawks go up in this game. He showed you a little bit of that juice there on that play. Hasn't had a lick of separation this whole game. Hasn't had an inch of daylight to get himself through. He's sort of had to take the dirty 3 all game long. No dirty 3 here, folks. Tyler Lockett with a real key block. Eskridge with a key block. Receivers doing work on that drive. Walker got to the second level, and he was gone. Sometimes when you bring a lot of extra defenders down into the box, you create too much traffic for your defenders where you have too many guys locked up and they can't get outside of that, congestion. And that was a little bit of what seemed like the play there that happened. And how about Geno Smith? I don't know that he audible to that play or not, but definitely did some sort of pre-snap change there to help facilitate that. But what a run by Walker. The burst is real. Gets out, and you see that 4.3 speed there out in the open field there when he gets loose. Touchdown Seahawks. Plus, he's got the cool tape stuff on his feet that makes his feet look super cool. That's how I do it if I was a football player. I'd tee up my feet like that. That's the cool way of doing it. But Walker just gets loose. How about Kenneth? And how about this Seattle Seahawks offense? It remains combustible in all the best kind of ways. And just great vision by Walker to get that to the outside. Poor route by Honey Badger there as he took a weird, precipitous route to get to Walker. But nonetheless, speed was legit. Looking good. Football Highlights 180 is subscribed. Thank you, Football Highlights, for doing so. I really appreciate. Megan Gock Roger with a $2 donation. I appreciate you, Megan. Says, what the freaking hell? What the hell, Megan? Seahawks with 6 plays of 30 or more yards today that has produced 4 touchdowns. I thought the Russ big play offense went out the door with them. I thought that's what they told us. 32-31 Seahawks. This game is not over. Woo, let's go. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation says K9 for the 69. Nice. Very nice. Well said, Jacob. Jeffrey A. Thistle with a $2 donation says the refs are just trying to hit a point spread. It's fine. Okay. I thought it's that they're just trying to hit the over. I've been thinking they're trying to let the Saints win, but they're actually just trying to hit the over. Okay. I feel you, refs. Do your thing. You do you. You do you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Dalton back under center here now. 2 tight ends. They're going to try to get back into moving this running game. Get up there, guys. Gain of 6. Barton struggled on his side there to get off his block. And that will be a gain of 6. You know they want to run the ball here. You know they do. You just know it. If you can just tamper down the run here. Washington Viscos with a $2 donation says, in honor of Jacob's Dono. Well, thank you. Jacob's Dono, of course, the K9 for 69. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying. All right. 2nd and 4. 6:13 to go on the clock. The give is to Kimura up the middle. He'll take it for about another 4 or 5 yards. This will bring up 3rd and about 3/4 of a yard. Thank you, Fish Quest, for the $2. Megan Gock Roger with the $2 donation. Appreciate you. Said he's back. K9. He's back. Well, Megan with a $5 donation. Says, I knew there wouldn't be much in this game, but this is effing insane. Megan, this is a crazy game. As I've said all year, no matter whether or not there's been some bad play of football or good play of football, you can't deny the Seattle Seahawks team has given you some very entertaining games to watch this season. So we've got a tough play here. 3rd and 1. Taysom Hill in the backfield. He's been very effective in these situations on these power runs, and he's going to do it once more up again here. He's broke loose, and he is free. He is free, and he is going to score maybe a touchdown. Tariq Woolen trying to come up and make a play. Can't do so. It'll be a touchdown. Taysom Hill, who has been an unstoppable rebel force today for the New Orleans Saints. Touchdown. Oh my gosh. Back and forth we go. Maybe it will be the team like last week that has the ball last, I guess. 32-37 New Orleans Saints. Barton and Brooks caught up in the middle. They're trying to stuff up the 1-yard run. Missed tackle there by Quandre Diggs. Ryan Neal takes a bad route on the ball. Tariq tried to come up from behind and maybe see if he could maybe rip the ball free, but Taysom did a good job of protecting up the ball there, and Taysom Hill 4 touchdowns in this game. Just tough, too, because the Saints are down 3 wide receivers. They're so short-manned here. And you have so few guys that can really then hurt you in the Saints offense. And here's one of those guys that can do so, and he does so on this play. And the Saints are going to go for 2 to make this a 7-point game. This is a big 2-point conversion here. The gives up the middle. Ingram's got it. This now becomes a 7-point game. Holy mackerel. 39-32 New Orleans Saints. Seattle came out with that 4-man stupid front that I hate, that I absolutely hate on that 2-point conversion. It's so easy to run up against. Why don't you come out with the 3-4 there? Half Daddy says Diggs got paid and has given up on us. Diggs certainly is not giving a lot of effort for the money you gave out for that guy. I mean, what are you getting for the money you spent there this year on this right now? Not a lot there with him. And that tackle's just a horrible moment to lose that tackle because you've got to at least drag him to the ground. If you don't want to you can't stop him with the first down, fine, but you've got to pull him to the ground in that moment. You can't let him break free of contain there. You're the safety coming up there. It's really a packed box. You don't have help on the back end. Can't let that kind of situation go down like that. Theron says, I think the Seahawks and the Huskies have the same D. Maybe. And RD is really, RD's bad. I mean, again, the Saints are doing this today. And I know there's going to be people who say, well, what about the short fields? But in addition to the short field stuff, the defense has also been giving up a ton of yards. And you're doing it on a Saints team that is so short-manned. They're down their top 3 wide receivers. Imagine being down DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Dwayne Eskridge and still putting 39 points up on an NFL defense. All right, let's see if Geno's got a little bit more magic left in that wand. 32-39, 5:22 to go here in the game. Geno under center, 3 wide. Give us to Kenneth Walker. Walker, a little bit of room here. Tuttle, the defender, tried to rip the ball free, was able to hold on to it and fall forward for a couple more yards, get himself about 6 there. Second down and 4. Delay give to Kenneth Walker. Making some moves in the open field. Not able to get a whole hell of a lot there. Just a couple yard gain. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. Very kind of you. I appreciate it, Rodney. Didn't have anything you said on there, but just a nice donation being kind. You're awesome. Thank you to everyone for all the donos in the chat today. Third down and 2 for the Seattle Seahawks. 4:25 to go here in the fourth quarter. Saints up 39-32. Geno under center. Saints stacking up the box here. They're expecting a run. Geno, play action pass. Looking, scrambling out. Goes back the other way. Looking, doesn't have anywhere to go, and he's going to be sacked. Just nobody open on that play. Saints had it hemmed up, and Cameron Jordan with his second sack of the day on that play. Geno had time to maybe find somebody, just nobody must have been open. Kenneth Walker did a really good job in pass protection on Cam Jordan on that play. He stayed with him as long as you could expect a running back to stay with the guy. I mean, it's supposed to be quick routes and the ball's out of the hand of the quarterback. There just must have been covered up. All right, Dixon with the punt here. I keep calling him Dickinson. Dixon with the punt. And that will be fair caught at about the 31-yard line. 3:21 to go on the clock here. If the Saints can get probably 2 first downs here, you can put this game to bed. Tough play. Tough play there. Will says, has the defense gotten worse each week? I don't know. I think it's been about the same mode of putridness, to be honest with you. I don't think that there's been I think it's about the same lane. 3:21 to go. Here's the give to Kimura. Able to get 4 yards there. Man. Defense just can't stop the run in this game. I mean, you know they're going to run. You know that they're not passing here. You know with the situation, and he gets a free 4 yards there. The Seahawks will call their first time out of the game. Voodoo Magic is definitely on Geno, his worst enemy. I mean, yeah, we got to see if there were guys open there. If there's nobody open there, what do we expect him to do on that play?
I mean, he can't throw it away. He's got to try to hope open late and hope things are going to open late on that play. I don't know if there was a clear spot for him to go scramble to either. Probably a play worth looking back over after the game on the all-22 to see what happened. But it's hard to make an assessment because of that. 2nd and 6, Dalton under center. Here's the give back to Kimura. Good job by Uchenna. Uchenna pressed down the line of scrimmage with the tight end blocking him and able to just keep muscling his way down there to get to Kimura, holding him down for just a couple of yard gain. This will bring up 3rd and short. And it's probably going to be, are they going to go Taysom time here again? Strange if the Saints don't go Taysom time here. And the Seahawks will call their second timeout. So if you give up the first down here, you're going to have a lot of clock winded down if you can get another stop after that. They've shot the stack here in this particular drive. Matt Day says if your offense puts up 32 points, most games you win. Yeah, well said. Well said. 3rd down and 4. Seahawks not bringing any kind of blitz here. Just dropping back into a soft zone and giving him the first down. So you've had luck here, blitzing Dalton. You're going to do a key 3rd and 4. Let's drop back into our soft zone coverage where our guys aren't able to get any pressure and just give him the first. Let's just hand it to him. Why not? Simple crossing route. Ryan Neal gets worked over underneath. Left wide open. Crunchy Cards, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. And that's going to be close to just about game time here. You can technically stop him, but you're not going to get the ball back, but with like probably 45 seconds left if you get the stop, and you're going to be working on a long football field. 2:29 to go here. Dalton, the give up the middle here to Kimura. Good stop there by Miles Adams and Brian Monet. We got a Miles Adams sighting. Be about a gain of 3.5. Pretentious Cameron, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Says, I'd like to apologize to Ken Norton. Well, yeah. I mean, Ken Norton maybe gets a little bit less shade when you see where this defense is right now. I don't know that Ken Norton Cameron had a lot of great ideas that he brought with what he came in here. I don't think he was part of, like, if he was just allowed to run unfettered, he would have been so much better. I think, for instance, when they went to that whole year where they decided to play base defense for a whole season, even when teams went at him with 3 wide receivers, I think that was a big decision by Norton to kind of make that call at that point, because he's a linebacker guy who likes linebackers, right? So he's going to probably lean to those kind of guys. 1 sec, we got a 2-minute warning here. I'll be right back. Okay. Seahawks blue-green. Are we trying to lose teams that may be in the running for drafting a quarterback so we may hold the tiebreaker? That would be at least a reason, Seahawks blue-green. I don't think they're purposefully doing that, but we're at least maybe going to benefit, I guess, from that standpoint, if that does turn out to be the case. I don't think the Saints have a first-round pick, though. So I guess that would be the tiebreaker of whoever has their first-round pick. I think somebody else does. Yami says, so maybe you go for Roquan Smith after all. I'm gonna do a video on it, I think, this week. I got a couple of videos I'm going to put together this week, and one of them is going to be, I believe, making the case again for Roquan Smith in maybe shorter video form. Or if not him, trying to go around the league and look. Your linebackers right now are playing horribly. Cody Barton is game after game after game. This isn't somebody who said that we've had such good linebacker play so long that we've seen that this is just what average middling linebacker play looks like. I would disagree with you. I think what you're seeing here right now is bad middle linebacker play. in all assets, in all aspects of what you ask for middle linebackers, getting off blocks, making tackles, coverage, blitzing. They're not provided. It's all a negative on what all these guys are, kind of giving you on that. And this will be Taysom Hill time here. So they bring him back out along with Dalton. So he's more of a fullback here, 2nd and 6. Unique little formational look here. Dalton, tackle, first down. Seahawks can't stop the run when they know the run's coming. That will put an end to this game. That will put an end to this game. You just don't got the guys on defense to get it done right now. I mean, you just don't. Sucks. Raven Seth, yeah, we need some interior help with coverage. Yeah, we do, man. Yeah, we do. Roxanne, my stomach has just dropped with that first down pickup by the Saints. Barton was locked up with Kamara, and Brooks totally blew the coverage on the crosser. Yep. Same old story, and where it shows up with those guys. Same old story over and over again. As I said, it's not middling play. Middling play means you get some good with the bad. Middling play means that they can at least kind of look functional. Middling isn't that you have a Saints team that's scoring 39 points this week with Andy Dalton at quarterback, or a Lions team last week with Goff slicing and dicing you completely apart. It's a different here. Jason Wolf-Diggs doesn't do anything. He got his money. Well, I agree. What has he done so far this year? In 5 games for paying Diggs, and it's part of why, and I got a lot of heat from Seahawks fans for saying it, but I said, you can't really sign Diggs to a new contract. It doesn't make sense to do so. You're going to be paying for past performance as opposed to what you get in the future. He's a guy going into 30 years old now, coming off a major injury. I feel for him having the injury at the time that he had it, but it doesn't change the fact that he's not going to be the same player he once was at that point. That's just the way it works in the NFL when you have those injuries at that time. Seattle still came back. It's a little bit like the Chris Carson deal to me with the Quandre Diggs. It had real echoes of that. You're bringing a new defensive coordinator. You don't have a lot of defensive leaders on the team. So you're essentially going to be paying a guy a little bit for being a good soldier in the past, and that'll be that. Bowen says, Pete needs a defensive assistant like Flores, someone who can completely take over. I just don't trust Pete's play calling. Well, he just made his trade. He made his moves this offseason by bringing a new defensive coordinator. He's hired his 3rd defensive coordinator in like 7 years here. He brought in Sean Desai, who was supposed to be that guy, Bone, but you're not seeing any of those coverages really being implemented into this team. I don't know how much of an effect Sean Desai is having or isn't having or being allowed to have, but I'm not seeing it on the football field. That's the one key part of this, I would say. Jonathan Salazar with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Says Geno always chokes, plays well all game, then chokes. Jonathan, what? Jonathan. I appreciate the donation, Jonathan, so please don't take this the wrong way, but I don't know how we come out of this game, and this has happened with every single game we played so far this year at times when we've lost, that we come out of this and we say, this is a game where you look at it and you say it's because Geno choked. You don't look at the 39, the first thing out your mouth isn't the 39 points that your defense gave up. It's that Geno choked it away at the end because he couldn't go put 39 points up for a game. And again, I appreciate the donation, but I don't quite understand how you come to that conclusion of things. He had the throw in the fourth quarter here to Tyler Lockett that was right on the money. He had some other drives as well. He had some drops. He had his guys fumble in this game. Stuff outside of his control. I thought Geno played an absolutely phenomenal game, Jonathan. I can't ask my quarterback every week to have to put up 40 points on the board. That's a little bit too much to be asking of my quarterback, I think. But maybe we disagree on this. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says middling linebacker play looks like Wagner the last couple of seasons. This is just bad. Plain and simple. Very well said, Mumbles. Very well said, and that's it. This is bad linebacker play. This is league worst. This is a league worst pairing of the 2 linebackers you got rocking right now from your middle linebacker position. And unfortunately, because you are dead set on playing a 3-4 defense, you've got to have both of them out on the field at all times. And it's really holding back this defense as the Saints will down this ball and come away with this win today. 32-39. But thank you, Mumbles, for all your donations today on the channel, and that is very, very well said. Osama Bin Diesel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Osama. Says, how about Geno as the as the QB future quarterback? He's young, 32, and he's definitely not the issue with the team. Hawks need defensive help in the draft more. I'm open to the possibility, and if he puts more of these kind of games today, it's going to open it more of a possibility for me as I stand, Osama. I still come back to the part where I say, what are we talking about as far as cost goes? What are we going to have to pay Geno Smith to make that happen? And that's where really the most important part of this stands from my perspective on this. If you can get him at a very, very reasonable rate, I'm open to it. But I don't know if I would go at 32 years old and say that's 32 years young. 32 is a little bit now getting through the end of your prime. 32 is now, the mobility is going to go backwards. Maybe some of the arm strength goes backwards. We haven't seen it yet here from him, but it is a part that is going to come with quarterbacks as they age. And so there's a little bit of a worry from my standpoint. I'm not completely against it, Osama, and there's no doubt the second part of your point is completely true. We need defensive help. And you're not going to get that defensive help unless you put those resources into that defense. One thing I will say about, though, that with putting resources in the defense, right now, your scheme is broken as much as your player talent is broken. So the scheme's going to need to be corrected on top of needing to go get that defensive talent. And now we come back to the coaching. Now we come back to the faith in the future when it comes to Coach Carroll. I've got to give him a lot of props on one of it here, and we'll talk about this postgame in a second, as far as what he's done and been able to allow the offense to do. But the defense is, for a defensive-minded head coach whose bread and butter is defense, who's put a lot of resources into the defensive side of the ball, for him to just kind of keep coming back to the priming the pump, saying, hey, I need a little more. Hey, need more. Hey, how about 2 more first-round picks this year? Okay, and give me a second, and then here, have me a 4th. I might need give me the 6th too. Give me the 6th too. I'll take that as well. You know, the diminishing returns of his scheme could become more and more present here, and the 3-4 is not working. So that's got to be a part of this too, is it's not just about adding the defensive talent. It's also about how are we going to fix this scheme? Sports fan with a $2 donation says Lions put up 45 against us and got shut out today. And I'm going to address this in the post game here really in a second, but yeah, you back-to-back weeks you've gotten throttled. And again, that Lions team, like the Saints team this week, not dealing with a full-handed stack when they played you. A little bit light, a little bit lean. And yet they ran the ball. They ran up and down the field on you from the offensive side of it, where you couldn't even put up much of a hold. This defense is as bad as we've ever seen it here in Seahawks in Carroll's time, and that is saying something, because you've had twice in the last 2 seasons you've been historically bad. This is even worse. FEU uploads. Akira Kurusu, thank you for subscribing. FEU uploads. Pretentious Cameron with a $2 donation. Thank you, Cameron. Anyone blaming Geno for this loss is clueless. Yeah, there's no Geno here on this one, man. I don't go 1% of the blame on Geno Smith in this game. He is playing phenomenally for us. He's playing at nearly like an MVP-like level in the way that he's playing right now. I can't look back to him right now. I just can't do it. I can't. George Brewerton, thank you for the subscribing, George. Appreciate you for doing so as well. You're awesome. Zorn76 with a $10 donation says, I have to admit, Geno has played better overall than I thought he would. Again, happy birthday, B. Libra's rule. Zorn76, there's no doubt about it. Libra is the best sign of the bunch. It's the best sign of the bunch, just is. Sorry, we're even keeled. I know you guys can't tell this by me, but we're usually calm. Okay? We're usually very, very just keeping it nice and steady, you know? I don't always go that way as a Libra. I sometimes go a little bit hot, but you know, Libras in general, Zorn76 do rule. And thank you for the $10 donation. Geno's played outstanding football this year. He continues to play outstanding football. I would be perfectly happy to rip on him or point on him or pick at him a little bit here if truly that was a reason to do so. But this just is not a game that you can look at and you go and do that. He was good to me start to finish in this game. I thought he did really, really well. Really well. Thank you, though, for all the donations. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much. Jose Garcia with the $2 donation says, I'm so proud of Geno. Go Hawks Nest. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, Jose. I really appreciate that. And I'm very proud of Geno, too. As I said, I'm going to celebrate this. I'm going to be in a bit of wonderment by it because it is something in football that you so often see. Those guys get those true second chances and not only then given the second chance, but then excel on that true second chance. Geno's been waiting a long 10 years for this opportunity, and he is running with it. And it's great to see on his part. I feel bad about this loss, but I do feel really good for Geno and a player doing this like he is, you get handed a tough break sometimes by where you're drafted, and then the narrative is set. And then everybody tells you for 10 years, you are what you are. We know what you are. And you finally get that chance to disprove them a little bit. You finally get that chance to go to the other side of it and say, oh, am I? Am I what I am? How about this? It's great to see. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, we've got to draft a quarterback in later rounds. First through fourth picks go to the defense. Well, it is a common sentiment I've heard, Adrian X. I haven't heard all the way go through the first 4 rounds with it, but I've definitely heard through at least the first round, even in the first 2 rounds, that we've got to address that with defense and go defense first and foremost there. I'm not completely to that spot of things. You know, with me that I like to lean more into being a best player available kind of guy, and that's how I look at it. And I think if you lock yourself into saying we just have to draft defenders, we have to make our peace with that, that's the route we got to go, you could end up passing on some really good offensive players in order to be leaning in that direction just because you become dead set on going in that direction. So I would be a little bit worried about necessarily taking that trek with it. But again, like I said, Adrian X2, you're not alone on that. There's been a variety of people who have brought that up to me in the chat, and I can completely understand where you're coming from with it. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation says, trade Quandary to the Bills for a second and a fourth. I'd be open to it if you had Marquise Blair on the roster still, Aiden. I don't know who your free safety is going to be then that you're going to have behind him. And I don't know that you're going to get a second and fourth for Quandary Diggs. Remember, Aiden, Quandary Diggs went for a 5th rounder like 3 years ago. Is a guy at 30 years old carrying the contract he's carrying going to be worth a second and a fourth? I just don't tend to think that you're going to get that kind of value. And you just don't have a backup, unfortunately. We're sort of, at least at the very least this year, stuck with Quandary. But certainly we're not going to be stuck for very long with that contract if that's the level of play that we can expect out on the field from him from free safety. I didn't expect a game changer out there, but he's not getting even interceptions, which at least used to be something he could lean back into now. And the tackling problems with him are a real thing. Beyond Balance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Beyond Balance. That stupid fake punt play and the refs killed us. We could have held on without those. So yeah, if you take out some of the calls win in this game and remove that fake punt as well, it probably is a game that you win. Probably is. I won't go fully into blaming all the way. I'll go like 80% of the way on blaming refs in this game a little bit because of the fact that you did get a couple of calls at the end that somewhat came back in your favor to a degree that helped you, including the Boye Mafe offsides call that gave you a little bit of an extra shot of life. But the officials were way more in favor of where the Saints were in this game. They were driven way harder into that lane of things. And again, the timing of the calls was just awful. The punt play, though, makes me more madder than the refs in this game because at the refs, I almost kind of expected at this point, quite frankly. I'm sorry, call me a jaded fan, but it is what it is. When it comes to the fake punt, though, that's where I go, huh? What are you thinking there? You're going to tell me you think Dixon's going to run 9-10 yards on that play? You know, if it's a 5 yards that you need and you'd already shown it the previous play because you got called for an offsides and you just stuck with it no matter what. That to me was the silliest moment from the coaching staff in the game where they really put it. They really put a defense that's struggling on a short field that needs some more wins, and you put them on with their back on their heels again. Awful to see. Awful to see, and just a putrid call you didn't need to make in that moment. You really didn't. Roxanne with the $10 donation. Thank you, Roxanne, for all the donos and your support over on the member Patreon side of it. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for streaming, Brando. You're the only thing that made this loss somewhat tolerable. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. That's high praise on a game like this, Roxanne. But I will not forget. Go Hawks. No, you better not forget. I'm not going to let you forget if you do forget. So you know I'm always going to be here to remind you in that respect of things. So appreciate you on that, Roxanne. Very kind of you. You guys always are amazing in the chat as far as the donations go. I can't even stay up on the donations you guys give so much. It's awesome of your part. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, this game was about as close as I thought it would be. Gutted for the loss, but roll on to the Cardinals at Lumen next week. That's right, Megan. Keep it rolling. 2-3. Tough loss. Season's not over. Lot of year left to play here. And you know, with me and Megan in the house next week, we're going to hold our team up. We're going to make sure they come away with that win. If we've got to scream ourselves out alone just by me and her to raise the decibels, We're going to get it there next week. You guys can count on that. So know that we're going to bring our A game to that stadium. Know that we're not going to let anybody around us be quiet. We know this team needs our voice right now. And if you're in that stadium next week, you better be loud. I don't want anybody in there silent. They need you now. Your team needs you now. Remember, you're going there as part of a tradition. Remember what being loud and having effect on the game is desperate for us right now. So everybody get loud for next week in that stadium. Get ready to rock. Thank you, Megan, though. Don Mata with the $2 donation. Pick 10 and 11 for us with today's result. So as Donna says, and thank you, Don, for the $2 donation. If the season were to end today, you would be picking number 10 and number 11 in the first round. And then you would be picking number 10 and 11, obviously, in the second round, theoretically, with that as well. So 4 very high draft selections, at least if we can look for a little bit of a silver lining here, that would be one that you could potentially look at in this particular game. All right, I'm going to do a quick little breakdown here. I want to do a little bit of a post game here. This way I can kind of clip this and put this back up on the channel later. So bear with me here, and then we're going to look at you guys. I'm going to bounce over to you guys in the chat, and we're going to discuss this game back, forward, up, down, left, right. But let's do a little breakdown here real quick. Okay. Your Seattle Seahawks came into this game, once again, no doubt about it, ready to play. We've got to marvel at over and over again how Carroll has solved this 10 a.m. start time, at least to have this team ready to compete. Now, maybe the defense wasn't fully awake. At least the offense was. The defense looked like it was going to be a little bit better out the opening gate here as they were kind of holding on, still giving up too many points, still giving up too many yards, but they were sort of looking like they were going to start tightening it down. Your offense came out, showed you what they've been able to show you throughout the course of this year. A lot of pass, a little bit of run, doing both very, very effectively. Geno Smith, again, had a tremendous game. Just came out, played just lights out. Hard to knock Geno in this game. 16 to 25, 268 yards, 3 touchdowns, 139 rating, 10-yard average, 10.7 yard average. So he wasn't just dinking and dunking the ball all over the football field. Only 25 attempts, made a lot happen with those 25 attempts. Through no real turnover-worthy plays, had no fumbles, got sacked a couple times, but sacks where he's just trying to see if there's something happening up the football field. He made a tremendous play early on with DK Metcalf where he was able to move up in the pocket, get the defense to think he's scrambling, and then still keep his eyes up the football field. DK Metcalf breaking open late at that point, which got the Seattle Seahawks their first touchdown of the game. I'm going to talk a lot about some bad here in a moment, but you've got to talk about the good in this game. Geno Smith and his control at the line of scrimmage and just how he's quarterbacking from stem to stern. Not only how he's throwing the ball, he's being accurate, he's throwing with good velocity, he's putting the ball right where it has to be, he's being very smart with his decision making, he's going through his reads, doing those things you would want to see from your quarterback. But the control at the line of scrimmage also remains a standout component of his game. Geno Smith is coming up to the line of scrimmage, assessing what's going on, and assessing it correctly. This has been a part of Russell Wilson's game that he does continue to struggle with in Denver, and he struggled with here in Seattle for many years. If you see the stack front, knowing where the blitz is coming from, knowing where your hot route is, having the smart plan post-snap about where you want to go with the ball, dealing with that blitz. And indeed, the Saints brought a lot of blitzes in on Geno Smith today to try to rattle him and throw him off his spot. And he was really able to counter that blitz, and especially counter it with the audibles, changing to runs. When he sees a light box, I must have had 4 or 5 times in this game where I said, Geno changing the play. It would appear if you're the quarterback here, you're changing the play to a light box, because this is one of those few moments you as a Seahawks team are getting the light box or getting the 7-man fronts in there that you feel like you can block up. And then when Geno would see it, he would attack it. Being just, I'm putting so much praise on him, but it's so well earned here for Geno in the respect of he's doing so many things from the quarterback position right and correct. And he's being safe for the ball, and he's not turning it over. It's so worthy of praise here how well he's playing. I don't know what chance he has to be in the future here. I'm not saying this makes me want to sign him into the future. I'm just saying that the guy's got to be given his praise here because he is doing so outstanding. Rashad Penny goes down to an injury in this game, which was sad to see. He once again was starting out very well for your Seahawks. 8 carries, 54 yards, 6.8 yard per carry average. Again, showing you that big playability that he could unveil. Does look like he's going to be down and out for a while with a high ankle sprain. Kenneth Walker came in, and after starting out the day for Kenneth and having really no holes to run through when he was given his attempts, and he's had no holes in general from the Seahawks offensive line when he has come in the game throughout the course of this year, finally gets a big hole and makes the most with it, goes out there and gets you a 69-yard play up the football field on a fantastic run where he showed off some of that 4.33 speed. DK Metcalf, good overall day, but also a tough overall day in other respects of things. Drops a touchdown in the back of the end zone, has a play where he's wide open off the snap. Geno sees it. He's left with no defender, a free release. Geno hits him as he's supposed to hit him there. Then it's a fumble on the play where DK just doesn't wrap up. It's been a problem here with DK early on in his ability early on in his career, that is, to be able to hold on the ball. That's a lot of fumbles for him now early on in his career. He's got to clean that up. If Geno's playing as clean as he is, the rest of the offense has got to keep it clean on their end of it as well. Your running backs aren't fumbling the ball. Geno's not turning the ball over, throwing it. But right now, your special teams is kind of selling on you in that respect. And now you got DK in this game having a couple of real tough moments on this that do loom a little bit large in that respect, because that is a situation in a time that you can control. Tyler Lockett started off the day slow, didn't have any real early targets, but boy, did he come on strong near the end of the game. Finishes off with 5 catches and 140 yards and 2 touchdowns, including a deep route down the football field that was just sensationally run. A great throw by Geno Smith on that play, one that we haven't always seen very often this year from him, unveiling a little bit of that deep ball. So offensively speaking, not a lot to pick apart. Offensive line, pass protected very, very well in this game. You only allowed 3 sacks. I know on 25 dropbacks that doesn't look great, but those sacks were mostly, I believe, coverage sacks. It wasn't just a free rusher coming at the quarterback there, and there were only 5 quarterback hits in total beyond that. So the offense was sensational once again today. 32 points should be enough to win you the football game. Special teams certainly didn't help this defense at times, putting them on a short field. DK Metcalf didn't help the defense with the fumble and then putting, again, them on a short field in that position. But let's turn the page on this one a little bit. The defense right now is god awful. It is absolutely a crap show in every different direction. They showed little sparks of life of being a little bit better today, but once again, you come down back at the end of the day and look at them in totality and you go, that is a league worst defense right now. That is a defense that is going to be right back in the measure of heading to being a historically bad defense. Maybe the only counter of it is you get a game like this today where the Saints only throw 25 times, so at least that's going to tamper down the pass yards as it did to 203 rather than 350 or 400. But then on the other side of it, the Saints absolutely gashed you in the run game. 48 attempts in the run game, 235 yards. And from my standpoint, when looking at this defensive performance, this is the thing that's going to frustrate me the most about what I had to watch today. The Saints came into this game with no Michael Thomas and no Jarvis Landry. That's 2 of their top 3 receivers out. You had by just about halfway into this game, Chris Olave knocked out due to a concussion. That's their top 3 wide receivers not out on the football field. You know what the Saints are going to do at that point. You know that they're going to try to limit their number of throws. You know they're going to try to hammer the run game. And yet the Seattle Seahawks defense, knowing what was coming, knowing how the offense was going to attack them, could not stop them. Could not. With Andy Dalton at quarterback for the New Orleans Saints. And Dalton didn't play a fabulous game, had that interception. But obviously it's Taysom Hill that was really meat grinding you up in this particular game. 3 touchdown carries, 112 yards on 9 carries, had 1 of 1 for 22 yards and a touchdown thrown. When they did ask him to throw the ball, you had no answer for Taysom Hill. But for the defense to be going into that second half, having this Saints team so undermanned and still not being able to put much of any kind of fight up against them is so discouraging to see. So discouraging to see because it's not just a one-off. It's coming on the heels of last week where the Detroit Lions, they're down DJ Shark. They're down Amon St. Brown, their best receiver. They're down their DeAndre Swift, their best running back, who was averaging like 8 or 9 yards a carry coming into that game. Down 3 of their top 6 offensive players, and you still could do nothing to stop them throughout the course of that game. Now we have a second straight week with the Saints down 3 of probably their top 6 offensive players, and you can still do nothing to stop them. And more than that, they're down 4 because Jameis Winston's out. You're down to Dalton's. You're down probably 4 of their top 6 to 7 offensive players, and you still can't stop them at all. You can't even put up much of a fight, frankly. You're almost at times making it look easy for the offense. I don't have a whole lot to say about that as far as I see an adjustment with that. And I have gone to it a couple times in post-game. I'm going to go to it one more time. Part of this year is the assessment of Coach Carroll. And as wonderful as it is to see the defense being allowed to run unfettered and clear and free, and as much as I'd love to just give Carroll nothing but praise for that, and accepting I got to throw on first downs. Sometimes I might have to pass more than I run, as I think the Seahawks have done just about every single game this year, which used to be a little bit of an outlier. Sometimes I got to accept more of the short and intermediate passing game, which the Seahawks have not done as much so in the past. So credit to Carroll on that. But you are a defensive-minded coach. Defense is supposed to be your bread and butter. I got 3 straight years of your defense looking historically bad. That, to me, has got to override a little bit at this point what I see from what the offense is supplying here. Because what's going to lead to in the future in keeping Carroll and staying with this defense is he goes, it's just like some people are saying a little bit in my chat, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm not knocking you on this, but this is what Carroll's going to do. More assets, more assets, more assets. And you start sinking into it's sunk cost at one point or another. You're throwing the bad money out with the good, basically, or the good without the bad, or however that goes. Take the safety position alone in the last 5 or 6 years. Third round pick for Tedrick Thompson, or third round pick for Lano Hill. 4th round pick for Tedrick Thompson. 2 first rounders and a 3rd rounder for Jamal Adams. 5th rounder for Quandre Diggs. A 2nd rounder for Marquise Blair. That's what happens when you just go, well, let's just put picks into it. It's a pick problem. It's a talent problem. No. It's a scheme issue. That's what's going on here is we got a scheme problem in addition to this. Talent, yes, but this is one of those moments where it's not mutually inexclusive, meaning that it has to be one or the other. It can be both. The defense indeed does need more talent, but the scheme as well is not working. And the coaching is not working on that defensive side of the ball. There is nothing this defense does well right now. You don't stop the short and intermediate pass. You don't stop the long pass. You don't cause consistent pressure. Saints had 25 dropbacks today. You managed 1 sack and 5 quarterback hits. You don't put the defensive players in a position always to seemingly succeed. And you definitely don't stop the run. I guess the one upshot is, at least for today, that you were able to cause some turnovers. And maybe that becomes the thing that they can find their way to hang their hat on. On the bright side of it, from the defensive side of the ball, and there are not a lot of bright spots on this defensive side of the ball, but the couple of guys that I think we've got to laud, Tariq Woolen. You are watching a superstar on the rise. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. A player does not luck his way in to 3 interceptions as a rookie in back-to-back games by luck, by happenstance. He's undercutting these routes. And that interception, as with all of these 3 interceptions, is impressive, not just for the making the pick and driving on the ball, but the understanding, like last week, he first fits to his responsibility on the play. And Seahawks cornerbacks do not play a tremendously complicated type of technique. You got to get the technique down, but you're going to then run that technique play after play after play. You play off coverage, you drop into your deep zone. That's the cover 3 look that they have maintained here for many, many years, for over a decade now. But what you have to do as a corner, if you want to come and make a play up in this defense, if you want to go make an interception, is you first have to drop deep, and then you have to recognize the routes getting cut off. Is it an in-cutting route? Is it a comeback route? And recognize sometimes you got a pattern match with what you've seen on tape in your game preparation. But it takes that, it's a very special corner to be able to first stay on top, make sure he's clean on top, make sure he's not going to get beat on top, and then come back underneath and make a play on the ball. Because he's got to then sacrifice that top end. He's got to know that I'm not going to get beat top by driving on this route, by trying to go make a play on the ball. And that's just what Tariq did on that play, which makes it more than just making the interception, which makes it a legit interception, number 1. But number 2, as I said last week, and you saw him do the very same thing with TJ Hawkinson, drop into the bail technique and then drive on the ball. And that, when you're seeing it like this, happen like this, that also means it's something that you're going to see again and again and again. He can duplicate this. This can happen again because he's got the ability to drive. He's got the quicks, the speed, the length. He's got the ball skills. So get excited about Tariq Woolen. This is not now merely a star on the rise. This is like a superstar on the rise to be this good, this quick, to be this productive with 3 interceptions through his first mere 5 games. The man just started playing cornerback 2 years ago, folks. 2 years ago, he started playing corner. And he's this good right now. Certainly, you get to feel a little bit at least decent about him. Other than that, I thought Al Woods played a whale of the game when he was in there. He was active in the run game, got the team the only sack of the game, which was great to see. Uchenna Nwosu was fairly solid from his defensive end standpoint. Brian Monet, I thought, played maybe one of his better games of the year here today. Aside from that, it was fairly rough across the board. Fairly rough across the board defensively. There is not a whole hell of a lot here that I can really look at and point at and go, well, this guy was standing out in this particular game. It was rough on the defensive side of the ball all the way around. And again, 48 carries for the Saints, 235 yards. They wanted to run. You knew they wanted to run, and you just couldn't stop them. This is a long season of assessment from my standpoint, folks. The way I operate from this is I want the full totality of this year to make my assessment about what the hell's happening, what's going on, where I stand with this team, whether or not I have confidence in Carroll in the future. And I'm going to take every game and try to look at it very much with a sober eye to make that assessment and then tell you guys what I think and feel and see where you guys think and feel on it. But as much as there are little moments of being encouraged here, or not even just little moments, big moments of being encouraged here, in the respect of you have an offense working. You had a good offseason. You had your best draft in 10 years. You seemingly made the sale of Russell Wilson at just the right time to get not only the maximum return, but to get out from under Russell just as some of those skills are maybe starting to erode a little bit more. All of those are definitely good things, and I give not only John Schneider credit for that, I give Coach Carroll credit for it too. But is that enough? Is that enough to build the confidence inside of me to look at this team going into the future, into this rebuild, to say this guy's got enough to get this done now because of these things versus how putrid and awful the defense is looking right now? That is the key here to this question going forward. That's to me the most important question to come away from this season, not whether or not Geno's the answer or who's the quarterback in the future. It's about who's guiding this ship. Who is the captain? Do I got the Titanic captain? Or I got that captain who can get me through treacherous waters in the middle of a white squall. I don't know. We'll see how the rest of this year goes. It's one loss. You're 2-3. The NFC is going to be a mixed bag this year. We're already seeing it. It's not going to be runaway teams all across the board, or you were already now out of it somehow by being at 2-3. It's going to be hard. Schedule's going to be tough. Nobody is going to predict this team's going to get necessarily the playoffs. But again, as somebody else many people have maintained in the chat and said often, again, the offense as well as it's playing. If the defense can just be average, if the defense can be 20th in the NFL, and if the special teams can stop making harebrained plays over and over to cause turnovers and give teams back the short fields, this team can be a playoff contending team this year right now. After a game like that, it's a huge leap to say a team like this can get up to be 20th defensively speaking. But I do come back to the fact that in recent years, you have started out historically bad to begin the years, and then as the years went along, things got a bit better. Maybe those were lucky those 2 years. Maybe it's like last year, you caught bad teams at the end of the year, so it sort of covered up for how bad the defense really was. But I've got to have some hope here in some way or another. I'm going to put my hope in that area of things and hope that they can somehow find a way to tighten this down. I also think, as I've said for weeks on end on this, if I can go make a deal for a middle linebacker out there, sure, I would love to go get the kid out of Chicago. He would be great if you could pick him up, Roquan Smith. Or if you could talk the Panthers into handing you over Shaquille Thompson. That would be a great move to be made. But beyond looking at the pie in the sky move or the daydream move, let's keep in mind the fact that a guy like Cody Barton right now is playing league worst at the middle linebacker position. I feel like there's a trade you can go make to get a little bit above that. And you can't solve all the defensive struggles this year, but that is one place that you can hem down, one place that this team could have saw coming as a problematic area. I'm not putting this all on Cody Barton. I'm just saying that that's one spot that they could look at to maybe help this team out a lot. One thing I will say about this game as I wind down my comments on this is that this was at least an entertaining and fun game to watch. The referees pissed me off. Coach Carroll's defense pisses me off. But the team is fun to watch. And it's not just because of the offensive explosion. It's because of the moments that you see, the pop. It's the young guys showing up. It's the back and forth nature of these games. It's where you're not just punting through 2.5 quarters going, yeah, let's just wait till the fourth quarter. Let's just get this grind out the fourth quarter, and then we'll make this fun to watch. They've been fun to watch for me. I've enjoyed these games, and it's been really fun watching with you guys. We'll see if our Seahawks can turn this forward. It's going to be a tough schedule, going to be hard. But again, defense just get a little bit better. Special teams clean some things up. And you can get into that contending stage of things. All right. Well, let's break back over to you guys in the chat. Thank you for letting me go through on my post thoughts on that. I like to get that kind of cut up. It's a nice little cut up because we do have those folks that want the shorter content. They're like, I don't want to sit through 5 hours, bro. Just give me some short stuff, all right? 5 hours is a really long time. And I get that. I do. Graham Thom, thank you for subscribing, Graham. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Says, honestly, D improved, though. 2 touchdowns on a short field, forced more punts, but Taysom Hill had our number. Still, looked really bad, but looked better. I mean, I could give you maybe a couple of inches of better, Daniel. I can give you a couple inches to your point. Okay, maybe a couple more punts. But, I mean, you gave up 39 points, 235 yards rushing. And again, consider about the fact on this, Daniel, they're down 4 of their top 7 best offensive players, maybe. Maybe depending on where you rank Geno in that offense, you have them very short-handed. You should be able, if anything, to be able to kind of get them into a shutdown stage, much less, well, we somewhat stem the bleeding. The artery's not completely blowing out of the arm now. It's just leaking blood down the arm, but it's still leaking blood down the arm. Whether the artery's pumping it out or not, it's still coming out gushing, you know? So I'll give you a little bit, Daniel, maybe a smidge. And you're right about the short field. You know, the short fields are tough, but there's just too many times here where they just can't seem to muster up any kind of fight. They're just sort of like both hands are tied behind their back with everybody on the field. And they're just sort of kind of running with the players, but everybody's got hands behind their back. Like, well, I'm close. Can't use my arms, but I'm close. Thank you, though, Daniel, for the donation. Megan with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, okay, B's and 12s, I need to step away from the laptop for a bit. Shoulder and eye and head are all aching. Maybe back later, but if not, we'll see you all soon. Bring on the Cardinals at Lumen next field. Sounds good, Megan, and thank you for all your donations, and I am looking forward to next week's game. That's going to be a fun one to go watch in person. No doubt about it. Keith Ellis has subscribed. Keith Ellis, you're awesome for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Fat Daddy Stack with a $12 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, bruh, win or lose, I'm fine with it. But when weak calls on momentum plays are called, it just irks me to no end. Vegas sucks. Call the game. It isn't just the Seahawks. It's league wide. You're right. About the official stuff. Yeah. I don't think it's just us being impacted by us on this. I have felt like I've seen a little bit more of officials controlling the game since more of the betting stuff was opened up nationwide. I'm not going to say causation makes correlation here, but I am definitely a little bit suspicious at times in some of these games and watching how they're called and the timing they're called. We had a couple of games last year like this. The Green Bay Packer game in Green Bay. The Los Angeles Ram game. Remember the Green Bay game where there's the pass interference call at the end of the game? Looks clear as a bell. Don't call it. Then you got the Ram game, I think a couple of weeks later. There's a pass interference call on DJ Dallas at the end of the game. Horrible calls throughout the course of that game, all swinging in the Rams' favor. It looks a little suspect. It does look a little suspect. And I'm not coming down to blaming this game completely on the officials or anything. But if we are putting a pie together of blame in this game and reasons why you lose this game, certainly there's a little bit of that slice of pie there that's going to be towards the officials in this particular game for how they called this and called this against us. We weren't getting the benefits of the call. And I was going to bring it up earlier, but this is a little bit why I'm sensitive to this. Let me bring this up if I can find it here. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this. It's a little bit of a chart I'm going to bring onto my side here. And this was from a couple of weeks ago. This has only continued in further here since this point. I'd love to get an update on this stat. But this is why I get frustrated about this for the folks that go, officials, no, officials, no, officials, no. I've got years of my Hawks not getting the benefit of calls at times here. And then you got this year. Let's take a look at this right here, right? Where, I guess you can't see all of it here because I didn't clip it right, basically. But take my word for it. You can't see above it, but this is teams at the top, the 1, 2, 3, 4, Chicago, Houston, Cincinnati, Atlanta. Those are the teams that are getting the benefits of calls in the league so far this year. And the teams on the bottom of that list, Philly, San Francisco, Seattle, and Dallas, are the teams getting the least amount of calls. So it's a little bit of a thing that does continue on, and I'm not putting the full blame on it. It just gets annoying. It gets annoying when year after year I have to look at this kind of stat for my team. It starts to feel like you're a little bit targeted a little bit. Whether that's right or wrong, could be wrong on that. It's just a little bit of how it feels when you're able to see this kind of stat pop up from the EPA on penalties. And again, this only continued on this day. I imagine that we're only still at 31 or 32 as it stands. And Relax Gaming, thank you for subscribing, Relax Gaming. You're awesome. Let's get your guys' thoughts here in the chat. We'll kind of do a little more interacting with you guys over here. Appreciate everybody watching today. And if you do like what you're watching, do me a favor, please. On top of those guys subscribing, you guys are awesome for subscribing. Do hit that like button for me if you could. I would appreciate it. Nikki J says, Brian has 3 fumbles in 3 games. Kid's got a nose for the ball, Nikki. Nose for the ball. Mike Skinner says, Tariq had a good game. Monet and Kobe. They were a little bit better. Kobe did give up that touchdown reception in the end zone to Chris Olave that he then concussed him on. So I guess if you're going to give up a touchdown, at least get the guy concussed. That's a way of doing it. Sam Acosta says, maybe lightning will strike twice for Carroll. You never know. Sam says, okay, we need multiple Hall of Fame caliber players to implement the system. Sounds easy enough to achieve. Sam's being facetious, but Sam brings up a very good point on what I'm saying with this, in that the old system, like I've long harped on, doesn't work anymore. Running cover 3 is not going to work anymore. Dropping into soft zone defenses is not going to work anymore. And you're not going to find the elite Hall of Fame caliber talent that Sam just referenced in future drafts. That's a hard, tough get to. Very unlikely you do that. It's a much easier path in just adopting and implementing a scheme that puts the players in better position to be successful. Mike Skinner says, I'm 21, and I knew Pete had to go the first year this historically bad defense started. Seahawks need not only a new defense almost entirely, there's only 3 players I'd keep from the starters on defense. Now, you may not be wrong. I mean, what we got? I'd go at Chenna, Boye Mafe, Kobe Bryant, Tariq Woolen. So I might go 4 guys, Mike, but your point still stands. Not a lot of them. Marlon Harrows is sad, very sad. Amari Taylor, we should get Caleb Williams in the 2024 draft and focus on defense in this year's draft. Amari, I do think that Caleb's probably going to be the number 1 overall selection. So you're going to have to find a way to be able to get to that spot in that draft. It's a little bit of a tough task to say you can go a year out to get that guy who's going to be the number 1 overall guy. But again, the defense looks like today, you got a lot of work that needs to be done first and foremost, seemingly on the defense before anything that you need to do on the offense. Randy Wagner, I'm not feeling too well. I expected the Hawks to win. I wasted some beautiful sun and blue skies watching the Steelers get punished 38-3. Taking a double loss this week. Double Ochi. Yeah, this one hurts. One hurts a little bit. Mike Skinner, we got a sack. Al Woods got a sack today. Tony Perez, Pete gets blamed for the O-line they drafted. No. I mean, that's where I'm trying, Tony, before I started to rip a little bit on him on the defense. He's got to be given some credit for what he's done offensively because he's adopted that. He's accepted that. And it's an implementation offensively from a scheme standpoint of not one that he necessarily wants to run ideally. So I give Pete some credit on that. And the O-line was great that they addressed it. They kind of had to. They had no Dwayne Brown. They had no Brandon Shell anymore. Both guys were free agency, and you didn't go into free agency and sign anybody. So you were kind of put in a position, but they drafted the right guys nonetheless. Who'd imagine, can we just quandary Diggs for Stephon Diggs? No one will notice. Dig for dig. Mike Skinner says, if Clint Hurtt is on the hot seat, I'm going to rip my hair out on this. When is Pete's fault? He's a defensive coach, and now time after time, we've gotten rid of the defensive coordinator, and the problem still lingers. Yeah, you can't come back to Clint Hurtt here, and that's the place I pushed back on last week, and I'll continue to push back on here. You can't look at this team right now and say the blame of this needs to land on the defensive coordinator. We just need to get a better defensive coordinator. Coach Carroll has played a little bit of this sleight of hand on us 3 times in the last 7 years, and it plays out the very same way. It's the same wash, rinse, repeat situation. Fire a defensive coordinator or have a defensive coordinator go to a better job like Quinn did or to get a head coach. Okay, well, I'll hire from within. Here comes Chris Richard. Oh, Chris Richard fails. It's definitely Chris Richard's fault. Absolutely Chris Richard's fault. We got to fire him. That's just not going to work. Come on, Norton. I'm going to hire from within to you. We'll bring you up. You'll be the answer. Okay, Norton's definitely not the answer. He's a big fail. It's all on him. It's got to be on him. Okay, let's go get Hurt. Hurt fails. Also another internal hire. This is on Carroll. I don't want Hurt getting really any of the blame at this point. Carroll decided to go this direction and how he's gone. He had ultimate control on who he wanted to hire. He went for the yes man. He went for the man that was going to operate his defense as he wants to see it operated. He didn't want outside ideas coming in to change or to force him to grow outside of what he wanted to do. The blame game's got to be put in the right spot here, and it does land at Coach Carroll's feet. Mythical Pigeon says, we got a tough schedule coming up. D is going to implode. It's not getting easier for him, that's for sure. That is 100% for certain. Randy says only 9 points from Russell Wilson. Does that make the Hawks Nest feel any better? Yeah, Randy. I mean, I'm annoyed after a win, but no win or loss this year is going to take me too much over the top one direction or the other. I worry about the Carroll situation because now we're talking about something that goes beyond one more year. We're talking about maybe potentially going into another season next year, starting that year out and watching the defense again go horrifically bad as they put all these more resources back into that side of the ball. And then we're going to just come to find out that really the real problem here is that we have to wait another extra year to find out that Carroll's not the right guy to be running this forward. And he's not if he can't put a functional defense together. I made the reference a couple weeks ago. I can't have a pastry chef that can't make a donut. That doesn't work. If you're a head coach and I bring you in for a specialty, your specialty better come to bloom. Michael says Seahawks defense needs help this offseason. A lot of help. Mythical Pigeon says keep Nwosu. I'd keep him too. He's going to be here for at least another year. They got him on a good contract. Drew Locks Hose says Pete Carroll is wasting Geno Smith's prime. Only a matter of time before Geno falls back to earth. Alan says that Brandon agreed. Go Hawks. I'm glad we're in agreement. David Yang says we're not using Noah Fant enough. You could definitely maybe implement him a little bit more. Had a big catch today, so they got him a little more going than they have in recent games. David says Noah Fant should be in Geno Smith's mind more. He misses so many reads. Yeah, I mean, I know what the play you're talking about, David, is the 3rd and 17 play where they showed the overhead shot on the all-22 and Noah Fant breaks open in the flat. As I said on the live stream with that, David, when the quarterback progression there is probably left to right, and I'm going to guess that Fant's probably the 5th read there, but that read and that progression determination is not dictated by Geno Smith in that moment. It's going to be Waldron telling him where to go through his reads. You're also not going to have a lot of faith that you're going to hit the flat route there and that you're going to get 16, 17 yards from Fant after the catch from the tight end position. So I could understand why you saw the play and he is open, but I thought Geno was on his reads pretty well today. CJ Kurzman, worst call of the game was the phantom holding call on Woolen. Gave the Saints a first down when it would have stopped them on 3rd. That's your worst one, CJ? For me, I thought the worst one for me is the Charles Cross holding call where DK Metcalf makes the touchdown in the end zone and then the officials go, oh wait, they scored a touchdown? Let's call the holding call on somebody. That was the worst one for me. To me, on the Tariq one, he gives initial chuck at the line of scrimmage. You give that chuck at the line of scrimmage, then you got to release at that point. And instead he hits the chuck and then keeps staying on top of him, kind of getting handsy there, where it's going to make it a little easier to make the official to make that call in that moment. I don't know if I agreed with the call necessarily, but that I understand why they made the call there, as it looks a little bit bad to the official. Erickson, Al Woods is a manimal. Ryan C, nope, no trades. We are more than one player away. That won't help as much as the young guys taking their lumps. I can completely get where you're coming from there, Ryan. This is a little bit of the argument I want to make on this. If you go and you look at a guy, be it Shaq Thompson or be it a guy like Roquan Smith, and you go to them and you say, okay, we're going to maybe potentially target Roquan as a free agent anyway this offseason. Okay. If you're looking to target him in the offseason anyway, why not grab him now? And when we're talking about the young guys taking their lumps, Ryan, I don't think you're going to be putting Cody Barton in those young guy taking lumps category, are you? You don't look at Cody Barton and be like, well, after he just works his way through this year, his fourth year in the NFL and looks putrid, I'm sure by year 5, the light bulb will turn on above his head. So I look at it really on just a microcosm level here of one position, being that this is a position you can help, which is the worst position for you on your defensive side of the ball right now. You look at cost, probably around a 3rd to a 4th round pick at this point with Roquan, and the Bears looking at losing him for maybe nothing this offseason unless they try to franchise him, which I don't know that they're going to try to do. And if you're looking at signing him anyway in the offseason, why not just do this now? And you could say, well, I don't want to give up the pick. But then think about this. If you're playing the compensatory game going into the offseason, if you're going to allow Geno to walk, if you're going to allow Rashaad Penny to walk, if you're going to allow a couple other guys to walk, maybe you can get some compensatory picks back on the offset that don't get offset by you signing Roquan as a free agent. So there's a little bit of an advanced look at this in that. I'm not looking at making a bunch of trades down the board, but definitely I think you can help out the middle linebacker position at this point. And Trenton Simpson is probably the best linebacker I've seen so far on the tape. It's him or To'o, as Greg said. Simpson and To'o are the two best that I've seen so far. Jason Wolf, the Bears will want too much for Roquan. Potentially, Jason, but let's remember again, trade deadline deals, you don't tend to get maximum value at trade deadline as the trading team. He's not an outside pass rusher, he's a middle linebacker, which also tends to be a depressed asset. And I don't know how they got Roquan back on the field when he was wanting the contract and wanting the trade in this preseason, but I'm going to reckon to guess that the Bears probably told Roquan that they were not going to necessarily look to franchise him after this year. So if that's the case, and they've got him walking for nothing, why not try to, speed up these picks that much faster at that point to get the selections in your hand if you're not counting on signing him anyway? I am making a little bit of an advanced logical deducement here, which could be wrong, but I'm sort of kind of taking it a couple steps down that way. I'd also look at Shaquille Thompson with the Panthers going into the last year of his deal there. And the Panthers could end up here in sell mode as well around the trade deadline. Tom Cox, Carroll doesn't give me confidence in making the right decision and making the right choice to select players. I don't have that confidence in him yet at this point either. I've been encouraged by certain things, but it's not an end-all be-all by some of the signs of encouragement. And it seems like for every step forward that he takes, there's a step back to be taken in conjunction with it. David Langman says, thanks for the coverage. Davey, it's my pleasure, man. I love doing this. DJ says it's the fifth general manager in. Adjustments will be made. Hopefully so. David, Kobe Bryant and Woolen are fun to watch. And I think Saints may have paid those refs off too. Amari Taylor, let's get Brian Breeze or Jalen Carter or Will Anderson, and let's get Trenton Simpson with the other first rounder. Sounds good to me. Erickson says, tough catches from Lockett, clean tosses from Geno. Dope S. Very dope, Erickson. Very dope. It was good to see. Very good to see. Randy Wagner, at least the Seahawks has offense. Steelers have neither offense or defense. That's true. At least there's something we get to enjoy and watch. Drew Locks Hose, where's the captain of the defense ripping the whole defense in the sidelines? I don't know if he can do a lot of ripping when he's missing tackles like he is, Drew Locks Hose. And right now, Quandre Diggs is definitely looking like a much different player than the one we've seen here over the last couple of years. I'm not going to say shell of himself, but reduced. Tom, I still think Seattle needs to hold on all picks. Seattle needs a lot of picks, and unless this team is a Super Bowl contender, then maybe. Not opposed to that, Tom. Not opposed to that. Again, some of this with my looking at a guy like Shaq Thompson or a guy like Roquan Smith is a look at, are you going to potentially target those guys into the future as a solution for the position? And if so, then why not just make the move now? And if it's a little bit of a depressed cost, as I said, I think you're not going to have to pay the prime the pump prices for a middle linebacker mid-season at the trade deadline. I think you can get that for pretty good. Seahawks blue, and green. I wasn't sure about Diggs' deal when it happened. My gut feeling may have been right. No, I wasn't either. I didn't mind. They came down on a lot lesser money than I thought he was going to sign for, which was encouraging, but doesn't change the fact you're signing a guy coming off a major injury, going in to be 30 years old, and you already had all that money invested into the strong safety position in Jamal Adams. Tony Tomes, who selected the O-line and Tariq Woolen? If you blame Pete, then he gets credit. As I've done a couple times here, Tony, I'm remaining balanced on it. So I'm As I'm knocking Carroll for the defense, I'm giving him some credit for the offense as well and the offensive line. I would give him some credit on that. And it's good to see the offense playing well, Tony. But as I said, when I measure this out to how well the offense is playing and how well the defense is playing, I don't just go, well, it's all caught in the wash. So Carroll's great. I don't do that. Him doing what he's done offensively, the selection of Tariq Woolen, those are good. These are good points, but they're not the end-all be-all to make me feel like I've got supreme confidence in Coach Carroll going into the future with what I'm watching on the defensive side of the ball. I just saw two of the poorer offenses when this league season ends out. I just watched two of the poor offenses in this league slaughter this defense. I know the Lions, they got shut out today, but they had been averaging over 30 points before that. With where that offense was at, with as shorthanded as they were coming into that game, with where the Saints were at, as shorthanded as they were coming into this game, you got slaughtered against bad offenses. That to me is much more of an indictment than to Carroll than just saying, well, the offense is great, so that offsets it all. It just can't for me. But you're right, Tony. He does get credit. Mythical Pigeon says Diggs is quietly quitting. Maybe. He's certainly not quietly balling out. Patrick Zong, bro, they ran the ball at least 70% the ball. Andy was doing nothing crazy. Really had one person beat us. Yeah, Andy wasn't doing anything necessarily nuts. That's for sure. But whoever was beating you, you were letting them basically walk the ball up the football field. Russell Marquis says, who would have thought we'd be writing one of the best offenses in the league with one of the worst defenses on the other side of it? I don't think anybody made that prediction. And somebody said we should have kept Carlos Dunlap, maybe, but Dunlap's a 4-3 guy. So unless you're going to stay in more 4-3 looks, defensively speaking, you really didn't want to have Carlos Dunlap at 6'7" trying to stand up as an outside linebacker. That's just not going to be his forte. But as DJ Jimenez brings up, I do think, yes, DJ, I think you really shouldn't. And as I've said, one of the corrections this defense can make right now that'll probably help them out is sliding to more of a 4-3 defensive end look. 4-3 defense rather than the 3-4. They're not doing good with the 3-4 as it stands right now. It doesn't seem to fit with the personnel that they got. You have the personnel to fit to a 4-3 defense. I would be a lot more in favor of seeing at this point just to try another adjustment, to just do something. Erickson says Metcalf could have taken over completely, but had a couple of messy plays. Well said. Well said. King Bomber just ran a mock draft, got Will Levis, Miles Murphy, Jervon Dexter, and Felix Aduke Zuma with 4 picks, and got 3 first-rounders, a second, third, and a sixth for next year. Nice. Very nice. We got a lot of agreement here. The personnel doesn't quite match. Yeah. DJ Eben has Justin Flo from Oregon. I didn't like his tape, DJ. Justin Flo did not do a lot to impress me in the games I watched of him. Tony says, do you blame Pete for the defense? Yep. So I kind of addressed that on that, Tony, is that you're right. Give him credit on offense. And I have in this post game given him the credit on the offense, but the defense is playing more miserably bad than the offense is playing good. And your special teams is now going bad. And you have, if you don't think that Tony, let's also bring the special teams into this. You've not addressed anything for a punt returner for a couple of years. You have Lockett back there running it. You try a fake punt in this game, which is the call of the coach. That also has got to go onto his shoulders. Ryan C. Tony knows to watch other. It's not something we need in this year in any capacity. Tony knows how annoying it is to watch 13-3 teams in the road. Erickson says, Penny hurt, stinks. Any news? Nothing I've seen so far. Penny's done, broken leg. I haven't heard yet. Nagasa, nowhere near any holding calls before our callback touchdown. They have to implement an age limit for the refs. Well, you may implement the age ref, but then that's not going to change it, Nagasa, from fixed games or refs calling the game slanted to one direction or another. Mike says, from the Super Bowl with the Steelers, the refs have hated us. It kind of feels like that a little bit. 16-bit blocker, our defense is wet paper. Worst defense I've ever seen. This has been 3 of the worst years at moments of the 3 worst. In 3 years, I've seen this defense play as bad as any Seahawks defense have I seen in my lifetime. It has been incredibly bad at moments and through all of the first parts of these games this season so far. Gox 2022 says NFL just seems like garbage. Not all, but the games, which include officials, are poor, but there seems to be a lot. Garbage time is not support to be from the beginning. It's tough games. Gets hard when the officials are making all these calls on it and they're controlling so much of the flow of things. And as I started happening a couple of years ago now, where it's like every time I have a touchdown or a great play happen, I have to wait 5 seconds to be able to really celebrate the play because I'm just taking for granted that there's going to be a flag coming in. I got like PTSD on these plays now. And as a fan, to reach that point where I'm just looking for the flag from the official, it's not a good look for the NFL. I don't think they care all that much. They're the big dog on the block. They don't answer to anybody. They're not under any pressure from any of the other sports, but it's lame. It does get a little bit lame in that respect of things. It'd be nice to have a week that we walk away from where I could at least just be like, well, we got the calls this week. At least we could say that. Well, at least the stuff went in our favor this week. But we just don't get a chance to really say that as much, which is kind of disappointing. Maybe at some point we'll get the calls. And again, I'm not fully blaming the officials on this one. I think you definitely lost this game in addition to the officials not being awesome for us. I would definitely say that. Here comes the Orn. Is it not bad enough we've lost? You got to bring your Orn in here too. I want none Orn. King Bomber, I want Simpson with the second first round pick. I like him. I don't like Noah Sewell. Both of the two Oregon linebackers for me, King Bomber. I've given a good first look at both of them. Sewell looks the part. He moves like the part, doesn't play like the part. And Flo just, I don't know what he does to even make himself an upper level prospect in watching him, to be honest with you. Maybe I need to watch more tape on those guys. David Yang says the announcer said it was a weak call on Woolen, which it was. I'll go with it. Like I said, I think it's a borderline call, David, but it's usually there's a rhythm to plays and there's a rhythm to what officials look for. And so when you do your initial chuck at the line of scrimmage, you do it and then you release. If you do the chuck and then you stay on the chuck and you keep chucking and you keep chucking and chucking and chucking, that's where the officials will tend to call that call. It's a borderline call, but they will call that if you keep on with it. Maybe it's still within the 5 yards. Maybe by the letter of the law, it's clean and it's a ticky-tack play. But it is one that will generate those calls at times. Robert Jorgensen says we put Taysom Hill in the Hall of Fame. Yes, we did. King Bomber, worst for me was the DK fumble. The DK fumble changed the whole scope of the game. Whole scope of the game got flipped in a moment. You got the ball. You just make a catch there for your DK. It's going to be 2nd and 2. But then you fumble and give him the ball in the short field. That was a horrible moment for that play. And it just, as much as anything, as much as it being a bad play that shifted the score and all that, it was the momentum. It just swung the whole momentum of that game. Joshua says Willie Anderson and Trent Simpson would be A+ draft. That would be a great draft. That would be a great draft. Daniel says Seahawks have more have more international fans than other teams. NFL wants to expand their market, yet they still consistently call games biased against the Hawks. Shaking my head. I can't put it better than you just did, man. And Power Code says we've scored 103 points in the last 3 games. We are 1-2 in those games. Let that sink in. Fractured tibia for Penny. Brutal on Rashad there, man. Just can't stay healthy. Tough. And that will end his season. Jason Wolf says, damn, think about this. Geno put 32 at New Orleans, then we lost. Yeah, it hurts. Tony Tones says we need more cam and hitters at safety. It would help us, Tony Tones. Certainly there's been a lot of that legislated out of the game in recent years. I don't know if Cam could play the same way he once played when he came here 10 years ago in the way that the officials call it. But you don't, to your point, have any kind of physicality or fear you're putting in anybody's hearts out there from your defenders. Brian C. says, this is not a big deal. This is the plan. Let the young guys play, figure out who's depth for us going forward. Winning 2 games made everyone forget what our roster consists of. Yeah, I don't quite land on this spot with it, Ryan, myself. Because I go back to the defense on this and I go, this is not a defense that's been torn around and has no talent, or that is a defense that has nothing but like 5 rookies playing at one time trying to start. That's not the defense that you put together here. You go down the line, Quinn Jefferson, Brian Monet, Al Woods, Poona Ford, Daryl Taylor, Uchenna Nwosu, first-round pick on Jordan Brooks, third-round pick on Cordy Barton, now in his 4th year. We can talk about, well, they missed those drafts. Well, okay, but you missed on all those players. That's going to be a problem then. And again, it comes back to me, Ryan, on we're going to be talking about, people are going to be at the forefront of this, Ryan, this offseason saying, let's put assets into defense. Let's put assets into defense. Let's put assets into defense. If the scheme is not fixed and the coach is not right, you're going to be throwing out the bad money with the good. And you won't get the returns of simply just adding the talent to the defense and then it just switches around like night to day over the course of a season because we get 5 young dogs. That just isn't going to happen, in my opinion. And that's why I think it's so important to make this assessment at looking really clearly at Carroll and really clearly at where he is in his coaching career and really clearly at his ability to put together a functional defense. Because not only is this a non-functioning defense, not only is this not a middle-of-the-road defense, not only is this sort of a in-the-20s type defense, this is a league-worst defense. And from my standpoint, Ryan, if you were throwing more rookies out there, I might have a little bit more of ability to go, yeah, we just got to let it play out. Just got to let it roll out. But it's been your rookies who've been good for you. Tariq's doing awesome. He was your best playing corner in this game. Boye Mafe in the moments he's gotten snaps has been pretty solid. Kobe Bryant's definitely kind of taken as good as he's gotten, but he has given good. 3 forced fumbles at least, which is, versus some of the other defenders on this team, is a huge step forward. So I personally can't kind of fall into that range of things saying this is just part of the plan. I don't think part of the plan was ever that this was going to be a historically bad defense this year. For the 3rd straight season, showing signs of being that. I think that's problematic. It's an issue, and it's an issue that will carry forward, which is the biggest, most important point I can kind of make about this. Sound guy says, Diggs, Poona Ford's not a defensive end. Cody Barton's a backup. Yes, sir. And you're right, sound guy. 4-3-4 is not working. Michael says, we don't have the defensive end to run 4-3 defense. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You could put a Geno Smith on one side, and you could put Boye Mafe on the other side, and then if you want to run 4-3 Sam stuff, you could put Daryl Taylor as the Sam linebacker like you have in the past. You can pull it off. Alton Robinson's coming back, Michael. He's played defensive end. And just last year, you had both Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton playing Will and middle in the 4-3. Ryan says, people forget the Bills had a very similar team about 3.5 years ago. Amazing offense, atrocious defense. Now look at them. I think that's a kind of a general comparison, Ryan, without really many details. That's like that's a little bit of that surface level comparison that I sometimes bristle at. Where, yeah, that was the way that Bills team came together, but that's also a team that once they hired a defensive-minded coach and brought the defensive-minded guy in there to run things, he got the defense turned around. And they made the commitments to the defensive side of the ball. Part of the reason that defense was so bad at the time, too, was that the Bills hadn't put as much assets as we put into our defense over the last couple of years. They hadn't missed on as many guys. They hadn't been unable to get the development out of those guys that they had drafted. I think that's a little bit of this too here. Don Mata, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Don. And again, members of the channel, please keep an eye on your community post because that's where I do put my members only community articles out there. Just posted one last night, Don. Please do keep an eye on that, but thank you for becoming a member. Sam the Great with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sam. You were awesome. Says, late to the show, Brandon. Out watching the game with my Saints fan friend. He really tried to justify the DK BS catch and the touchdown that got bobbled. Well, you can't blame him on that, Sam. You know, I struggle with being a homer at times, so I can't knock another fan base for being homer-like in their ways either. You know, you can know where he's coming from, and he's not the one making those calls in the thing. It's those officials making those calls. Brutal calls in this game, Sam. Certainly the officials did you no favors here. You lost the game, pure and simple. Saints were the better team today. I'm giving them credit. But that stuff did not help matters at all. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. So he says, Pete needs to do what Arians did. Step back. Well, I would say that I and I'm not trying to tell Carroll what to do, but if I was in his situation, if I'm a guy who's, if I'm doing live streams at 73 years old, and I'm live streaming with you guys and I'm a little slow on the button, can't really respond fast enough, I'm missing donations, I'm missing comments, I can't speak very clearly, voice is getting a little gravelly, can't understand what I'm saying. You start to recognize your failings, and you got to reach a point as an aging guy. It happens to everybody where you go, do I still have enough to get this done? Am I still good enough to do this? Am I still got my fastball? And it's no great indictment of a person or a human being to say you reach 73 and you may not have your fastball anymore. But Coach Carroll has been a defensive maestro. He goes back to the Minnesota Vikings as defensive back coach, continued on forward as supposedly being a defensive maestro. That is what he is. That is what he is supposed to be. And he wants that to run this team in many ways. He wants the team leading with that in many ways. That's why you've put so many assets into that side of the ball. But to say that we are now seeing diminishing returns from that side of the ball with Carroll, and he keeps moving around the decks of the Titanic, firing guys to only hire back within the internal side of things, that does not lead me to have confidence into the future. Confidence in the future, if we were having a rough road defensively, would have been bringing in a defensive coordinator outside from to within who had different ideas, who wanted to run things differently than Carroll has in the past. And that would have been an acknowledgement by Carroll, oh, my old way is not working. The cover 3 scheme is no longer working. But here's what's happened this year, folks. Maybe they had a ton of pressure packages built in for Jamal Adams. Maybe we were going to blitz every which way but loose when Jamal was going to roll this year. And that when they lost Jamal, all of that playbook went out the back door. That could be the case. But the problem is that then your backup plan was to slide back into the cover 3 junk that you've been running the last 5 years that's had you at times look bad historically as a defense. That was not a solution, as it's not been a solution in the past. And if you're going to call upon it in the past, if you're going to call upon it now here this year, when it's shown it's failed so thoroughly in the past, what confidence do I have that you're not going to be trying cover 3 next year? And that it will then continue to fail at that time as well. This came to a clear part for me a couple years ago when Seattle was really seeing the defense start to falter. And Chris Sims was talking to people throughout the league. And there was a Seattle book. They called it the Seattle Playbook. And this was a playbook of plays that was specifically designed to beat the Seattle Seahawks defense. Because it's so simplified, you know what you're going to see post-snap. So then it just becomes about what specific plays do I have to utilize to attack that defense appropriately. And that book got deeper and deeper and deeper through the years. And we have Carroll running back into that simplified coverage stuff that he's always run in the past. And so it's no surprise to me that it fails then. It's been solved. You've got to come up with a new equation. Will Hunting went in there and got up on the marker and he marked that board up, and it's been there sitting there for years now. It's got dust on the top of the board. They know how to go at this defense. You've got to change your ways. And I thought they were doing it this offseason with the cover 2 shell stuff, but you're not seeing cover 2 shell stuff here. And I can only think that they must have just tossed it all out the door the second Jamal Adams went down with the injury, which is disappointing to hear that you didn't have a backup plan for it. But it does seem to be a bit of the case. Keith Ellis says, gosh, the team needs to fix the penalties on both sides of the ball, clean up, and we'll be a lot better. That would help. There were some ticky-tack calls in this game too, Keith. Definitely some ticky-tacks, but that would help. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says, thank God we didn't bite the Trent Brown bullet during free agency. Yeah, that was a smart move on their part. GoHawks 2022 says Pete has zero accountability. Zip. It's so-so's fault. Well, that's what it takes to change your ways, GoHawks 2022, right? You're going to change. You got to first accept that there is a problem, that there is an issue. And again, Pete was showing you signs of this offseason. He talked about at the combine about being too arrogant in their ways. If you're too arrogant in your ways, and you acknowledged at that time that you indeed did need to make a change, but now you're not making a change this year in what you're running, what was that arrogance in reference to? I ask. Tony, even further, people thought the Penny pick was bad when Carson ended up retiring. Fans don't know S. Oh, I think you mean like the signing there? Yeah. Chris, if I think I missed something else, Tony. This is the year for the youngins on D to get experience. I'm not expecting playoffs this year, but I'm happy for any win. Fair enough. Lori, go Hawks. How can we donate? Lori, if you want, you can donate through the YouTube platform. Or otherwise, I've got a Patreon channel. I should probably get a different link, like a PayPal app or something like that, Lori, because I know some folks aren't hooked up through YouTube. But if you just donate through the YouTube app, that's the way to go with it. Tony Tones says, too much knee-jerk reactions. See, I disagree here, Tony. I do disagree with you kind of vehemently on this one. So sorry we are in disagreement, but I've got to kind of take my stand on this. I've watching this for a couple of years. You went through 2 years ago and you were through 9 games of the season, Tony, with a historically bad defense. And what I mean by that, Tony, is you were on pace to give up more yards in the air than anybody else in NFL history by a wide margin. You were going to smash that record. Then last year, through about 7 games, you were on pace to give up more yards in the air to any other running back in NFL history. And this is in addition to the defense looking putrid in both of those 2 seasons. Now, I have some hope, Tony, that maybe they can turn this around. But nonetheless, this is 3 straight years where your defense has had a lot of games over all 3 of those years, a good wide collection of games where they have been historically bad. To gloss over that and say, oh, I just the young guys playing. As I said, I sort of kicked that out, Tony. That point of this is about letting the young guys learn the ropes, or they've got to take their lumps to learn their ways. Okay, I'm with you on that. So then that means the problems on the defense go back to the rookies? No, they don't. The problems of the defense go back to players that are veterans, who should be going into their prime, who you've paid money to. So that argument doesn't really hold any weight. You got to back it up with something. It has to be with the players showing you that rough play out in the football field as the rookies. And maybe the vets kind of somewhat holding it down. But to say it's a knee-jerk reaction, Tony, is to say that this is only based on 1 game. And I just mentioned, this is on 3 years of data I'm building this off. This isn't a knee-jerk reaction. This is covering this very closely and watching this team about as closely as you can possibly watch it, and watching this defense as close as you watch it, and watching the all-22 tape and breaking it down to that depth. Then I keep walking away over and over again saying there's some shortcomings here from our head coach, and there's some shortcoming defensively, which are, again, my problem with this, Tony, is you say, go through your lumps. You can just wish something gets fixed, but isn't it kind of hard to do that if you don't have anything to really base that upon? How do I have confidence in Coach Carroll fixing this defense when he's shown me for 3 straight years it's going bad? When he's shown me for 3 straight years he's not willing to change his ways? When he's shown me for 3 straight years he just wants to get it done by the old ways, by the cover 3 ways? Why should I not have some stifled confidence going into the future for that head coach? CJ says that the sequence where they called the ball not moving on DK's catch to consider it a catch and then a fumble, and then switched the Olave catch and consider that a catch even though he didn't complete it. It was horrible, CJ. It was awful. It was awful. Tom Cox says, I agree. Refs aren't all to blame, but it's fishy. Perfect way to put it, Tom. That's the best way to put it with it. Fishy. D-Nugget says, 2-15. Tony, who is responsible for Shane Waldron and Geno? So, Tony, I've said it a couple times. I'm probably behind on the chat with you. I've given some credit and maybe it's just that I'm so behind on the chat. So sorry if I'm behind on the chat with it, but I've given credit to Carroll multiple times for the offense on that. That's not enough to override how historically bad this defense is right now. That in itself is not an end-all be-all to the defense looking this bad. And again, it's not to the rookies, as you mentioned. It's your vets misplaying this. It's your vets who aren't playing well. It's the guys that you put a lot of money into and a lot of draft picks into who aren't playing well. JCO2 says Penny is out all year. Tough break. Tough break. Joshua, Will Anderson, Trent Simpson would be an A+. Yeah, they would be good, Joe. Would be a good draft. Daniel says, well, the Geno hate needs to stop after this game. Geno just had a really good game against a top 10 defense in the NFL. Well said, man. Very, very, very well said. And I second that. I do second that. Thank you to the mods for taking out the orange trash. I appreciate it. Mr. Isaac, the worst call was definitely on Charles Cross. Our defense has to do better. Sloppy tackling, bad scheme, unfavorable matchups equals ugly. Offense equals good to go. Just target interior O-line and a 1 wide receiver. Well said, Mr. Isaac. I would be in agreement with that. JCO2 says, and once Pete leaves, all that good culture he brings will be out the door too. Great point. It's a great point. Part something I haven't mentioned. That is a plus. That is a part that's a big plus to Pete Carroll's deal. TP says Russell's wasted so much of Pete Carroll's prime. Nagasa says this match was literally on the refs. They got a big part of it. King Bomber says he didn't move after he had both feet down. No football move, and you don't consider the Olave catch. I struggle with the Olave one for King Bomber. I mean, it's a play that could have gone either way. I'll give you that. The thing is that there's 2 feet that come down. He gets another foot coming down. Then he's dragged to the ground. Another foot hits the ground, and then he's dragged down there. But he got a second foot, third foot down there after the first 2, which theoretically could be considered a football move. You could talk me into it also being a fumble. And it sucks that every call kind of went against us in the game, which is fishy. But it's on the borderline. TP says, you knew Pete knew something no one else knew, Geno, and he gets credit for that. But we all knew we needed linebacker help prior to the season, and the fact that he didn't is really bad. Yeah, well said. King Bomber says, what about Noah Sewell? I think I mentioned on that one. So yeah, King Bomber, I'm just not really impressed by him too much. Nagasa says, is there any formation with like 1 or 0 linebackers? Mike Skinner, why is it every week we have to face 2 teams instead of 1, i.e. the refs and other teams? It's been years now. It's a problem, and it's been a problem, and no one on a professional team is going to blame refs for the loss. Agreed, man. Agreed. I've been showing this stat. And this was coming into this game. This was the stat where you're sitting at the 31st team as far as the number of calls you get is in the NFL. And as you said, Tom, this would be one thing if this was just a one season thing or whatever, but we've been seeing this year after year. Go back and watch that Green Bay Packer game, and you're going to watch call after call after call going against us. Go back and watch that Ram game on the road, second game of the year last year, call after call after call going against us. It gets lame. It gets old. U2K, Woolen and Cross penalties were both legit. Woolen is a point of emphasis this year, and Cross had a fistful of shoulder pad directly in front of the ref. Zebras are why we lost. Pete is bad at his job. I think you're probably saying zebras are not why we lost. Pete is bad at his job. Well, I agree with you. Pete being bad, job is in there. I'm with you on Woolen pick UE2K. The Cross one to me was ticky-tack. And it was a late flag, and it also happened to come right as we're scoring a touchdown, which made it real suspect. Tony says this season's a wash. If the Sox do well, a bonus, but good picks for the Broncos. I can't cast the season in that way, Tony. It's also a little bit of what we're going to be able to do in the future and what confidence we have in the future. And Carroll is on notice here. He's on notice. And simply bringing a good offense to bear is not enough to take him off of notice. Chase Briere says, disappointing performance from our front 7, excluding Jordan Brooks as always. Excluding Jordan Brooks as always? Tariq and Kobe also had some impressive flashes, but made some mistakes as well. It's been the defense costing these games. It has indeed. And yeah, Penny is out for the season. Tom, I would do what the Jets did last draft, use the picks and target best player available and do 3 picks in the first round. I don't know if I like those 2 second round picks myself, Tom, so I'd probably still hold on to those 2 second rounders. But BPA, you got me on that. I'm with you on that. Yeah, why I thought Brooks was lost in coverage again today. He was a little better in the run game today, so he was improved in that element. And at least he gives you that where Cody Barton doesn't give you that. But Brooks in coverage, still rough. Nitro, didn't get to watch the game. Anything I should know that I couldn't get from the box score? Nitro Hawk, the officials were really bad up against us today. That's the thing that really stands out. And the momentum of the game just changed on that DK Metcalf fumble. It really swung a game where you really seem to have that in your control and hands, and it just flew out of your hands like a bird just taking flight. Tony, this is why I'm not overreacting to any Seahawks losses this year. For the players we pick. Chris Smith, refs and no blackmail by cell phones on Bourbon Street on Saturday nights. CJ says, can we trade for a defensive coordinator? Is that a thing? It's never a thing I've ever heard about, CJ. I've never seen it happen in pro football before. Jack Sean says the defensive scheme is garbage. Robert Jorgensen says, what exactly was Dixon thinking? I don't know, Robert. I have no idea what that play call was. That was silly. I hope the reporters ask Carroll a little bit more about it so we can understand what they were trying to do. But it's a dumb fake punt. It's dumb. They got called offsides. They showed it the pre-snap play before actually running the fake punt. So the Saints were ready for it. The Saints showed you with their defensive alignment there on the play that they were ready for it. And you still tried to run it. Mike says they need to trade a second rounder for half a brain. Joe Biden's makeaway should package Diggs in a trade for Minkah Fitzpatrick. I don't think the Steelers are looking at trading Minkah Fitzpatrick, though. Why do Wise is when Russ was traded and Bobby cut, we all looked at the roster and threw up a little bit. The fact that the O is this good is a huge deal going into next year, and we still have a small change this year. Yeah. Bruce says we need 2 safeties. We do indeed. Tom Cox says, what about Jack Campbell from Iowa? I wasn't really impressed by him, Tom. I went back and watched this last week. He's 6'5". He's a big guy. He does a very good job of taking on blocks, which would be something that would stand out to us as far as enticing, because, of course, right now we're having a very hard time with our linebackers taking on blocks. And Campbell's got the size to be able to do that and strength to be able to do that. Athleticism-wise, speed-wise, instincts-wise, I came away from Jack Campbell saying in all 3 of those categories, he's lacking a little bit. Flag says there's the Pace brothers from Cincinnati, probably a 3rd or later. Ivan Pace Jr. has some great physical traits. Take a look at him. Tom, how do you know Hooker would be around in the 2nd? We can't think Hooker will be there in the 2nd. He's playing real good anyways. I think his age makes him one that's probably likely to be there. Chris, you have to spend the draft capital on a generational quarterback on a rookie deal. 2023 has a few. Geno can be a mentor, that's fine, but have to go quarterback even with needs on D. I don't know if I agree as much on that, Chris. I think no matter what on this, if you get locked into either being on the offense or defensive side of the ball and deciding that that's where you just decide prior to the draft that that's what you've got to select, I think you get yourself into trouble by doing that. To me, it comes down to best player available. When I have a team that needs this much help across the board, let me go BPA and go from there. Trust it from there. Go Hawks, his Hooker's moving up, so he might not be there in the 2nd round come April. Well, let's not forget, I think he turns like 26 years old in his rookie year. So he's a 25-year-old guy coming out of the draft. I think he's going to be pretty... That's going to steer some folks away from him. It's going to depress some of his value, but he's playing phenomenal football. Seahawks, blue, green. Depends if we have a good quarterback dropped us in the 1st pick. Thank you. That's exactly where I stand. I wouldn't mind Hooker in the 2nd and defense in the 1st. These veterans need to be on notice. Well said. Team Bomber, you don't need outside linebackers this year. You need the line, defensive ends, and nose tackles. True. Flag would like to give Dorian Thompson a chance. I haven't been able to watch a lot of Dorian Thompson there. That's the UCLA kid, right? And this King Bomber says, I don't think you spend high draft capital on 3-4 defensive ends or nose tackles. But that's also part of is the 3-4 defense. Is the 3-4 defense the right one going forward? R. Sanchez, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, R. Sanchez, for doing so. I do appreciate it. And sorry if I'm behind in the chat. I try to get to as many comments as I can, so that's why I am a little bit slower. If I happen to miss your comment, that's just trying to get we got a lot of folks in here tonight. So I just want to try to get as much through as I can. Nick Guerrera. How you doing, Nick Guerrera? Says, Dan Brandon, this defense is always something, right? I hate it. I hate it and still will. Always keep the faith in my Hawks in every game, but just so no improvements on the defense is depressing. Tariq is amazing. He is amazing. Kid really, 3rd interception, 3 games. Just awesome to see. Nick says, feel bad for Geno. Can't get any help on the defensive side of the ball. I do feel bad for him, man. He's balling out of his mind. He's doing awesome, and defense is kind of selling him a little bit. Selling him up the river. Selling him up the river. And King Bomber, sign me up for Trenton Simpson. I liked his tape. Mike Skinner, I'm tired of seeing multiple good players out for other teams' offense and it not mattering because the defense just can't stop anything. It's when I'm pointing to this defense, it's not just a hammer Coach Carroll. It's because it's that effing bad. To your point on that, Mike. It's that effing bad. You have offenses that are some of the worst offenses in the league coming in shorthanded on top of being some of the worst offenses in the league, and they are boat racing you week after week. Robert, I'd say we need more dogs on defense too. Robert Jorgensen says, does Quinn Jefferson do a lot? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Seahawks like to throw out a lot of these mid-tier contracts to defensive linemen. Brian Monet, Puna Ford, Quinn Jefferson. Strength in numbers, they say. But there is no numbers to their strength. DJ says, well, it's given any given Sunday. Indeed. Indeed. Robert Jorgensen says, I was hoping more from Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor has been completely invisible this season. He's got the 1 strip sack on Marcus Mariota, but outside of that play and making a couple of run stops, in the San Francisco 49er game, he's just not there. And Boney D, yep, Rashad Penny is done for the year with a fractured tibia. King Bomber says, Anderson ain't a priority considering we have Nwosu, Taylor, and Mafe. Maybe not. Depends on where you rate him. I mean, some of that King Bombers, you could make a trade for Anderson and then move those other guys for other trade draft capital. That's a little bit of potentially the way you swing that a bit. Michael Collins says, Houston, Carolina Panthers battling for the first pick. So Houston and CJ Stroud, Bryce Young to Carolina. Could go that way. Zal Zero says, it's also impossible to win games when we are dead last in points allowed. Yes, sir. DJ Jimenez, Flo is signed with Beast Mode marketing agency. Same with Najee Harris. He doesn't do anything for me watching him on tape. Oxo, was Wilson the problem with the offense? In general terms, yes. The West Coast offense is not a fit for Russell Wilson's skill set. You're seeing it in Denver this year as well. This is not the type of offense he's been running. I talked about this offseason. He should be in a power running style offense that is trying to really bring up the safety into the box, get him out of cover 2 looks, and then let Russell hit them over the top. That's the Russell Wilson offense. It's a little more simple. That's the one he should be running, but West Coast is not the one he should be running. And Geno's a better fit for this offense with Geno's skill set and commitment to the short and intermediate passing game. King Bomber says, true, but I don't want to lose a chance of getting an elite quarterback, so I'll take Stroud. Sounds good. And King Bomber, I don't think Simpson's going to last to the second. I think watching his tape, King Bomber, there's going to be a team out there that looks at him and sees a little bit of a Micah Parsons comparison to the guy. He's probably going in the middle of the first round. 16-bit blocker, Neal looked better than Jones, but Diggs has looked awful. Agreed. Taylor, awful. Agreed. Do we have the personnel for a 3-4? I don't think so. And yeah, 16-bit blocker, you need very specific players for a 3-4. You've got guys that have all been playing mainly in a 4-3 throughout their career, trying to play a 3-4, and they're struggling. Danny W says, outside the holding call on Cross for the touchdown to DK, I was fine with the refs. I thought the touchdown to Kobe was a Tampa Bay ball never moved, so he had secured it. The fumble on DK was 50-50 call, so that can stand. Daniel, what about the Tyler Lockett no call on the pass interference up the football field? Some of it with the refs is the timing of their calls and when they're choosing. Oh, we got him on a stop on a 3rd down. Let's get a flag. Oh, you got a 50-yard touchdown down the field to DK Lafayette. Let's get a flag out. Timing is kind of a little bit suspect. But I'm not blaming this all on the refs. Bash Gordon says, no, you are correct on Justin Flo. The thing that makes Justin Flo so popular is he was a huge prospect when he was in high school, and beyond even on that, like YouTube and stuff. He's all hype. Okay. Then it makes me, because I watched it, I'm like, why am I, him and the other guy, somebody had me, that I was reading online, there's another guy, I forget where he's at, like, another big linebacker, just moves clunky and slow. Wasn't impressed. And King Bomber, yeah, we need to trade cut Poona Ford. He's not earned his money at all. And Robert, tackling is the problem. It's another one of the problems here. Patrick Zong, now we got to pray the Rams and 49ers fall down. Gotta hope. DJ Jimenez, Aaron Curry needs to go. Pollard had a good run, huh? Drew Brees says, and now for the 5th time this year, we get to hear Pete tomorrow with Salk talk about being so close. We were just in it all the way. We're just right up into it, and we just couldn't get it done in the last drive, but we were just right up into it. And our run fits needing to get cleaned up, and how our D is in a pile of crap. Yeah, Drew. That's a little bit why I've led with this as far as my issue coming out of this game. And it's a little bit of, it's easy to pass this all off and say, well, this is a 1 year, it's a rebuild year. This is a year like doesn't count. We're just trying to get ourselves with the young guys to get matured and figure things out. I can't land as much in that lane of this. I just can't. I can be there a little bit. I'm not saying those people don't have some point to stand on, so don't get me wrong. I get where the folks coming from are saying that are and why they're saying that. But I just can't allow that to be the end-all, be-all excuse for what's going on here. King Bomber, another contract given to a player that blows up in their face. Haven't we seen this before? Yeah. Yep. questionable. Let's add questionable contract, King Bomber 2, right? Another questionable contract given to a player that blows up in their face. Because it was questionable at the time you signed it, and it's questionable now. The Poona Ford signing was questionable. The Brian Monet signing was questionable at the time. What had Brian Monet done to earn that contract extension? Quentin Jefferson getting the money that he was given. You let that guy walk the first time because you didn't want to pay him, because you didn't deem him good enough. Now he is good enough to get a contract? Yep. The way this team spends their money is one of the places, another spot that needs correcting. Remember the time, so far it does appear that Russ's criticism, Pete, are also true. Pete's scheme is outdated and exposed now. Pete's under the clock with me. Can't afford another year of bad defense with a rookie quarterback. Well said. I'm in the same place. I'm holding Pete's feet to the fire here. He does not just get a free pass. No. Zao Zero, and what's crazy is if Geno was put in any other team, they're probably 4-1. Well said. Our defense is unbelievably bad in terms of points allowed. Yep. There's no bending here. There's just breaking. Jason says, building your defense so it falls apart with the loss of one player is borderline fireable in my mind. Bingo, Jason. Bingo. It's no excuse to say, well, we lost Jamal Adams, so now we have to throw out all that cover 2 shell and all of our pressure-based stuff because it was all built around that one guy. On top of your point, Jason, with it being that anytime you're building around one guy in the first place, that's ridiculous as it is. Football is too much of a sport that has injuries pop up and guys get lost too quickly to build everything around one guy. That they didn't have an insurance spot in mind for if Jamal went down. And the fact that you released Marquise Blair, understanding Jamal Adams had the injury history he did have. Those are black marks on the coaching staff. Those are black marks that go to Coach Carroll. And he's got to be, to a degree here, held responsible for them. Because those were bad moves in the moment, bad moves in retrospect here, if that's really the case in the way you're going. Dal Zero says 3 straight games with 30-plus points or more if you count Atlanta with 28. And easily Denver Broncos could have put 30 on you if you didn't have 2 red zone fumbles that occurred. David Yang, I'm a Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson fan. It was time for Russ to go, and it's time for Pete to go. Well said, David. Give Pete Carroll co-GM or office job in the Seahawks front office. Agreed. Let him be a consultant, David. Very well said. Love your comment on that respect. I am completely in agreement with you on it. The time has come, man. I love both those guys too. The time came for Russ to go. So I said about this offseason. We thought this offseason the question was all about whether or not it should be Pete or Russ. Is it Pete or is it Russ? Who should we hitch ourselves to here? Well, maybe the question should have been, maybe it's about neither. Maybe that's the question. And I'm not saying I'm to that point yet, so please don't. I know we got the Carroll fans are out there going, oh, I'll take a whole season to make my assessment on this. But if I got to watch this week after week, I ain't going to arrive at the end of the year going, yay, Coach Carroll, you're awesome because you got Geno Smith and the offense good. No. Sam the Great says, at least the Mariners won, so happy I didn't check out that game. Best game I've seen in my life. So happy I didn't check out of the game. That was an awesome game, Sam. I got to stream it live, and it was so much fun. Ian Jackson says, Pete should have had a backup plan for Adams, and he doesn't. Yep. And that's unacceptable. You go to all the one player, and then you're going to toss out all of your playbook based on that. And I can only guess that that's what occurred because you are running so much of the 4-man fronts, because you are running so much of the soft zone-based defense, because you are not blitzing all that much frequently. King Bomber says Adam still has like 2 years left on his deal. We ain't moving him. There's a chance we move him, King Bomber. There's a chance. It's an $8 million dead money hit, which is a significant portion of money, but your cap situation's in good shape, and they may be at a point where they go, okay, we're done. The Matrix says our defensive line is old and slow, nothing else. You can give a quarterback a year to throw and everyone else will mess up. It's true. It's true. That definitely doesn't help things when you allow that. They're also not able to stop the run. I'd say just to bet it on top of that. DJ Jimenez is blaming it on Aaron Curry as our linebackers assistant coach. I definitely thought it was odd when Aaron got the job. It's like, well, Aaron wasn't exactly a processor on the football field. He wasn't the guy that you first go to. Oh, he'll be a coach when he retires. Joshua, thoughts on Jalen Carter? Physical beast, good first quick step. I like the motor that he uses, Joshua. I don't think he's in the same freakish level area of Will Anderson, but he will probably be a top 10 pick. He helps make that Georgia defensive line this year really go. So I like what I see out of him. Don't see quite like superstar potential out of him, but still a very good player. I don't have a comp for you yet on him, though. Let me get a little more tape on him to get a real good comp for you. Chris Smith saying the 49ers are a San Francisco team is like if the Hawks played in Olympia or Everett. So dumb. The Santa Clarita 49ers. Go Hawks 2022. Thanks to whoever kicked the cheese guy off the chat. Oh, yeah, we got. Thank you for the mods for staying on it. Robert Jorgensen says, thank God the Seahawks didn't trade for Baker. Thank God we didn't trade for Baker or Jimmy Garoppolo or Sam Darnold or draft the guys that were there in the draft. Smart on them in that case, that's for sure. Overnight says, go get Kareem Hunt. He'll be a free agent at the end of the year. Orlando Roca, does Seattle have a running back on the practice squad with Penny now out and Homer on IR? Still, Walker in Dallas isn't enough. You've got a kid, Thompson, who ran pretty good for us in the preseason, Orlando. I think he's on the practice squad right now. Smaller guy. Little jitterbug type. Jeffrey Todd, do you think this is the last game we see Penny play as a Seahawk? Not necessarily, because he's not going to be getting any more money out there in free agency with the year that he just had. He's not getting paid anymore. I could see the Seahawks throwing a couple $1 million at him to bring him back on a 1-year deal. And then sharing the load with Walker. If anything, this injury makes it more probably likely that Penny comes back versus the alternative. Jason Tudor says, call on Cross was correct in the definition of holding. I got to go back and watch it, Jason. I didn't have a chance to watch a whole lot of replays on it, so I'm doing the play calling live. Sometimes I can't get as good a look at things. It did look like to me, though, that the hands were on the inside of the chest plate. If people are grabbing on the inside of the chest plate, that's usually not going to be called. When the quarterback does break free of the pocket like that, sometimes there are holding calls made on that kind of play just by the nature of it. But I didn't think that he held that guy back from, let's say, getting back to sacking the quarterback as though it would have been a sack if Cross didn't do what he had done. To me, I didn't think it was holding to me. The real Matrix, Kenneth Walker will be just as good as Penny, if not better. Potentially. Joshua says the holding call on Cross was BS. A veteran tackle like Trent Williams doesn't get a called like that. Good point. Probably not. Could be Penny's game last game as a Hawk. I'm not as certain on that. Again, I don't think there's going to be much of a market for Penny in free agency. So if you offer him a 1-year, $2.5, $3 million deal, are the Seahawks unwilling to do that at the point? I don't know. He's ran well this year when he's run. That guy's going to end out the season averaging over, I think, 6 yards a carry or something. So maybe not 6, but probably 5.5. Nicky J, the punt was what cost us for real. That was a huge part of it. R. Sanchez says, long-time lurker. After the game, I literally never want to see Barton in a Seahawks jersey again. Well, thank you for hopping in the chat. As a long-time lurker, R. Sanchez. And I'm, as you know, as a long-time lurker here, one of the things I pointed to at the beginning of the season that was my big worries and concerns was Cody Barton in this defense. And him being really that Jenga piece that gets pulled out of the defense that causes the whole rest of the stack to fall over. I don't want to put all of this on Barton. It's not all on him. We've got a multitude of problems on the defensive side of the ball. But Barton has been, amongst a lot of players underperforming and playing poorly, he has been one of the more spotlightable players to look at and go, this guy is a real problem here for where things are going sideways. The real Matrix, guys, we have Kenneth Walker. That's why we drafted him. There we go. Zal Zero says the only bright spot is the defense, and as our red zone defense is rock solid. It's pretty good. It's a little more of a struggle today, wasn't it? Just by a bit. King Bomber, we need to rebuild that front seven and develop another corner. Yeah. I'd like to see kind of where we get with King Bomber. Don't forget Trey Brown's coming back. So we get a little bit more time to make the assessment on the outside corner. Snail at Brandon, can't we find an upgrade for at least Barton on another team practice squad so we don't lose any picks, but maybe we get some youth? I don't know about practice squad on this, but if you could go out there and get a guy who is 20% better than Cody Barton is right now for a 6th round pick, would you make that move? I mean, I might be open to it with as much as he is costing us and holding us back defensively speaking. But I think if there was a practice squad player to go make that move on, they would have made that already. HawksNest, do you think, ask the Real Matrix, do you think it's the D-line more than the linebackers and safeties? I tend to think that this really isn't a smoking gun situation, the Real Matrix. I don't think any of those three positional groupings are playing well for you. Who's playing the worst? Probably the linebackers are playing the worst, Real Matrix. Their instincts are off. They can't read run or pass. They can't drop into coverage. The tackling is inconsistent. The defensive line certainly isn't holding their thing up, though. Would be my point. Neither the defensive line or safeties are holding up their end of the bargain either. They're getting gashed on too as well. But to me, the linebackers are more of the glaring issue as it stands in what I'm seeing. Seahawks blue and greens. As I was looking at myself and I was thinking, would it be hurt as much as Penny and Adams being 6 foot and 195 yard? Let me say this again here. Was looking at myself and was thinking about I be hurt as much as Penny and Adams being 6 foot 195 playing. Just doesn't feel like it. Not sure what you were kind of saying there, blue and green. Sorry. I think the I you put in there threw me off a little bit. Sam the Great said the DK call and the touchdown call ruined. The DK call and the touchdown call ruined. Yeah. Aaron fractured tibia for Penny. Tough break for Penny there. He's running good today. Daniel Bailey, bad DK, fumble call, no call on the holding on the following drive. Same drive, questionable touchdown call, not clear and obvious to be overturned. And then the ticky-tack hold call, bringing back a touchdown in response. It's one thing you get a couple calls going against you, that'll happen, Daniel. But when you have a game like this, to your point on that, when there's so many calls going against you, I don't think you can question why a fan would raise their antenna up a little bit and go, hold on here. Something's rotten in Denmark here. Something ain't right. And it seemed a little suspect, the calls today. And that is a 14-point swing. You're absolutely right. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Thank you, R. Sanchez. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm ready to cut Barton. I hate him in our jersey. He drives me crazy too, Sanchez. Drives me absolutely crazy too. And I've pointed him out a lot because he plays so poorly the position. He can't take on blocks. He can't tackle consistently. The coaching staff told us up and down for years on end that he was our best linebacker in coverage, yet he looks completely lost in coverage. His instincts are off. He takes false steps towards the line of scrimmage all the time in play action. I don't understand what made him a third-round pick. I don't understand why the coaching staff continues to just give him a job. And as much as I would love to cut him here on R. Sanchez, unfortunately, Tanner Muse is going to be worse. He's going to be worse than what you're getting out of Barton. Or the coaching staff would have already gone to him, unless they're just so in love with Barton. So there's no real fix here, unfortunately. I wish, like you do, that we wouldn't have to watch him anymore on the football field. But watch him, you will, and watch him, you must, because he's not going anywhere this year. Carl Nerney with a $2 donation says Nick Bosa's out for the game with a groin. Thanks for today. Hey, thank you, Carl, for multiple donations here on the chat. I really do appreciate it. And that's tough for Nick Bosa. He was on a Defensive Player of the Year-like trajectory there, depending on what's going on with that groin, if it's a tear or if it's a pull. Hopefully, for the Niners standpoint, it's just a pull. Hornbots have been crazy today, says your boy Michael. They have. They're on it. They're in it. Also note, if Diggs could actually complete the tackle on Hill, he would have broken off for a touchdown. Diggs misses a lot of tackles. He does. His tackling this year has gone and fallen off a cliff. Just fallen off a complete cliff. The Real Matrix says we need Jordan Battle. I don't know that name. Oh my gosh. Hornbots are back. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I'll get him. I'll get him. What is with you guys today? These Hornbots. They're out of control. They're a menace. They're a menace to society. Kraken Hawk says, here's the real question. If you replace Pete, who do you replace him with? He's still a top 10, 15 coach in the league. Do you keep John to hire the new coach? Kraken Kraken Hawk, I would probably be of mind to keep John as the new head, as I would keep John Schneider, I believe, as the general manager. Some of this has to come from a place of information that I don't have access and I don't know. Of the bad picks, of the bad trade of Jamal Adams. When you go and make a trade for Jimmy Graham and he's not moved into this team and implemented the way that you'd want him implemented. Where have the picks been from Carroll? Where have the picks been from Schneider? How much control has Carroll had over the years in some of that decision making? As far as Pete Carroll being a top 10 to 15 coach in this league right now, I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that that's the case. I am going to take my full year to make an assessment on something like that, Kraken Hawk, but I'm not in the place of feeling like that is that. I also have a feeling with Coach Carroll that he's topped out. He's gone as far as he can as a coach. He is where he is, and that you're not getting more out of him at this point. He's not going to find this final last year to his career at 73 years old where he's going to take you back over the top. I have a lot of hesitancy to believe that that is going to be the case. I've maintained if I'm going to replace Coach Carroll, I'm going to go down the track, Kraken Hawk, I've gone in the past. Seahawks have had a lot of success in the history going after big name coaches. Mike Holmgren, Pete Carroll. Why not go down that path again? Let's go take maybe a look at a Sean Payton. Let's go maybe take a look at a Harbaugh out there in Michigan. Let's maybe go kick the tires on a guy like Tomlin out there in Pittsburgh, if Pittsburgh is looking to maybe move on from him. I'd look for more of a guy that's been more of a legitimate coach in this league and try to lean in that direction of it if we make that change. Which, again, I'm not advocating 100% to make the change, but this is going in a direction where if this continues, I will be banging that drum at the end of the year. I am not going to give Carroll some free pass this year, as there seems to be a big part of the fan base which is happy to give Coach Carroll 3, 4, 5, 6 years of being not good before we actually get to finally call him on what we're seeing here. Ian Jackson at the Hawks Nest, do you see a situation where we actually draft a quarterback? Because I feel like we're going to draft like we always do. Maybe I'm jaded. I think that they do draft a quarterback this year, Ian. I think they've been setting the stage to draft the quarterback in this upcoming draft. That's why they didn't take anybody last year. When everybody was banging on them to take a quarterback, they didn't. I think they will in this upcoming draft. I think, Ian, you should have a little more faith and hope in this upcoming draft if just back on the last 2 drafts the Seahawks have had. They only had 3 picks a couple of years ago. I thought they did very good with those 3 picks that they had, including no first rounder. They did have a lot more picks in this last draft, and I think, Ian, they had the best draft that they've had in 10 years in this last draft, as proven at what you're seeing in the field. You got your 2 bookend tackles for the future. Kenneth Walker busts off a big gain in this game. Tariq Woolen gets you an interception. Kobe Bryant causes you another fumble. This is all just in one game this game. They've been very consistent throughout. So I would have a little more faith, at least as far as how we draft goes. But yes, I do think a quarterback is going to be taken when it's all said and done. Carlos Mays says, how do you feel about trading up for Will Anderson? I like Will Anderson, Carlos, but I think that there's too much that needs to be done on this team right now to go make a trade up for any one player, for packaging those picks together to go get that one player. I'd rather just kind of sit back, let the board fall to us, let the best player available fall to us, and make your selections where you're picking them. That would be more of the lane that I would lead into. I think that we're not in a position yet of being just one player away. The Real Matrix is Hawks Nest. We need Jordan Battle from Alabama. Well, I'll take a little bit of a closer look at him, Real Matrix. I don't have much to go off of with him as far as that I've seen a lot with him or all that aware of him necessarily, but I'll take a look at him. DJ says, how in the hell do we go from one of the best defenses in history to worst in the NFL and worst in history? My God. The offense looked like the Chiefs on some plays and the defense looked like a bunch of 8-year-olds. The way you get there, well, it's 2 different answers, of course, TJ. You get there offensively by modernizing your offense. You don't get there defensively because you don't modernize your defense. Your defense was good 10 years ago. The NFL is like dog or cat years. It moves very quickly. What works today will not work tomorrow. What is working for everybody league-wide will suddenly then not work tomorrow. You can have a read option one year with Robert Griffith and Russell Wilsons and Colin Kaepernick's running every which way, and within a year and a half, the read option has been completely shut down for all intents and purposes. And that's the NFL. So you as a coach, TJ, have either got to adjust, look forward, improvise, adapt, evolve, or you remain stagnant and you get boat raced every week. And we've remained stagnant and we're getting boat raced every week on the defensive side of the ball because of it. King Bomber, we need to move on from Pete Carroll. It's heading down that direction of things. Sam the Great, you played hard, Penny, but man, that's devastating. Ken Walker came through big, though. Boy, did he ever. Big Country says, Kellen Moore's a risk. Only guy I'd want to, at the moment, is Sean Payton. Sean's my number one guy. Nagasa, I hate when we lose these close games, but it's better in the long run. Maybe. DJ says we brought in defensive coaches for a reason. Yeah, but we haven't adopted any of those coaches' scheme. This is not a Sean Desai coach, cover 2 shell defense, TJ. You're running cover 3 and cover 2. Nagasa, I hate when we lose these close. Sorry, I read that. Sam the Great and Pete still can't teach these dudes how to tackle. Tackling's still a problem. Seahawks blue and green. Peyton will cost us a high draft pick, and we need every one of them. Maybe. I'm not going to turn down Sean Payton because I want to keep a draft pick. Like, let's draw it down to that final decision. Like, do you not want Sean Payton for a draft pick and then go for a much lesser coach, or then I'm going to hold on for Carroll instead? No, I'll go with Payton and pay the draft pick. I'm not going to give him my high first round pick. I'll try to definitely give him lesser than what they're going to want. And he's a year out of football now, so they're not going to get as much as they would have gotten from Sean Payton this year if they were to trade him. But it wouldn't hold me back from necessarily doing that. Let me get a little more coffee here, folks. I'll be right back. All right. Robin Hayhurst, thank you for becoming a member, Robin. I do appreciate it. Primo, Hawks Nest, what's up, brother? Question, do you think the Seattle will even draft a quarterback next year or roll with Geno? I think we probably draft a quarterback, Primo. I think Geno's going to probably end up pricing himself out of Seattle's range. Sam the Great, so far we made Cordell Patterson and Taysom Hill look like Walter Payton. DJ Jimenez says Rocky Cito needs to come back and hold those tackling classes. Boy, does he ever. Snail, defensive tackle, not invisible. I've seen him get some penalties. King Bomber, true, we might get some draft capital for Darrell Taylor this year. Well, that's what I would do with the King Bomber is just maybe see if there's one of those guys you can move on that point. If you land on Will, I don't want to trade up for Will, but if he were to fall to you or you're sitting there picking and he's in your, you get the quarterbacks taken for the first couple of picks and then you're landing there 4 or 5, something like that, and he lands in your lap, I think you got to pick him at that point. But I think you could move some of the guys, and I think to your point, Taylor's not going to have a lot of value right now, but Real Magic Hawks Nest, we need to draft Jalen Carter or Brian Breeze. I'm with it. Hunter Giela, hate to lose Rashad like that, but I'm super excited to see what Kenneth can do as a lead back. Me too, man. Me too. Man, he looked good. King Bomber says, look at how Denver's doing right now. We could probably take Simpson with the second pick. It's possible. I'll tell you, King, looking at the linebackers in this draft, it's not a deep one, which will probably push a guy like Simpson up the boards a little bit, especially a guy like that can do the Micah Parsons thing. He can drop back in coverage. He can rush the passer. He can blitz from any angle. You can bring him on the outside as an edge rusher. I don't think he's as good as Micah Parsons. Make no mistake about that. But Parsons will help him probably get drafted a little bit higher. King Bomber also, what about the choice to punt when you're at the 42? That's a 59-yard field goal and you choose to punt. Yeah, it's a long kick there. But to your point on that, King Bomber, Myers hit a 56-yard or 3 yards shorter in that game with probably the room to get even more deeper on it. Ian, the refs were bad, but it goes back in the old adage that if you're losing because of the few calls, you didn't do enough to win. There was one point, Ian, where this was getting into the third quarter where I was going to land pretty ardently on the thought process that the refs had really done more to cost this game than almost any other factor in this game. It didn't quite get to that level of things, Ian, but here's the stat that I keep flashing to just for those folks that are not kind of understanding. You're going, well, you can't blame it on the refs. Well, you can't blame it on the refs. And you're right. I'm not trying to blame the refs. I'm not. But this little stat that I'm showing over my right shoulder here that you're seeing, and you're noticing that your Seattle team there is 31st, those are calls that have gone against teams. So the teams that have basically got the worst calls going against them, the least amount of calls going in their favor to aid them in football games, the Seahawks are 31st in the NFL. And this has been a problem, Ian, that you've seen year after year after year. And that should be a stat that has a high amount of fluctuation. That should be a stat where there's different teams in different spots every single year if this is just randomly being called legit by the officials. You shouldn't just see one team being penalized more than others. And it just goes back, you can go back to the Legion of Boom era days when we were at our best. When we were on the heels of winning a Super Bowl, getting back to the second Super Bowl in the next couple of years beyond that. You folks know that we had the most penalties called against us in those given games, and that whoever was playing us, which changed week after week, but whatever opponent changed us at the same time that we were having the most calls called on us, whoever the opponent was playing against us during that same, it was like a 3-year period, we had the least amount of calls called on them. So you're having the most on you, least on your opponent for about a 3-year period, just as you were getting to that elite status of things. I'm not fully on blaming officials. I'm just saying this is something that is something I'm maybe a little sensitive to, but I think I've got a reason to be sensitive to it. 31st in the league and getting calls right now. 31st. It'd be nice if just one game or another. And this stat was already that I'm showing here on my right shoulder. This is before this game. This is only going to get worse after a game like this. It is annoying. I'm not blaming them, but it's annoying as hell. Seahawks County says, can we trade our first for Matt Milano or some good linebacker? I'm willing to rock with Geno for the future or a second round like Hooker. I'd be open to it, man. I'll be open. Akshay Padamahan says, at this rate, we will have the number 1 offense and number 32 defense. Unfortunately, we have a missing owner who has given the car keys to Pete Carroll, and there is no accountability. Wow, very well said. And yeah, accountability has been a problem here for a while now, since Paul Allen's passed. And it's frustrating. King Bomber, top 10 pick from Denver seems unlikely, but if a team doesn't terribly suck, or we were terribly good like last year, if we have 7-9-7, they can change from low 10 to early teens. Yeah. Sam the Great, Geno's playing lights out while simultaneously having the worst defense. Who would have thought that? Nobody was predicting this. Nobody. Akshay Padman says that odds for a top 10 pick from Denver is currently at 86%. Yeah, I'm sitting at let's get you guys a little excited, right? Let's get you guys. I'm doing a lot of gloom and doom here, but let's get you guys maybe a little excited here for the future on this. I can do that. It's the least I can do. I'm not all doom and gloom here. I got some smilings I can do from time to time. I was doing a little bit of research last night on an article I was putting together. It looks like I deleted it off. Darn it. Okay. See if I can get to the article here. Maybe I can find it. And I can. It was cool, stat, because what I'm figuring is I look at it and I look at the Denver situation. I go, I think we're going to arrive around the second pick. So let me bring this up here. Show you guys this so you guys can get a little bit maybe hyped. I think we're going to be around the 7th pick with Denver when it all settles out to where they're going to land. You got Russ with the torn lat, partially torn lat. So let's look at this really quick. There we go. I can find it. Oh, it's super small. Okay, so if you look at the last 7 pick, oh, you can't see it on this because it's it. I'm just having to read it to you guys. If you look at the last guys picked in the 7th pick going back from 2016, okay? So go back to 2016 and look at the 7th overall selection taken in the first round. Here are those names. 2016, DeForest Buckner. 2017, Mike Williams. 2018, Josh Allen of the Bills. 2019, Josh Allen of the Jaguars. 2020, Derek Brown of the Carolina Panthers. 2021, Penny Sewell, the Detroit Lions. And 2022, Evan Neal was selected with the 7th overall pick. So if you are picking there with the Denver pick, with the Denver selection, you are most likely going to get a good player. There's not been one bust taken in that spot over about the last 7 years. That will be a very, 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 very juicy pick. Sam Great says, happy Denver's laying the egg. We will enjoy those picks. Boy, will we ever. Seahawks County, let's fly. Dan Quinn as a duo head coach with Waldron, one controlling each side of the ball. Is there a rule that says you can't have two head coaches? I don't think there's a rule that says you can't, but I don't know if it's necessarily the greatest route to go, as you could end up with two voices in the room, both with the ultimate authority. And that can lead to too many cooks in the kitchens, too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. Akashi says, DK, Dan Quinn won't come unless you get rid of Desai and promote, and a promise of a head coach post Pete Carroll steps away. Yeah, you're not getting him to come here. I don't think. King Bomber, I'd be down if we got Penny back on a 1-year, $5 million deal. I'd look a little bit less myself, King Bomber, at that point, but I'm open to bringing him back on a 1-year deal. Seahawks blue and green, I could see us signing Kareem Hunt. Not happy where he is, and he will have the money. Maybe on that. I mean, you've kind of set the stage with Walker, and then you could just go draft another guy as the backup. Sam the Great says, I was expecting a bad defensive performance, but those refs were the icing on the crap cake. And that thick icing too, right? Or it's too much icing, Sam. It's like really rich, and it's like you're taking a mouthful of icing as you're taking the bite. That kind of icing. Matthew Galendez, Walker needs to bring that dog out if he's going to block guys like Cam Jordan, Aaron Donald. I thought he did good on the Jordan block, Matthew. If you ask a running back to hold down on a defensive end, you can't ask him to block more than 3 or 4 seconds. Geno just held on to the ball a little bit too long there. But and you can make the argument, like, why do you have Walker blocking one-on-one on Jordan in the first place? But I thought he held up on him pretty good. He was pretty solid with it. Amari Taylor, should we get Cameron Ward? He's a raw prospect that can learn from Geno. I'm open to it. Not opposed to it. You're going to have more quarterbacks in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round area of things, which is right around the territory that Cameron Ward should probably end up going. And I like what I saw out of him. He's a good player. DJ says players responding to the new defensive coaching scheme was a concern of mine when we switched to 3-4. Mine as well. The Matrix says they should say screw it and draft all defensive minds as well. All defensive lines, I think is what you're saying. Tony C, what do you think it'll cost to get Roquan Smith? I think it would cost you right now probably a 3rd or 4th round selection, Tony. Don't think it'll cost you more than a 3rd round selection because you are going to have to sign him to a contract extension after you pick him up, which has got to be acknowledged in the negotiations between you and Chicago a little bit. Seahawks blue and green says we need to draft quarterback, center, and guard so we can go all defense. I'm with it. Robert Pennington, draft pick and a contract for Roquan. Get Chicago on the horn. That's all I'm saying. Get him on the horn. Cody is not it. T-Bomber says, when I say corner, I mean a slot corner. Our corners next year are probably Tariq, Mike, Trey, and John Reed. And for the slot, we really only have Kobe. You could definitely get better there, King. Definitely could get better there. Actually, we can just sign everyone who is on the Bills practice squad on the D side. They also have a 3-4 and are well coached. There we go. There's thinking outside the box. Matthew Galendez, it's not all Barton's fault for sure, but why is Diggs either too far off on angles down the alley? Linebackers get no help. Might we remind them that Jordan Brooks is now Bobby Wagner? So to each their own, each can only do their own, each their own can only. I think I know what you meant on that. And look, Diggs has been bad too, Matthew. So I'm not going to let Diggs off the hook on this either. I do think the linebackers are the worst problem right now. But I can't deny that safeties are not helping them out either. And it's good to see you, Rob, my brothers in the house. No, I'm behind on the chat by a bit. Sorry I'm so far behind, folks. Trying to catch up. Oh my goodness, I'm way back off. Holy crap. So if I missed your question, sorry. We got a lot of people in the chat here. So I might miss a few comments in here. Hang on. That is the case. I hate when this thing like refreshes because it said. Robert says, I'm still not over the ref interference. Can you do a breakdown on the effect on that game? The ref interference. Are you talking about the Tariq Woolen play, Rob? Or are you talking, this is the thing with the refs calling interferences. You got to be specific about the play that you mean. You got the interference on Tariq. You've got I guess you're calling pass. So I guess you're meaning the interference on Tariq Woolen, which was ticky-tack. A lot of people in the chat don't think it was legit. I think, Robert, by the letter of the law, it's going to maybe be legit, but it's going to get called. If you're gonna come up and you're gonna jam a guy at the line of scrimmage, you got to release him off the jam. If you jam him and then you keep jamming and you keep jamming, if you Bob Marley that thing, that's gonna draw a flag, and it could still be within the 5 yards. It could still be by the letter of the law legit, but it will draw that flag. Now, if we're talking about Rob, the refs being horrible and against us this game, well, yeah, 100%. Matthew Galindez couldn't have been 6 if Diggs and Adams caught of theirs. 3 interceptions should be a number 1 scoring defense by now, but yeah, I'm not, Matthew, you might need to expand a little on your thoughts on what you're saying. I'm not quite getting what you're saying on your comments in there, man. Sorry. But you're right about the stupid blind ref that missed the PI call on Lockett. That was awful. And if that's the one you're referencing, Rob, the PI call on Lockett, that was one I mentioned live that was just dumb and ridiculous. He's getting ripped and pulled back. The only thing I could think of there was the official didn't think the ball was catchable, but that was blatant pass interference. At the very least, holding. Whitmus. Hi, Brando. What's up, Whitmus? How you feeling after today? Go Hawks. I guess my sigh is probably the best, more than articulating the words I feel. A sigh is the best way I can put it. There's things about this team to be encouraged by. The offense is playing stupendously. The young guys across the board, offensively and defensively, are stepping up, especially the rookies. Love what you're seeing from them. The defense is absolutely miserable. League worst defense, looks historically bad for a 3rd straight season. And no matter what good I see within this, it's very hard for me, Witness, to just walk away from this with just a bunch of silver linings and not have my Terminator-like vision locked in on the struggles on this defensive side of the ball and have that fixed in my mind is the main problem that I have in my head here as we walk away from this game. I'm having a hard time not making that the way that I look at this. I could be wrong, but that's really still just at the forefront of how I'm seeing this game right now. But there are good things to take away from this Whitmas. There are building blocks for the future within this kind of game, which is in itself a little bit at least encouraging. Addison Shellbull says, biased refs. That's how it felt to me, Addison. I never like blaming refs. I never like saying, well, this game's fixed. I hear that a lot in my chat at times. But boy, there's been some games over the last few years. I just sit there and shake my head and go, man, this is real suspect. And it's not just the number of flags that go against you. It's the timing of flags. Anybody that went back and watched the 2005 Seahawks Super Bowl understands this. It's, oh, we're going to call this flag right as you get a touchdown. Oh, we're going to call this flag as we negate you getting a big play. Oh, we're going to call this flag as you get a 3rd down stop. The timing, along with the poor call, the two in conjunction is the part that I tend to take. I tend to be a little more sensitive to, that I tend to look at a little bit more closely. And when I walk away from this game, those two things came up over and over again. The Tariq Woolen holding call you decide to have after you had to stop on 3rd down. The Charles Cross holding call that you decide to call just after DK Metcalf gets a touchdown down in the end zone. It's very suspect. Bobby Boye B, how about that bomb to Lockett? Geno got an arm. Really great to see, Boya, because that's, of course, the one thing that Geno's not necessarily done a lot of so far this year is show off that big arm and ability to hit stuff down the field. That's been a little bit of where he's been seemingly reduced from. But indeed, he hit that in this game. Great throws. He had another throw to Lockett over the top. Wasn't quite a bomb, but it was a good 25-yard pass where he had to put it over some arms and put it in just the right spot. Geno was pinpoint today. Very good with his accuracy. Sam Z says bankrupt. Well said. And Matthew Galindez, I hope we get Sean Payton too, man. I do as well. Matthew Galindez, Woolen gets another 6 INTs, hands down, Defensive Rookie of the Year. He gets a couple more and he'll be probably up in that contention of things. Sam the Great says Geno should get an MVP vote if we make the wild card. You better believe he should. Snail says Harbaugh is better than Payton. I'm open to it. I'm not necessarily 100% it's got to be just Payton. I just want to go more of the track we've gone in the past when looking at the next head coach. Abel Gurma says draft all defensive players next year. Pacific Northwest says no, not Harbaugh. Snail says Harbaugh seems like the kind of guy who would love to show up the 49ers organization for letting him go. Sign me up. I like Harbaugh. I know there's a lot of people that are anti-Harbaugh, but I'm not one of those guys. I like him as a coach. I think he's done a good job in Michigan, and Michigan has not been a straightforward, easy job for coaches of recent memory. Since, once Lloyd Clark left there, that place really went into disrepair. Daniel Bailey says, won a parlay today that there'd be a 40-yard touchdown and both teams scored 25-plus points. Vegas fixed game, but I got the last laugh. Second parlay, I won a Hawks game this year. Go Hawks. Hey, well done, Daniel. There is at least that, my man. There is at least that. R. Sanchez with a $2.12 donation. I see what you did there, Sanchez. I see what you did. Said Seahawks linebackers run by. Yeah, they get run by on the often. Poor angles on the tackles. They get misdirected often. They struggle to diagnose what's happening. Always a step slow, always a step late. Not very good as tacklers. Not much much like this defense. The linebacking core just doesn't have a lot that they can hang their head on. Top Cheese Sports says, I'm having Thanksgiving dinner. Some comfort food would go far right now. I'm going to be going for some comfort food myself after the stream. I'm not going to be thinking about calorical intake. I'll tell you that. And King Bomber, hopefully we can land Stroud or Levis. That would be nice. Abel Gurma says Geno might be top 7 quarterback this year. He's a top 5 one right now. He's playing phenomenal football. DJ says 2 weeks in a row with a horrible offenses and injuries to players make it even worse, and they're putting up 40-plus points. Yeah. It's doubly bad. That's a big part of this thing you got to look at with this defense in this game. It's not just giving up the points you've given up the past couple weeks. It's giving up the points to these miserable offenses who are also shorthanded. It's awful. King Bomber says, if Stroud's on the board, you take Stroud. I'm more of a Levis guy, but just by barely, but I love them both. Matthew Galenda, any linebackers available for midseason contracts, waivers? I don't see any guys available on waivers. The 2 guys that I've looked at that would be available by the trade deadline, and looking at those teams who might be willing to move them, because you do need teams that are in sell mode, of course, Matthew, that think they're completely out of it if you're going to have them move a good player, a good functional player. The guy, of course, Raekwon Smith, I've talked a lot about, is the number 1 guy that I'd look at. The other guy would be Shaquille Thompson of the Panthers, as I do think that the Thompson with the Panthers and the Panthers are going to be in sell mode. He would be another linebacker I might look at to see if I could bring aboard. Ian Jackson, TheSeahawksNest, glad I found this stream. Keep it up, brother. Well, thank you, Ian. I'm glad you found it as well, man. Appreciate you and all the new subscribers here at the channel. We're having some great growth. Just whistled past, I believe, 8,500 subscribers. And we are picking up steam. King Bomber, I don't like Richardson that much. I get it. Physically talented guy, but he's still a long way from reaching his potential. Sam the Great, this might be the most interesting draft for the Seahawks. Personally, I want to keep Geno and just focus on fixing the trash defense. This will be the most interesting. We just came off the draft that was maybe the most interesting draft in Seahawks history last year. That is absolutely going to be the case again this year. Even more so. You have more picks, more at stake, more that's going to be driven by how well you can do in that draft. Matthew Galendez, I'm saying Geno's a top 5 quarterback, 1 this season, but we still need to take advantage of the insurance that comes with drafting a good prospect to quarterback. Geno will be on year 11, so we need to invest while we are up. It's a good point on that, Matthew. As well, we don't know what Geno's going to cost. Remember, with him, he's a 1-year deal, so he is a free agent after this season. You do still have to then sign Geno on the other side of that. And what's going to be the cost to do that at that point? Abel Gurma, Geno's an elite game manager. Good way of putting that, Abel. Very good way of putting that. And I think, like DJ Jimenez says, I think at the end of the day, Geno ends up somewhere else next year because I do think he does price himself out. The Real Matrix says, we will get Richardson. Mark my words. I will mark him, and I will give you credit if that does turn out to be the case. Jason Peters, they'll draft the I think you meant QB, Jason. They draft BYU or the Stanford quarterback later in the draft. Maybe. We know Schneider came down and took a look at McKee. And I'm not sure if Richardson is coming out this year. I'm not convinced he will. He does need another year of college. Cameron, can the Seattle media grow some balls and press Pete and how bad the defense is? They never ask tough questions. They never ask tough questions, Cameron. That's just, I know the media is probably doing the best job they can. It could be that if they ask tough questions, Coach Carroll will ship him out on a rail. You know, he doesn't want to be asked tough questions. So it would be nice if they would, but I don't think they're going to. And he does get kind of a free pass in that realm of things. R. Sanchez, I'd pay to see the B&B show focusing on the bad ref calls. We'll discuss them this week, R. Sanchez. We'll spend some time on it. I don't think that there's any way, Sanchez, that you can talk about this game and not speak at least a little bit about the refs. And it will be interesting to see where Brendan's coming from on his perspective on this versus where I'm going to be, which is a little bit probably more ardently anti-ref with this one. The Real Matrix says they said Josh Allen can't be an NFL quarterback. Look now. Look at him now. Big Boy Jess says, sign D Ford. I mean, he'd be better than Vi Jones, right? Sort of depends on how long it's going to take for Alton Robinson to get back into the mix. But you definitely could use some help as far as the rotation of pass rushers. And let's face it, Darrell Taylor's not getting much done for you. He's false starting real well. Darrell Taylor has more false starts this year than he does sacks. Sam the Great, the danger witch messed up the lat muscle. Maybe he's got to hold that heavy sandwich in his hand for too long. It starts to just, your lat's carrying all of that sandwich weight. It's a lot. That's a foot long. It's weighted down. You know, Russell wants all the fixins, right? Like we know Russell wants the fixins. So that's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to go. R. Sanchez, appreciate the play-by-play. My wife will watch the game with me if I mute the TV and have you on. Oh, well, thank you for your wife for being willing to do that. I do appreciate that. And I'm trying to get better at this, Sanchez. I want to do this this play-by-play stuff as sort of a separate aspect of the channel and just try to keep improving with it. So I'm trying to get better. I got a little in my emotions. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of getting too much into my emotions about the refs midway through the game. I was having a hard time. It took me a few minutes to fight my way through that one. I'm an emotional man. I'm a passionate man. So I get into my emotions sometimes. I try to fight it, but I love my team and I hate referees. But thank you, Sanchez. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the donations too. Matrix, we do not need Kareem Hunt. The F are we thinking? I'm not going to look at targeting. I don't think they're going to sign Kareem Hunt. I don't think that's a possibility. I don't think the team's looking at the situation saying, hey, you know what? We paid all these running backs through the years. That's been really good for us. I don't think they go. I think they look at opposite. In paying running backs, we're not getting our return from it, so maybe let's stop paying so many running backs. Sales of the Seahawks probably end up with 2 top 10 picks. That's the speed this is going. Jack Shaw says Cam Ward will be a day 3 pick. Could happen. I could see that being where he lands out at. So such a deep draft of quarterbacks, that's going to push guys down too. Jason Peter says, trade down with one of those picks. I'll trade down. I don't want to trade up, but I'll trade down. Big boy Jess says, what do you think about picking up Gerard Davis? Massively has underperformed throughout his career. He's been to multiple teams. Just was never the guy that we thought he was going to be coming out of Florida, where he looked like a real player. But is he worse than Cody Barton? I don't know. Again, you make a good point just on that question, big boy Jess, in the respect of Barton again hasn't set this low water mark for the position. Is Jared Davis going to be that bad at the low water mark? I don't know. I mean, you might be right, and it doesn't cost you a whole lot to kick the tires on it and give it a try. Jason Peters says, thank God they drafted Walker. Thank God they drafted Walker. And again, to those people that at times every offseason I run into these people that will have a running back room with 3 or 4 guys, and you have people chomping at the bit saying, should we move Homer? Should we move Penny? Should we move it? And like, no. Our running back situation every single year for 4 years now has gotten decimated. And now this year's the same. Homer's down. Penny's out for the season. We're not even through halfway into this year yet. We have got to learn our lesson in this respect of that with those amount we run the ball, with as much inside zone as we run, which does sometimes get those running backs beat up a little bit, you're going to need to have a stable of running backs beyond just having the one bell cow. I think that's a big lesson for us to continue to remember and learn moving beyond this season. The Snail says, I thought the play call on that last sack was sus. I think that one is on Waldron, not Walker or Geno. I agree 100%. You have 3rd and short, and Geno's struggling to find an open man there. Where was the easy completion there on 3rd and short? It was a little bit suspect. I agree. Snail says Diggs' back is hurt. Looks hurt. Saw him get up and holding it several times. I did see that as well. Maybe that is impacting him. Apollo 2K, why do we always start the season off with historically bad defense? It's so depressing at this point. It is very depressing. And it gets tough to watch. And I don't know. I don't have a good reason for you, Apollo. Last couple of years, you were able to make some moves through mid-year to kind of batten down the hatches. You got some guys back from injury at the right time. Last year, you played some bad teams at the end, which maybe have covered up some stuff. This year, I think it's going to be a little bit of a different flavor with the defense, and that I don't have as much faith that they're going to be able to turn this around just as they have the last couple of seasons. Brian Meyer is going to need another running back somehow, one better than Dallas and Homer. This is where I think you go to the draft on that, Brian. Take a guy in the 4th round to back up Walker and call it a day. That's, to me, the straightforward move. Snail, Homer's on the IR, but it's only for 4 weeks, Snail. I think he comes back. He'll be eligible. Paulo 2K, I'm staring at Pete and Clint like Melvin Gordon staring at Russ. Oh, that was a hilarious picture. The real matrix, keep Walker in for plays. You need to just have Dallas for a few plays. Yeah, just mix him in a little bit. Mix him in. He's like a little garnish. Brian Myers, Brooks had his best game. Defense still the problem. Brooks showed up in run stopping ability, Brian, but the coverage stuff is still there with him. And maybe he was slightly improved in this game. But Brian, I haven't even looked at the Pro Football Focus scores yet, and you're going to see Brooks at probably about a 45 grade coming out of this game, maybe 50, which is still far below even league average as far as his play goes. A little improved, but still that kind of shows you how far bad they've been. We're just even a moderate. Well, he was okay today, but still missing tackles, still lost in coverage. Penny did play great, Sam the Great. He did, and it is sad to see. Injuries suck. David Pugh, Roquan Smith, my man, not Raekwon. Oh, my bad. Roquan. My bad, David. The pronunciation 6 hours in get a little bit dodgy, I have to admit. Shaq Thompson would be a nice addition, says Brian Myers. He's on a 1-year deal left, Brian, so if you can get Panthers in sell mode, that's a deal that I look to go out there and make. Stale says Brooks looks like he might be starting to get more comfortable in play call role with the new D. KJ said he needed to slow down for him with new DD. He needed to slow down for him with the new duties. Maybe he's starting to get a little more comfortable. Jason Wolf, Hendon Hooker looks great. Take defense first 2 rounds and Hooker in the 3rd. Sign me up, Jason. I like me some Hendon Hooker. Good player, fun player to watch on tape, and he's gotten better this year, which is another part of that where you see that improvement coming from him and you go, okay. You say, all right. DJ Jimenez, UW Shaq Thompson. That's the one, man. That's the one. Former 1st-round pick by the Carolina Panthers. He's had a good career. Pro Football Focus has him as a 70 rating this year and last year, so he's consistently kept himself up at a good mark here over the last couple of years. I would be very much in favor of that. Adrian XA, why do we keep playing so much soft zone? I'm making a guess on this, Adrian XA. I don't know this for sure, so this is my guess. The team was going to run more of the cover 2 shell pressure-based stuff when they had Jamal Adams. The second that they lost Jamal Adams, they tossed away a lot of that playbook and slid back into the old. The old, of course, being cover 3 and cover 2 and soft zones. And when they run cover 3 and cover 2, they're running those cover 3 and cover 2s not from a press look. They're not going to bring their corners up to press guys. They're going to play off coverage more often than not. That's just going to open the door more to quarterbacks taking advantage of that short stuff. And they don't blitz enough, and they don't have enough of guys on the front 4 to be able to generate any kind of pressure to offset that. And this is a little bit of why I have been a big proponent for saying, let's get a little bit more with the pressure-based looks. Let's bring a little bit more of the blitzes. Sam Z says top corner and Woolen would be godlike. Yep. Definitely that would be the next step here is to get that bookend corner. And we might have it in Trey Brown. when he gets back. Let's remember, Trey Brown played really good last year when he came in. Ian Jackson, at the Hawks Nest, do you think the team sells, or do you think it's a good thing Allen's wife doesn't seem to have pull? It's Allen's sister. Maybe she does. Who knows? First off, let me address the situation as a whole in this, Ian. It's not good, our ownership situation right now. You never want an ownership situation where you have someone who owns the team who you don't think really wants to own a football team. You also don't want an ownership situation where the owner really wants to sell, but they can't sell. So they're just going to have to kind of tread water till they can get to the time where they sell. The key on this is that in 2 years from now, in the spring of 2024, the Seahawks will move past the area where if they sell the team, they've got to get 10% of the profits back to the city of Seattle. Soon as they pass that point, soon as they pass the spring of 2024, you are going to see the team sell at that time, Ian. 100%. It's dictated by the Paul Allen G Trust that she must sell. She can control a little bit of the length of time in which she does it, but she must sell nonetheless. So I do think you're going to get moved at some point here. I do believe that. And it's not good her being hands off. It's not good her basically saying, I don't want to own the team, so I'll just trust what Paul did at the end, and his trust was in Pete Carroll, so I'll put my trust in Pete Carroll. That's also not an ideal way either to go with it, because it's all born out of, again, I don't want to hire a new coach. I'm selling the team anyway. It's not what's the best for the team at that point. It's what's best for the selling of the team. And those are two different things. Flag Sabbath says Richardson, so we're going to change up our offense again. I don't think we're taking Richardson myself. It's a possibility. I think if you are picking up Flag too, you are planning on having him sit on the bench for another extra year. So I don't think it's just taking him. I think it's in both of those things happening. Sam the Great, if Pete was coaching the Giants or Jets, the media would destroy him. Indeed. You better believe they would. He definitely gets a pass playing up here in the Seattle, where we're just not always thought that much about. The Matrix, I hated the QB draw read option with Geno too. They tried that in the Niner game a couple weeks ago. They didn't have any great effect with it. I don't know why they're calling that play. It's just dumb. Brian Meyer says Richardson won't be as successful in the NFL. He's got a lot of ways to go. Got a long development point to be ready to go. He is in rough shape. What is he at, Brian? He's in a highly structured offense right now, and he's throwing 53% completion percentage. He does need time. He is a really talented guy, but he is really rough and really far away. He's every bit as rough and far away as Trey Lance was coming out. Brian Myers, Brandon, you're the man. You're the man, man. I appreciate it. Sam the Great, we got to be passionate fans. That's why the Pacific Northwest has the best fans. That's why. I can't do it. Like, there's some people that can keep an even keel. And I try. God, I try. But I am definitely a guy that can be get my emotions up. I can get riled up. It's in me. I got to own it. And I'm trying to be that patient man, trying to go rebuild year, better draft picks. It all doesn't really matter. You weren't going to be all that good anyway. I'm trying. I'm using all the Buddhist technique. Woosah. Where's my Buddhist bowl? Hold on. See, props to Randall McDaniel. He got me this a year ago as a present. Subscriber on the channel, so it's supposed to keep you in that real, just tempered, even keel place. It's not working. It doesn't work. But I definitely let my emotions run me when it comes to football. I can't help it. I try. It might not seem like I try at times, but I swear to God, I try not to lose my stuff. This team just frustrates the hell out of me. They just chapped my hide. Got a little Orn going here. A little Orn time. No, it's not. Out of here. Out of here, Orn. Ankle injuries do suck, Sam. It's tough for Penny too, man. Tough. He's running so well this year. So well. Meow Mix, same thing happens to the 49ers every year. Running backs get decimated. Yeah. And I think it's no coincidence that happens with two teams that are very run heavy in their approach of things. And so what you've got to do is this is that part where I hammered this offseason about learn your lessons. And I was pushing so hard back against people saying, let's trade this guy, let's trade that guy in the backfield. No, keep this solid 4-man backfield because it is going to get worked down. And we're already down. Two of our top 3 are out now, right now. And yeah, you'll get Homer back at some point, but it does need to be something that you do need to be paying attention to and just build within as you go forward, just build within the fact you're going to lose a couple guys over the course of the year. I'd want him to do it into this next year in the respect of if Penny goes, you don't just go, okay, well, we got still DJ Dallas here and we got Kenneth Walker and we'll just get by with a third guy. Get a third and fourth guy then beyond that. Doesn't have to be top of the line, but just something more than just an also-ran type dude at the position. Brian Myers says, I see 4 picks in the first 44. Andre Carter, top quarterback round 1, center, linebacker round 2. Like it, Brian. That's appropriate value too. That's appropriate value for where you would put the positional value there between center and linebacker. So sign me up. Sign me up. Simple 1970. If this D can't stop Taysom Hill, I shudder to think how many points Kansas City will score. Do modern NFL scoreboards go up to 100? We'll see. We will see. The Real Matrix says Richardson's like Cam Newton or Josh Allen coming out of college. A little bit. A little bit like that. To me, KJ Jefferson's a little bit like that. GJ Ugalele's a little bit like that too. I mean, I'm a Trenton Simpson guy right now, Brian. I did my first look at of the tape on those guys, and that's the guy first out the gate here who is linebacker-wise the one that stood out to me early on. And the Cowboys are currently giving it to the Rams here. Fourth quarter, 19-10. Cowboys. Pretentious Cameron, just about every outside run that was called today went for big play, yet we hardly ran to the outside. Agreed, man. They still don't use it enough. At least they used a little bit today. You didn't see any fly sweeps as well, in addition to that, Cameron, right? 2 fly sweeps last week. A lot of success with those fly sweeps to Eskridge. No fly sweeps this week. Again, strange that you're not putting that and implementing that in the offense a little bit more. Free Indeed says we gave up 45 points last week and 39 this week. Something needs to be changed because it ain't working. Worse than the league. Free Indeed, very well said. And that's a bit of the point I've been making with this, where there are those folks wanting to get more concentrating on how well the offense is playing. But to me, the bigger story here, the bigger question mark, the bigger exclamation point here is that you are this bad defensively. And this is a third straight season of looking like this. Not just a one-off, not just a knee-jerk reaction, not just a in the moment of the emotions. 3 years. Brian Myers, Brandon, be sure to take a look at Clayton Tune, a quarterback from Houston. God, I got another quarterback to look at here. Man, there are so many in this draft. Hold on, let me get to my list here. Got to get to my list of guys I'm looking at. And bear with me, man. I'm definitely behind on my prospect scouting, but I will be taking a look at him, Brian. I got him added to the list. Real Matrix says we're about to lose all the rest of our games, maybe beat the Panthers. That's about it, sadly. I don't think we're going to get that bad through, but maybe the defense plays this bad. I mean, who am I to say? Free Indeed, we need to get a 2-year extension to Geno. Miamiak says 2 years, $40 million. I'm cool with it. It's a bit much for me. It's a little bit much for me, but you only have it on a 2-year deal, and you're talking at that point as a bridge quarterback to the next starter. And if you're going to draft the guy in the second, third round who is a raw or kind of prospect, a Anthony Richardson type prospect who might take a couple years to develop, then maybe that would fit all together. I guess I could maybe be talked into it, but I think it is a little bit higher than I'd like to go. To me, $15 million is really my high water mark, and I don't care if it's a 1, 2, 3 year deal for Geno. Part of that's not about just how well Geno's playing, but also fitting more to this blueprint they're trying to create here. Meowmix, anyone ever been through an estate sale? Even if you sell assets, you can still buy those assets. Jody can still gather a group of buyers that she's a part of. She is, and she's indicated that she does want to be somewhat of an owner on this. I don't know if she's going to have the money, as it's going to cost so much even to be just a fraction of an owner in the group. But I also think Meowmix, my gut instinct on this is that they already have the owners in their sight who will be the next owners to buy this team. and that they merely now are just waiting for the clock to run down. They're waiting for the sand to run out of the hourglass. Ian Jackson, Hawks Nest, I know you're a bit behind, but from that affirmation, does that mean you think the Hawks are going to leave Seattle? No. Ian, no. This is a place I'll provide you a lot of comfort on. I have not been able to get a confirmation of this for sure. I think I found something close to this, but not exactly the confirmation that I remember it. I remember 20 years ago when the stadium was being created, there was a lot of worry from the Seahawks fan base about the team moved into the future. And part of what the city of Seattle did to make sure that they were going to get the Seahawks to stay, that if they were going to get the bonds freed up in order to pay for the stadium, part of that was then that the Seahawks could not be moved as a franchise before the year of 2040. They could not be sold before 2024. The state or the city would get 10% of the profits, but I do not believe that they can be moved before 2040 either. So I'm not 100% sure on that. It's the very least 2030, 100%. I do think it's up through 2040 though. So no, as well as Ian, let's just say that there is no rule by the city at the time that was signed that they would have to do that. Let's say that's the case. And that very well maybe could be the case where there wasn't that deal signed. I don't think Jody Allen is going to dishonor the memory of her brother by selling to an owner who is then going to move the team out of the city. So on a couple of different levels, I just don't see it happening, and I just don't think it's likely. Flag Sabbath with the $2 donation says, what do you think about Dorian Thompson? I've taken a quick look at him, Flag Sabbath, and what you, and I'll put him here. Let me make sure I've got him on my list here too. I need to do more of an expansive look. The tough part comes into play in that Chip Kelly offense, in that it's if you have offenses like, let me write it down here, make sure I've got it so I don't miss going back and taking a look. If you have offenses that are like KJ Jefferson or DJ Ugalele that are college offense, spread offenses, the one read option approach to things, they're very kitschy, they're very college centric. It makes it harder to then project what that quarterback's going to be at the next level, because you're going to have to have him taking snaps under the center for the first time in his career. Not everything's going to be out of shotgun. Not everything's going to be based off just a one read look. Some of them you're going to ask him to do a lot of more pre-snap stuff. Those guys are very much protected in how they're asked to play. Well, I would offer with you that a Chip Kelly offense with a quarterbacking out of a Chip Kelly offense is going to have even more so that be the case. And Chip really manufacturing stuff for that quarterback with all of the eye candy he's got running across the field and pre-snap motion and the hurry up offense that he wants to run. So it's going to make the assessment for me a little bit tougher, Flag. That's why I've been able to look at him, but I'm still not sure what I'm quite seeing. Good arm, stands good in the pocket. I love his control in the pocket, and that he's not a flustered guy back there. But Flag, give me a couple more weeks on it to take a look at him. And admittedly, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind on my quarterback viewing, that is for sure. But or on my prospect viewing in general. So I did like it, but I'm going to need like 3 or 4 games of really hard look at him to get the real true feeling for to get past the Chip Kelly scheme and see the guy that he's going to be at the pro level. My initial instinct is probably more like a 5th round type guy at the first look, but I don't want to trust that first look. This is a little bit like the Penix thing, where I'm just not trusting my first look. I need a little bit more. Malmix says Mariota has a $15 million cap hit next year. Who's better, Mariota or Geno? Geno is a far superior player to Marcus Mariota. Or just maybe not far, but a superior player to Marcus Mariota. He's capable of running an offense, more in control in the pocket, better as a thrower, throws with better anticipation, throws with better touch, probably has more arm strength. I'll go with him. Money Rich, if the Seahawks have 2 top 10 picks, then take the best quarterback and then the best defensive end. You're not alone, Rich, in wanting this. There's been a lot of folks that have wanted to get locked in on one position or one side of the ball in those first 2 picks. To me, I'm a best player available guy myself. Who's the best player available when you're making those selections? Pick for the best player. And obviously, if you got a left tackle there, that's not going to apply. If you're not going to right tackle there, that won't apply. But you have some needs here in other places on this team beyond just and I don't know if defensive end is the need right now as much as anything else. Paul 2K's the Hawks are never leaving Seattle. I don't think they are either. I don't think it's happening. Sam the Great, it's in me too, brother. Love the Seahawks, Mariners, and everyone else. I do, man. I love this team, and I'm sure there's times where I've got to be doing play-by-play, where I got to be calm and in control, but I lose my stuff from time to time. I'll own it. I'll completely own it. There's in life I can control my emotions very well, but when it comes to my football team or sports, that's where I definitely, all that control goes out the door. Why do I say if Geno plays well the rest of the way, I'm on board for $75 million for 3 years. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of dough. It's a lot of dough. I can get where you're coming from. He's played really well, but boy, that's a high cost. Your next ace says, I'm with you. You with why do I on that? Mason Dale, at this point, I've seen enough progress from Waldron as a play caller to make him the head coach. Whoa. But unfortunately, Jody has the franchise frozen and is wasting everybody's time. I do believe that second part is 100% true at the moment. The franchise frozen is a good way to put it. I don't know if I could put Waldron as a head coach yet. It might be, but hey, he's been awesome this year. What he's getting out of Geno Smith is not only should we be lauding Geno Smith, but a high amount of praise going to Shane Waldron as well. Duran Ever says, I think if Geno keeps this up, we should wait to draft a quarterback. I'm okay with it, Duran. It does come back to me on what's the cost, what's the price, how much are we paying Geno? Because I won't just go blank check on this. But I'm open to it as a possibility, and it would be a creative way to be able to get the most out of those picks, not going to a quarterback. Adrian XA says, I know it's a rebuild year, but it's annoying knowing we have an explosive offense and only need an average defense. That is annoying me too, yeah. Average offense, the way this defense is playing, an average defense would have you sitting right now with maybe one loss on the season. Just with an average defense. But they are league worst right now. The Real Matrix says Geno's too old to keep that long on a 3-year deal. I'm worried about signing him to any long-term deal. I'm worried about signing any deal. I love what he's having as a year, but Bash Gordon, you think Seattle's going to move out of Seattle? Not going to happen, guys. We're staying in Seattle. Seahawks are not going to be moved. Even if there wasn't that rule in place that you couldn't be moved by the city, do we really think Jody Allen is going to basically piss on Paul Allen's grave by selling to an owner like a Clay Bennett, who's then going to try to move you out of town? There's no way. Mason, what stings the most about Penny's injury is remembering the fact that he bet on himself by taking less money to build on what he did last year. I feel terrible for him. I do too. It's just a tough break for the kid. I really feel bad for him. Because when he's been on the field and he's ran really, really well. And he was awesome in every single one of the games this year. There weren't always holes there, especially up the middle, as we know they like to run up the middle, and there weren't those holes up the middle. But he's made it happen. Like Sabbath says, Russ is older than Geno by a couple of years. Seahawks Bleeding Green says, I don't think anyone's going to pay Geno. And that could be the case. And this quarterback class is going to impact how much somebody would potentially be willing to give Geno. And is there a team that's going to look to sign Geno to a big contract to make him their de facto starter? I can't think of a team in the league that's going to be willing to pull that trigger. Jabba the Mutt says, let's say the team has a top 10 pick in the draft. Would you rather take the quarterback of your choice or go with Will Anderson and wait till the next year for a quarterback? This is a fantastic question, Jabba the Mutt. It's one that I think is one of the more important questions as we go into the draft. Let me try to use a Madden rating system to answer your question. If I can go get a Will Anderson who's got a 96, 97 prospect rating at defensive end, and that's the choice going that way, or going with Will Levis, who's got a 91 or a 92 rating as a prospect and plays the more important position of quarterback, I will still go for best player available. If I've got a generational like potential talent in a Will Anderson over a good quarterback prospect, I'll trust in Anderson. And this does all get borne out of the fact of theoretically the team you're trying to build with Coach Carroll going into the future is the complete team. It is not the team that's necessarily being driven by its quarterback position. So if you're going to have the team driven by the team truly, by the strength in numbers, by all of the complete assets together, then I need to add the assets to that ledger. And it's less important about being the quarterback at that point. That's just the way I lean with it, though. If it's even, though, Jabba the Mutt, if Will Anderson and I do my evaluation, Anderson is at a 94 as a prospect, and Will Anderson's at a 92 or 91 when I do all of my evaluations, then I would then at that point go for Will Anderson. Big Country says Niners are looking like the best team in the NFC West. Indeed, they are. Sam Z says, why are people worrying about players' pay instead of wins and losses? I don't know. Why do I see some are still willfully trying to ignore how good Geno is playing? It's weird. I had a guy put a donation in the chat talking about him choking at the end of the game, and this is what Geno does. And I didn't understand it. I said, this was a game where Geno choked. But he's got his share of folks that just don't want to see him play the position. They're out there, that they exist. They just don't want Geno at the quarterback. Mason Dale, Geno and Cooper Rush are the first examples of team building evolution that I, as well as you, have talked about. Having a solid, cheap veteran quarterback is comparable to the value of a rookie quarterback. Very much so, Mason. Very much so. Very much so. The key, though, does come back to that. We talk about doing a 3-year, $80 million deal or a 3-year, $75 million deal for Geno, is that the value within Geno and Cooper at that point comes from the fact that they're making less than $10 million a year. Comes from the fact that you're getting such decent performance in the quarterback position, yet you're spending so cheaply on the position. And the second you do take them up into a $25, $30 million range of things, well, then that starts to neutralize some of that, because now you're hindered in the way that you can build out the rest of the roster. Brian Meyer says, Mason, be prepared for Desai to be the next head coach. Apollo, if we can get Geno for about 20 to 30 million over 2 to 3 years, I'm doing it. A top quarterback we take is not guaranteed to pan out. And look at Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Trey Lance. Indeed, quarterbacks in the first round have been hit or miss over the years. I think I've heard there's a 30% hit rate on quarterbacks in the first round. So it is a little bit of a crapshoot in that respect of things. That's a lot to spend on Geno Smith, man. That's a lot to spend on Geno Smith. And a part of the problems that have come from this team in recent years has come from the fact that you paid so much money to the quarterback, you haven't had money to spend in other places. And I don't know if you're fully getting to that realm of things by paying Geno 25, 30 million, but you're getting a little closer to that than you would be if you got him down more in like a 10 to 15 range. And maybe it's not feasible to do so. I do think that also some of the fail rate, Paulo, that comes from the quarterbacks in the early rounds comes about also not just from those quarterbacks, let's say, never reaching the full state of their potential. It also comes down to what's the landing spot like? Where have they gone as far as to be set up for success, or instead set up for failure? And that's also a part of why some of these quarterbacks miss. Certainly in a situation like Trey Lance, you wouldn't say that. But maybe in a situation like Sam Darnold, you would. Going to the Jets with Gase out the gate, learns bad habits, never overcomes them. Maybe he's just a bad prospect. But I do think to some degree that also impacts that number as well. Sam Z... Sorry. Sam Z says he might get Matt Flynn money. Says you might get the equivalent of a Matt Flynn contract. What, Matt Flynn signed like a 3-year, $21 million or something like that. And so, 3 years, 15 to 20 is probably the equivalent now of that. Big Country says, I'm still sticking with 7 wins, but my confidence is fading with this defense. I'll stay with 7 wins with you, man. We'll stay on this same boat together for now. We'll go down with this boat together. TJ says, what's sad is we have the players on defense to be good, so let's just trade everyone on defense, get picks, and just completely restart, and then let Hurt and Desai get who they want or need. Not the worst way to go with it. I'd certainly like to see a major change be implemented here. And you're right. You have too good of defensive players on that side of the ball, too well-talented, too well-paid to be playing like this. Sam the Great says, 1 year, $20 million deal for Geno sounds about right. That does sound, you might be able to talk me into it. Mason Dale, the whole point of having a defensive-minded head coach is getting more out of lesser talent. So no, I don't think we need to draft defense in the first round. Make the coaches show some competency first. Wish I had the faith to believe they've got competency at this point to do less with more. They're having more that they're doing with less right now. So, but you're right. Point still stands. Confidence in the coaching staff here matters. Boy, the Cowboys are getting to Stafford every play. Freaking phenomenal. Brian Myers, NFL owners never okay move of Hawks. I don't think they would either. Maybe they would have done it in the 90s. I don't think they do it now. Brian Myers says DTR is a poor man's Kyler. DTR. I don't know who DTR. Flags up. If you watch the Husky UCLA game, every touchdown he goes through his reads. I'll check it out, Flag. And like I said, I did a cursory glance at him. There's like 25 quarterbacks in this draft that are going to be draftable. I'm not overstating that, Flag. Like I could go through and there's literally going to be like 20, 25 names. So I'm definitely going to have my work cut out for me as far as being able to view these guys and really get the full read. And even right now, I can feel myself trying to kind of just flash through it because there is so many names and there's so many people that have their guy that like everybody's got their guy kind of in this draft, the quarterback position. And they're all across the board. So I'll definitely take a look at them. I'll look deeper into them for sure. And I've got no bias towards them. It's a fast look right now because I'm just, as happens as I get to the season here, just the hours in the day just bleed out where I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll do a couple hours here looking at film. And it's like, nope, time for bed. But I'm intrigued by him. And he's got the size. He's got the arm in that respect. And if he can process through and I can get past what I'm seeing with the Kelly scheme, I'll definitely be pro him on that side of it. In Jackson at the Hawks Nest, a little off of the Hawks, but does it seem like there are more concussions this year, or is it just me? Is it the helmet tech that may be bad, or is it just being highlighted more? It kind of feels like about the same for me, Ian. I think that why it seems more on display is because you've just had bigger moments of concussion this year. You've got these moments where there's the discussion around Tua and the multiple times he's had it. And it's happened a couple other spots too, but I don't think it's happened more than in prior years. And I think that they're still bringing along the helmet technology to put the players in a position to be really safe with it. And that still is coming along. And maybe there is not the perfect helmet. Maybe when you just have guys who are 250 pounds running 4.4 at each other, you're just going to get your share of concussions. It's a little bit like those ligaments where, the ligament's only so strong to withstand a certain kind of force twisted a certain type of way. Sam the Great says Amazon will buy the Hawks. Makes sense. An elite Pacific Northwest company buying an elite NFL team in the same region. I see what you did there. I like that. Why do I extend Geno? Draft Richardson in the 3rd or 4th. Sam Z, how's Ritter? Hold on. I don't think he's playing yet. R. Sanchez says saying Brooks made a bunch of tackles is like buckling your seatbelt after a car crash. Oh, goodness. Yes, well said. And Brooks just making tackles, a couple tackles does not make the day good. And I think, like I said, you go back and look at his PFF score of this game, it's going to be probably about 45-ish where it settles out. That's where you're going to probably see this with Brooks. He's a part of the problem too. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Welcome on the chat. It's good to see you. Says, I'm a Broncos fan now, but I am stoked for Geno. He was given an opportunity to mature over the years, and the dude can spin it. Thanks for the work, Brando. My pleasure, Garth, and thank you for the $5 donation. It's a big part of what I've been encouraged by, and it's a happy sight to see, and you just love these kind of stories in football in general. And the guy getting the second chance, the guy truly getting his first second chance in 10 years. Not I'm in a backup where there's this stalwart in front of me, where there's this legend up ahead of me that I will never supplant. I never have any choice of taking over for. And finally, then when he gets his chance here this year, when he gets that moment to shine, he is wrapping his hands around it fully, and it's great to see. And he can spin it. He's made so many good throws this year that have been in tight windows, that have been right on point, hitting the player right in his hands. Not a lot of missed throws from Geno this year. He is on it, and it's really cool to see. Whether we sign him in the future or not, it's just a really, really, really encouraging thing to see. But thank you, Garth. I appreciate it. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, if you looked at Will Rogers, reminds me of... So I'm not to a comp phase yet, Randall. I did go back and watch a couple of his games from last year, and I watched a couple of games this year, this last week. So I did get a good chance to look at him. I think that there is definitely they're coming from the same kind of passing attack on this, and that they ran the same offense. When you have a bit of a Gardner Minshew, I think you've got a little bit of that with Will Rogers in what I see. A guy that wants to throw short and intermediate, a guy that in short and intermediate can be very accurate, can throw with anticipation, can stay a little bit of ahead of the ball, so to speak. He can be a little bit ahead of the defense and where he's going to choose to go with it. Decent size. He is a little bit, he's got a little bit of the issue to be Randall that you have with KJ Jefferson, where his feet can sink in, and it's a little bit like the feet then get sunk into the mud. And he kind of wants to, as he goes through his reads and he makes his throws, he just kind of wants to, it's weird. He has a little, it's not even a wind up on this, Randall, but so he takes the snap, let's say he wants to go out wide. He'll slowly kind of get the foot out wide to where he wants to set it, and then the release becomes quick as he goes through it. And he's got a fast delivery. He's got a good delivery, goes over the top. No problems with him really mechanically, so to speak. But there is a little bit of a weirdness there in that twist over. He goes from flat-footed and will kind of slowly move over to make his throw and his read over there. And it's a lot of that structured stuff within the offense I see out of him, Randall, which makes it so hard on quarterbacks within that kind of scheme to make an assessment of him. Because it is so much, even their technique like that he utilizes, that slide move to the outside to make the throw kind of slow roll into it a bit, is really born out of the scheme he's operating from within. But decent arm. I don't think Randall, he's going to be able to push the ball up the field consistently at the next level. Watch a lot of his throws, and it's a lot of just chew, and then it gets up the field when he's really got to push it. It has a little bit of that hang time stuff that you get, where it can get hung up there just a little bit as well. But on the intermediate, short stuff, the things that we'd ask him to do within our offense, for instance, he can definitely execute that. Accuracy, really good. Things that stand out are accuracy, delivery's clean, and anticipation's awesome. Processes really well. But physically, I don't think he's a clean away prospect from his ability to make like all the throws at the NFL level. I'm not certain of that as of yet. More tape I need to look at, Randall, but that's just kind of an early look. I like how he runs the offense. Terribly productive. Obviously, you can tell that. I mean, he's going to get you some points. Can go through reads. Watched him go through multiple times, Randall, where you saw him going, which again would be a question you have in that offense because it is so structured. I do see him able to go through reads, but that'd be kind of my early evaluation look at him. Bruce says Penny might be cheap next year. Bruce, I thought the possibility of this injury is actually potentially, I think, more likely than not brings Penny back for another year, if anything. Sanchez says, Sam Z says, what's the Bible say? The meek shall inherit the earth, or something like that. Bruce says, no, meek will inherit the earth. There you go. I heard that line was like mistranslated from Greek too. It means like something completely else when you put it in Greek. Pretentious Cameron says, I love you. Yeah, I love you too, Cameron. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very nice of you to say, man. I'm glad you like the show. I'm scared Metcalf will leave if we keep losing. I'm not in that spot myself. I think he knew what time it was when he was re-upping here. And again, he looks at a game like this and he goes, why'd you lose today? Well, I dropped the ball in the back of the end zone and then I had a fumble, which changed the whole momentum of the game. I think Metcalf's got to look at those moments and go, well, was I responsible in some of this? The Pit says franchise tag Geno. Don't think you can do it, The Pit. It's going to be something like $38 million to do that. That's too expensive. Brian Myers says, Sam the Great, don't think Amazon can own the team while they have TV rights. Could be that. Could be a part of it there. PTHV, all money and draft picks next season need to go to the defense. The offense is scoring 30 plus every game. The offense is not the problem. I think Geno has 2 to 3 years left in him. Defense wins games. That's definitely been a common sentiment, PT. We've heard it from a lot of different folks. And when the defense looks this badly, I can understand why you'd go and lean in that direction. Simple 1970. If Geno signs with another team, does Seattle get a compensatory pick and could it be as high as a second rounder? No, the highest compensatory pick that you can get back is a third rounder. I do think that if Geno has the kind of year that he's having right now on the potential track he is, and that if a team goes out there and signed him for, let's say, a 3-year, $75 million deal, that if you get that kind of contract signed, that's going to give you a third round pick and compensatory value. And I think Seattle would be smart in looking a little bit in the future for the potential of doing a compensatory value because you do have some guys that are going to be free agents after this year who, if they go and walk, that you can get that back. Of course, the other part of that then becomes making sure that you're not signing other people to offset that. But yes, that could happen and would be likely to happen if he keeps playing this way. TJ says, I'm taking Anderson. These quarterback class is good and I can get a quarterback later. Well said. That's also impactful to making that decision there, right? If you're picking between a Levis and an Anderson, that's also a part that maybe should factor into it. Jason, drafting defensive ends in every draft is getting old. I wish we could get a one to stick Owusu with. Get a one to stick with Owusu. We'll still be one, I guess, because we aren't giving Mafia a chance that he must be a bust. They're working him in slow, that's for sure. I think they're trying Jason Wolf to get Darrell Taylor a lot of run as well, and there are only 2 spots for 3 guys at that point only so many snaps to go around. I thought Moafe's played good when he's been in there. I get where you're coming from and not want to necessarily make that where you address in the draft. I get it. I think you would make an exception, though, Jason, in drafting that defensive end if you got what you thought was going to be a generational type player, which Will Anderson could potentially be. PG says our defense choked in every quarter of this game. Yes, they did. Yes, I agree. Brian Meyer, Jab of the Mutt. I know you're not high on Bryce Young, but I really recommend you watch the Texas game tape of him. I watched it, and my opinion of him actually increased. Just full of his team letting him down. Yeah, and Jab of the Mutt, as I've said with these player evaluations, be it Bryce Young, Will Levis, CJ Stroud, I may be sitting at a certain place right now in my evaluation of those guys, but I'm not married to any opinion right now, because I do believe this season of college football carried more weight than any other for these quarterbacks in this evaluation. And we still have a majority of this college season to unfold to make that final full assessment. I did watch the Texas tape. I didn't come away as much as you did looking at him and saying it's the whole rest of the team let him down. There were definitely moments of that occurring. I also think that he gets a lot of time to sit back there and look in the pocket, which he's not going to get at the pro level. I also think he's running a lot of the college spread formation type system, which allows him to sit back and shotgun a majority of the time and have a nice clear view from behind things. I've got big concerns, Jab in the Mutt, when it comes to taking an undersized guy. And this is really the big part of it beyond Bryce Young's physical ability, okay? Let's go beyond the ability of Bryce Young for just a second. And I get why you're high on him. Very well could be the number 2 overall quarterback taken in the draft. I acknowledge that fully. But the problem comes down to, again, as I've said, there's this NFL is a copycat league. Oh, you did this one thing, now we're going to do this thing. And then this team's going to do this thing. And then that team's going to do this thing. And I feel like Russell Wilson's success really clicked in about 2016-17 with teams where they said, look, Seattle's gotten over this short quarterback thing. The short quarterbacks are now in play. Short quarterbacks are kind of now the hotness. They're so hot right now. Kyler Murray's and Baker Mayfield's. You know, and you're seeing all these undersized, smaller guys taken. Wilson out of BYU a couple years ago, right? He's taken. And what you've seen with every one of these undersized quarterbacks, Jab of the Mutt, every single one of them, every single one is getting beat up and injured. Every one. And to me, it comes down to if I've got a guy who's, 5'11", 5'10", and weighs sub 200 pounds, and he's going to have consistently a 300-pound guy landing on top of him with his full body weight, it's just been proven more often than not that guy can't hold up. And I think Russell and his longevity and his Iron Man streak and all of that got people a little bit fooled. And so now people look at all these quarterbacks and it all just kind of comes down to how they throw, how prolific they are, how good an arm they got, how mobile they are. And it doesn't come down to like, well, do they have the NFL size to hold up? And Jab of the Mutt, you saw me go on this tangent with a guy like Matt Corral. I was hitting Matt Corral last year all through the season as he was blowing it up at Ole Miss. And there were Seahawks people coming in the chat going, what about maybe Matt Corral later on? He's a good player. Man, he's a good player. And I said, he's too small. He's going to get broken at the NFL level. And then before the college season even ended, you had Matt Corral go down to an injury, lower leg injury, on a play where he just kind of gets rolled up on. And then now he's in his NFL career, hasn't even played an NFL game, off a couple of preseason snaps. Now he's got a Liz Frank injury. And that's, to me, beyond anything else, you've got to acknowledge with that's a big concern with undersized quarterbacks. And it's a big risk when you're talking about making that guy a top 10 pick. I saw just 2 weeks ago, Jab of the Mutt doing evaluation on Bryce Young as I was watching him. He's rolling out, and the whole play is bad from start to finish for him. He drops back, sits there, takes 6 seconds in the pocket to look around, finds nobody, then meanders his way out the pocket, then rolls out, that finally has a defender in pursuit, and then makes this weird-ass throwaway play that he does at the end where he lands on his own arm. He's not contacted. He's not hit by a defender. He just lands on his own arm and becomes injured. And maybe that could happen to anybody. But I've seen just far too many of these undersized guys getting knocked off time and time again. And I think we got to remember that you do need to be having more of a typical size build to you is beneficial to the quarterback position, especially for longevity, especially for avoiding injuries. And I think Bryce Young is going to run into injuries at the pro level. I think he's too slight to play the game consistently at the next level. I said the same thing about Tua when he came out, Jab of the Mutt. And you saw a lot of people at the start of this year with Tua going, see, finally you get to see Tua with Tyreek, and then he's injured back-to-back weeks. He gets whipped around by this defensive end where if that's a 6'5", 6'4" quarterback of more normal size being whipped around, his head's probably not being bounced off the turf. But because he is lighter, because he is slider, he's being whipped around there and he's got no control and just, it's like having an adult take a toddler and just throw him to the ground. Is the toddler going to maybe get injured at that point? Yeah, probably. Bigger mass taking on smaller mass, bigger mass is going to win. And that's really above anything with the way he plays the game. And I've got some trepidations with the way he plays the game, though he's a good player. That above all else really does weigh heavily for me. Brash says, we don't need to wait to get a quarterback. We can get a decent quarterback in the third round of this draft. No matter what, we need to get a quarterback. I definitely think I'd like to come out of this draft with a quarterback somewhere, somehow, some way. Garth Knight says, I can't see less than 7 wins. Oh, Garth, some positivity. I like it, Garth. I like the positivity. D Nuggets says, what is Diggs' current contract? Well, let me look it up here. Let's bring up Sports Track here and find out. I believe we can get out from under it this year if we want to. Where are the Seahawks? Oh. So for 2023, Quandre Diggs has an $18 million cap hit, and he would have an $8 million dead money hit if you move him. So you would save $10 million by moving off of Quandre Diggs cumulatively if you wanted to move off from this year. Yes, you would have the dead money, but you could move off of him if you really did want to. Jake Waldman says, nothing can change till Pete's gone. Been saying it for 5+ years. Jake, you're all the much more righter after this game, and you're all the much more righter after this first 5 games. And that has been the number one thing in me walking away from this game that I've taken away from myself is the feeling that this is about Pete right now, and this is about Pete's viability here in the long-term future. And off 5 games in the season, I do not have that confidence as it stands right now. And if this is a whole year of going through this, I will not have this confidence at the end of the season either. You're 100% right now as we stand here. We'll see if it changes. Jason Tudor just cut to the Rams-Cowboys game, and my stream is frozen on Stafford lying on the field in pain. That team needs a line. Yeah, they had their own problems this offseason and the choices they made with it, didn't they? Bass Gordon says, man, Kenneth Walker's run was pretty, very pretty. Great vision on his part, and you saw the acceleration. You saw how fast he truly is. Sam the Great says, I know this is a Seahawks channel, but boy, am I amped up for the ALDS game versus the Astros. Oh, no, we can talk some Mariners too, man. I'm not opposed to Mariner talk here. Not at all. That's something to be encouraged about. And I can't wait either. If you're not, I do have a secondary channel called The Crow's Nest. It's a Mariners channel. So if you are interested in having a place to hang out for during the Mariners game that'll be on this week, do come on over to my channel. I will be streaming all 3 games, no doubt about it. Bass Gordon, Kenneth Walker reminds me a lot of a young LaDainian Tomlinson. I could see some LaDainian to his game. He's not quite the glider that Tomlinson was. Tomlinson could really glide on those outside pitch plays. Really it's a little bit like Kimura does the same kind of thing at times where he's gliding, and then gets up the field once he puts his foot up the dirt. But the acceleration, yeah, I could see that. Absolutely, I could see that. And he's got some elements to him, jump cut ability and whatnot, some of the shakiness that he brings to it, right? Some of that escapability. Cardinals miss the kick, Eagles win. There we go. Well, it's a good day here. We got the Rams losing, Cardinals losing. That's at least something, right? Ian Jackson, Hawksness, I know your stream's probably ending soon, but I'll be here next week. Keep it up. Oh, thank you, Ian. I'll be glad to see you in here, man. And you know I'll be back at it here. Big Country Micah Parsons is a monster. He is a monster. One of the best defensive players in this league right now. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. We're tied for second place, folks. There's your silver lining. Brian, Kyler mistakes cost the team that game. Not surprised. Adrian X, hey, have you looked at Zach Charbonnet? Reminds me a lot of Beast Mode. Charbonnet and K9 could be a good 1-2 punch. Oh, let me get you, I will get you a reaction to that, Adrian X. Let me go real quickly. Be right back. 1 second. I don't know if I see Zach Charbonnet as in the place of being in more of the Marshawn mold. He's more of he's a great back, number one. So he's one of the upper talented backs in this draft. No doubt about that. I got a chance to watch a lot of his tape last year because there was some thought process that he would be coming out of last year's draft. So I did a lot of looking at him. He's a really good player. He's really fast. He's got very good size for the position. I think he's legitimately 6'1". So he does give you a little bit of that natural ability to be a tackle breaker by almost just his size alone. I love his acceleration. I love his vision. I love how he's able to keep his feet. He's not a glider type. You know, you had a glider type in this draft out of Texas A&M, Spiller, who is a guy that could really be brought down very easily. And I think that's where you're getting some of your Marshawn comparisons, where Charbonnet is that glider and that rare glider kind of running back that's actually also a tackle breaker as a glider goes. But he's got the size. He's got the burst. He's got the vision. I believe he's going to be one of the top 3 running backs taken in this next upcoming draft. I don't know if the Ohio State kid, I haven't got an answer on that yet. If he's Mayan Sanders. Is it Mayan Sanders is, I think he's Mayan Sanders, Ohio State. Let me see where he's at. I don't know if he's a, I like that Mayan Sanders running back. Texas back and Mayan Williams, I guess is what it is. Little 5'8" guy reminds me of Frank Gore a whole hell of a lot. And he's been there 3 years. So I think he's due to potentially come out this year as Sanders. So I would go Texas running back 1, Adrian X. I'd put Charbonnet as number 2, and then I would put the Ohio State guy as my number 3 back. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, they could be a good 1-2 punch. That'd be a great 1-2 punch with K9. I like Charbonnet quite a bit. Mike Skinner says, Tyler Lockett just said basically those refs were horrible. They were, man. This is the worst ref game all season, and we've had some bad ones up until this point too. But that was absolutely ridiculous. Just ridiculous, some of those calls. Free indeed. We need to let rookie quarterbacks develop under Geno for a couple of years. I think he'll be re-signed with Seattle. I think there's good potential for it, free indeed. I think the cost will be the important part of this. That'll be some of the most important part of this. Mike Skinner says, the ref's bad when the team is talking about it publicly. You do. Yeah. And people were trying to have me tap the brakes. Like I said, I lost my stuff midstream here as I was doing my play-by-play. It took me a good 10 minutes to start to get over it because I was seeing it start to shift this way. And it was call after call after call, play after play after play. And as people were saying, well, you can't blame the refs. You can't blame the refs. As I said, it's like, what point do I get to blame the refs? Like, what is it? I got to give the other team 15 calls a game before I get to squawk a little bit. I think there reaches a point, and it's sort of, you know it when you see it, but there reaches that point where you go, okay, this is ridiculous. Jason Tudor says there was one really bad call. The holding call on Woolen was brutal. Yeah, so I have a couple other calls that I would say are brutal, Jason. I think not calling the PI down the field on Lockett on the bomb, I think that was a brutal call. I think that the Charles Cross hold was a brutal call. We can disagree on that, whether or not you thought he was holding them or not, but I just don't think it was a hold. I don't think that's called consistently in that moment over and over. I think 10 other quarterbacks would make that same kind of move to the outside, and the left tackle's blocking in that way. It probably gets called one time out of 10, maybe 2 times out of 10. Having the 2 calls get overturned in different ways, having the fumble with DK where the arm looks down, but the fumble's caused, and then you have the Olave play that gets overturned not just a couple plays later. I mean, you put it all kind of in conjunction, it just doesn't look right. Something looks a little bit sideways. And as somebody else said below, as Mike Skinner said there with it, Jason, if you got the players to the point of talking about it, it's probably pretty real on them feeling it on the football field too. James Watson says, Pete needs to hit this year's draft. I say get 2 defensive backs. I got more problems, James, with the front 7 myself right now. More than what I'm seeing from the defensive backs. Robert Jorgensen, hard to believe that the Hawks have the same record as the Rams. It's very hard. It's crazy. No one saw the Rams here. Some people at least maybe saw us here. Bash Gordon, I'll be honest, I'm all about Will Anderson with the first pick. He's the best defensive player I've seen come out of college in like 15 years. He dominates one-on-one blocks and destroys double teams. So I said, I think I have a little bit of an inclination as well, as that he could be a generational guy. And let's say you get in this draft and you are picking 3rd or maybe 4th. Well, what if those teams at the top of the draft go quarterback 1, quarterback 2, maybe even quarterback 3, and you're sitting at number 4, and then you got Will Anderson falling to you? It's going to be hard not to pull that trigger at that point. R. Sanchez says, imagine paying Kyler money for a quarterback only to have him slide before the first down marker. Another guy who's been beat up, who's an undersized guy that I was just talking about a moment ago in reference to Bryce Young, very much could be applied to Kyler Murray, who's already had and sustained a couple of injuries. That starts to factor in those guys' minds. They start then needing to protect themselves at every turn to not then get injured. We're seeing this very much with Russell Wilson at this point in time in his career. Bashes, Will Anderson destroys double teams. You can't block him one-on-one. And top of that, he can play linebacker, and his pass coverage is excellent. And he's a defensive end. He was clocked at 20 miles per hour. That is flying. That is flying. Bash Gordon, Will Anderson has the speed of DK Metcalf. Think about that for a second. I don't know if he's that fast. I don't think he's quite DK. He good. He fast. He is flying for a defensive end. But DK's probably got him by at least 1/100, at least 1/100th of a second or so, I'm sure. Danny W, every single week, players have the best game of their careers against our defense. Embarrassing. And it's got to change into the future, Daniel. You can't just run with these defensive coaches or this defensive coach or Coach Carroll and say it'll just be fine in the future. If we just add a couple of players at the top of the draft, it'll be all solved. It'll be all fixed. No, it goes further beyond that, in my opinion. The issues are deeper. Sam the Great. I mean, Aaron Donald was drafted like 13 or 14. We need to hope for someone like that on defense. That would help. Jeffrey Taw, who is your dream coach to replace Pete right now and why? Great question, Jeffrey. And I'm going to still stick on this as where I'm at. I'm a Sean Payton guy between the coaches. I started out with Jeffrey, my reasoning. I look at Seahawks history. I'm a big look at the history guy. I'm a big guy that, you hear that tagline put out, those who don't pay attention to history are doomed to repeat it. And it's a cliche phrase that gets said often, but I don't think people really think about it or give it as much thought as it really deserves. And I think that you can apply that thinking to just about everything. You can apply it to everything. And I think a lot of what's happened with this team, when I look at it in recent years, it's a lot of, just let's wash that out. Let's just kick that out to the past. This is why I push back against people, Jeffrey, who say, it's just one season of rebuild. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter. No, it matters what happens. When you've been plagued by stuff for now the last few years, over and over again, the same kind of story of stuff, it matters. And when I look at the Seattle Seahawks history of grabbing coaches and the best coaches they've gotten here, where they've had their most success, it's being and going out and getting those truly, fully established coaches, those legit coaches, those coaches whose name carries weight throughout the league. Mike Holmgren got you to your first Super Bowl. That was a home run swing by Paul Allen to go bring Holmgren in from Green Bay. Home run swing. And he knocked it out of the park, as far as I'm concerned. The officials didn't steal that 2005 game, we'd be sitting on 2 Super Bowls right now. And then Coach Carroll, same thing. Allen moved off of a Jim Mora Jr. that wasn't a fit here, wasn't working here. Said, okay, this just isn't going to happen. I need to go bigger than this. I need to go large. I need to go huge. And he went huge for a Coach Carroll. So let's bring about the same thing here. If we've had success in the 2 times that we've gone down that road, let's go right back down that road and let's hit the gas. So get me Sean Payton as a number 1 guy. I don't think he's just a name, Jeffrey Taw. I think he's a great coach. He went through the ups and downs of those New Orleans Saints teams, as from the time of bringing in Brees there and getting more out of Brees than he ever got out of the Chargers, getting the most out of Drew Brees' game. He topped that guy out to how he kept balance with the team, how he kept himself balanced offensively. Yeah, he wants to throw, but he doesn't forget about the running game as well. He also tends to have pretty good defenses as he understands the defense. So he's exactly the kind of coach you want, where he's got offensive leanings, but he's not a whole hog guy. He ain't like it's only just about that side of the ball. So he brings a balanced nature to what he wants to do from the coaching side of things. He's also a very innovative offensive mind. This is now an offensive league. Having an innovative offensive mind is a very beneficial thing to have. I think in his last few years there with the Saints, he was getting more out of those teams than where really their talent level was, in my opinion, to a small degree. I'm not saying that he was the whole reason. I'm just saying that I feel like he really did a lot with a little bit less at that time and how much he got from them and where he drove those teams, especially consider how far a shelf Drew Brees was falling off over the last couple of years. His skills were just diminishing and diminishing and diminishing. And Peyton was having to get creative to get over that. That's how you got to a Taysom Hill, is through Sean Payton's creativity to try to find something that could generate them offense and production. So that would be where I would lean first and foremost, Jeffrey. He would be the guy that I would definitely look at. Powell says we need Jesus on defense. Maybe he can make a tackle. DJ, I think we can also beat the Rams because the biggest way to beat the defense is middle of the field and use tight ends, and we do that now. Yeah, TJ. Not the same matchup with the Rams defense as you've had in the past. It's now about, every team you watch that does beat the Rams seems to be able to do it by just sort of working the short and intermediate game too, on top of the items that you mentioned. Short and intermediate passing is is the way to get after the Rams defense. And if you can do it consistently and stay committed to it throughout the whole course of the game. Brian Meyer says, M's game Friday was one of the highlights of my sports life. Still hoarse from the screaming. The crowd was electric. Oh, Brian, nice. Oh, previous Friday when we got in. So it's part of the nice part about continuing forward, Brian, in these playoffs, these Mariners, is we get a home game. We get to have those fans, some of those fans who are young and weren't around during last time we were in the playoffs, haven't been around that playoff atmosphere that you get in that stadium, which is unique unto itself. It's unique from football, but you can feel it. And you're going to feel it in that stadium when we do get a game played in there here in this series. Jeffrey Thistle says, what happened to the Rams offense? Very, very simple what's happened to the Rams offense, actually. And sometimes things can simply unfold. The 2 most important pass protecting positions for you on a offense are going to be your tackles. That's why they carry so much weight. And the right tackle is becoming more and more valuable through the years. It's getting closer and closer to where the left tackle has been viewed throughout the time. And so what the Rams did is they had Whitworth retire this offseason. They took that Whitworth money, they spread it out to other players. They signed themselves a safety. They signed Bobby Wagner. They signed Allen Robinson. That's where they decided to put their money. And rather than going and looking for another left tackle out there, they decided to then move their very good right tackle, Rob Havenstein, over to the left side. And so what they have done now is compromise 2 positions for one in doing that, and you've compromised the 2 most important positions on your offensive line. And so Stafford is under a tremendous amount of pressure. The Rams do not run the ball well enough nor stay committed to it enough to have that offset that. They've got to throw. They've got to be able to pass. And unfortunately right now, that, as I was just kind of watching the game a little bit outside of my eye, it's a lot of you're seeing jailhouse plays where guys are just getting freely through that offensive line of that Rams team, and Stafford just doesn't have the time to throw the football. So that's where they went. This is a little bit of where they've been as far as they've not been able to give themselves a lot of room for error in being so aggressive like they've gone for it and trying to top that team out like they did. But that's where this offense has gone wrong. Yeah, obviously losing Van Jefferson hurts. Now you got to put Tutu Atwell out there instead, and the Crocodile guy, whatever his name is, Crokin, I can't say his freaking name, but they're not as talented there on the skill position players either. And there is rumors that maybe Stafford's got some issues with that elbow as well. What's up, Geno Smith? Good to have you in the chat. Danny Mix says, why does the defense suck? My opinion, the front seven is terrible. My opinion matches your opinion. I think your safeties are playing miserable as well. I think corners are really the only thing that are relatively holding up at this point. But the front seven is really, at the end of the day, terrible. Some spots are a little brighter than others. I like Uchenna and how he's playing. I like Al Woods how he's playing. I hate how the linebackers are playing. I hate how Darrell Taylor's playing. Brian Monet was better today. Poona Ford's giving you pretty much nothing. Quentin Jefferson's giving you pretty much nothing. And that's your front seven. And Sandy says, I think linebacker and defensive end is needed next year. Yeah. Daniel, when was the PI on Lockett? What quarter? I missed that. I missed that one. And have you heard and I've heard you reference it a few times. Now questioning, just curious. I have to look at the exact moment, but I want to believe that it was in the late third to early fourth quarter that it occurred. But Geno throws a bomb down the sideline, and the defender, you see Lockett getting pulled back like this as the ball's in the air. The ball's not arrived. The ball's not due to land. It's in the air, the ball, and it's on a bomb. So it's very clear and on display there for the official. Lockett was barking at the official post-play saying, where was the flag? That's probably a lot why Lockett, you're hearing him chirp here in the presser now, that we're hearing him talk about the officials, is he's thinking back that moment where I'm open, this guy yanks on me, it's blatant, and you don't call it. Daniel says, so would changing our defense when Pete retires after this year hurt Tariq Woolen, or does a 3-4 zone corners too? No, Daniel, you can do a 3-4 with zone, and Vic Fangio's 3-4 scheme that you're theoretically running utilizes more zone than it uses man-based principles. That's the nice part about making that transition to this 3-4 this year, was theoretically you weren't making as stark a change because you're going from a 4-3 under defense to a 3-4 defense, both of them playing zone coverage. But the thing the Fangio defense is supposed to be giving you with that 3-4 look is a little bit more of the blitz-heavy nature, a little bit more of the pressure packages. And then you work the zones off of that, as opposed to 3-4 defenses other teams run like the Patriots have in the past, where then it's the 3-4s working off the man coverage stuff. What happened to the... Jeffrey says they said the same thing about the guy that went to the Commanders, Carson Wentz. Sorry, I'm a little behind on my donations here. My bad, guys. Jeffrey, this is with the $10 donation. My bad. Says, I don't understand how our defense is this bad. Linebackers in the core of this defense couldn't tackle a toddler. We got way too many good players to be this bad. Very well said, Jeffrey. Thank you for the $10 donation. And that's a little bit why I'm not giving the free pass to Coach Carroll here. You have good players who should be going into their prime, highly drafted players, highly paid players. The excuses need to stop. They need to stop in regards to this defense. I don't want to hear about being Clint hurt. I don't want to hear about being a rebuild year. We want fixes, not excuses. And right now, all we got is a whole lot of excuses, but it's very well put on your part by Jeffrey. They should not be this bad. I made a video about a week and a half ago trying to target some of the issues at play on this defense. The wonky-ass four-man fronts, playing Darrell Taylor early on rundowns, the soft zone defense, the struggle of the linebackers in coverage. All of those things remain true. All of them remain absolutely true. Nothing of that has changed whatsoever. The front four can't get any pressure, Jeffrey. You have to bring blitzes to bring the pressure, and the team does not want to blitz for whatever reason. They did it today a couple of times. They had a lot of success with it, but they didn't stay with it consistently. I don't know why. Because it's a requirement right now because your front four is not getting any kind of pressure. The bad tackling, who knows on that one? That's a bit of a surprise to me, and I don't have a real good explanation for it. You know, the one thing I thought Jordan Brooks could do was tackle. Cody, I guess I would expect it on. Diggs has always been a little bit questionable as a tackler, and certainly Josh Jones has been a huge drop-off from the safety position as a tackler from where he's coming from. But the issue comes down to defense here, Jeffrey, where it's a variety of things. It's a bad front seven, bad safety play, horrific linebacker play, lack of aggressiveness, soft zone defenses, an inability to remain gap integrity, an inability to play the gap and a half scheme that you're trying to now implement. Bad, 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 bad. And it's a bad in a variety of places. It ain't just one spot, which probably doesn't provide us a whole hell of a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to fix this one this year like they have over the past couple of years, absent them making a couple of moves. R. Sanchez with a super chat of $5.07. Thank you. I really do appreciate it, Mr. Sanchez. Says, I hope someday I'll meet Cody Barton when he takes my order at Arby's. Oh, that'll be 2 roast beef sandwiches. I want 2 roast beefs, Cody. No, you forgot the sauce. I know you tend to forget stuff, Cody. Give me my sauce. Okay? Give me my extra. Yeah. I know you're also a bare minimum guy, Cody. I know you're a bare minimum guy. Give me, 2 packets. 2 packets. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Sanchez. And yep, he is well on his way. Scarecrow Bar 66 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Scarecrow Bar. Do you think Richard Fitzwell or Lemmy Pfister might be the answer to our linebacker problem next year? Is Philip... Oh, I see what you're going to be. So you're trying to get me to say, is Mike Hunt going to be an ass? Is that what you're trying to get me to say? Or Philip Mike Hunt going to be a hoss? I'll have to look those guys up I don't know if you're trolling me on that one. Those names are like troll names. So, and I think you're trying to get me to say on the last one, Mike Hunt going to be ass, I think is what you're trying to get me to say with how you do it. But maybe those are real names and you just happen to coincidentally run those in conjunction with something else. I'll write them down just in case you are being legit on this. So I haven't looked at them if those are... Lemmy Pfister doesn't sound like a real name, but I'll write it down nonetheless. I do like a good dono trolling, though. I'm always good with a good dono trolling. So I haven't looked at any of those guys, Scarecrow, if those are real guys. But I put them on my list, so I will be taking a look at them into the future. We definitely are going to need to find our solution at linebacker outside of this team, and most likely Scarecrow Bar. That's got to exist in the draft, in my opinion. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind on my prospect viewing, so I'll start trying to dive into these guys a little bit more. But just don't have anything quite yet at the moment that I can tell you on those particular guys. Thank you for the donation, though. And I'll have an answer on the next stream, hopefully, for you on that. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. You're awesome. Says, what is going on with this defense over the last 3 years when Jamal Adams arrived? The curse of the Jets looms over the Seahawk franchise. It does loom a little bit. Definitely does loom a little bit. Different answers for different times. When you brought Jamal Adams in the door in the first place, you had Jamal Adams blitzing at a 13% rate. That was double the rate of what he was blitzing at with the New York Jets. That's also why he set a defensive back sack record that first year, was because you were sending him over and over and over again. This left you holes on the back end of your defense, which were then exploited, which is why the defense was historically bad in part through the first part of that particular season. No doubt about that. Now, over the last 2 years, Garth, that's not been the case. Last year, you were more being hammered by playing more of the cover 2 based defense, which was just getting easily sliced and diced apart all over the football field at times. Teams patiently working their way up the football field. You had a little bit of struggles with stopping the run, but it was really born out of you just trying to stick in cover 1, cover 3, and hoping that could win the day for you. Every once in a while, mixing in a little bit of the bare fronts. This year, they've gone with really nothing of the cover 2 shell. They have implemented a lot more of the 3-4 in, let's say, this game, Garth Knight. So they're at least starting to bring the 3-4 to bear, which is good to see. But they're not using it with any sort of pressure-based look. So the problem changed, the issues with each year on this, Garth, change. First year, you're blitzing Jamal too much, leaving you exposed. You lock that down. You get back to cover 2, cover 1, cover 3. You're able to kind of ham it up. The next year after that, it's really starts to be about you not being able to generate a pass rush when you don't want to blitz and you want to stay in cover 3 and cover 2, and that those quarterbacks just having all day to be able to throw the ball. This year, it is now the running game has now started to seep. The running game has now started to fall apart, which has not been the problem the last couple of years beyond that. And you're also giving up the big plays as well in addition to it. So it's almost the culmination of everything outside of being too blitz heavy this year coming to bear. But it's a variety of different problems, Garth. It's not just a smoking gun here. Randy Madrigal. Thank you, Randy, for subscribing to the channel. I do really appreciate it. You're very kind to do so. Jason Wolf says, I would not mind getting Jalen Carter and Brian Brees, 2 defensive tackles. Well, Brian Brees is also on my list as far as guys to look at, so I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to take a look at him quite yet. But I will take a little gander, Brian Brees. I will take a little gander at him. Joshua says, I forgot about 4th round pick Tariq Smith. He's actually a 6th round pick, Joshua, isn't he? Did we get him in the 4th? I thought that was a 6th rounder. So I think we got him a little bit later, Joshua. His pressure rate in college was ridiculous. He had a really good pressure rate in college. Can't deny that. He was able to get back there and cause pressures fairly consistently. From when I did the scouting on him, you got the feeling from the Ohio State program that they were at one point or another expecting him to take that next step forward, like you had seen in Bosa before, like you had seen in the Washington Commanders defensive end. I'm forgetting Chase Daniels, whatever. His name, the other Ohio State freak defensive end that came out in recent years. They thought Tariq was going to take that next step forward. He just never really did. I watched tape of him in college, and I just thought, there's not a lot here. He doesn't seem to commit to one pass rush move. He tries to whip out like 9 on every play. Good amount of fire, good amount of motor to him, some decent natural skill, though there's not one thing about him like first step quickness or being a technician that would jump to your mind with him. But physical ability's there. And he's got some things you can work with. So I think that they're going to probably try to stash him away for a year, Joshua, on the IR, and then have him have a year in a weight room, year of development, and then let him come back next year and really try to compete. Jeffrey Thistle says, what the F was our fake punt, by the way? I don't know what it was, Jeffrey. I don't. There was a play a couple of years ago where Michael Dixon was in his own end zone and he did a fake punt. And he sort of did that same kind of thing where he sort of stuttered. It's going to be a fake, but it's not going to be clear it's a fake right off the snap thing. And they seem to be trying that same sort of thing here, but it was dumb from start to finish. It's the dumbest thing from the coaching staff in this game, and that's saying something. The problem comes in is that the previous play, you're called for a false start penalty, where you show the fake punt to the defense. They see what you're trying to do there, as evidenced by the fact that after the penalty and you have 5 yards go back, the defense doesn't bring all of their guys up to the line like you normally see against a punt block. Instead, you end up with like 4 linebackers as far as how they set up their formation. They're preparing for that run. And yet the Seahawks still stayed in a fake punt despite that. Very, very weird, very silly, very dumb. And the coaching staff has got to not make decisions that are going to hurt this team and make it harder, especially make it harder on the defense, especially putting the defense on a short field. Orlando Roca says, I might be wrong, but doesn't DeAndre Hopkins come back from a suspension next week? So we're 5 games in, so it's after next week. He's got to go 6 games, Orlando, but it would be after the Seahawks game. Tony Tones says, I'd be okay with Sean Payton. Jeffrey Thistle says, when kickers think they're real football players. Sean Proper, so is it X's and O's or Jim and Joe's issue on D? Hurt, Desai, Scott seem like pretty smart guys. I think that neither answer is 100% one way or another on this, Sean. There's both a little bit of parts of blame to hand out here. So it's hard to say, well, it's just all X's and O's, or it's just the fact you got not the talent. I think you are a little talent deficient. Sure. Yes. I think the bigger problem probably is the X's and O's. What is the scheme we're running right now? A 3-4 defense that doesn't blitz? What good is that? What good is that? That comes to me X's and O's. That says to me it's a little bit like what our offense was doing last year, where you adopt the Waldron scheme, but you still want to do all of some of the old stuff you did. And you either bring on the scheme and you're implementing it whole hog, or you're not implementing it at all, is my opinion. If you get caught in between or halfway in, to me, that's just a road that leads you down to failure. R. Sanchez says, feel free to kick me out, but I'm a Braves fan. No, R. Sanchez, not at all. That's cool. You guys have got a good team. You're going to get it too. It's easy to roll. I can root for the Braves. They're good. Jeffrey says Seattle has a good reputation for not firing coaches too, so it'll get us good coach prospects. Hopefully. Tony says Peyton's a great coach. He is. He really is. I agree, but sorry, man. NFC West is still very close. 49ers are the only team above 2-3, so the division is still somewhat wide open. Though It's hard with this defense to think you're wide open for anything. Cameron says, good thing the NFC West is wide open. Unfortunate that our defense sucks. If we had a competent defense, we might have a shot to win this division. If you had a competent defense, so much further you could be taking yourself this upcoming year right now. Yeah. It's gonna upend everything. Jeffrey says the Rams don't have a good running back. No, they don't. It does look like Akers is not kind of the same back he was post the Achilles tear from last year. Remember the times as Peyton would be my first option as a coach. Lincoln Riley would be my first option if going the college route. Same and same. Remember the time? I like Lincoln Riley. And eventually he is going to get to the pro game. I think it's going to take a couple years down there in USC, but eventually he will arrive here, I believe. Tony Tillman says if the defense can at least hold an opposing team to 20 points, then it's a win. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. R. Sanchez says it's been real. I'm going back to Lurkin. Fair enough, man. Best of luck to your Falcons team. Or, yeah, not Falcons, but Braves. Jeez. Big Country, I don't see the Rams going to the Super Bowl at this point. Way too many flaws. Yeah, that tackle situation's not getting any better, and they've got some other issues beyond that on this team. Yeah. TJ says, I joke about us winning the Super Bowl would be the biggest F you to Russ, but after today, it's sad to even joke about it, B. Yeah, we're not close, man. We're not close. Sucks, but it is what it is. We are definitely not in that realm of things here. On channel show. Do. Bash says, name your top 3 all-time Mariners. I'll go first in no particular order. King Griffey Jr., Ichiro, the big unit. I guess I'll give it to Ichiro. I would go Ken Griffey Jr., Ichiro, and then I would go with Edgar Martinez. I think the big unit wasn't quite here long enough to be part of the big 3. So Edgar would be my third. Jeffrey says Cam Akers got stuffed on every run. You tear that Achilles, it's hard to get over that injury. You don't necessarily just bounce back. And he looked good in the playoffs last year, but maybe just not quite there and ready to roll. I think he's got some problems too with as far as the coaching staff doesn't have a ton of faith in him. Yeah, maybe Felix would be the 3. Sam the Great maybe has their ways. The kid, Ichiro, and King Felix may be the best 3. Even more so than Edgar. Felix really got a rough go with it, with the run support over the years. Bash Gordon says, I know the big unit isn't a lot of people's tops, but one of the last games I've seen in Seattle, he was playing, and man, was he awesome. It's good play, great player. One of the best pitchers in Mariners history. In fact, he's probably at, I mean, even with what he did with, he is probably the best pitcher in Mariners history when it's all said and done, even over King Felix. So I do like him a lot, but the fact that he wasn't here for the longevity time is the only reason that I kind of ding him a little bit. And that he kind of went into the tank when we didn't give him the contract extension. He sort of kind of purposefully kind of crapped the bed to force his way out of town at that time. And then the second that you moved him, he was suddenly awesome again. It's kind of strange. Jeffrey Thistle says Cooper Rush outplaying Dak is hilarious. It is kind of hilarious. There's more proof that we go to on quarterback value. Somebody else speaking in the chat about it. I've been harping on this. Quarterback value, appropriate value, understanding these guys are getting a little bit overvalued. Everybody's just deciding you have to pay them. There's some alternative routes I think you can go. Bash Gordon front 6 because big man Al Woods is killing it. Big Al is killing it. Danny W says, I know the pie. I saw that wasn't mad about it because it's the ball thrown out of the balance, which makes the PI irrelevant. If my previous notion is untrue, then that was 100% PI. It's another one of those things, Daniel, where you don't get a replay, so you get the one look at it, and you have to kind of make your assessment in the blink of the eye as you're watching it. I said at the time that when the PI, it was PI, the only way it could go uncalled is if the official had determined that it was uncatchable. The one problem I have with that is you have Tyler barking at the official at that point, like maybe the official didn't tell him that it was uncatchable. And usually the officials, if they're going to make that call, they go like this. So they'll go like this, and that's an indication of, okay, you might have saw a pass interference, but it just wasn't catchable, and he didn't make that motion that I saw. Show Me the Mortys. Love your channel. Thank you, Show Me the Mortys. Why do you think the defense is not making the necessary adjustments after 5 weeks? Do you think it's Pete's pride, or is it just too late to implement a new scheme? I think Pete's a fairly slow guy to make many adjustments when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I think he wants to show me the Mortys just stay in that mode of thinking that it's going to work itself out with just giving more of a maturation process to the players on the field. That's not working because he's sliding back into his old technique, Show Me the Mortys, which is that I'm going to be in this soft zone defense that's easily pickable apart. The new flavor this year is that his defenses can't stop the run. I think the defenses can't stop the run anymore because you have gone away from the 4-man fronts. You have gone away from the Sam linebacker there as a de facto 5th man on the defensive line, and you are going to more 3-4 stuff. They're trying to also implement a 3-4 defense, Show Me the Mortys, that doesn't really have enough pressure-based packages associated with it. It's a 3-4 defense that wants to play soft zone, which is kind of counterintuitive. You don't tend to want to be that way. If you're going 3-4, it's because you're going to look to bring a little bit more of the blitz game. They brought some of it today, but they don't consistently stay with it. They keep trying to lean back and trust Show Me the Mortys that the 4-man front is going to be able to get pressure all on their own. And they are not even coming close to generating any kind of pressure on their own. You had Trevor Penny out in this game over at left tackle, right? They're with a backup left tackle. Was anybody aware of that today with this defense? Was anybody aware of the fact that those Saints were playing without 2 basically offensive linemen, if you think about it in that respect? It's really discouraging to see Show Me the Mortys, and it's the biggest concern right now with the Seahawks team. Beyond the good, beyond the plus, beyond Geno Smith playing well, beyond Waldron calling great games, this is the biggest issue as it stands in front of us right now. Brian Myers, Brandon, you the man. Keep up the awesome stuff. See you in the Crow's Nest Tuesday. Sounds good, Brian. You know I'll be there. Sam the Great says, wish San Francisco lost, we'd all be 2-3. And it'd be a better world at that point, wouldn't it be, Sam? Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate all the donos. Says, what is going on with the defense over the last 3 years when Jamal Adams arrived? The curse of the Jets. Oh, I think I'd responded to that. My bad. Show Me the Mortys. By the way, you were spot on with your video about the defensive struggles. You can clearly see the problem. Why can't they? Now we're getting to a real complicated question on that one. Show Me the Mortys. This is not an easy one to answer. When you're a legendary head coach and you've devised a specific defensive scheme that has taken you to the highest of heights, it's brought you national titles in college, it's gotten you to back-to-back Super Bowls, it's very hard to then pivot off that hand-built scheme that you through the years molded, like some sculptor who's been working on this statue for years, just adding a little more clay here, adding a little more clay there, adjusting the chin, getting the arms a little more right, or getting all this right. You've been doing it years and years and years and years, and you refine and you refine and you refine. And then you arrive 25, 30 years down the line in that refinement, and then it suddenly falls on its face and it sucks. And what Carroll's doing is he's the guy if you guys ever watched the episode of, I got a great metaphor for this. Let's go take The Office, right? You remember the chili scene in The Office? With the big dude's coming in, he's got the fresh homemade chili, and he's got it in a big barrel here, right? He can barely hold on to it. He's got to feed the whole office. And he comes walking in, right? Walking in, and he trips and falls as he walks in the door. Chili spills everywhere. And he's trying to pull the chili back. He panics, obviously, and he's grabbing notebooks and trying to put the chili back into the pan, but it's all just hit the floor now, right? It's crap right now. Yeah, it's still chili in there once he puts it all back in there, but it all just went on the floor. You got to throw that stuff out. I would argue Coach Carroll is in the same place with this defense. The chili's on the floor. He's on his hands and knees. He's got a notebook that he's trying to wipe the chili back into the bowl, and he just needs to do away with the chili and redo the recipe. And I just think that with so much success that he's had, with as old as he is, it's a little bit of the can't teach an old dog new tricks. And that is certainly a cliche for a reason. And it doesn't just impact dogs. It impacts humans as well. That would be the main play. And thank you for the props on it. But I think that's the main reason you don't see the change, is because I just don't think Carroll he's just going to trust that he can coach him up. He's going to trust he can fix mistakes that he keeps seeing. And it's been a big problem with Carroll here over the years, Show the Morty. And he himself said this, Show the Mortys. He himself said this, and I think that he's almost forgotten that he said it. I think he's almost kind of forgotten that they had that moment. And maybe he just said it for PR reasons, public relations reasons. He knew he was going to be trading Russell Wilson a couple of days later. So maybe it was a way to make those people that were going to have arms up and be angry at him, to give them a little bit of hope to believe that maybe he's changing his ways and he's learned his lessons. But I don't know where he's learned his lessons off saying in that, in specific, an interview he gave at the Combine where he said, I've been too arrogant. We've been too arrogant. We've held on for too long doing it the same way. And I think they're still holding on for too long doing it the same way. And it's not going to get fixed anytime soon if they keep staying in this lane. They've got to do something it's the half measure approach when you need the full measure. They're just not giving you the full measure approach here and to fix this. They keep trying to if we just put one little adjustment here and we just do one little thing here, but you're falling back into the same designs over and over again. Even as you change to the 3-4, you're still back into that soft zone. We're not going to blitz. We're going to trust the front to get the pressure. It's not getting done. So you got to learn your lessons more than anything else. Show me the Mortys. You're right. Even an idiot like me that can post a video like that showing it clear, loud and clear, it is that obvious at that point to where a guy like me can see it that clearly, and yet still the coaches will not move. Still, they will sit ardently on their spot. Frustrates me, angers me at times, but it is definitely the lane that they reside in. Jerry says, which is funny because Dak isn't exactly Dan Marino throwing the ball. No. And it's again more about that lesson that you look at going, well, is this the future of the quarterback position where just because I have a guy playing good for a couple of years, then I have to pay him? Then it's an absolute must. It's a no-brainer. It has to happen. Or is it maybe, is this a smarter way to go? I think situations like Dak, situations like Kyler, it's going to get more organizations being a little more forward-thinking about this and looking a little bit more outside the box in their approach to the quarterback position. Jeffrey Sissel says, let me fist her. Yeah, there we go. I knew he was playing around. But hey, if he's going to donate while you're trying to get me to say some phrase, I'm with it. Bayou Bengal 84. Who dat, baby? You got us. You guys, Bayou. In all honesty, Geno has played pretty good for you all this year so far. Yes. He played really well. We've been very happy with him. Now, our defense on the other side of it, Bayou. Rajesh Patil says, IMO, get a top 10, 15 picks in the draft. Sure shot defensive talent who can make a difference in the game. That's certainly a lot of people are leaning in that way, Rajesh. You're with a lot of other folks on this, and that's the approach that they would like to take. Larry Fister's legit, says Keldon. Probably Hall of Fame. The NW, we can re-sign Geno easily, cut Shelby Harris, Quentin Jefferson, Brian Monet, gives us about $24 million in cap or so. Neither worth the price. Well said, Daniel. Well said. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. I did write the names down. Well, some of these names I get, I don't know. I've heard these names for the first time oftentimes, and I don't want to be like, I ain't going to look at that if somebody suggests it. So I'm going to go ahead and cross those names off the list now. Good on you. You got me. What's the Richard Fitzwell one? That's the one that threw me off on it. Pastor Gordon, Cody Barton seems like the type of dude that you would meet at an Everett bar talking about how I used to play for the Huskies. I was even a Seahawk. I was a starter for them, and you don't believe them. Good comparison. Yeah, good day for your Niners, Keldon. Top of the division, man. You should feel good about yourself. You lost Bosa today and still pulled that one out. Dan the Great says Barton's just here so he doesn't get fined. Tony Tone says fake punt was a mistake on the punter. It was stated in the postgame it was supposed to be a rollout punt, but coverage got to him quick. Okay. Strange play by Dixon there. Bash, Barton is here so that the defense doesn't get fired because they almost didn't have anybody to fill up that spot. So they're just like, okay, you can play it. It's pretty much the spot we're at right now. That's why he's not being benched. That's for sure. That is 100% for sure on that one. Addison Shelble, you know what, Brandon? I kind of wish we won that game. Sarcasm here. Oh. Jordan Chivas, where are all the people that said after week 1 that Carroll still had it? Are they the same people that said earlier that you were having a knee-jerk reaction with regard to the defense? Ironic. Yeah, there's the folks out there. And Jordan, I went down this line with the folks that were Russell Wilson believers. And I get that there's folks out there that, have their coach or have their players or have stuff that they kind of gravitate towards. But when it comes to this channel and the way that I view my Seattle Seahawks team, I don't individually look at a player or a coach and throw them up on some high water pedestal. And it seems like once they get put on that pedestal by folks, they're bulletproof. They can do no wrong. And I don't, myself, I just can't arrive at that stage when I look at either making an evaluation of a player or a coach. I think all of them have to be held to account. And I don't think that they all just get all the room in the world to be in error, to be bad because they once had success back 10 years ago. And I don't get it. But yeah, I'm glad you saw that comment too, Jordan, about the knee-jerk reaction. Knee-jerk reaction, it's like, what defense have you been watching the last 3 years? It's been non-functional for large swaths of seasons over the last 3 years. That's not a one-game problem. That ain't a one-year problem. That's an epidemic. Nitro Hawk, having a defensive-minded head coach with how bad the D is makes me go crazy. Me too. That's your specialty. Make it special. Don't have a specialty that's not special. Otherwise, I just need to go find another coach with a different specialty. Cool Breeze, this chat's still live. Brando, you are different. Thank you, Cool Breeze. I appreciate it. I'm rolling through here. I'm hanging in good. Yeah, can we pawn off Cody Barton to Denver? One desperation for another, yeah. Maybe we can get Russ to say Cody's awesome for him. Jeffrey says Russell actually has a good chance to miss the playoffs, though. A hugely good chance, Jeffrey. Hugely good chance. Javonte Williams gone for the year. Ronald Darby gone for the year. Garrett Bowles, left tackle, gone for the year. The pass protection is already miserable. Quinn Miners is injured and beaten up. You've got Randy Gregory out for a few weeks. Then they lost his backup, Baron Browning, now for a few weeks. Then you lost his backup, Nick Bonino. Yeah, they're in some tough shape. Marty Talks, love the Wilson Subway remixes. Yes. A lot of Wilson on the Subway commercial. God, it's cringe too. They just leaned into it, but boy, is it cringe. Sanchez, top 3 Mariners, Cora Wilson and Ayala. Definitely spoken as a Braves fan. That was before interleague play, though. You didn't get a chance to go to get at Ayala. Bobby Ayala. There's a name I haven't seen in a long time. What the F was he thinking? It's the creepiest V. Oh, I'd love this. What was he thinking is the creepiest? Oh, it is. As somebody else said, it's like he's got some serial killer energy coming off that commercial. Where are the bodies, Russell? Where are the bodies buried, Russ? Regard Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. Says Brando, what should I watch between the Mets game and Sunday Night Football, Bengals at Ravens? What would you watch? I guess you got to go with the Mets series, right? That's for the series, isn't it, Garth? The Phillies Mets game. Got some good players to watch in that game. I'd go with that one. I'll go with that one. Bengals Ravens wouldn't be bad either, but I think that Mets series is going to be a fun one. They're going to put it on the line on that game. So I go Mets. Hiru Bricks, thank you for becoming a member. Hiru Bricks, please do keep an eye out on your community post. I do for all the members of my channel, I do post weekly articles out, and you'll see it in your community post there. I just posted one last night, Hiru, so please do go over there and check out that article. But thank you above all else for becoming a member of the channel. Very nice of you to do. Marty Talks says, even a declining Wagner is 1,000% better than what we have. Yeah. Would be better with Wagner. Wagner would be over the top of what you're getting from Cody Barton. And people want to knock Cody for Wagner not necessarily being, good with LA here. Wagner coming into this week from a PFF standpoint was sitting at an 86.7 grade. An 86.7 grade this year for Bobby Wagner coming into this week. And we got Cody Barton rocking a 40. I didn't know Bobby was up that high. I'm caught unaware on that one. Okay. I mean, is he declining at that point, Marty? 86.7 PFF rating through 4 weeks before this game today. Bash Gordon, honestly, I think we'll have the most successful with Harbaugh. 8037. Why should Carroll get more cracks at rebuilding the team when he and John whiffed on picks and trades for years now? We have to be at our wits' end at this point. Props to Geno, Shane, and the offense. Well, that would be, I guess, what someone would counter to you who's more of a Coach Carroll believer, AD, and I'm not taking this position, but this is what they would say would be, well, you got to give Coach Carroll the credit for what's happening offensively too, because hasn't he had a hand in that as well? I do give him a little bit of credit offensively for what's going on with Walter and bringing him on and adopting the offenses he has and changing his offensive ways and how they go about their business on that side of the ball. But your point is the one that stands. The first part of what you said is really what holds up above all else. You get me into trouble. You're a guiding light. You're a guiding force. You're the captain of the ship. If you're a captain of the ship and every other year you're hitting an iceberg, how many times do I let you hit the iceberg before I say, okay, I need a new captain here? You've dropped 3 ships on me here. And that's a little bit of where we're at here. They've had a lot of cracks at this. Carroll had a chance to return that Legion of Boom defense over, and then a chance to return over that return over. And in every returning phase, he continues to fail for what is supposed to be his expertise, for what he's supposed to be a guru at. We're not seeing a guru here. D Nugget says, Brando, 24-hour stream, donate money to charity. Hell with that. If I'm going 24 hours, I'm going to get paid for that. I feel for the children, but I feel for my pocket bike that much more. At least Wagner can still tackle. Look at how he killed that runaway protester. Bash Harbaugh is the type of hard-nosed coach, hard-ass coach that the NFL, that the defense needs, that this whole team needs. I'd welcome it. He's my number 2 behind Peyton. So I do like Harbaugh. I like him a lot more than a lot of other people do. But I do think he would bring a hard-nosed nature to this team that would be welcome. He might wear out his welcome within 3 or 4 or 5 years. We got to go get a new coach. But he'll get you a hell of a performance at that 3, 4, 5 year period. Marty, if that was Barton, that protester would be running all over the field for 30 minutes. If that was Barton, he'd be trying to lay him up for a hit. He'd first whiff at his hit. He'd land face first in the turf. He'd get back up, chase the guy down again, try to hit him again, whiff again, and eventually just the security guard would tackle him and they'd just be like, Cody, it's okay. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. Thanks, Cody. Okay. We got it. We got to just go back and try to play football like you're trying to do over there. Guard Knight, Brando, I'm with you. Randy totally played Solon till his trade to Houston where he turned it on. Yeah, that was one to me, Garth, where I remember that one. That stuck in we needed him that year and he came out and he forgot how to pitch. Oh, I don't know. How do I even pitch? How do I even throw this ball anymore? And then he goes to Houston in a trade deadline and has a .83 ERA over the rest of the year. What? I know you're angry you're getting your new contract, Randy, but I mean, really? Bash, and if that was Seattle's defense, that protester would have ran up and down the field and scored a touchdown. Exactly. Exactamundo. Thank you, Bando Momo. Thank you for subscribing, Bando Momo. You're awesome for subscribing. A lot of new subscribers today. Appreciate you guys jumping aboard the Hawks Nest here. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says that the funny thing about the Russell Wilson sandwich at Subway is I hear it's delicious. Is it? It's been a while since I've gone to Subway just because they felt like about 15 years ago they started making that transition in the McDonald's transition. You know, that place where you order the food and you start eating it and you wonder through the first couple of bites, it tastes like food, but is this really more artificial than this is actually food at this point? I remember I used to love the spicy Italian at Subway, and that sandwich just went. I don't ever go there now, but maybe I'll have to go try out the Russell Wilson serial killer sandwich. Or I mean the Danger Witch. I'm going to call it the serial killer sandwich. I think that's better. It's got a little bit more of a phoneticness to it. Danger Witch. Tough to get that out of your mouth. D-Nugget says DK will be gone in 2 years. Tyler will retire in 2. I don't know about that. Jeffrey says the big unit also didn't go into the Hall of Fame as an M, even though we taught him how to throw strikes. Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts with him going in as a diamond back. You go, oh. And the team just didn't trust that his back was going to hold up. You do wonder, though, if they had made that trust and put that trust that the back would hold steady for a few more years. I also think it helped him going to the NL at that time. The AL was a little more offensive driven at that point, so it was a little bit of an easier road for Randy to go through. Yeah, that one hurts. The United Cardinals lost. Good to see. Consumer 114, anybody see those penalties on Atlanta? The roughing the passer on Brady? Laughing out loud. The refs are so sus in the NFL. No wonder people think it's rigged. Yeah, you have a lot of subjective calls in the NFL. And it gets real obvious when you're seeing it being slanted in one direction. And it's more with the NFL being slanted in one direction with the calls. It's really, as I've gotten to learn on over the years, it's the key moments of the calls. Happening on a sack, happening after you get a 50-yarder, happening after something amazing happens on a day where you might be struggling. You got to almost kind of lock into it the moments that you're seeing it occur. Oh, it just gave him a third down when we just got to stop. Which of all those things I just mentioned occurred today in the calls that went against you. Just in this today's game and what I just mentioned there. And that's where it does get people a little bit to the point of going, is this rigged? Is this rigged? And let's not forget, you can say all day that the NFL isn't rigged. You can say all day that the NFL, no, it's played legit. It's just some officials suck, some are good. Keep in mind this part. Keep in mind this little part. The NFL is not registered as a business, as a sport. That's not how they register themselves with government or anything else as an entity. They're registered as an entertainment. Entertainment. Which to me, I don't see anything that in itself opens them up to mean that they're going to, adjust games and make things happen the way they want to make them happen. But nonetheless, it makes it a little suspect when you see these kind of calls. I didn't get a chance to see the Brady one, but I'm not surprised. The Nugget Rams are also lost, but we are still in last place in our division. A lot of year left to go. Jeffrey Thistle says Ichiro's a traitor. He left us for the Yankees. I can't knock Ichiro on that in the same way I could knock Randy. Ichiro had played by far the vast majority of his career here. Team was not good for all of those years except for the first one he walked in the door. He went to the Yankees to get a chance to go in. And much like with Griffey wanting to go to Cincinnati, and I know I'm going to trigger Garth on this one, much like Griffey going to Cincinnati wanting to be closer to his Florida home and closer to his family, it's a little more of an understandable reason versus Randy. Randy understood, wanting the new contract and being upset he wasn't getting it, but to go in the tank like he did was Felix is up there, man. No doubt about it, Cash. D-Nugget, 10 years, 30 for 30, showing ref collusion. Yeah, I could see it. Daniel, Tariq Woolen has more interceptions in 3 games than Trey Flowers and Shaq would have combined in an entire seasons. Nice to see for a change. A guy make a play on the football instead of being passive 24/7. Agreed. He has played wonderfully, Daniel. He is playing it at not just a defensive rookie of the year type level. He's playing it like an all-pro-like level in his first year. I said on the stream when he made that interception, you're not just watching a star born here. You might be watching a superstar being born here. King Phillips getting a lot of love at number 3. I think I got to give him that same love. Bruce says Edgar was a beast. Number 1, only loyal to one Seattle. I can understand going with that. Edgar was definitely a very important player and one of the few guys that stuck. Stayed around. D-Nugget says, why does Penny get injured so much? Just bad luck? I would go more bad luck, D-Nugget. The injuries have been all over the board. He's had a broken hand, he's had a torn ACL, and now he's had a broken ankle. I don't think that those are all interrelated necessarily. Just sometimes guys get the bad luck of the injury. 4-leaf clover like you put up, man. Sometimes you got a leprechaun up your butt, sometimes you don't. Jeffrey Thistle, Felix had a whole fan section when he pitched. I used to have lunch there because we were so bad. Tickets were like $20. Oh, goodness. You must have been close to the stadium then. Marty talks, I don't know. Some guys are just injury prone. They are, Marty, aren't they? Some guys just get snake bit. And you see with Adams and you see with Penny, when it becomes a variety of different injuries and the injuries aren't interconnected, like, oh, he already had that torn ACL and now he's had it again, you know, or he pulled this and he pulled this again. It's these different things. I don't know if a Bondo Momo, I can say it's because Penny's soft. I mean, a fractured ankle is a fractured ankle. A torn ACL is a torn ACL. A broken hand's a broken hand. You know, that's not soft as much as it's maybe softly built. I like Marty Talks' answer. Conditioning, play style, and bad luck. Bruce says that fake punt was like Pete throwing an interception. It was. It was like him saying, we don't want to punt. We just want to give you the ball back on this side of the field. Marty, also, some players don't age well. Most of these guys have been balling since they could walk. True. Wild about Penny, too, when you talk about the randomness of it. The Seattle Seahawks reportedly, when he was drafted, and this came out right at the time he was drafted, he had some of the cleanest medicals that they had ever seen on any player. No injuries in college. No games missed. It's, I'm sure, blown them away that he's had the problems that he's had as far as injuries on the injury side of it. Bash says, I mean, Kevin Griffey Jr. is loyal to Seattle. He left because they traded him. You can't get much more loyal than a second generational player like his dad played for the team too. There's a little bit of a knock there with that. I mean, I've gotten conversations with Garth on this where I can understand it. Griffey did force that trade, Bash. So he did come to Seattle and say, I want to be traded and I only want to be traded to one team. He gave you no ability to have any flexibility to get maximum value for what was maybe the best player in the sport at that time. And that definitely hindered them and hurt them a little bit. But I do understand Griffey's reasoning too at the same point where he was in his career in that respect. It hurt. Would have liked to see him finish his whole career there. But that's where things are always a little complicated. Seahawks blue-green, Penny's contract will be for just a 6-game span. Can't last longer. No. Signing for a couple million? No, you're only getting 6. Keldon says, if you are on the Niners and you are somewhat of a big name, you will get injured. It's just about every season now. I've stopped worrying about it. Glad you've been able to make your piece. I'm still working my way through making my piece on that type of stuff. But hopefully get those guys back. I think you'll still get most of those guys all back, right? You get Trent back. You'll get Joey back. Ward's coming back. That's the key with you guys. You guys get those injuries, Keldon, but you always seem to get your guys back at some point or another. Bruce says Egger told them if they traded him, he would retire. Oh, I like to hear that by Egger. I didn't know that about him. That's cool. Marty Talks, I keep watching the Wilson Subway commercials because it's just so freaking weird and creepy. It is. It's wild. Like I said, it's like they leaned into just some of his corniness almost. Bando Momo says our defense is top 10. Our offense is top 10, but our defense is going to hold us back. We could have won that game for real. You're damn tootin' we could have, man. Defense even played just an average game for you out there. You win this game by a mile. But they let you down once again here, as they have a couple times this year. D-Nugget with a $2 donation says, for the future Brando 24-hour stream charity fund. Well, thank you for the donation, D-Nugget. Someday, maybe. Someday. When I do this full time, I'll do one of those. Bottom line, D-Nugget says, bottom line is we just need to be patient and wait till Pete and John leaves. That is probably where the bottom line ends up falling out. At least in the case of Pete, for sure. Bash Gordon, Russell Wilson running out of the field with only press filming him and no fans, but yet he runs out and slaps imaginary fan hands. That was weird too. That was weird. There's some oddities going on with Russ. Something, I don't know if the wiring's gone bad in recent years or it's maybe just the ego's gone out of control, but something's gone a little bit. You saw it last year when he was doing he injured his finger and he was out there on the field going through and conducting a whole offense that he was walking through by himself. Just strange. The country says, be careful though. It's spicy. Well, at least maybe he's selling some sandwiches and all this. Bash, I mean, I don't think anybody here is a professional football player, but that's his job and he's just injury prone. It's just how he is. Just how he is, man. Just how it goes sometimes for some players, Bash. Some guys it just happens. Jordan Chiva says, love your work. Thank you, Jordan. Very kind of you to say, man. I do appreciate you. Bash says, do you think Future is getting a kick out of all this bad press that Russ is getting? I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's saying stuff like, oh, the golden boy ain't so golden, huh? Are you liking that, Sierra? You happy now? Seahawks bleeding and Gruen. Wagner doesn't look any better than last year. 86.7 PFF grades. Pretty nice. I'll tell you that. He's got a double the PFF score of what Barton's got right now. I think that would be more helpful. Would you have wanted to keep Wagner, Jordan asks? Yes, I would have. I remember you agreed with cutting him at the time, right? I was okay with cutting him, Jordan, but I was also in the place of feeling like I didn't want to just let Cody Barton rock with the starting position. And if it meant cutting Wagner, I didn't want to just roll with Barton and hope that that was going to be good. I would have wanted to get a better answer for there than Barton. I also thought a little bit of the oddity in this, Jordan, was the fact that Bobby Wagner told you as we were closing down and getting to the end of the season that he was going to be open to restructuring his contract. And usually players don't lead with that. And I thought it was a big olive branch on his part to sort of extend that to the front office and say, will you guys consider doing something like that? And instead of coming back on a restructure, they just said, nope, cut. We're just going to cut you. We're going to eat the dead money. We're going to essentially pay you not to be here. And I didn't think Bobby Wagner had reached that point in his career. Certainly he was not prime Bobby. Certainly he was, not moving in the right direction as far as the skill set goes. But I just didn't have the trust in Barton as the guy to then take that thing over. Marty Talk says, I don't know. I think it might be more about conditioning than anything else, but sometimes it's just bad luck when some players get injured more often than others. I wonder if it's something they aren't doing. Could be, Marty. I mean, you got a guy in Chris Carson's, one of the most well-conditioned running backs we probably ever had here. One of the most best shape, yoked up, strong as hell, broken down at every turn. As somebody, I think as you said as well too, it's a little bit of the scheme. You run a lot of inside zone. You're going to wear guys out naturally that way a little bit. The injuries on, it is worth noting though, that the torn ACL and now this broken ankle have both happened to Penny when he was outside of that traffic inside. Daniel W says that PFF grade is wrong. Bobby Wagner gave up a 70-yard touchdown to Debo last week versus the 49ers, but it got credit to Ramsey, but it was both of them that both whiffed the tackle to him and were right there. I mean, I think Bobby was kind of pursuing from the backside on that play, but he did miss the tackle, to your point. But the nice thing again with PFF is it's not just going to be graded out on one play, Daniel. It's the totality of all the plays in all of the games this year. And while maybe he's not a star level, which is an 86.7, that's star level rating. Maybe he's not star level, but certainly again, the point being, is he better than what you're getting out of Barton by a wide margin even this year? Yeah. All right, Nitro Hawk, we could have restructured Bobby. You wanted to stay? He did want to stay. Yeah. I'm not expecting the Bobby would have been amazing, or I don't think he's at 86.7 grade as far as how he's truly playing right now, but I do think he would have been an improvement over Barton, who's been the worst defensive player you've had on that field every single week. Keldon says, remember when Pete and John had to apologize because they both forgot to tell Bobby that he was fired? Yes. Not a good look for our organization. That was a tough look. Nitro Hawk, it would be funny if Harbaugh replaced Pete. It would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. Marty Talks, did Bobby get to keep the swing line? Swing line? I'm out on that one. I don't know what they mean by that one. Sarge, have we talked about Diggs yet? We've talked about it a little bit, Sarge, but I don't mind getting back into it. And what we can say about Diggs here this year is that he's not earning that contract. And the tackling is definitely backtracked to this year versus what it was in prior years. It was never great with Diggs, but he could at least tackle here and there for you. He wasn't whiffing all over the place. He's giving you nothing in coverage. He's had a couple of interceptions in his hands that he's dropped. I think the worry I have with Quandre Diggs and where I stand with him now is that my big concerns with signing him to a contract are being realized. He was an aging player coming off the most major injury of his career, who you paid big money to, having already paid a bunch of big money to Jamal Adams, making you the highest paid safety core in the league by a huge margin. And as has been said, you don't put money in the safety positions. The Seahawks instead decided to put a boatload of money in the safety position, and they're not getting any returns for having done so. Frustrating. Seahawks blue and green. Subway's only bread and lettuce. There you go. D-Nugget says, instead of eat fresh, it should be eat fake while hating yourself. That's it. You eat Subway, you don't feel good about yourself. You're eating the bite, but it's with a frown, and you're like, oh, I'm a horrible chip. Oh, what am I doing? I'm a fat slob. God, I'm horrible. Why am I eating this? Jason Tudor says the Danger Witch costs you $250 million and just gives you the poops. Stomach ache in the runs. Garth says, I don't go to Subway either, but I have heard the Dahmer Witch is great. Oh, the Dahmer Witch. Hey, you can't deny it's got serial killer vibes coming off that commercial. Where are the bodies buried, Russ? Where are the bodies buried? It's spicy. Spicy. Yeah, how does he even say that line and make that sound eerie? Daniel says, no need to go to Subway. Their bread meat has zero flavor. I don't understand why people ever eat there instead of just making their own sandwich for 1/5 the price with real flavors. Good, well said. That's what I started doing after a few years. If I want a sandwich, I just made my own. I'll buy the whole loaf if I'm not going to eat it. It's still going to be so much better than Subway. It seems like every fast food place, even if it starts out relatively good ingredients, they all end up like through competition and everything else getting driven down to the cheapest of ingredients they can get to. Marty Talk says, hold on, wait, what kind of protein's in the Dahmer Witch? It's a mystery meat, Marty Talks. That's part of the excitement of ordering it. Marty says, I wonder what hanging out with Russ for a day would look like. A lot of surface conversation. Henry Diesel, Abe Lucas, penalty machine? I don't know about that, Henry. He got called on a I guess a play here in this game, but I don't think he was did he get a lot of them? I only got one myself. Seahawks Blue and Green, that would be the worst mistake. Make a wish hanging out with Russ. Yeah, save that wish for something else. Joshua Carl, Soylent Green's right. It's humans. It's humans, you damn fools. It's humans. Bash says Russell Wilson went from the coolest commercial ever for a quarterback with the roller skate one and the Niners laughing out loud to the cringiest, most low-budget commercial ever with the Subway one. It's cringe. And I think they leaned into the cringe on it because they were just like, you're corny. We're not going to make you uncorny. Doesn't matter the script we give you. Doesn't matter the acting classes we put you through. You're going to come off corny. So let's just lean into the corniness. Let's go ultimate corny here with this commercial. Russ was like, oh, okay. What am I? Spicy. That's spicy. You ever live dangerous? And they're playing it over and over. Marty Talks says, I hope no kids went missing I hope no kids went missing in Seattle after Russ visits the hospital. It's like that British guy, man. He's just using that as his in, right? Like Seville. He's Jimmy Seville in it, man. Just got to get in. Oh, I'm just here for the children. Come on, Tommy, let's go. Hot dogs. Jason Tudor, Pete confirmed that it wasn't a fake punt at all. Jesus. Dixon. Yeah. That makes me almost more angry then. Why? Just punt the ball. Bash Gordon. Whoa, I never heard that saying, being from Hawaii, laughing out loud. Brandon, if the leprechaun has to go up your butt for good luck, I think I'm okay with my bad luck and hard times. Thank you. If it gets you a Super Bowl, though, man. Tom Brady has been operating with the leprechaun up his butt for 10 long years now. You can tell it by the way he has to walk. So he kind of has to he's got to squeeze his butt to keep that sucker up in there. I mean, it's a small guy, but you got to have some good pressure with those cheeks to keep that sucker up in there. But the luck it brings, I mean, got him Giselle, a couple more Super Bowls as he falls off. I mean, the power of the leprechaun is not to be denied. James Watson, I meant quarterback, not two defensive back. I want 2 quarterbacks in the draft. Okay, James, that makes a little more sense. I was going corners, huh? Okay, I go with that, James. I'm with it. Double up. Hope one of them hits. Evan Jackson, Tariq Woolen will be the best corner very soon. Evan, he is on his way. As I said, it's not just a star rise you're watching, it's superstar rise. Guys don't come into this league in their first 5 games and come away with 3 interceptions. And when you know the physical ability he's bringing to play here, you know that potential that was already sitting that you thought theoretically so far up ahead, maybe he's realizing that potential so much more faster than anybody was anticipating. Looks like the Ravens are going to crush the Bengals. Ravens still a good team, still dangerous. Bash, I always chose to forget that part about the Griffey trade. That trade hurt more than any trade on any Seattle team ever in my years of fanning. Me too, Bash. The Griffey one hurt more than any other one. And that is saying something. And I go back really even farther than that, Bash. I go back to Mark Langston and Tom Chambers being moved to the Phoenix Suns. But Griffey, Rodriguez, Randy Johnson, you can go down the line here. You can go down the line. Griffey one just hurt. That one just hurt so much. Bash, frozen for defensive being the worst in the league. We should be 3-1 right now. We should. And power code, Tariq, more like it's time for the peak. Get it? Peak equals pick? What the F am I saying? Marty talks, have you ever done anything dangerous? Yeah. One time I effed a rapper's girlfriend. Ooh, that is dangerous. Badge Gordon, can you hook up a mobile system so you can take it to the game with you next week and just do the play-by-play and point of view perspective? That would be awesome. It'd be hard. I'd have to be sitting here kind of holding the thing up in front of me, or I got to get one of those sticks and just have the sticks in front of me and Megan the whole game. And I definitely wouldn't be able to respond to the chat at all. But I was thinking of doing something like that. I think the trouble too would be, Bash, getting the signal strength that would be good enough to broadcast the stream all the way through. I think you'd be a little inhibited. But we'll figure something out. I'll definitely do some kind of something or another. Maybe we'll stream for a few minutes of the game or something later, something there. Mets are getting crushed. I gave you the wrong recommendation, Garth. I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong recommendation. Garth with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, okay, people, call Russ fake. Did he not go to Children's Hospital all those times? Sorry, Richard and Doug. Number 3 doesn't dig your circle. You were coworkers and nothing more. Get the F over it. Hey, it's fair enough there, man. It's fair enough on that. And I'm just making some jokes here, Garth, about the hospital thing. I'm not meaning seriously on it. And look, no denying Russell. Anything that I might pick apart, Garth, with Russell on the field and hound him a little bit for that when he was here and have my issues with him in that respect here. I don't deny the things that he has done off the football field. And there's no picking that. There's no saying, yeah, what about? Or, okay, he did this, but so what? I mean, there was also this bad that he was doing. He lives a clean life. He's a great example to the young kids out there that look up to him and watch that guy. There's a lot of reason he has earned having the support he has earned, not just from the local fan base, but nationally, in the way that he's carried himself over these 10 years. And even as you look at some of the shots being thrown at him here right now with the Broncos, like Richard Sherman's done, and like, Doug's done at times, other people, and that has occurred. You can't deny that Russell has been able to, at least, Garth, stay above the stuff, not respond to it, not allowed to get childish, be a little bit maybe of the adult in the room. Like you said, coworkers that you just don't dig. Let's keep this professional. And when the other side's not keeping it professional, and he is in that respect of things. And I'll give Russ a lot of credit for that. That's hard to do. That's hard not to get petty. I mean, shoot, you see me in here, Garth. I got to respond to everybody that goes sideways on me. I certainly wouldn't be able to sit there quiet. I certainly wouldn't be able to just sit there and go, okay, let them have their talk. Let them say what they're going to say. So no doubt on that. I'll make some jokes on this, man, but that's just because we're 8 hours in the stream. I'm trying to keep people laughing a little bit here. So, no, I really do appreciate what Russ did with those children hospital. Those children, I dated once a woman that did the radiation therapy and all that, and one of those people in the room like that, and had to do it for those children. And, when those children get that cancer, when they're in that state, they don't tend to survive that. Those kids do tend to pass. And so he's going in there to meet with children that, in one way or another, probably know that their time's not lasting here. And to go into that kind of heavy of an environment, that heavy of a room, does deserve to be lauded for Russ. Absolutely deserves to be lauded, no question about it. Jeffrey Thistle with a $2 donation. And thank you, Garth, for all your donos. Jeffrey would thank you for all your donos as well. Says, the leprechaun escaped. Is Tom walking a little more free and easy? See, now you know why when you look at Tom and you see the J-Lo butt, that's why it went suddenly now to J-Lo butt. That's not him getting older necessarily. The leprechaun's gone out of the butt. It's got a little more space now to kind of, a little more elbow room in the cheeks. You know what I mean? Elbow room in the cheeks. Big Country says the Mets might have won all in for nothing, laughing out loud. Baseball's a tough sport to go all in on. That's a tough one to do. Jeffrey Thistle says the front office were dicks to Bobby Wags. I hate how they ended that. Me too, man. I understand to make the move, but the way that they did it. Haha, I think the swing line is an Office Space reference. I must be missing. I know Office Space pretty good too. I might be missing my reference. Oh, Kitty, you're going to finally make an appearance? Everybody's been waiting for you to make an appearance and you finally come up here? Okay. Daniel W. Bobby is not the answer to our trash linebackers. We need to get young, we need to get cheap or expensive, with the only exception being Roquan Smith. I hear you, man. I hear you. I feel like you could have restructured him without having to do a multi-year deal and kept it maybe a 1-year deal at that point and kept him down a little bit. I don't know if that was a potential thing there. I would have maybe been in favor of doing something like that. You're already going to be on the hook for a decent amount of money with Bobby anyway, where you're cutting him and you're going to have dead money as it is. But I understand taking that track of it, or it's just time to turn things over, time to move this along. Jason Tudor says, I'm going to have to burn down the stadium. Daniel, we need to get young, fast, and cheap instead of old and expensive. I know we miss Bobby, but he's the opposite of the direction we needed to go. It's here, but Daniel, here, hold on. Again, I'm not saying let's go get a bunch of old guys this past offseason and put them in this defense. Right now, Bobby Wagner's at an 86.7 PFF rating. Is he prime Bobby? No, he's not. But right now, you've got Cody Barton sitting at about a 40 grade on PFF. He is a league worst linebacker. When we're talking about this season and we're talking about one more year of Bobby Wagner in this year versus 1 year of Barton, because Daniel, Cody Barton's also a free agent after this year, right? So he's also not part of that future plan that you're talking about. He's not part of that future development that you're talking about. So if we got two players, neither of which are part of the future plans, one player who's going to be far superior to the other and not really that much more of a cost, or at least a cost that makes it worthwhile to do so. And if you're getting me 40, 45 plus points better as far as a player goes than what I'm getting out of Cody Barton, then I'm going to go ahead and make that play myself. I'm going to lean in that direction. I get where you're coming from on the youth movement. I'm on board with you there, but this is just one position I'm specifically targeting here with Barton. Paul Third, such a bad outcome. I had to watch on delay today, but seeing what happened to Penny in is a new season low. Ram fans trolling other NFC West teams to laugh at serious injured players are truly classless. Are they laughing at us? Jeez, that is classless. Standard champion, the families deserve closure, Russ. That's an underrated joke. Oh, Nagasa, you can't do much when a 300-pound guy falls on your leg. Nope. Can't do much. Guy rolled right up on it. It's a hard luck injury. Bash Gordon says, I always make my own sandwiches. I always get the day-old French bread, roast beef, all the fixins, roast garlic, bacon. Ooh, making me hungry here, Bash. Making me hungry. That sounds good. Boomer, Brandon, what do you think about Devin Leary in the second? So sorry, Boomer, I have not taken a look at a lot of these guys, and I'm definitely behind. I'm right now typing I'm typing Devin's name here into my notes, so I will 100% take a look at the tape on him, but I haven't had a chance to look yet. Sorry. Keldon says, I'd still take Wilson on the Niners. We would never lose at Levi. Well, that's just because he has your guys' number, Keldon. He's in your guys' heads a little bit, so I understand the fascination with him. But it wouldn't carry forward with him as your quarterback. It only works when he's playing you guys. I know the energy you're going for there, but it's not the right statue for you. Not the right treasure. Bash says the Dahmer, which would have a lean vegan meat and a side of LSD sauce. Makes the sandwich eating experience that much more interesting. D-Nugget, Russ, just take a pay cut and come home to where you belong in the bosom of the 12s and Papa Pete. And we won't boo you if you're on our team. Well said. Well said. Rabash says, next Russell Wilson commercial, he's going to be dressed up as a clown at a park asking kids if they want a balloon. Bash says, I prefer to ludicrous it and wear the leprechaun around my neck. Yeah, but then the posture problems then that you bear out. Jeffrey says, Russ doesn't understand the young people. Marty, yeah, but given what we know about Russ now, I wonder how much of the hospital visits were genuine or for PR. Just saying. I think to do it every week like he did it, you know, I mean, look, I think that definitely Russ has got a PR nature to why he's doing that, and that he certainly is make sure that it's well reported about that he does do that. But it's still at the point to go into that heavy environment, to commit to do it every week. I can't chip away at it. I can't ding in that way and say, well, that's just a PR move. That's a thing football players don't do on the often like he has done. He's done it every week since he's been in the league. I think I got to just give him just complete credit for it in that and not think it's just alternative motives. I know why you would with Russ, because everything is so well formulated. Bash says, interesting fact. Here I was watching a program that showed Russell Wilson at home, and his adopted son, future son, is learning from him and is a very good quarterback. If he's as big as future, wow. There you go. Russ bringing on the next prodigy. Big Country says, I agree. So many things have to go your way in baseball. They do, man. You set up the conditions in baseball, but I don't know if it's baseball's like basketball or football, where there are those moments in seasons where you go, F it all in. Let's take all the chips and push it to the center of the table. I think that's hell. We saw the Padres do it. Maybe they're going to benefit from this, but the second that they did it, they got hit with a weird left field problem with Fernando Tatis having the suspension issue that popped up. Miff Turtle, thoughts on Tariq Woolen is playing? Chances of on Rookie of the Year, best player on the defense so far. Tariq Woolen is playing like a defensive Rookie of the Year, unanimous defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't care about Aiden Hutchinson's couple of sacks. Tariq is playing better. He's on not only a star rise at this point, Miff Turtle, you're watching a guy on a superstar rise. 3 interceptions in 5 games, 3 interceptions in back-to-back week. All 3 of the interceptions legitimate. These aren't on tip passes. These aren't on overthrown balls by the quarterback. These are on legitimate throws where he is undercutting the ball, where he is making a play on the ball. So he's on a superstar rise right now. We are not waiting. It is now. The time is now with Tariq Woolen. Amazing to see. It's awesome to see. I'd be more giving him the praise here if there weren't so many more issues on defense that we're looking at right now. But it is very, very encouraged to see. Hiru Bricks says, fire Pete, keep John. Pete's no guru, just do. Well said, Hiru. Well said. And I've leaned in the direction of if I fire Pete, I'm not necessarily saying it's a package deal where I got to fire Pete and then I got to fire John too. I'm not so sure about that. I'm potentially on board with keeping John. I've got instincts that this past draft, John was given back a lot more control that had been taken from him in the years here with Pete and some of Pete's calls on some of these draft picks. And I don't think that occurred in this last draft. And that's part of why I think you had so much success in this last draft. So I'm kind of with you on that here a little bit. Marty talks, in Office Space, they'd never told Milton he was fired and they just stopped paying him, then took his swing line stapler, there we go, which has finally pushed him over the edge to burn down the office. Okay, now I understand the reference. I knew the stapler, but I didn't know it was the swing line stapler. So yeah, that was a great scene. Great scene. Burning down the office. That's a classic movie too. 100% a classic. Marty talks, Bash, over Wilson, Russell Wilson. One day we'll give him his flowers when he's old, but right now he plays for the enemy and I could care less about him. He's funny to watch and laugh at, and I'm glad he's tanking. It's fair enough, Bash. I get where you're coming from, man. And that's true. We want him to do bad this year. It's in our best interest. Daniel W., we couldn't keep Bobby. We needed to use his $8 million to re-sign Quentin Jefferson. Heavy sarcasm. Okay, you got me. Maybe we should have let Bobby play his final year. I get where you're coming from, dude. I get the people saying, no, it's a youth movement. I understand. It's just Barton's been so bad, man. He's it's making my eyes bleed watching Barton. You guys might watch a stream next week and I'll be like the vampire tears of blood coming down my face. Miff Turtle, thoughts on positions the Hawks should draft next year? Defense clearly the biggest need. With Geno playing as well as he is, do you not draft a quarterback and go get first 2-round defenders? It's been a common sentiment, Miff Turtle. A lot of people have said, let's go with the 2 defenders, considering how good the offense is right now. I don't land on that stage of things from my standpoint, Miff. I'd like to attack a draft by always operating, and you guys can apply this at every turn. If ever you're wondering about what Brandon thinks about a draft, or you're wondering about what my approach to a draft would be, you really can apply this at every turn. I'm going to be militant about it. I'm going to be fundamentalist about it. I'm not going to move off of this spot. In watching 40 years of football, I have firmly arrived at this place, and it took me a while to arrive here. You need to run your drafts by best player available. You can target positions. We're going to need linebackers. We're going to need a strong safety. If we're going to stay in a 3-4 defense, you need a 3-4 defensive ends and probably a 0 tech in addition to that. But is that going to preclude me to go take, let's say, a 3-4 defensive end in the first round when maybe I have a better left guard available? No, it won't. So for me, it's really myth-turtle about who's the best player by my evaluation. I have 2 different players at 2 different positions. One other position is a need over this other position, but the other position has a higher rated player with a higher top end to him. I want the higher rated player. I want the higher top end. That is how you build a great team. Going for reaches and going to fill needs. That is the aisle of low expectations at that point. And that's you a little bit kind of end up constantly chasing your tail, constantly reacting as opposed to being forward thinking. Where I think best player available is more of a forward thinking type of lane that you're operating from. Daniel W., honest question. Say Geno and Russ are both free agents next year for $20 million a year. I wouldn't want Russ over Geno. I wouldn't. Would you? No, Russ is not. I mean, Russ might eventually settle in, but I think Russ's only pathway to future success at this point on the football field is going to come about by me building up a amazing offensive line around him. And that is the only pathway. And I don't know that I'm going to be in a position to build an amazing offensive line for Russ. I can build maybe a good one. I don't know if it'll be able to be amazing. But he's not being able to prove at this point that he's going to grow the old man skills that he needs to progress and push his career through for the next 8 to 9 years if he really does truly want to play that long. He's got to build those skills. Now, he has the control to build them. As I've said long, there's about 5 or 6 things within Russell Wilson's game that he needs to fix, but that they are fixable. They aren't just born all out of his lack of height or let's say a lack of arm strength or a lack of arm accuracy. It is not that. It is things that have to do with the neck up, thinking, processing, preparing, being ready. That's the part that he's got to correct, but he's not yet shown those signs of being able to do that, Daniel. And I wouldn't sign him for any money at this point until he could show that. Certainly not to run a West Coast offense. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says the Orange Cat is sick of the Russ slander. You sick of the Russ slander? Oh, really? Are you? You sick of it? You might be right, Garth. She's pretty chatty right now. By the way, Orange Cat is responsible for the great draft. Orange Cat, we need you to focus on coaching in the draft. Can you focus on the draft and coaching? You were great last year. We need you again, though. Can you do it again? Yeah? I trust that you will. I hope that you will. She's deep in her love session here. By the Orange Cat, we need you. Thank you for the donation, Garth. 283128 with a $5 donation. Thank you, 283. Says, sorry for being late. I had to work today. Don't be sorry for having to work, man. It's all good. Really bummed about the Penny injury. And what's the issue with the defense? Talent or coaching? Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I don't mean to split the difference on your question and be a guy that sits on the fence and tries to ride both sides of it. But quite frankly, I think that it resides on both at this point. I think coaching is the bigger problem here, 283. I think you have the talent on this defense to be, let's say, ranked minimum, at least, let's say, 20th in this league overall. I don't see maybe an elite defense here, but you should be ranked around 20th. You should not be a 32 ranked defense. And 283, remember with this game, the important part of this game, beyond that you have 2 porous offenses in back-to-back week who ran the ball up and down on the football field on your defense, those poor offenses also did it while being terribly shorthanded. Terribly shorthanded. The Detroit Lions didn't have 2 of their top 3 receivers. They didn't have their best running back. Their other receiver, being Reynolds, was dinged up with an ankle injury, so he's out there hobbled. Then this week, you have 2 of the top 3 receivers, like last week, out in this game, and Michael Thomas and Jarvis Landry. And then Olave is lost halfway into the game, so they're down their top 3 wide receivers. They're down a couple of offensive linemen coming into this game as well. You can't generate any pressure. It is more about, to me, coaching. You have the talent to be better than this. Thank you for the $5 donation. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says, Walken and Pacino on the Seahawks defense. I'll try here, Robert. I'm 8 hours in the stream, so my impressions are definitely a little bit dodgy at this point, but let me see what I can get for you here. I've never seen a defense this bad all my years, Seahawks fan, and that's saying something. I lived through the 90s, time when many were not watching Seahawks football, blackouts all the time. Even those defenses, not that bad, not 92, especially 92. But now, best, worst ever I've seen, best, worst ever. If that's a possibility, is it? I don't know. It's awful, though. I know that as I watch. I don't know what the fix is, but one more Cody Barton, I'm going to have to go get cowbell because that's the only fix at this point that I can see. What about you, Al? Did you like that defense today in this game, Al Pacino? That's awful. Walking, by the way. I didn't like this defense. I didn't like this defense at all, Christopher. I know, Al. It was awful. I'm going to tell you right now. If I was the man I was 15 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this team. Out of order. Out of order. I'll show you out of order. Watching this team. Somewhere, Lombardi is twisting in his grave. This is a sad sight, I tell you. Worst I've ever seen in my life. Ever. That's as good as I got, Robert. My voice is definitely failing on me, man. I'm trying. Thank you for the donation. It's whisking a little bit. Jeffrey Thistle, seeing Russ say, "Let's ride," as he walked away from the podium after the Thursday game was the cringiest thing I've ever seen. Read the room, dude. Yeah. He knew not to say it, too. He started walking away, and he just couldn't help himself. When he gets in automatic mode, he's in automatic mode. White Gordon says, Campbell from the Packers, White from the Chargers. There are a lot of good free agent linebackers that we could afford and wouldn't be that costly, and we would kill it all around, 26 to 28 years old. Campbell's a good one. Devondre Campbell with the Packers, a real good middle linebacker there with them. I thought he'd signed a deal. I didn't know he was on a one-year deal with them. That's interesting. I don't know as much about White with the Chargers, so I'll take your word for it. And certainly the Seahawks keep a close eye on the Chargers, being they just plucked Uchenna in free agency. So certainly a guy that they potentially could target there, Bash. Well said. Jacob Davis, Niners got such an insulting, easy win. It just makes me look forward to when we beat the Panthers in December even more. I do have that as a win on our schedule at this point, Jacob. You may not be able to put a lot of W's after this week and this game and where this team is at right now into the future, but that's one spot I put a W. Against the Carolina Panthers, if we can't beat them and Baker Mayfield beats us, I don't know how we even come back from that. Jeff Thistle, seeing Marty talks. Reek is a lot of fun to watch grow and even faster than Sherm's development. He's got a way bigger head start than Sherm was at this point. That is to be certain. And it is wonderful to see, Marty. It is so wonderful to see. It does give us a silver lining here. Jacob, we seriously need to make a defense the number one priority next year, judging by the results of the last couple of Hawk games. Defense needs to be a priority, Jacob, but I think it does need to be beyond just adding talent. You need to figure out what the hell you're going to run from a scheme standpoint that's not going to make you look league worst to start the year for now what will be going on a fourth straight season next year. That's also got to be sitting at the head of this line. Alexander, is it too late to go back to the 4-3-D? This hybrid 3-4 is not working at all, or do we even have the right personnel? You have completely the right personnel to go back to the 4-3 defense if that's what you want to do, Alexander. Darrell Taylor's played defensive end in his career. Uchenna can play it. He's got the size to do that on his side of it. Boye Mafe can handle those duties. We know that Poona Ford's best as a 1-tech. You could put Quentin Jefferson as your 3-tech. You've had him in that role as a 3-tech before. Both with Al Woods and Monet, you could have them spell either side of it at that point. So yeah, you've got the personnel to be able to run back to 4-3 here. And that would be a fix that I would apply at this point. It can't be any worse than this 3-4. It can't be any worse than what you're getting at in this 3-4. Alexander says, if anyone says this loss is on Geno, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I had one person start to try to go down that track of it, Alexander, and I had to try to pop the brakes on him a little bit. Say, no. They tried to go, well, he choked one again here. No. Not now. Geno played amazing. Geno has done everything we could ask of that guy this year, and then some. Jacob, I thought our defense looked decent against the Broncos, but now I see what a hack job that coach is. Holding them to less than 20 points isn't nearly as impressive as it was a month ago. No, it's not, Jacob. Well said. And let's not forget in that game, Broncos had 2 moments down near the goal line where if there's a couple more scores in that moment, that game may be a little bit more out of reach than it looked to where you were at the end of that game. And you're not going to usually get those type of game-changing plays down the goal line right like that. That's not something you can really count on. 283-128. I heard the refs were terrible. This was the worst ref game of the season, 283 by far. It was certainly fairly heavily slanted in the Saints' direction. And there was at one point in time when we were about halfway into the third quarter where I was just about to say that the fix is in. I'm not going to go to that full extreme, but I definitely will say that we did not get the benefit of the calls in this game. And here's what I've been referencing with this in conjunction with that. You came into this game with this chart that I'm showing you up on the side, this EPA chart that I've got here just to my right side of my shoulder. And this EPA chart shows those teams that have benefited from the officials' calls this year. Who's benefited the most? Chicago at 2.7. That's 2.7 expected points per game based on what the officials are giving them. Houston is at 2.6 points above their expected points based on how well the officials are officiating the game for them. Let's go way down the list though, shall we? Let's get out of the top 5. Let's go way down 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30, 31. The Seattle Seahawks are at -3 points expected points per game less by what the officials are giving the opposition. So the officials are giving the opposition 3 points on average coming into this game. And then you have this game. So that's the big problem here, is that this is a little bit of what we call a trend. And a trend that's going to be the kind of trend that would really infuriate a fan, because it pisses me off. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Orange Cat, while your wisdom and meditation won't serve my Broncos, I appreciate the work you do for Brando. Orange Cats, your thoughts on Pauly Shore? Let's find out. She came right up here as your donation came in, Garth, so she's certainly interested. Let's get her a little bit of a call from her. Hey, baby, what do you think about Pauly Shore? Pauly Shore, yes or no? Is he good? Said yes. You like Paul? You think he's funny? Did you like Biodome? Or are you more of an Encino Man kind of girl? Are you more Encino Man? Did you like the Caveman one? What'd you think? Caveman? No. She's a Biodome girl, Garth. She's a Biodome girl. Okay. Must have been Stephen Baldwin. She probably liked the Stephen Baldwin. Yeah. She says, yeah. Kitty has spoken. Thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Jeffrey Thistle says our offense looks normal all of a sudden. Normally awesome. Jeffrey says that nobody wants Russ back as a player. We should all be thankful Russ is not our problem anymore. We should. That would potentially make this a little bit worse. Jeffrey Thistle, your impressions offended the cat. It is. It's hard to do the impressions 8 hours in, man. The voice just isn't as locked in as I can get it normally. So it's probably questionable whether or not it's good impressions as it is. Paul Third. Brando, it's been pretty nasty. Brando, and it's been pretty nasty. Rams fans saying the Penny injury was karma for something. What? Their fan base doesn't have a big online presence. I only ever see Rams fans when they're trolling other teams. Yeah, I mean, they don't. Only the Cardinal fans have maybe less of a presence. And I think the Ram fans are, if they're out right now, it's just because they got the Super Bowl and they'll be gone shortly when they're bad again. You can count on that. I don't know what that has. I don't know what they could be saying about karma for Penny's injury. Like that's, huh? What are they talking about on that? But you know, that's what you get. People being silly at times. Sanchez, Russ not about to be out creeped by Jared from Subway. Jared still got him. That's for sure. Bet you in retrospect on that one. Daniel W. Draft defense, if best player available is there, but don't force it. Exactly. We made defense number one priority the past 4 years, and it's been terrible all the way through. Go offense, focus with the CJ Stroud would be fun. It's a good point, Daniel. That's what I've said about, instead of just saying we have to put defensive players that side of the ball, is that really what we know to be the fix for this team? It's just a matter of 2 first-round picks on this defense, and we'd be going from last as a defense to like 15th or something. I'm not as certain of that. And I think that there's definitely issues here with the designs of this defense. And CJ Stroud would be fun. Lolo says a bit late to the party today, but man, the offense deserves so much better, constantly putting us back in the game. Hell, even in the lead. The defense can't pay that off. It's true, Lolo. Offense did their part outside of that DK Metcalf fumble. They did everything you could feasibly ask them to do on the road in 10 a.m. game against that Saints defense. Robert M., Legion of Boom'em. 23, Shaq Thompson revenge game. There you go. I like it. Tony Tone says, really glad we didn't get Baker. Was against it 1,000%. You know I was the same, man. He was not going to be a significant upgrade over Geno, and indeed he would have been a step back from Geno if we had tried to run with him. Lolo says, I really feel for Penny. Me too. Worked so hard, improved as a refined player, mastering his craft, all for it to be thrown down the drain. It's very well said, and I can't take it away from that. That's the very same way I feel. I feel like kid has progressed. I feel this year he's been able to really do a lot with the carries he's been given. There isn't always, much like Walker, there's not always holes there for him, but he has still run outstanding. He ran outstanding today before he went down with the injury. It's brutal to see. Brutal. And maybe the silver lining to it is maybe you end up bringing him back at least on a 1-year deal because there isn't really that market for him out and about on the streets. Jacob says, everyone, repeat after me. Geno did nothing wrong. Geno did nothing wrong. R. Sanchez says, Son-in-Law, best Pauly Shore movie. Let me ask her. What about Son-in-Law? Son-in-Law? Yes? She says it's Biodome. I mean, it's just what her preference is. It's not my preference here, Sanchez. This is just her speaking. Jason Tudor says, Cat is straight up wrong. Encino Man is a superior Pauly movie. I know, man. She's a very headstrong girl. I can confirm this. Then Lagasa says, Joe Burrow will be dead in 2 years. That O-line is something. Bengals showing you get lucky last year getting the Super Bowl with that offensive line. They got lucky. They really did, that he didn't get broken before they got there. But he will be broken again here soon with as many hits as he takes. Eris Mana says, wheezing the juice, buddy. No squeezing the juice. Jacob, Geno in 2022 is better than Brady and Rodgers in 2022. No fan bias or exaggeration there. No. I mean, he does have a little bit more to work with than Aaron. Aaron definitely got sold a little bit with what they did with that receiving core this year. So I would put a little bit of that as a marker on that, just a tiny bit. But statistically wise, all the way down the line, he's playing better. Daniel says Tariq's tackling is better too. He had a good tackle against Taysom Hill. He's been solid in that respect throughout the season. That was a part that you worried about as a receiver convert, and it has held up with him. Paul Thur says, I agree with Jacob. I want 2 new pass rushers to help Mafe need to build from the inside out and all those other cliches. Yeah, it's hard, Paul, though, if you're going to stick with a 3-4 defense, because, of course, it's hard for the interior players in a 3-4 defense to have that kind of effect as a pass rusher. You can find them, but they're hard. It's hard. Usually they're more space eaters from the 3-4 in that respect. Sebastian Menendita, we had drop passes and flags in important plays. We did indeed. Those were 2 aspects of what you saw out there. Gar says, are there Ram fans? Where and when outside for a few days when outside for a few days? Well, they're hard to find, but you can locate them. Just got to look. Jeffrey says, Stafford's always good for 1 to 2 bad turnovers a game. I don't know, man. I just don't see what the national media sees him being an upgrade over Goff. I don't know it was much about being the upgrade over Goff throughout the course of the regular season or what you're seeing into this regular season, Jeffrey. But Stafford, oddly, you could say, turned it on into a different level when he got in the playoffs last year, and he raised his level of play for the playoffs. I don't know if it was by happenstance or luck, but he certainly was a lot better player in the playoffs than he was through the regular season. And he was a lot better in the playoffs than Goff had been for them in the playoffs. Goff's not a bad quarterback in this league, but I think Stafford did get them over the top with how he played last year. It may be a 1-year situation that they got out of him, but he's also dealing with now going from having a good offensive line that gave him pass protection last year to having an offensive line that's definitely getting beat up a little bit and on that other side of it. Garth with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, am I the only one who blames DK for the loss? The fumble and the drop touchdown were the difference. He should have been a boxer. Dude has hands of stone. Definitely a bad drop in the back of the end zone, Garth. That didn't help. And your point about the fumble is well put, well played. Fumble is the biggest problem right now. Beyond drops with DK, the fumbles are the biggest problem right now that he needs to work on in his career. For as many touches, as many catches as he had over the course of his career, he's had way too many fumbles. And this one, again, the number one, like the last few that he's had, it's him just trying to one arm the ball, get the second arm on the ball, get that thing protected as you got all those bodies around you. And that's the part where he can correct that part. I don't ever think he's going to be a top of the line guy, Garth, as far as his hands go. But when I was looking at research this offseason and took a look at, for instance, the top 25 guys as far as drops go in the National Football League over the last 2 years, DK Metcalf's name's not been on that list. It's not been on that list. He will give you some drops, but I think I would probably caution every player, every receiver at one point or other is going to give you those drops, especially if you're being targeted at a high rate. But the fumbles, Garth, he's got to clean it up. He's got to clean it up. D-Nugget says, do you have an example of a team that drafts best player first and it works out for them? Well, I guess it depends on our workout standpoint of this, D-Nugget. Is workout mean that they got to go have had won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years where you have a guy like Brady who's dominated the Super Bowl wins for the most part, and so you have fewer and fewer teams that are actually able to go win the Super Bowl, or able to be what I would say to, when you say an example of this, I would say here's an example of a team, let's say, who has been able to get to the playoffs and be in it every year and be mentioned as that team by the fact that they have stuck to the best player at first situation. And the number one team that stands out to me in this respect of things, D-Nugget, is the Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore Ravens draft after draft after draft, just best player available on the board. And that's how they've maintained, in my opinion, such an elongated time period without having to really get to a place of rebuilding. They've never rebuilt off the back of Ray Lewis leaving. They've still maintained and kept it through here for 10 years later. And they were good. They went through, remember with Ray Lewis, there was like 2 different eras of Ray Lewis's time there, where they were able to stay pretty consistently good over that time period as well. So they are a team that strikes me as a best player available type team. I think the Philadelphia Eagles, D-Nugget, are a team that tends to lean into their best player available on the board. And they just let the draft just unwind to them in that way. And that's another team that why they're as good as they are this year has to do with a lot of how they've built out the totality of that team by operating from a best player available standpoint. Different other teams that do it. There are not a lot of them, I'll tell you that. A lot of teams end up just reaching when it's all said and done. Cleveland is pretty good about it in recent years, their drafting process and being BPA. That's helped them, I think, get out of the dredges. They're one of the first teams to really embrace analytics in football, help them be a little more forward thinking. But again, if this is about Super Bowl wins and teams that do this from a Super Bowl win standpoint, it does get harder. Again, the Eagles are a team that did win a Super Bowl, that taking this approach. It was Roseman who was the general manager at that time. So they didn't bring out that approach at that time. But there's not a lot of them. A lot of teams will do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, where there'll be some drafts and some picks that they're best player available, and then some picks where they're just going to reach. Jacob Davis, we need a top tier defensive end or someone to replace Barton in the linebacker position in that first round. Far more than we need a guy like Bryce or CJ. Trust me, a 2-year extension for Geno is fair. It's fair, Jacob, and I'm in favor of it, but I just am in favor of it up until a cost. I'm not giving Geno a blank check. I'm not paying Geno $25 million a year. Part of what you've been hindered by in the recent past is paying a quarterback a lot of money, and then that's setting you behind the 8 ball to build out the rest of your roster. Now you're going to get yourself back in the same place potentially with Geno if you give him too much money, and I don't want to be in favor of that. If he comes in at a relatively realistic contract, sure, I'm with it. But again, on the replace, get the linebackers, get the players, Jacob. The question that I've been posing to the people that tell me things like, we just have to draft 2 defensive players with the first 2 picks. All defensive players with the first 4 picks. We just got to get the defensive players in the next draft, and then it'll all be fixed. Do we know that for sure? Do we know that this scheme and this coaching staff are going to be able to get the most out of those players when you pick them? Because you've done, over the last 3 and 4 years, a lot of resources into the defense. A lot of resources in the defense. And that's my worry here, is there's a little bit of a sunk cost aspect to this, where you're just going to keep throwing something in and it's not going to bring the returns that you want, because you're not really addressing the true core part of the problem, which is that your defensive-minded head coach can no longer coach defense. That's a problem. That's your issue. And no matter how much talent you add into it, if your coach is in that point, which we very well figure out and find that is the lane this is at, I need the full season to make that assessment. But if that's the assessment to be made, then that's not about going back to adding just simply more defensive talent. You do need to add some, but that comes to the first and foremost fix needs to be the coaches and scheme. And if you don't fix those two and you just add players, we're going to be right back in the same place next year. How are they wasting these 2 first-round talents? How are they doing it? Well, because we didn't address the scheme. Daniel W. says the Cowboys draft best player available, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Stefon Diggs. There you go. I'd give you that. They've been another team that's implemented that more often than not. More often than not. Careful, Garth. DK is Brando's guy. Oh, it's all good. I know where he's coming from. And I don't disagree with him on the fumble stuff. The drops, I'm not there with it. I'm just not. It's not that I'm saying he's got amazing hands, but when I look at the drop statistics over the last couple of years, it just doesn't bear out to the fact that he's somehow like the worst of the worst in that realm. Scooby Snacks, you can blame the defense for the loss again, because again, it was their fault. Indeed. And I don't think the DK fumble should have counted, but DK should have protected that ball. Lolo, take care of that voice. Going to head off. Hopefully Geno can keep up his head with the defense. Go Hawks. I think Geno will. And thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lolo. Sanchez, anyone have the link to Lockett calling out the refs? I don't, but I'm sure if somebody said it, he probably did. Big Country says DK gets some blame, but the poor defense and the refs have more impact. Well said. 100% agreed. Fumkey says the DK fumble shouldn't have counted. It looked like his arm was down. Michael Collins, Seahawks probably beat Carolina Panthers. One other game, Seahawks always do beat a team you don't expect. Agreed. I think they get the Panthers. I think they're getting the Panthers. Meow you're working hard, B. I am working hard. We are 8.5 hours, though, into the stream, so I probably am going to get down to where we can get this wrapped up here. So let's get definitely the last, maybe a couple of questions on in the chat, and then I can go get me some food and chillax maybe just a little bit here on that side of it. So thank you, though. Appreciate you noticing, man. I'm having a great time with you guys here on the stream. Scooby Zacks, did anyone watch the Taysom Hill run near the end of the game where he got the touchdown? He did the same play like 3 freaking times before that and got huge yards. How has the defense not noticed that? It's part that drove me a little bit crazy in this game. Scooby Stacks, you had this Saints team down 3 wide receivers at one point. You could have just geared up to stop the run. You could have loaded the box. You could have challenged Andy Dalton to beat you over the top. And instead, you stayed back in soft zones. Instead, you kept 7-man fronts. Part of the rigidity of this defense and this defensive approach is this lack of ability to change and read the room and read the team across from you. It always comes back to, we're going to play our game. We're going to play our defense. We're going to make you adjust to us. And the offenses adjust to us, and then they run us up the field roughshod. Jordan 14, need to draft 2 defensive players in round 1 and draft a quarterback center in round 2. I'm be okay with that. Jordan says, whatever works, just need some help on the defense for sure. Just got to get the D help one way or another. Scooby, and then we have every other single player at the line of scrimmage with no one in the backfield to try and generate pressure on the quarterback, and they give up another touchdown. DK's drop in the end zone is the least of our problems. Agreed. This is about the defense. This isn't about the offense or any person on the offense as far as the problems go. This comes down to the defense and the defense alone. It hurt those plays with DK. I will say that fumble with DK was a real motivation changer in that game, but this does come down to the defense. Jeffrey says, I'd rather fill out the defense with free agency and the offense with the draft. I might be a little opposed to that, Jeffrey. I come back to Mike Holmgren's words on this, and Holmgren had a bit of when they asked him about what he would have done differently as a general manager versus what he did do, he said, when I came in, I went old on defense and I went young on offense. And he said, the one place I would have done differently as a general manager walking in the door in Seattle is I would have gone young on defense, older on offense. And I'm going to go ahead and trust in Holmgren's words on that when I look at how I put a defense and an offense together. Jordan 14, we could use another wide receiver. It couldn't hurt, but again, I think it's not a high priority. Daniel says, putting more resources into our defense is like getting back with your crazy ex because she said, I'm a different person now. We've all made mistakes. Sometimes you need a girlfriend. Sometimes you just need a fresh start. Well said. And that's where I sort of land on this at the end of the day. We need a fresh start. We need fresh ideas. We need fresh eyes in the room. We're getting the same old tired solutions and attempted fixes, which aren't fixing diddly squat. Jordan 14 says, we all knew the linebacker core was weak besides Brooks. Brooks is a part of the weakness, Jordan. I mean, Brooks is part of the weakness here. So we've got Bobby Wagner with an 86.7 rating right now by PFF. Coming into this game, Jordan Brooks is rocking a PFF score of 52.3 as a former first-round pick. That's not good. That's well below. That's about 14, 15 points below league average there where Jordan Brooks is sitting. You know, he's bad too. He's weak too. Barton's been bad. Barton's at like a 39 rating. Brooks is like a 50. You know, it ain't a big difference between the two on them. Everyone's playing bad in that defense, but those linebackers are playing especially bad. Cameron says, appreciate all the content. You've been streaming almost all day and it's therapeutic. Well, thank you, Cameron. I enjoy doing this, man. You guys love to watch as long as you do. I keep it going. Scooby Snacks. And Penny is out for the year again. Poor guy. He was having a really good year. Boy, was he ever. And it's brutal to see. Brutal to see. Sports End says 52. That's worse than last year. Correct. Brooks didn't play good last year. He ate up a lot of tackles, but Brooks was a 58.4 last year in a kind of an underwhelming season. And remember that with that rating last year with Brooks, keep this in mind. That 2021 rating, 58.4, which sits about 6 points higher than he's sitting right now. That rating occurred with him giving up almost 1,000 yards in the air from coverage from the linebacker position, which is almost impossible to do. He was historically bad last year as a linebacker in coverage. And you still get all of those same problems with him in coverage. And now there's some troubles at times with him in the run game, with his fits, with his read and reactions. Alexander says, if I didn't know better, our linebackers have no eyes. It's a good way of putting it. You see him taking false steps sometimes. There was a play where Taysom Hill takes this power run that one of the commentators here just was talking about, where he's doing a power run from the quarterback position, and the linebackers, for whatever reason, on some eye candy, both get moved to the left and both of them take 2 to 3 steps to the left, which on a 3rd and 1 then just opens it up for Taysom Hill to get the 1 yard run because there's no linebackers to get over there and make the play. They're scrambling to get back to the right side of the field. What on the pre-snap reads had them move out of their natural hole there? But that's what I see with them time and time again. There's no instincts there. There's no wherewithal. Everything is them guessing. I think it's a run. I think it's a pass. 3 years into this league, 4 years into this league, you should be able to diagnose from time to time. You should be able to read a play from time to time. You should be able to snuff something out. And can any of you remember a tackle for loss this season from either of our two linebackers? Can you even see read a play, shoot the gap, make the tackle in the backfield? One play in 5 games. Just give me one in the chat. Give me one play from those two guys. One TFL you've seen with your own eyes, clean and free. I don't see any of it. They're getting eaten up every play. Meow Mix, Bobby was too much money for a declining play. Rams fans aren't happy to pay $10 million cost. Yeah, I mean, again, Meow Mix, declining play. You have Bobby left on a 1-year deal if you keep him here. Is the cost high? Yeah, the cost is high. You had the money to do it. You could have done it. You didn't spend the money in better places by the money you saved off of going off of Bobby Wagner. That money wasn't better spent elsewhere. Just wasn't. Bobby's double the grade right now of Cody Barton. Double Meow Mix the grade of Cody Barton. Cody Barton's at a 40 PFF. Bobby's at an 86.7. Is this prime Bobby? No. Is this Bobby lost a couple of steps? Yes. But at the very least with Bobby, you'd be getting middling linebacker play. Right now, you're getting the worst linebacker play in the NFL on the worst defense in the NFL. So it would have been helpful to me to have him. It would have been beneficial to have him. I think it's a bad decision in retrospect, the move to move off of Bobby Wagner as they did. Sports fans says, I feel like his PFF grade last year was harsh. He was horrendous in coverage, but I saw him making more plays in the backfield. You're right about that, sports fan. He was more comfortable in the 4-3 defense to make some of those TFLs that you're talking about. I would completely give you that. But the coverage scores that he brings to bear are still there this year. He has not improved in coverage. He's not gotten better in coverage. It still does remain very much a big problem here as we look at this team into this season right now. And after being in this league for 3 years, I'm looking for that to start to take a step forward a little bit more than it is. It's disconcerting to still be seeing the same old problems, him getting caught, trying to want to take the cheese in the run game constantly, as opposed to just learning that don't take the cheese, be more patient, maybe get a little bit more read and reaction, maybe able to read pre-snap what's going on a little bit from time to time. Do you think Brian Burns would want to stay and sign an extension in Carolina? I think he'll end up signing there, yeah. I haven't been tracking his season this year, Ian, so I don't know how well he's doing this year. And he had injury last year, so Carolina maybe had a little bit of trepidations with paying him, but I do think he will be paid. Don Mata, look at how fast the 49er defense plays and how decisive they are. Even without Bosa, they will be an elite defense, mostly because of their coaching. Well said, Don. Very well said. Agreed 100%. Scooby Stacks, however, I really want to see what we have in Walker now. I guess we'll get more of him now. You're going to get a good view of him now, man. Much better view of him now. Tony, yep, no Bobby, no KJ shows. Cameron, I can't help but wonder how different this game would have been if that fake punt wasn't called. I swear the Seahawks beat themselves on the majority of their losses. I'm with you on that, Cameron. I feel like that too. There's time and time again in games where they just shoot themselves in the foot where it's needless. Needless. I mean, how do Geno Smith jumped off sides in this game at one point on a third down, gave him a fourth down. Like, you do those kind of things all the time where it's just sort of giving them free money that you don't have to give. You could just make this a little bit harder on them. But that play was an absolute awful call by the special teams coordinator. It makes no sense now, didn't make sense then, and I don't know what to make of it, to be honest with you. Alexander says, I bet Geno plays this well all season, and we do draft a quarterback. Hard one, I think. I could see it. I could see it going that way. I can't remember, but I think I've seen a TFL from Brooks. I've never seen one from Barton since he's been here. maybe Brooks got one. Maybe he's got one there. Mick Fuhrer. We might need a linebacker with one of the first-round picks. We might. Two guys to look at are Henry Tuototo. Can't say his name, Mick. And then Trenton Simpson are two guys that you might want to look at in that first round here as we're setting that stage. Ian ML says the Browns traded for Deion Jones. Interesting. I don't know how good he is at this point. Daniel W., how will you cover next week with going to the game and all that? Will you do a post-game reaction day or just after, or wait till Tuesday? What I think I will probably do is we'll probably do a post-game reaction once I get back to the house on Sunday evening. So it'll probably be a late game post-reaction. I do have to get up in the morning and go to get on a flight to get back to the east side Monday morning. So I don't know how deep or long we'll go that night once I get on, and it's going to be a drive because I go back, I think, over to Bellevue-ish from Seattle after the game. So going to have to play it by ear a little bit, Daniel. We're going to have to also play it by ear with how we stream the schedule this week with the Mariners going in the playoffs, because I'm going to be streaming over on the Crow's Nest side of things too. So kind of have to play it by ear just a tiny bit. Seahawks blue and green. Didn't Barton get a sack in the Denver game? He did. He did. But a sack would be a little bit different than a tackle for loss is different from a sack. Daniel W. says, have fun at the game next week, by the way, and a great stream. Well, thank you, Daniel. I really do appreciate it, man. Kind of you to say. And I'm looking forward to next week, man. It's going to be fun getting back in that stadium. First time for me for a couple of years. I'm really hyped. Sports fan says exactly this. Barton doesn't command a defense the way Bobby Wagner did. He doesn't know how to read and diagnose a play before or after the snap. No. It's just not there, sports fan, and it's not been there with him going back to college. It's part of why I was so hard on him on draft night. You can go see my draft night reaction on the channel to us picking Brooks. And much like LJ Collier, my assessment of Jordan Brooks on the night he was selected has been exactly on point. Exactly on point. Yes, he'll get you tackles. Yes, he can be a thumper. Yes, he's going to be good in that realm. But what is the value of a run-stuffing middle linebacker in today's NFL? What is the value of that? Is it a second-round pick? Is it a first round pick? Because I kind of feel like I can get a run stuffing linebacker just about anywhere. I can go get Blake Martinez. He's working out at Arby's right now. I can go get that. And that's why I didn't like the pick at the time, and I continue to not like the pick, because he's bad in coverage, not simply because he's just bad in coverage and you can clean it up with technique. He's bad in coverage because his instincts suck in coverage. And I wish they were better at this point, but we're 3 years in and they're not getting any better. Mythical Pigeon, should we trade Diggs for a second round pick? Mythical Pigeon, you're not getting a second round pick for Quandre Diggs in any multi-universe. Not happening. Now they say, there's every universe, there's some sort of, every outcome has been happening in every single universe, right? That theory that's out there. There's not that universe that exists where Quandre Diggs will be moved for a second round pick. The Saints got a 5th round pick for him 3 years ago. So as an older aging player coming off the injuries coming off of, you would be lucky to get a 6th round pick for him at this point. I don't think he gets moved though. Squeezack says he did get a sack in the Denver game. That's been his best play of the year so far. Agreed. 1 sack, big deal, Barton. It's a disappointment to say the least this year so far. Exactly. Seahawks blue and green. Barton did get a sack. Looked it up. Definitely got a sack, but no TFLs for Barton. Alexander, how about them M's, Brandon? How about them M's? At least you get a little bit, feel good about that. They got me hyped. They got me hyped and dreaming big. D-Nugget says you're going to have a little Hawks Nest meetup. Maybe. I'll tweet out where we're heading when we figure out what bar we're going to, if people want to show up there, if they're going to the games. I don't know if we have anybody, but I'll tweet it out. Alexander says, is Penny out for the year and what type of injury? Haven't checked. Alexander, yes, he's got a broken a fractured tibia. Fractured tibia. Sports fan, I've heard some people highly rating Noah Sewell highly. I haven't seen him play yet. I've watched him play. Sports fan, I don't know what people are seeing. He's big. He's very twitchy in that he can move very good in short spaces, which is something on a bigger linebacker you love to see. That part jumps out to you, but instinctually wise, we got 2 problems with lack of instinct linebackers as it is right now. That would continue with Sewell. I wasn't blown away by the tape that I saw personally. Sports fan, second, you probably aren't getting a 7th for Diggs. Exactly. Don Mata, I would blitz Sharton and Brooks a ton more. Sharton. That's the new nickname, Don. Cody Sharton. And Brooks a lot more. At least they would know who to chase after, right? Yeah. Don, I was calling for in this game. This game, they probably blitzed more than any other game this year so far. And every time they did it, they had its success. Every time they did it, they weren't getting clipped over the top by the deep play. So why weren't they doing it more? It was generating pressure. It was making Dalton uncomfortable. But they kept walking back away from it. Elliot Clark, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Daniel W says, I don't think Diggs lasts past next season with us. We could even cut and save $10 million while paying $8 a year, and I don't think we would do that, as disappointing as he is. I don't think we'll do it either, Daniel. You don't have a clear pathway to this free safety position, and let's face it, if there's a guy you're maybe cutting before you're even cutting Diggs, it's probably going to be Jamal Adams, who he himself is only going to cost the same amount to cut Diggs. Maybe that was by purpose by the front office. Like, well, we'll cut one of them. Adams is probably the likely guy to be cut at that point. But that does mean you probably hold on to Diggs, because then you have to find a replacement at strong safety, and you probably don't want to find 2 replacements at both the safety positions in one off season. Ian ML, I would trade for Roquan and just move off of Brooks. Roquan will go for a 3rd since you have to pay him. That's my thinking on it, Ian. I think he goes for a 3rd at this point. And I'm in favor of doing it as well, as because you could get off of this one. You could get on top of this one, ML. Let's say nothing of Brooks. Barton's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. You can still have Brooks under contract going forward, not even pay him an extension. But just getting Barton off for Roquan, that's the move there. And if you're going to plan on signing Roquan to a free agent contract anyway in the offseason, why not just get out ahead of it? Especially if you're going to play the compensatory game down the road. Ellie Clark, we do need better personnel. The coaching is also sucking, though. Suck and win. That defensive scheme, those defensive coaches, Coach Carroll's defensive coach, it's all very highly questionable right now. Jabba the Mutt says, who are your favorite defensive players for next year's draft as of now? I admittedly, Jabba the Mutt, am a little bit speaking from out of school here, because I haven't done the full dive into all the prospects that are available in this draft. So I'm just getting the process started. I'm always a little slow with it. I catch up. I'll get to be by the end of the draft time, I'll be up to 300 guys that I've looked at by the time we get to draft. But I am a little slow on that. I will say Will Anderson stands out as a defensive lineman. I think he potentially has generational type talent with him. I think Jalen Carter, another defensive lineman for Georgia, is a very, very interesting prospect from where he's operating from. I think Minnesota's got a center that I like quite a bit, that I've had a little bit of a look at, and he looks good to me. Linebacker-wise, Trenton Simpson from Clemson, I think will probably be the best linebacker in this draft, a guy who maybe is worth looking at targeting. Henry To'oTo'o of Alabama is just behind Simpson. He's right there neck and neck. Henry can do it all. He can cover, he can blitz. He's got maybe a more complete skill set, whereas Trenton Simpson gives you a little more freakishness as a pass rusher maybe, but also a very complete player. Sports Fan says Jamal is still a very good player. I'm not sure Diggs is. I think you're right. I think Jamal is probably a better player at this point, but the injury situation is not getting any better, Sports Fan. And do you want to take that risk again going into next year that he's suddenly going to be healthy when he's been injured in every which way but loose since you brought him aboard? Sports Fans, by the way, can all the Jamal haters finally stop? Hate the trade all you want, but he's by far our best defender. He's good in coverage and phenomenal playing the run. I didn't have any of the hate for him as a player, Sports Fan. So I don't have any hate for Jamal in general at all. My concern only comes from, I don't think that a guy that's kind of breaking down as his body is so much is going to suddenly turn it around. Usually when these players start down this trek of getting beaten up year after year after year, it doesn't just suddenly go the opposite way. I think his body is kind of starting to fall apart on him. And that's my trepidation more than his play on the field. Availability is a point that matters on players too, beyond how good you are. And if you're not available, if you can't get on the football field, it doesn't matter what your talent level is. I got to make my hard decision at that point. Scooby Stacks, you can also draft a safety for Diggs if you wanted to. It would be cheaper in the long run. You would get 4 years on a rookie contract if you draft a guy next year or the year after even. Potentially. We don't know if these guys ball out after 3 years. You're not going to get the 4th or 5th year all the time on that. They're balling out. They're going to want the new contract. D-Nugget says that Pete and John draft best player available. We'll get all running backs. They love them running backs. Ryan Daniel W says Ryan Neal is not the long-term answer. No, he's not. But he was a huge improvement from Josh Jones. He was an improvement. He made a play in coverage and comes up and is making tackles when given the opportunity. Better tackler, Daniel, by far than Josh Jones. That's for sure. Daniel says Smoke Monday fell to like the 6th round in this draft. I wish we would have drafted him, the safety. Well, he went down to a really quick injury though, Daniel. I wonder if maybe some of his medical evaluations weren't the cleanest as he was coming out. That would be my one counter to you on that, is where was his medicals? That's often is a time when a guy who's that talented falls that far in the draft. That is a reason usually. Sports Fan says I wasn't talking about you. Fair enough, man. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to take it like you were. I was just making sure I was giving you clarity on where I was standing. I feel where you're coming from. I was more so just venting about the fans that think he sucks, but his injury history is a major risk. You're right about that, Sports Fan. And if you were following me last year with this, you would have heard me say it as well. I don't buy into the fact that Jamal Adams is bad in coverage. When he's had his bad moments in coverage, and what it is there's been these bright moments. And football is this way. It will cause people to get glommed on to 1 or 2 moments in a game rather than looking at the totality of the game. So they look at Jamal and they say, well, look at Julian Edelman beating you over the top in the Patriots game deep, or Cooper Kupp in the playoff game when you're in position to make the play and you're whiffing at the ball, or Stephon Diggs in your first year on a key 3rd down play where you allow the completion in front of you, or Deshaun Jackson last year in the game at home where the old ass Deshaun Jackson beat you deep when you were there to make a play on the ball. The problem with all those plays for Jamal is that you put him in a position to fail. He's not a cover 2 safety. He's not a single high safety. And last year, to your point on this, Sports Fan, that's what the majority of the time the Seahawks defense was doing with him. Strong safeties, you put them on running backs, you put them on tight ends, you get them down near the box. That's what a strong safety does, or at least that's what they've tended to do. I don't know why they went out and made a trade for Jamal Adams and essentially did the very same things that they did with Jimmy Graham on the other side of the football. It defies explanation, especially when you already knew you did this once with a Jimmy Graham. Like, let's not go down that same path defensively here, Jamal. Let's put him in the position to succeed. And it took you 2 years and going through a defensive coordinator before they finally got to the point of being able to do that. I'm going to get some dinner. Go Hawks, is big country. Sounds good, man. It's not just 5 yards here and 8 yards there. The D's giving up 30 yards, 55 yards in one play multiple times. It's failing at a rate that we've not seen in the past. It's failing at a state you've never seen in the past. You can't stop the run. In the worst times of the defense over the last couple of years, outside like last year's, the Tennessee game and the Minnesota game, you could stop the run throughout. You were able to hang your hat on that. You even in your soft zone defenses throughout the last 10 years here with Carroll, you've tended to at least most of the time make those offenses earn their way up the field, even in the bad times. Right now, you're not making them earn their way up the field. It is all falling apart defensively all across the board. The only thing you have as far as good to lean on is maybe the young guys, the rookies. Cameron says, why can't the offense and defense just be good at the same time? It's so frustrating that it's always one or the other. Agreed. Something is always, and one either has got to be just balling out of control, and the other one's got to be just falling completely on their face. It's not even like you get good defense, bad defense. An amazing offense, and oh my God, look away type defense. Daniel W., football year to year is so funny. Going into this year, I thought we had an elite player on every level on defense. Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, Jamal Adams, Geno would be terrible. You just never know. You never know. You never know. It's why I talked about this offseason. Everybody's saying they know how things are going to play out. They know this is going to work, that's going to work. NFL is a way more unpredictable than that. Way harder to predict than that. Gar says, I believe Jamal Adams is whoever the people think he's good want to be without any results. I mean, I don't know. It's like, go back to the game last year, San Francisco at home. A game you match him in with George Kittle. And he shut Kittle down in that game. It's like you put him on wide receivers on the outside. Is he going to fail? Yeah. You put him on more of what you tend to get running backs and tight ends, more of what you tend to ask from a strong safety. He's going to excel in that. He's going to hold up in that. D-Nugget says, as a new Hawks fan, 2014, I guess there are some tough days on the true fandom. At least we got Brando. Well, thank you, D-Nugget. Kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. Well, look, we just passed 9 long hours on the stream. My voice is definitely going. I can feel it fading here fast. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. I want to thank all of you. If you are listening here on the stream, do me a favor if you could for me, please. Small little thing. Well, 2 things. Please get subscribed. I do really appreciate that. We're on the road to 10,000. We have a lot of new subscribers today. I really appreciate all the new folks who came aboard. But if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. It does help me out. I'm on the road to 10,000, and we're on due track to hit that 10,000 mark by February. That was the goal, and we're motoring our way along there. So thank you to all of you for that help in getting to that stage of things. Tough loss today, folks. Tough loss. Not a lot to dress up here that's good outside of the offense, outside of the Geno Smith. Right now, the question marks about this coaching staff, this defense, and the faith that we have going forward is shaking from my aspect of things. I'm going to take a full year. I'm not going to come to any premature ending points where I say, I know it's this way, or I know it's that way, or I've seen enough. I'm not doing that yet. I'm going to give it the full year, as I've been taught in the past and trained in the past that Carroll does have an ability at times to turn a defense around as the year goes around. So I'll keep that door cracked open. Okay, I'll keep the door open, baby. But I'm going to shut that door quick if we get to the end of this season and we are still facing down this 8 ball. I will. If it's got, well, I watch this all through the year, I'm not just going to land on that, oh, get us the 2 first-round defensive players and everything will be fixed. For those that are saying that, that's not going to fix everything. And if you're putting all of your hopes on simply those 2 first-round picks being that hydrogen peroxide for this bleeding wound, it's not. It's not. It will help. It may improve. But you are at a league worst state. You are now in another historically bad pace as far as the defense goes. That's not merely fixed by adding just 2 defensive players that are pretty good on that side of the ball. That's got to be fixed from the top level down. We got to go to the foundations of this sucker at this point. And I don't know if Carroll's got the ability at this point. I don't know if he's got the patience at this point. I don't know if he's got the want at this point to go to that level of things. But he needs to go to that level of things. Sports fan, thanks for the stream. 9 hours is something else. Thank you so much, man. You guys made it go by like that. You guys, it's just, I have so much time, have so much fun talking with you guys on this stuff. Henry Diesel, anybody surprised about Penny? Good thing we chose him over Chubb. Yes, that one does hurt. And you didn't choose Chubb, Henry, because of your injury concerns with him in the ACL, right? So isn't that the ironic part? Is you probably passed on Chubb because Penny had the cleaner medical evaluations and Penny's then the guy more beat up as a pro. TM says, don't care, want Will Anderson. I understand, TM. I'm on Will Anderson board too. And if he's as generational as he looks, understandable that you want to take a look at him. Paul, third thoughts on the Lions loss? Shows you how bad the defense is, Paul. Lions get absolutely shut down to where their offense can't generate anything as they are still shorthanded a bit, but they are still shut down completely. Same Lions offense that went out there and put 40-odd points on you last week. That's why this defense is looked at, in my mind, as bad as it is right now. Not merely because you've given up all these yards and all these points early on. You've got back-to-back weeks where you played two of the more poor offenses in the entire show, in the entire sport, who were also heavily shorthanded. At the very minimum, down 3 and 4 of their best 7 players on the offensive side of the ball. And they just ran. They were like a guy on a track with just no impediments, just running round and round that track on you. And you have 2 straight weeks that happens to you. It shows, it should put a big bright spotlight on just how bad this defense is looking right now. And we can't gloss over it. We can't cover it up. We can't excuse it. We can't think that it's merely solved by 2 good players you're getting in the first round next year on the defensive side of the ball. We've got to go to the heart of this. I will be live streaming all the Mariner games. So just again on that, if you are looking for a place as a Seattle fan to hang out during the Mariner streams, please go over to my other channel, which is called The Crow's Nest. Get subscribed over there because I'm going to be doing all of the Mariner post-game games this week. So we will be streaming those as well. I would really appreciate seeing you guys in there if you guys get a chance to pop in. So do get subscribed over on that channel too. I would really appreciate it. Bergshow, will Penny play for Seattle next year? Bergshow, I think that his injury today is going to lower his market on the open market as far as a free agent, which is then going to open up the possibility, I think, at that point that he potentially does come back to Seattle on a short-term, small deal. Hey, you have a good night, Daniel Bash Gordon. It's good seeing you, man. I'm on board with Will Anderson, too. I know you are. Sports fan, same thing with Atlanta smoking us and looking pathetic the next 2 weeks. Good point, sports fan. Add Atlanta into that, too. That's not a great offense. That's not a top-of-the-line offense. But they ran up and down the field on you at home. Houston, we got a problem. We got a problem, and we can't just trust that we're going to go through the atmosphere and glide our way into the ocean to get through this. We're going to need to do far more. We're going to need to have all hands on deck. I need all the nerds in the back office working on a solution here. All of them. And hopefully our Seahawks employ a little bit more creativity. Maxwell, wow, very long stream tonight. Best Hawks channel out there. Go Hawks. Well, thank you so much. Hey, folks, please do hit that button, that like button on your way out the door. I know some of you are in a faltering state. I'm in a faltering state. Defense can't muster even semi-battle. It's like they're just getting hit in the face and not even throwing any punches. The officials are against us. Can't seem to get that right either. Offense is playing great. I know people are a little low right now, 2-3, but you know what? Still in second place. And you know, we've come to that segment of the show where I'm going to tell you right now that even though we're in second place, 2-3, even though we haven't looked good, even the defense doesn't look historically bad, it's a long year. You're not even halfway through this season yet. Not even halfway through this season yet. You have an offense that's playing outstanding football that should carry forward through. Even with the loss of Rashaad Penny, should still be a pretty good offense. This defense just has to find something to get down to, just get me down to the 20s. And this team could be a decent team this year. Just get me down to the 20s. Special teams, stop turning the ball over. I don't need you to hear big booming punts or great kicks. Just stop turning the ball over. These things you do, if you could do it, you could get more out of this given season. So I know right now you might be a little depressed and down on this team right now, down on Coach Carroll, and that is well earned. That look how you view them. I still want you to keep that hope. I still want you to hold on to that hope this year. I still want you to remember that you never know how this year is going to play off. They all told us that Russell was going to be amazing with Denver. The NFL is an unpredictable league, and it's a long NFL season. Injuries here, injuries there. The Cardinals look good as we thought. The Rams look as good as we thought. The Packers look as good as we thought. The NFC is still open. So my people, please keep your hope. Please keep your hope, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.